when you poo.
Hi guys, I'm here. Just going for a poo, leaving you with sneaks and airs. Bye.
Big up
leave us a little feed.
everybody.
You're gonna have to hold the fort for a sec, Sneaks. I'm trying to find out this nerd shit.
All right. Yeah, number of like in the chat, and I like that. Yeah. Big up everyone. Who we have in the buildings? Shaq A, John B. What does the B stands for? MJ, jump on. My bro, 77.
Please jump on. I'll be back in a minute. It's just hit me.
Wow. So I just had the maddest mental image there. Yeah, jump on, people. Where you gone? I'm all alone. My panelists have all gone. Oh, fuck. There's only Shifa beside me.
You know you're happy to see Shifa right now, man. I got something you'll like to
Luckily, I can't actually see you. Luckily, I can't actually see you.
Look, you'll like the look of this. Look. Neat, look what I got for you. Blue balls, red balls, green balls, yellow balls.
Is this what you do in your spare time?
I got all kinds of balls for you.
Is this what you do in your spare time to calm your ADHD down? Count balls.
Yeah, man, come on, man.
Yeah, you count balls, yeah?
Man's in the ball pit right now. How many balls
are there? Pause. You sound bare proud to be in a ball pit, you know. You hear that, everyone?
How many red balls do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 8 red balls.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry, I thought that was funny. Don't you ever watch them kids programs and they just act like idiots? They act like absolute buffoons and talk like retards and that.
No, I don't. I don't watch kids programs where that happens, but I do join a stream where someone comes along and creates that vibe for us.
I hear you still. Do you know what? I'm here for the fuckery today. I'm not gonna lie. I'm here for the fuckery.
Why? You're here for the fuckery every day. Can you like?
No, I said the
fuckery.
TH. Can you like pronounce it properly, please? Anyway, yeah, I'm.
Yeah, but why though? Why can't you be calm, Shifa? Who's upset you? Shifa, let's talk about your life. Who has upset you? Has somebody upset you? Has something happened to you? Has somebody stolen your shopping basket in the last few days?
Do you know what? I'll be honest.
Has somebody hold on? Has somebody driven into the parking space that you had designated for yourself in the last 2 days?
No.
Okay. Has somebody refused you a lottery ticket in the supermarket over the last few days?
No, but I'll tell you what has happened in the last few days. I read a book here. It's called The Secret Language of Birthdays. Have you ever heard of this book?
Nope.
Yeah, it's similar to
testing,
like
testing. Hold on, my connection cut out a little bit there, so I missed what you said.
Yeah, there's a book called what did I say it was called again? The Secret
Language of Birthdays.
Yeah, The Secret Language of Birthdays. Yeah, and in me reading this book here, I'm going to be honest with you, Sneaks. Yeah, I'm not into like star signs, tarots, or any of these type of things. But you see, after reading this book, my opinion might be slightly changed.
You're going to take it up as a hobby, yeah?
I wouldn't say I'm going to take it up as a hobby, but I'd say anyone who reads this book is powerful. I'm
sorry, did you say star signs though, bro?
Yeah.
Yeah, it deals with something similar to star signs, but it's a lot more accurate. So you see like a star sign, yeah, you have a month in it. So they'll say, well, if you're born in January, then you're a Capricorn. And if you're born in February, you're whatever. Do you understand?
Aquarius.
So what is this? Is this like biorhythms or something?
All right. You see what this book's dealing with, yeah? It's going into the actual day you're born. So it's not just about your sign. It's not just about you being a Scorpio or a Leo or whatever you are. It's about the type of Scorpio you are, because we've read one in Scorpio, the 16th of November. Anyone whose birthday is the 16th November. This day is called the Day of the Boss. Imagine that. And you see, when I saw that and a man showed me that and I said, raw. And I know a man that's born on the day of the boss.
On that and he was like, I'm converted.
Listen, you see, when I saw a man was born on the day of the boss, all I then had to do, look at his circumstances, look at his lifestyle, look at what it entails. And you know what? We're all bosses in our own right, but this guy's next level, brother. And when I started looking at these things and started saying, okay, do you know what? I looked at my one, yeah? And when I looked at my one, I'll tell you one thing it said that you lot are all going to agree with. It said, I'm irritating. Real talk. I'm not lying. I'm serious. I'm being deadly serious. You see this book, you see the accuracy levels of this book. I don't understand how this is even possible. This is almost like witchcraft, brother. I'm telling you.
I'm still trying to tell us more information. Go on. I'm trying to.
It sounds like biorhythm kind of stuff.
It could be, but I don't know what it is. I don't even understand. Like I said to this guy who showed me the book, I'm like, I don't really understand how to interpret this book fully yet, because you know it's so intricate. There's so many different facets of the book, you know, that you have to kind of study to fully understand it. So I'm saying to the man, you know what? I'm going to get my own copy,
tell me the name of this book, please.
It's called The Secret Language of Birthdays.
The secret language. Okay, go on.
It's basically gematria.
You could call it gematria, but this book.
Overview. So I've just Googled it. It says, combining astrology, numerology, and pure psychic intuition, the secret language of birthdays is a wholly unique compilation that reveals one's strengths, weaknesses, and major issues, while providing, hold the line, while providing practical advice and spiritual guidance.
All right. And Sneaks, I'm only doing this good subject with you because you're one of the Asians I like. And obviously S is here. S is cool.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah,
but I'm not Bengali. I'm not Bengali though. I'm not Bengali. Listen, this really bothers me. Can you say it properly, please?
Look, I like to say it the way I like to say it because I think it sounds funny. If you're a banging
have you even banged any Bengalis? So if you haven't, then you can't.
I've never banged a goalie. I've never banged a goalie. Pause.
Do you know what though? Bang and goli in Punjabi means bullet. Goli. Really? You bang a goli. Get me. Anyway.
Okay. So good. It's good to know.
Or goli can also mean like pill, a tablet that you take.
You bang pills.
You know, let's be honest. When I was saying it, I was trying to make it sound like a goalkeeper, like a goalie, innit? So I apologize if I disrespected the language at all. But you know,
not the language. So you don't want to apologize to the whole subset of people, you know. Just their language, just the language.
Look, no apologies, man. Look, if I did you wrong,
if you get rushed by all these Bengalis, you're on your own, mate. Don't start shouting my name. No. Do
you know what? You're not allowed to do that. You see what you just did there? You can't talk about people getting rushed because you noticed yesterday I stayed out of the conversation for a reason. But seeing as you want to bring up people getting rushed, like anyone who knows Shifa, you know why I stayed out of that conversation yesterday, because I would have had to say something.
It's just a joke. You don't have to take it seriously. No one's going to rush you.
Sneaks. I think it's fair that I let everyone have their say yesterday. Who the frick is going to listen to me? Look, I let everyone have their say yesterday, and I didn't say nothing. You notice I didn't speak on it. Like this whole Raspect video with the girl getting rushed, I ain't spoken on it, you know, and there's a reason. Because
what's your thoughts? You might as well speak on it now.
You know what it is?
That's taking a dump.
I don't want to end up in another argument, innit? And at the end of the day, a particular sister who frequents this panel, me and has already had enough diverse conversation that's gone left, right, upside down, and argument. And I don't want to continue to keep arguing with this person because I don't actually have any hatred or any like discontent for the person, innit? But when it's like, I've watched this video and the people in the video, if I start talking about them, it may have an effect on that relationship further. Does that make sense?
I know. So what are you saying? Are you saying MJ jump on?
Well, possibly.
Oh, no, MJ, man. I actually feel bad for MJ. You know, every day there's someone else who's got a new vendetta against her.
No, it's not against MJ. Look, the people in the video was Irish, right?
Right.
Yeah. So, you know, I try my hardest to steer away from those conversations because I'll be honest with you, like I've not had the best especially like, even with the Asian conversation. I'm gonna allow you lot's name for a bit now as well, because you know what, some of the last few days, some of the things I've said, they might even have upset some people, even though it was unintentional. I didn't mean to upset you. I just speak in my mind and saying things how I see them, but it still could have upset someone. So I'm gonna actually give credence to that and, you know, show a little bit of compassion. Even though I don't show much, I can be compassionate, and I am what's the word? I do take myself responsible for my actions and my words, and you know, I hold myself responsible to the sense of saying, you know, not necessarily sorry to those people for me speaking my truth, but I will say this: I don't want to be in a back and forth or seem like my life is dependent on me attacking people. Do you know, like that? I'm not living my life to attack you. I'm just going to speak my mind as I see it when it happens.
How does it relate to MJ? Obviously, I know she's Irish and they're Irish, but there's like them. Whatever happened with them chicks is not like all Irish people, is it?
Well, you see this year, all right, listen, we're going to sit there, we're going to say whatever happened with these chicks is not all Irish people. And I get that. And I would never make a blanket statement and say all Irish people. But unfortunately, there's definitely a racist problem within the Irish community from what we've seen. And unfortunately, you know, big grown Irish women, big women are bringing their pickney to beat up our pickney. So to that effect now, you know, it's the same argument I was making yesterday, Sneaks, when I was saying, well, if particular Asian communities don't like us and talk about us a certain way, they'll be upset if we marry their daughter. You know, there's honor killings and all sorts of things that's happened that make me have a bit of a, you know, it creates a bit of friction.
None of this is new though, Shifa. None of this is new. Like if you had an Indian chick, right, and her dad weren't too happy, then you just have to put it in the air and let man know, like, it's not an honor killing thing. It's not worth it. Yeah, you're gonna suffer.
But when we talk to the Irish, though, the Irish are gonna say they're not racist, and they're gonna be quite insistent.
Yeah, but a lot of them, man.
I've got a cousin who's half Irish.
Racist Irish people is a new phenomenon, bro.
Thank you, brother. Brother, I got a cousin who's half Irish, but when you say racist Irish is a new phenomenon, I don't think so, cuz. Yeah, because as much as I got a cousin who's half Irish, I'm gonna be honest with you. My cousin who's half Irish, their Irish parent has told me Irish people don't really like black people like that. Some of them, not all of them.
Fucking hell.
But some of them.
Put it this way, in my experience, they like us more than English people. That ain't saying a lot. But they like us more than what they did. I can't speak about these new ones.
But I know that.
Yeah, I can't speak about these new ones.
Definitely an affinity.
Yeah, but from my experience over the last X amount of decades, Irish people, when they're around black people and English people, they more gravitate towards the black people and don't fuck with the English people too.
And to be fair, even looking at someone like the Gypsy King has put money in black families' pockets. I can't say the same for Conor McGregor because you know what? It wasn't really his decision. But with the Gypsy King, I can say...
Yeah, but look who Conor McGregor's involved with. You can't expect shit from him.
I get you, but I'm just saying the Gypsy King has made a calculated decision to put money and food in the mouths of black babies. So I can't say all Irish people are racist. I'd never sit here and say a blanket statement like that. But there is clearly a racist problem. Just like I'd say the same about the English, you know? Not all the English are racist, but there clearly is a problem.
There's some kind of echo. I think the racism problem is something that's been stoked over the last 5-10 years. Like the anti-black sentiment and the putting the battery in the back of just white people the Western world over. And it seems like the Irish people have kind of picked up on it, being one of the tougher lot out of the white people.
Yeah.
But the thing with the travelers and fighting, that's what they do. That's how they fight for honor.
Yeah.
It's just, that's how it is. Do you know what I mean? You can't, if you lose a fade, you got to go back and have a second go at least. Do you know what I mean? But that
You know
getting the other chick to join it. I didn't even see the video, but I just hear it. Getting
yeah,
someone
that's
else
what
to
got me
jump in.
mad. That got me mad, bro. When I saw that shit, bro, like I said, that's unhonorable. And when you got a parent telling children, kick her in the face, stamp on her head. When you got parents saying things like that, unfortunately, I have to say, you know what? There's some sickness within the Irish community too. This isn't just racism. This is actual mental health that's going on here. Because what kind of a mentally ill person, you know, and all of these adults that are stood there, all of these white grown adults, grown men driving past in their cars, just looking like they can't do nothing. Teachers even walking over, just standing there. Oh, let go now, guys.
To be fair as well, during the travelers fight, it's usually a fair fight thing. It's not no, if you thump a man and he drops down, it's not no stamp on the head thing. You wait for him to get up and see if he wants to carry on or not. You know what I mean? So all that kicker in the head business, that's something else.
No, you're right. We used to fight with the travelers. We used to have fight and they would make it one-on-one. We bring our people, they bring their people. No one gets involved. We make a circle, innit? You can't get outside of the circle. You got to fight your fight. Like even in school, you know, I had a guy, I'm not going to say his name, but he knows who he is. I used to call him Weakling. Yeah, that should be enough for him to know who he is if he does listen to the show. Yeah, but this guy that I used to call Weakling, loads of people were scared of this white boy. He was quite strong, even though I called him Weakling. And one day, like me and him got into a little scuffle. I got the better of him. So guess what happens? Oh, the brother comes running over. Your older cousin, and you know your whole gang comes over now. But they're thinking, hold on, this is little Schiffer. They're thinking this little black kid's on his own. You don't know no one. Little did they know, my older cousin goes to the school. I just don't advertise that it's my cousin. Before you know it, now we got our gang, your gang, and it's like, nah, let them fight one-on-one. Everyone step back. I packed up this shoe so bad. I boxed him. I boxed him up so bad. Yeah. Yeah, I get you. I get you. But pause. But yeah, obviously, I made a mistake there. I beat him up so bad, yeah. The youth didn't even get a punch in or whatever, innit? But the point I'm going to make is no one on our side jumped in, no one on his side jumped in. So I know there's honor, and they were part Irish as well. So I know there is honor among men, but amongst the women, I don't know about
in the head business. That don't sound like that's not no honor thing. That sounds like animosity. Sounds like deep-seated hatred.
And we don't, that's unusual. I'm going to be honest. Like I said, you said it yourself, S. The Irishman, usually, if you get into a fight with him, he'll happily fight you one-on-one. He don't have to be no drawn-out gang thing and everyone get involved. He'll say, look, me and you, and we'll go outside and everyone stay out of it. And we'll say the same. Yeah. And it's like, when I saw the sisters doing this, it's like, I don't know. It's made me have a different opinion towards not just the Irish females, but just females in general. If left unchecked, you know, what levels would these females go to? Because remember the woman who drove her children to go murder her picnics. Remember that one in South London?
Oh yeah.
And this looked like a similar kind of thing where it's like the mum is bringing them there to do.
The mum got birded with the 2 youths, isn't it? 3 of them got life or something.
Yeah, so I'm not saying it's just an Irish problem neither, because, you know, we've seen a black mom do that or mixed or whatever she is. So it's like, for me, now it's made me a bit more wary and a bit more fearful of situations where it's left to a female to deal with.
Yeah, it's madness. I think that girl's mom, though, she needs to brack up the Irish mom.
Yeah.
Because she ain't look small. She looked like if she got hold of that Irish woman, she'd brack her up.
The one with the white top and the black leggings?
I don't know. I just heard a woman talk. I don't know if that was actually no, that was the mom. I heard the mom talking about saying he sent my daughter.
It looked like there was an older girl there, but I don't know if I saw the mom.
Oh, okay. No, I didn't.
That's
see
who
that.
I was talking about.
See that
the older girl looks like the one. She was in the white top, white t-shirt, and the black leggings, and she had her hair in a ponytail. I think that was the older girl.
Yeah, man, the Irish mom due to get some pepper.
Yeah, man.
A good Nigerian beating, or wherever the other girl was from. Get a wake up call.
Or a rolling pin.
No, not even that. Just some proper boxes and kicks.
No, you cut off the tops of some Scotch bonnet peppers. You go out and you rub them in the eyes. That's a good one. Or you just make sure you just touch her on her hands or something with them. later on when she goes home, she ain't gonna know what the fuck hit her. Do you know what I mean?
Okay, right.
Yeah, that's it. She'll just be there minding her business.
What she needs is a solid beating.
Mm.
You know what I mean? About kick her in the head. A
Yeah.
solid beating.
Definitely.
Let me put her in her place. Let her know what time it is.
Oh, Unique said the mum was older woman with the black coat. I'll have to watch it again. But just to spot her. But I can't remember that. I was just too I saw a video this morning. I don't know if this was covered yesterday. But there was a video of a woman speaking and she was like, oh, Mr. So-and-so was laughing at her braids on the floor. And then Raspec's on the side and he's just like, oh yeah, let's get in the sack. And everyone starts chanting together in unison, let's get in the sack.
Let's what? Let's what?
Let's get him sacked. Basically.
Okay. Talking about who? The head teacher or someone else?
I think it is. Because when I scrolled through, it said that he was the head teacher. So I think so. What's she forgotten now?
Sorry, state of affairs.
Exactly. But
like
I
Jedi
really...
said though, pretty much. So I can't say all of us, but I've been rushed.
Have you?
And it weren't no 2 or 3 people.
Tell us the story. Story time.
It's not that exciting. I'm sure I think I must have told it on here before as well. But yeah, it's really not that exciting. It's just getting beat up by bare people.
Yeah. Luckily, I've never been on the receiving end of that before. But to be honest, looking at that girl, she dealt with it a lot better than I think I probably would have if I was her. I'm not gonna lie.
You'd be surprised though when you're getting hit from all angles. Like time slows down and you feel the hits hitting you, but in your mind you'd be thinking, "Raw, this don't even actually hurt as much as it looks like it hurts from the outside."
If I'd be anything like I am in, like, I don't know, if like a crisis hits, it's like I don't go, you know, like most females will immediately start screaming and flailing their arms at, like, not a lot, not every female, but that doesn't happen for me. I kind of get paralyzed, and this is what shocks me the most, is that on a normal day, on a good day, I can't get my brain to work and fucking focus on what it needs to. But in that moment, it's so clear. And I feel like much information runs through my mind.
Yeah,
and like,
that's how it works.
It's like clear communication, clear cut thought, body follows with an action.
Yeah, if you was lying on the floor getting kicked up, you would notice the smallest little details of random stuff you would never see.
Yeah.
And
everything. It's amazing how much your brain can actually encompass in such a short amount of time, or so much thoughts like your brain will cover in a short amount of time.
Yeah.
That whole life flashing before your eyes thing is real. What are you eating? You're there slapping your chops.
Doritos.
What flavour?
Cheese.
Oh, okay. It's one of those days. Jump on, people. Where's everyone gone? Where's Shipper gone? He's having too much fun playing with his balls. I love how he was like, yeah, right, I want to talk about this issue, and immediately he starts talking about himself. It took him a good 10 minutes to get to the actual issue itself.
Yeah. I know she's got. Jump on, Action. Why are you saying poor S? What happened?
She might be saying it because we've been left while Jeds is just having the time of his life, enjoying his poo. But yeah, that topic that you guys were covering last night, I tried to like pay attention, but I kept falling asleep.
I need to watch some of that channel. That looked like some good stuff.
Good to listen to, like before bed and that.
And that shit was deep, man.
I end up watching just bullshit. Do you know what I've noticed more than ever though? Is like I can't even focus on like something playing. Like if I put something on, my brain will wander within like a minute. I can't focus on it, and I end up just rewinding it back again and again.
What is it you're thinking about instead?
Just everything. It's like during the day I'm working, or I'm listening to the stream, and I'm juggling doing whatever I'm doing, you know, taxi service and all this type of shit. And then it's like, it's just that period just before I go to sleep is where I usually get to decompress a little bit, let my thoughts run and whatever. Just calm my mind.
Sound like you're cutting
but
out.
I feel like it's like overload, no balance in it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's my shit connection.
That usually means.
Can you hear me now?
Usually, yeah. I could hear you. It's just cutting out a little bit. Usually means you've got something that you need to confront. Yeah. Even if it's just subconscious.
And then I heard you like talking about dreams and stuff as well. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a touchy subject.
This is another thing. When I heard you like, yeah, see, I don't dream either. But I think that has something to do with the weed smoking for me particularly.
Yeah.
It might not affect other people in the same way, but I don't usually tend to dream. And well, I'm sure I do dream, but I don't remember them. I think that's what the problem could be. But I'll only ever notice my dream and it'll be presented to me like in a way in my mind that I can't ignore it. Like I'll just remember it. And it's usually when I need like an answer to something. Do you ever find that? Like if you have something going on in your life and it's like boggling your mind a little bit, it'll come through to you in a dream.
I guess so, but usually like nightmares.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So, like when I'm under normal circumstances, when I'm smoking weed and whatnot, I don't dream. And if I do dream, it's usually nightmares.
Wow.
Which, again, like you said, is something to do with whatever's going on in my mind, because not nightmares like monsters.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. Like, I can't remember the last time I had a dream that I would consider like an actual nightmare. Like, it scared the shit out of me. At most, I'll have like a really weird dream and I'll be like, oh, that was weird. And I kind of just get on with my day. Like, as I'm going about my day, I'll try and unpack it a little bit and pause. But yeah, nothing that I'll be like, oh my God, that was so scary.
I mean, the kind of nightmares that I ain't had no nightmares for a long time, a little while, but the kind of nightmares I have, I guess they're intense. I scare the shit out of me. I guess so, kind of. But
what type of thing scares the shit out of you? Because I don't know, your energy doesn't really give off that you fear a lot.
No, but the kind when I say nightmares, it would be shit like
or having to like out.
Being on the run with my family or having to move my family, and it's
of
just
course.
like
yeah.
hostile fucking territory. Like, do you know what I mean? Even though it could be like here outside, but it's just the thought of
like a
being pursued.
Movie.
No, not like a thriller movie. Like more like fucking. I don't know, man. Like what would like being pursued by?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not like a thriller. It's more like fucking.
That's actually a real life threat, to be fair.
Yeah. But that's what makes it scary, is the fact that it's like that feeling of fuck, trying to protect my family. That just that shit's horrible, man.
Yeah.
And I can't say I don't ever, but I can't think of one time I was having a dream like that and realized it was a dream when I was in there.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like when Jed talks about it or whatever, I'm like, what the fuck? Like I could never. I accidentally astral projected once. That was so, like, it makes me laugh to this day because it was just the way in which it happened. It's so typical of me. It happened in such a dumb, accidental way. I didn't even realize what the fuck was going on. Should tell you what happened.
You've probably done it more than once.
That's the only time I have any recollection of doing it, though. All right, let me tell you what happened. All right, so it was, I'd say about mid-morning. I'd woken up and I found that I couldn't move. So I had sleep paralysis and I had the covers kind of like over my face, just covering my eyes. And that shit me up even more because I was like, oh God.
That's nuts still.
Yeah, I was like, what if, but the thing is, it was bright, broad daylight and there was light absolutely flooding through my windows and everything, the vibe of the house seemed calm and everything. No one was home, but do you know what I mean? But obviously me not being able to move, I freaked myself right out. And I was just like, oh my God, I can't see. What if Satan's standing on the other side of the covers? But yeah, so then I was just like proper straining, and to me, in my head, I was moving a little bit, but not enough for anything. Nothing was happening.
And then we finally made it.
There you go.
Oh, big up. Yeah. So
yeah, go on, Sneak.
I couldn't move,
Sorry.
and I just kept straining.
Clearly wiped my bum. Come on.
Blessings. Blessings.
Nah, I don't do blessings. Don't do blessings.
Nah, I can't right now.
Oh no, are you okay?
Yeah.
Well, okay, we'll talk. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Oh.
We'll talk. What do you mean we'll talk?
I don't mean to be rude, but you did sound.
Are you okay or not, Axum?
What did you say, Shifa?
Axum, are you okay or not?
It's fine. Let's continue. Yeah, Shifa?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
That wasn't a yes or a no. That was a.
Yeah, what's up, Axum? What's going on?
You misses me, man. I'm here now.
You're not feeling well.
Her boyfriend picked her off. Look, we know what it is, man.
Oh my God!
You need to hear the sister. The sister's in trouble.
What you saying, Ax?
Nah, we have some loss in my family and stuff like that.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
So sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it's fine. Thank you.
Condolences.
So you've come to be cheered up, have you?
Yeah. I need you to. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm still
gonna cuss you because you know that's the custom, right?
I was gonna say.
Obviously,
sure you
it's not. You have to, Jets.
Have to, right? I can't switch up now.
No. Do it.
That would just be fake. That would be disrespectful.
You not interrupted my story.
I'm here to help you celebrate that person's life today, man. Like, if there's anything I can do to help you celebrate it further,
fucking hell, you better jump off, Axum.
You know what though? I wanted to interrupt you this conversation because something you said here. You said this a little while back here, and I was arguing the toss with you. But now I know you was right. I know you was right now. Now I confirm. And you know what? I can go even deeper than affirming. You are so right, brother. You were so right that what you see, like the conversation we was having yesterday with Khan. Yeah, well, not you wasn't here, but I was having a conversation with Khan, or not yesterday, day before, and he was talking about black people being under British law and living in a British system, talking British language. He was saying some nonsense about, black people don't have no power because we giving all our power to the British. Brother, I started doing some studying. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I think you got a delay.
See, after doing my study, brother. Yeah, so after doing my study, I came to the conclusion. You were talking about things like bailiffs and the law, and they can't do you nothing. Brother, you was 1000% right. They can't do shit. In fact, they don't have no power over us. Do you know why? Because although they have a law to go by, which they try to enforce us, did you know that that law is actually Roman law? And Roman law is actually known as inferior. Did you know that?
Inferior to what? God's law?
That's right. That's right.
Roman law was like civil law, right?
All of their laws are based on Roman laws, and all of their laws are falsified, fake, and inferior, brother. Yeah, to the point where their whole systems are fraud. Yeah, and every country is using it. Every country is using the British system. Even China is using the British law system. So when you look
some of
into
them have subtle differences, but yeah, for the most part, yeah.
You know, when you go into a courtroom, they got that emblem with the lion and the unicorn. Yeah. Remember, we're the unicorn, innit? We're the mythical creature in that equation. Yeah. And the lion's laughing at us, remember? Yeah. And he's holding the crown. Yeah. Now, what we have to understand is when you look at that thing, the writing on it says, I can't remember what it says, something Adrot or something like that. Yeah. But this is applicable to all countries. Yeah, the same rhetoric that they're giving us in England, the same law system they're going by, the same, it's based on the same rhetoric as all the law systems of all the countries. They're all using the British law system. You see, when I realized, can you hear me now?
Kind of, but you've got a delay and you're cutting out.
Yeah, I was saying, after I found out,
back in, pause.
You see, once I found out that they're all using the British law system, Carnito could never make an argument again. He's the most retarded guy who ever touched the panel. And then on top of that, their law is not real. It's fake law.
Well, what's not real is the people's perception of it is mistaken. Because it's not law, it's contract. So all this legislation is contract. When they do this legislation thing, they take their time to do it. They make noise about the fact that they're going to be doing it, and that's people's opportunity to do or say something. And most people, the high 99.999%, just sit there and go along with it. So it's like they agree.
Brother, that's perfect what you said. And when you say they agree and they go along with it, that's why you don't use a solicitor.
Yeah, you can't.
I've worked it out now, brother. You don't use their system.
If any solicitor was really going to try and help you with anything like this, they would get taken off the road.
Do you know what it's about? Is I worked this one out, yeah, and I didn't work it out myself. I had some professional help in this as well. I'm not gonna lie, because I know some professionals in this. Like my aunt's a solicitor. One of my best friends is a barrister, solicitor as well. I know someone else who owns a firm, so I've affirmed all of this information, brother. It's all about jurisdiction, and only you can give them jurisdiction.
Exactly. Yeah.
Mad.
The thing is,
once I learned that, brother, I was bigging you up still. I said, nah, you know what? Different kettle of fish. This brother's different, but you know what? He's fucking right. All powerful, brother. And this is the thing now. Like, these are our laws. When I said to Carnito, everything's borrowed, I was 100%. Your laws are borrowed. That's why your laws are inferior. And that's what makes us superior. So we need to understand who we are, where we're coming from, and whose law we're living under.
What makes it inferior is that what makes the legislation inferior is the fact that it's in the public jurisdiction. The only thing lower than that is going to be like company policy and shit like that.
Oh, do you know what? I'm going to be honest with you, yeah? Between the brothers, them, yeah? We now go to jail again. Oh, no. For no... Brother, listen. The man them can't go jail again. But this information is only to be shared among the man them. The revolution is not to be televised.
Hear this, though. You see, when I was first learning about this, yeah, all of what you're saying is all what I learned, right? But all the people who were teaching it and spreading it, they put them all in jail.
Brother, you see the person who gave me the ultimate teachings on this, yeah? They put this guy in jail for 2 weeks. Yeah? He didn't eat no food, he didn't drink no water for 2 weeks. Yeah? They tried to murder him, man, innit?
Of course.
By poison, by any means, innit? They're gonna try and, like you said, they're gonna try and snuff you out, get rid of you, whatever you want to call it. But the thing is, that's the point where we have to remain strong and remain united, because ultimately they can't do us nothing. They can hold us for X amount of time, you know, like that. But they're gonna have to let us go. There's no charge to answer, brother, ever again. Not for me anyway. Not for the man.
The thing is, yeah, is they test, like they will test your resolve. Like if you're saying X, Y, and Z, they'll be like, really? Okay, let's see that.
That's right.
You know what I mean? Let's see that. Let's see how that goes. And because they've got the what would you call it? They've got the force advantage. They step outside the lines.
You see what I learned here?
I mean?
No person in court can hold two positions. Yeah. So if no person in court can hold two positions, that means no one can be judge, jury, and executioner, obviously. Yeah. But what it also means is the CPS, who is the one that wants to prosecute you, yeah, the one that's putting the case against you, yeah, they can't present the case against you and try you in court at the same time. They can't do that. That's why they have to hand it off to a judge. You know what that actually does?
The judge hands it off to a jury. That's where it really gets.
All right, now hear the joke. Before it even gets to a jury, yeah, the fact that they got to hand it off to a judge is the main problem. And once we can understand that problem and visualize it and explain it in words that they understand, they cannot prosecute.
Well, the thing is, you can't take, if you take part in the proceedings, then you're giving them jurisdiction to proceed.
That's right. But if you, no. If you take part in the proceedings as the person they claim you are, and if you take part in the proceedings with a solicitor, any of those things, you're now in their jurisdiction,
so
brother.
If you're under arrest already and they bring you to court and put you in the dock, you're fucked. Unless you're gonna step out of the dock.
Oh, brother, no. Brother, listen. You see what you said there? I thought that not even that's right, brother. It's so, brother. You see, like I said, this information is only to be shared among the man them. But you see the information we're dealing with, brother. Yeah, this is ancestral information. This is the Most High giving us these teachings. The law, it cannot be broken by no country on planet Earth. So anywhere in the world, all of these governments are illegal, brother. Everything they're doing is illegal. No judge can't try you for nothing. When you start going through the acts and you start going through the actual, the procedures that they're using in comparison to what real law is, brother.
Yeah, of course, it's not.
Case closed.
But specifically, if you're talking about court proceedings, once you're in the dock, like look, if you're already imprisoned and you get brought to the dock from the cells, you're not in a position. You can't stand in the dock and talk what you need to talk because just standing in the dock. Say that again.
You see what you're saying here now, yeah? If you've got a solicitor, you're right. You see, the moment you don't have a solicitor, they have to let you talk. Yeah, and you see the moment
you can't do it from the dock. You have to leave the dock. You'd have to leave the dock and go past where the bench is.
They're gonna have to let you out, then, brother. This is what I mean. They're gonna have to, brother.
They have to let you out. You'd have to step out. If you can step out, you'd have to step out. Most people wouldn't try it. Do you know what I mean?
Brother, they gotta release you. Yeah, there's certain man going to court, brother. Yeah, when they're asking a man his name in court, he ain't giving the name they're expecting them to give. He's giving something else, and then on top of it, like I said, no solicitor, no jurisdiction.
Right. So hear that. That's one way to do it, right? But so there's a lot of different angles on this. It's not even so much about the name you give, because you could actually look. You could say, if they say, "What's your name?" You could say, "You can call me Schiffer if you like." Do you know what I mean? But it's best to forget all of that and just let them know that you're there that day for a specific purpose. Do you know what I mean? You're not like I'm here today as a third-party intervener to help settle all claims and charges against blah blah blah.
Or there's another term they use, something layman, isn't it?
Straw man was another one, but I hate that.
No. Straw man is the birth certificate or whatever, right? No.
Yeah, I don't like that term though.
No, not the straw man. They say something like, "I'm here acting as a something." So when they say layman or something, you know that man's holding up his birth certificate. Said, "Yeah, the who you've requested is here."
It's here. Yeah.
Yeah, he holds up that.
Yeah.
Get me?
So
I'm acting as this person's. They say somewhere. I swear it's something. Okay. I know layman doesn't seem contextual, but I swear they say something.
Give me a sec. I'll be back. Sorry.
Confuses me. This your boy, the live at the online Trilluminati live, REDPILLTRILL, Trilluminati clips, like, comment, share, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when we go live, and please put your number of the like in the chat. You know that. Go. I know, I forgot my intro.
Yeah, but big up S, because like I said, between them and them, offline, we gotta have this conversation, brother. I'm telling you, there's people out there, brother. We've dissolved this whole system, brother. They can't touch us no more. I'm telling you.
Big up. Let me tell you a story, guys. Yeah,
go on.
I was thinking of telling you the reason I'm a bit sad.
Right.
So, my uncle died in Saudi Arabia.
Okay, no.
Yeah, and the madness isn't that because they were not citizens of Saudi Arabia. You can't be citizen over there. Yeah. In the hospital, they don't want to release the body to the family.
Why?
Until you pay 200. For you guys, it's like 20K to release the body.
What? What? So if you want, right?
Yeah, he was sick. Yeah, he was in coma for 10 days, right?
So they were looking after him.
And they were looking after him. Yeah, and then
they're charging you for that.
Yeah, then they want to charge me for that. Yeah. Us, yeah, for 20K. Yeah, just because he doesn't have the papers. And the only way to get the papers, you need.
I can get you out of this one.
What did he say?
Just carry on.
I've got someone who can get you out of this one, so maybe you need to take my email. We can talk, man.
Big up, Shifa. Big up. I just want to share a little bit, yeah. Just so if you don't have papers in Saudi Arabia, you have a big issues, right? So you cannot do nothing, and the only way to get the papers or try to get the citizenship, not citizenship, but a legal stay in the country, you need to have some signings from a prince or princess, yeah. And we didn't find the princess that like was supposed to do this with my uncle and his woman and his child, right? So the issue just got bigger, and they told his young kid to son, the only kid he has, like he's 21 years old, if you don't sign these papers and give us this money, we're gonna throw you in jail. And this happened the same day as he died, on Tuesday. See the madness? Yeah.
Have they signed the papers?
Huh?
Have they signed the papers?
No, they didn't sign the papers, yeah. So after a while, because it was in our culture, we need to bury the person immediately, yeah. And the hospital refused to do this and give us the body. And it's all because the legalization of staying in the country, right?
It sounds like you're going to have a compensation claim on top of whatever happens, because now your family's going through pain and suffering due to the actions of someone who's not your family, due to the actions of a hospital. So what I'd need to do is I'd need to get hold of my legal representation, and if they wanted, I'll be honest, they probably would even do it for free. You could even probably get it for free as long as you talk to them, right? You know, be a bit humble, whatever.
Bro,
like,
this is how
the legal system that they're going to use. Your family's going home, innit? They're sending the body home. There's no argument. There's no nothing. Their court is not worth the paper it's printed on. I'm telling you.
Do you know how they rule in Saudi Arabia?
It don't matter how it doesn't matter how they rule in Saudi Arabia, because like me and S was discussing earlier, all these countries are using inferior law, which means they can be overridden.
Yeah. Thank you, though. Thank you for everything you're saying. So
take my email.
Man,
email and I'll put it in the side chat.
That's crazy, man.
Sorry, I'm back.
Yeah, that's a good warning to people, man. When you're out in these countries, please be careful, because something happens to you out there, it might be a problem.
It's a big problem. So, but some people found the money and we just done it, yeah. But the thing is, because his wife is from Ethiopia, yeah, so she's Ethiopian. So they try to get out of the country right now. But the problem is they cannot go out like fleeing. Then if they're gonna get out, they have to go through the jail 3 months each, her son and her, in jail to get out of the country. So you're not allowed to leave the country even. It's mad.
But they've paid though.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So if you're gonna leave the country, even illegally there, yeah. So we still don't.
If you're illegally there,
yeah,
and then you're trying to leave, you still got to do the jail time.
You still need to do for 3 months.
Illegally in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
So you got to sneak out.
You need to sneak out.
You got to smuggle yourself out. Yeah.
And the smuggling thing is normal for us African. Yeah, we've been doing this for time, right? Back and forth. But this is over the water, and it's not that easy. It's not that easy because the Saudi Arabia are really controlled, especially after this new king, this young king. He's on some madness. So yeah. Well, and it's not easy because you're black either. And
these places don't appeal to me, man.
They don't appeal to me at all.
Just don't have no appeal. It's crazy.
Yeah. So the man was, but we were so happy that he got to get buried at least. But it was a madness. They were like, "No, we're not giving you the body. You're not allowed to bury him." And we were like, "Oof." And that's disgusting. A big no in our culture. Yeah. So yeah.
They like to do it as soon as possible, right?
Yeah, as soon as possible. Yeah, within 3 days maximum. Yeah, and they were like, "No, we're not giving you." And before that, 1 week earlier, they wanted to chop off his leg, and he had only like 5% to live. Yeah, and they called me, and I'm like, "Yeah, we need to cut the leg." And I'm like, "Why? If you only have 5% to?" Because it was spreading from the foot, up to his knee. Yeah. I'm like, "No, we're not cutting him. It's not gonna live." They were like, "Yeah, we need to do it." So they just wanted 6K to do this procedure. Yeah, just 6K. Yeah, I was like, these people, they only want money. They have no humanity in them whatsoever. Yeah, wickedness. Pure wickedness. Still, so ban Saudi. Know yourself before you go there, but it's easier said than done because people go there to, survive and make a living. But yeah. So everybody who's putting the Saudi flag in the chat before, know yourself.
Yeah, that's mad. That's not a place I need to go.
I even feel emotionally attached to this now, man. Like, I'm so glad you shared the story with us. Appreciate you, Axel. Thank you.
Yeah, so you have to go through. Your family has to go through this, have to.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know it's not easy to be an immigrant in next man's country when you're not appreciated as an African, especially. And on top of it, we are Habeshas. We're not liked over there, right?
Yeah.
So
no, it's good to warn people.
And,
how long were they there, Axel?
Yeah, imagine this. Yeah, he'd been living there for 40 years. 40 years.
Okay,
oh my God.
So back and
40
forth.
years,
Yeah, they were like always getting this paper signed from the princess, but then suddenly you don't find her. So that happens,
Suddenly what, sorry?
We don't find the princess that usually sign the papers to get you to stay in the country. It has to be done for every 2 years, and then you pay like £6,000 for each person to stay. Yeah.
Okay, now.
So. Yeah. I just wanted to say this is what's going on in Saudi Arabia, people.
Yeah, that's mad.
But yeah, big up Shifa for everything you said. We're just, thanks.
Know what happened to Shifa?
Wait, Axel, just make sure you email me, innit, so I can sort out the solicitor for you, because your people's going home.
Oh, bro, they live there, Yeah.
Shifa, did you hear what she'd said though? Did you
no,
say that
not only
they've released the body now? Yeah, but they've released the body. They've done that, right?
She said she's got a person who's trapped there because they stayed there illegally, according to their law. But under their authority, they have no authority over our people. So, like I said, you see, the moment I give you the solicitor, all of your problems go away.
The thing is, though, Shiv, it's more than just legality and paperwork. You see, when someone takes you prisoner. That's like that. Actions speak louder than words is an old saying everyone knows, right?
Yeah.
So as much as what we might know to be true is the case, if corrupt people take you and kidnap you and hold you somewhere, short, like barring someone coming physically rescuing you, they can just fuck off everything you're saying. Like, it doesn't mean anything if they're gonna be corrupt and do what they shouldn't. And it happens all day, every day.
You're 100% right until that paperwork arrives. And you see the paperwork, once that paperwork arrives, they're now forced into a situation where they either have to act or face the legalities themselves. No judge don't want to face the legality. Yeah? Right. No judge don't want a case where it's all into this case and he can't try you on it. Because now the case gets left in his hands. Now he's trying to give it back to the prosecutor because he can't have the case left with him unanswered.
Yeah, of course not.
You understand?
You're right about that. But what I'm saying is, you are right about it. Like, I'll tell you a super quick story. One of my friends, obviously JEDI.
Wait, before you start that,
go on.
Yo, Jose.
Hector, sit the fuck down. I'll fucking slap you, you wee bastard, you.
Mad.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of my friends had some little edict business, not a major, stuff to do with issues with an estate agent, right? And they were trying to take him to court over something. And so this was years ago. This was when I was like heavy in this. So I drew up a little letter for him, maybe only a page or two, and told him to walk into the court on the day, hand it to the clerk, and just walk out, right? And basically what the paper was saying in a nutshell is that you lot are trying to do this thing. All right, that's cool. You lot can do this thing on conditioned upon certain things. And one of the things that it was saying in there is that the prosecutor and the judge and anyone else can basically proceed, but they are liable. If they do proceed, they will be liable for the debts of the person whose name.
That's right. That's brother. You see what you said? Perfect. And this is what I mean when a judge is left with a case that cannot now be answered. Because if there's a debt or if there's any financials attached to that case, they're also left with the bill. And you see in some of these cases, you see, especially when there's solicitors' fees, lawyers' fees, barrister fees, on top of, damages and all sorts of claims involved. These cases can run into millions. They don't want to pay. They're going to abandon it. They're abandoning. They're running away.
They definitely run into millions. Just the standard, the way they write it up. They like the judges. If you check it out, you'll see that judges set up these little partnerships that they're all part of, and yeah, the fees for court cases does run into millions. Fees that people don't hear about.
Who's commissioning the judge, brother? Who's commissioning the judge? You see, once we can work that one out, and I can tell you the answers to that question. The prosecutor is commissioning the judge. Why do you think they're so pally-pally when the prosecutor steps in the courtroom? Because the prosecutor, the CPS are commissioning the judge. The judge ain't worth the name, the title that he's been given.
CPS in Saudi Arabia still.
Yeah.
It might not work.
Have they got that over there,
to this one. Who are they commissioning the judge on behalf of? Who are they acting on behalf of? When the CPS is prosecuting Schiffer, whatever Schiffer's surname is, yeah, not you, but the name. When they're prosecuting, they are prosecuting you for your benefit.
On behalf of the state. No, on behalf of the state, for the state's benefit.
But it's taking place for your benefit. Not
I get you, but
it's considered to be a benefit. Say that.
It's considered to be, but it's not. And we know it's not. And this is the thing now where it's like the state has to prove jurisdiction. The burden of proof is not on me. The burden of proof is on the person who claims the authority.
Yeah.
And that's where they get fucked. And this is why ASIANS people will go home. The moment the paperwork arrives, no one wants to deal with it no more. They're going to send the guy home.
I mean, okay, so enforcement is an issue as well, though, because if you can't enforce,
that's right.
If they can sense that you can't enforce what you're saying, they'll just steamroll you.
But this is why this is, like I said, obviously these are things we can do ourselves if we got the right knowledge, the right understanding, and the right tutoring. Yeah. But I would suggest, in a circumstance that Axum's in, I wouldn't do it myself. I would get someone who knows this area of law well enough that you're not going to make a mistake, and the paperwork's going to be drafted accurately enough. They have to let the person go in it. The only issue is, like we said, if the person has accepted a solicitor, now that person has to be prepared to sack the solicitor, to go it alone. And when the representative's paperwork turns up, they're not to say nothing. They just let the paperwork do the talking. At some point, they may try to challenge it and say they want someone in court to represent this person. So when the representative turns up, all right, when the representative turns up, all of those things now go into the expenses. You have to pay for flights, whatever it is, that's all expenses now that they're going to have to pay. The moment that person turns up, the only thing you got to do is keep your mouth shut. You're going home.
But this what I'm trying to say is this, though. Let's say you do perfect paperwork process, right? No defects in the process, right? And it comes to the end and you've achieved what you wanted to achieve paperwork-wise. When I say enforce, I mean physically enforce, as in
enforce. No, it can be. This is the thing. It can be enforced.
Who's going to enforce
under a particular law? Under a particular law, I believe it's federal law. I don't want to say it definitely is, but I believe it under federal law. Now, all right. Now, federal law is, we think it's American, but it's something that encompasses the planet, brother. Yeah, and once we can understand I think it is federal law. Don't quote me on that, because it might be something else. So
you're right about it encompassing the planet. But what I'm saying is this: look, imagine this. Imagine I thiefed your, I don't know, let's just call it $5,000. I thiefed your money. You know I thiefed it, right? So you run paperwork on me.
That's right.
You get to the end of the paperwork, and you've done what you've done. You've done your 3 stages. Now you got me banged to rights, right? On paper, you got me banged to rights. On paper, we're in agreement that I stole your money and I owe X amount of damages as per the process that you served, right?
Right.
But now, so now at that point, when we've got that agreement, you now have to enforce that agreement, right? But now let's say I'm in Saudi Arabia and I've got 1,000 armed guards who are from a bloodline that exists to protect me and my family. That's why they exist. They've existed for generations to protect my generations, and they will fight anyone to the death. And I told them, if anyone comes here talking bullshit about any of this, cut their fucking head off. That's what I mean by enforce. How do you enforce that? How do you come and get your 5 million that I now owe you because I stole your $5,000?
Well, this is the thing now. What you said is
someone's going to try to chop your head off.
You can't. This is the thing now. You can't come and take the 5 million from me, innit? Yeah.
No. I'd say I took the 5 grand from you, and now I owe you 5 million. And now we agree on paper, because you served your process and I didn't respond at all. So technically, we agree, that I owe you 5 million for all the wrongs that you said I did. So now, technically, by law, you could come and take the 5 million if you can get your hands on it, right? But I've got people who won't even blink an eye to chop off your hand if you reach it out, is what I'm saying. So I'm now being a complete, I'm just completely lawless. You could look at it that way. I'm just a bastard. I'm going rogue. Not still there as my headset died or something. Why can't I hear you?
No, we can still hear you. I think it was Schiffer. He had a phone call.
Okay. Yeah, that's the sticky part. And fucking hell, Saudi Arabia. I wouldn't go sending paperwork to Saudi Arabia willy-nilly.
It's just
because when you hit people with this shit, they come back at you full force. They don't mess around. They want to see that it's real.
Yeah.
Right. So I've done one in the past where I perfected it all the way to the end of the paperwork stage. Right. I've got it. I've still got it to this day. I've got a thick ring binder folder that's got all the paperwork in, and I achieved what I set out to achieve from what I told them to do. Because if they don't do this, then I'm going to move on to the next stage, and it's going to be damages. And what I basically told them to do was I told them to close the account and report to all the credit reference agencies that the account is settled and closed with 0 owing. And they did that 4 days before the deadline that I set, right? But the corrupt county court system completely ignored all of that and just went ahead and did county court judgments anyway. As in, when I say corrupt, I mean, they just would not, they refused to see what was there. They just refused. Just
people,
flat
man.
out refused.
People, man. I've seen it all, heard it all. I'm not surprised as people don't want to see some stuff, even if it's right in front of them.
No, I'm talking about the court, the actual judge.
Yeah, the legalities. They should be looking at it, right? But they didn't want to because they don't really care. Yeah.
No, it's not that they don't care. It's not that they don't care. It's that it was a tactic. Don't acknowledge it at all. Go ahead and do something unlawful, because if they do something unlawful, now I have to move against that. And then if I get them on that and get to the point where we're in agreement that they've now done some other thing unlawful, because the first phase was like, look, you're saying I owe you money, right?
Yeah.
So I agree to pay you that money if you show me proof in these specific forms that I owe you the money. Now, when a certain amount of time passes and you haven't shown me that, then it becomes, look, you said I owe you money. I asked for proof. You haven't showed it. If you don't show the proof by this date, then X, Y, Z. That date passes. All right, cool. Now it's getting serious. You need to do this and do this and do this and do this, or it's going to be problems for you. So they did it. They did what I said. But now the thing in the court was just complete corruption, right?
Yeah.
Now, how do I enforce that? This is what I'm talking about. How does a person enforce that without the actual force to enforce it? How do you enforce it?
It's impossible, man. I don't know.
Yeah, it's definitely not impossible, but it's just like
it's really hard.
You need to be able to physically do something, and that's the bit. Like, it's. I'm not trying to put anyone off of anything. I'm just trying to make Shifa understand that it's not. The paperwork is worthless. You don't actually even need the paperwork. It's not the paper or the ink that counts. It's the standing and what you do next. So when they completely broke the law, they're literally showing you in your face the law system, the legal system is going to, plain as day, in the public, on record, just corruptly rule against you anyway, on record. So now what do you do? That was 12 years ago. Now, when that 6 years lapsed, because it's like 6 years them things last for, as it was lapsing, they did it again for the same thing.
What?
They did it again. So 6 years became 12.
Shit.
Now that isn't something that, even if you go and read how things work, it doesn't work like that. You can't get done for the same thing twice, right? The first one was unlawful, but they did a second time just to drive the message home. And the 12 years will run out in 2025. So let's see if sometime before 2025, if 12 becomes 18.
They probably will, you know.
May or may not.
Madness. One second, I'll be back.
12 can become 18, 18 can become 24. It's like they're making a point.
So in conclusion, they can do what the fuck you want, whatever they want, and
Because
you can do about it.
It's not that there's not shit you can do about it. They want you to enforce it, or they're not going to take you seriously. So I imagine a bully trying to take a weakling's money, and the weakling says to the bully, "You can't do that." And the bully says, "Why not?" And the weakling says, "Because if you do that, like, because it's wrong."
I've got rights.
Yeah, exactly. Right? And the bully's like, "Oh, you got rights, have you? Okay, tell me about your rights." While he's going down your pockets. And then you go to grab the bully's hand and he headbutts you. And your nose is broken and bleeding. And you're like, "What the fuck are you doing?" And the bully's like, "What do you mean? Like, you just put your hand in my pocket and blah, blah, blah. And I went to do, and you headbutted me." And the bully's like, "Did I?" You see what I mean?
While I'm waving my paper of rights.
Yeah, forget the paper. Because look, all of this paperwork stuff, you don't even need the paper. It's just about if you can enforce what you're saying. And there's ways to make it happen, but then even those ways, let's say you've got enough money.
People fall short is because it's like they look at it as such a mountain, and it's like a lot of people won't go and do the research or equip themselves with the knowledge that they need to. Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
And even if they did equip themselves with the knowledge and the resources, they had the money. And let's say you had the money, and let's say you had an army of 10,000, you had a security force of your own of 10,000 people, right? They're going to want to test your security force's fighting ability.
Of course.
You can't just say, "I've got a security force."
Yeah.
Because they'll say, "Really?
Oh, let's see what they're
How does that work then?"
Yeah,
how does that work then?
Let's put them to the test.
Yeah.
Big up.
Big up, Snuck.
Let's put them. Yeah, big up, bro. Let's put them to the test.
Who you beating up now? S.
No, Schiffer was talking about
Maku, I know Maku will know about this. Maku, let me ask you a question. The law that we as black people are governed by, the Most High's law, is superior to any Roman law across this planet, which is being used by every government on this planet today. Would you agree?
The law, yeah. There's laws of like that we're governed by, which would be the laws of nature. Do you get what I'm saying? Or nature, netta, or whatever, right? Yeah, exactly.
If you want to call
in that sense, right? If you want to call that, right? But to say that all societies are using the same type of law system, no, that's not correct and true. You know
you see what you said there, yeah?
I know what you mean.
You said that. I'm glad you said that because you see the thing is now, yeah, from the outset it may look that way, but I've got the information to show and prove. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna wait till I've got someone who showed it to me, so I want to get the right piece of document.
He's not really disagreeing with you. Like, okay, look, all of these different legal systems around the world, they all do exist in that public jurisdiction. So in that respect, it's the same thing.
Yeah, but there's different laws. There's international law. There's different levels of.
But even if we're just talking about what goes on in countries like legislation,
okay.
Over here, we have our legislation. Our legal system comes out of the common law, right? But in other countries, their legal system comes out of civil law.
Right.
So certain things are fundamentally different.
Of course.
I explained to Schiffer. Even though it's
the only person who
it's the same, their systems are fundamentally different.
Yeah. But
so
even regardless,
way of approaching things.
Regardless, it seems like because there are a lot of what Schiffer's saying, they are based on the European British system, for example. You know what I mean? Like in America. So what's happening in America is based on a British system. You know what I mean? Of the Bill of Rights. But to say Saudi Arabia, to say any other places in the world, but places like Nigeria is going to be the same as England. Do you get it?
Yeah.
But when that still is only governmental. If you want to be governed, right? No, if you want to be governed over, or you happen to be born in a situation where
people have always, the government has always governed that area, but it doesn't work like that everywhere in the world. Yeah, there's kingdoms, you know what I'm saying, that still exist and all of that, where the government don't have much jurisdiction. They only have like a governor's office in that part of the country or town or city. Yeah, do you get what I'm saying? Trying to encroach, buy more property, space, and as a government's supposed to do. It's a business. Do you get what I'm saying? So people's overstanding of being governed over and thinking that the laws and legislation that are attached to that, yeah, are what it is, it's not true. You know what I mean? There's different law systems. There's common law. There's obviously the Magna Carta, and there's obviously what we're dealing with, which is maritime law, admiralty law, and
There you go. Pause 1 second.
Yeah.
Pause 1 second. Did you know that Roman law, which is, like I said, in my opinion, before I produce the evidence, I'm just going to say my opinion.
Right.
Oh, you're right, bro. You don't even have to produce it. You're right.
Yeah.
What you're
I
saying.
would say that that's the one that governs the entire planet in every country, in every state. Yeah. Now, what I want to say is that
what's
law
happened? Sorry. What's happened?
known as inferior. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, I get you. But what's happened is, Shifar, is that the Pope made a decree that a couple of years ago, because his law or his position supersedes any rule of law out here, supposedly, right? That means he can intervene in any court proceedings, legal proceedings, libel proceedings in any country. He gave himself this title and did it a couple of years ago, and it's celebrated every year.
Could you give yourself the same title?
No, because remember,
you can give yourself any title. You can act in any capacity that you have to act in.
All right.
Hold on. But remember, that goes back to sovereignty.
Yeah,
if you're sovereign, there's capacities within the sovereignty that says you might be a bey, yeah, which is the owner of the land, or you might be an El, which is a supernatural being. So no one can't talk to you, like chat shit to you. Yeah. This is the whole point. You own more than a stretch of land, yeah, and that's why you notice a lot of Moors and all of that. They were beys, right?
Yep.
Yeah, they were beys, and you see a lot of these Moors. They talk about something bay or
there's legislation in America that people can go and claim back those names.
Yeah.
Bay or L, you can choose one.
You can add that. You can add that anytime.
But you can choose one under legislation, so it's recognized in America.
Yeah, no, it's recognized internationally. You see, what you have to do is,
I mean, in the public, like
yes. I get
like as in there's because you don't need legislation, but what I'm saying is legislation has been created that recognizes the idea. That's what I mean.
Right. That's correct.
Because you don't need legislation to do it, but the fact that legislation exists just gives it even more credence.
Remember, it's a need to know basis. It's a need to know basis. Like the laws and what we're talking about is out there, but they're not going to give it to you. You're going to have to go and search for that information, which is facts, right?
Called that's right, brother. Whoa, Maku's perfectly right. Because if I start talking about inferior law and people start going and looking it up, it's unlikely you're going to come across much information. Yeah, in the same respect, if you start looking for the opposite, you're going to not really be finding anything. And this is the problem, because they don't want people to know. And the people who do know become too dangerous. And I think that the point I'm trying to make now is that, for instance, I'll tell you what started me off. What made me know S was right. I know someone, they was on a murder M trial. Yeah, let me just say M trial. They walked, brother. Yeah, there was 3 other people involved in the case. Yeah. They never took the same legal route that this person took. All of them in a jailhouse.
Yeah. It's easy in a situation like that. It's easy to ignore the person who's taking that route and focus on the other 3. Ignore that person as though they weren't there, and focus all your energy and efforts on the other 3.
Exactly what happened. And if a man can walk on an M charge, there's no charge you can't walk on.
That's right. If you're the one person, if you're the one person, and it depends how high profile it is. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Because if it's high profile and it's all over the news and all in the papers, you best believe they're going to do some dirt just to show everybody who's watching, that just to
Yeah, but you
confuse
see when
everybody
you say
who's
that,
watching.
yeah, what they might do, they might walk you into the prison so everyone can see. Then they're going to let you out a back door, whether they told you, you know what, we're going to pay you to leave the country. Go somewhere
No,
else. We're going to.
the reason.
You, bro.
Hold on. Even in the sovereignty game and playing this legalese when you go to court, it's a game of cat and mouse, right?
Yeah.
You know something
cat and
that
mouse.
they know, right? Now, what you're trying to do is make your point without embarrassing them or letting everybody else know. Do you get me? What is actually taking
Pause
place?
right there again, because that's the key point right there. Schiffer said something about they don't want you to know because you become too dangerous. It's not even that they don't want you to know, but when people find this stuff out, they immediately have this knee-jerk reaction, like
to go and tell everyone.
And the people who find it out, they get into a kind of a warlike state, and they start operating in a warlike manner.
Yeah.
Like after spending the first couple of years understanding it, I began to realize it's all about just offering solutions.
Yeah.
You tell them what the solution is. Do you know what I mean? And the
But that
solution
makes
should
you
be
the authority, brother.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's right.
It makes you the authority. But like Maku just said, you're not trying to embarrass anyone. You're not saying to them you're a cunt.
Yeah.
You're saying, brother, I think we
I
might
know
have
the
a
game's
problem.
up. Yeah. I know the
I
game's
think we
up.
might have a problem, brother, and this is why I think we might have a problem. And this is what I propose is the solution. And the solution you propose should be holistic.
Right.
It should take into account the ecology of the whole situation, and it should view them as not having done anything wrong. They're just doing what they think they should have been doing, but they're mistaken. And so you're here to help them. You're here to help them as their brother.
Yeah.
Help them fix the error of their ways.
100. But listen, that's because you're more educated than them. And this is the issue. The real issue is this. Every case, no matter what it is, even if it's a bang to right case, this kid walked down the street, he stole an apple from the apple stall on the market. It's all on camera. Everyone saw it. He's caught bang to rights. But by whose standard of proof? Because your standard of proof might not be the same as mine. Once I work out that I'm just as much an authority of you, our standards, if your standards don't meet my standards, your case can't be presented. End of story, innit? If your a burden of proof, is reliant upon any what's the word? Any parameters. Mine may not reliant upon any parameters. Now we've got once I can prove you have no jurisdiction over me, case, goodbye.
You've cut out again. We kind of heard what you said. Once you can prove, once you show that they don't have jurisdiction, but
that's it. They go vacate. They've got to vacate, brother. Because not only do you not have jurisdiction, because I'm not within your jurisdiction of law, and I'm going by another jurisdiction of law, which is superior to your inferior law. Now you have no case. There was no case to begin with, and this is the real issue.
So you have to look at it like they were looking at it like they think there may be a case, and with the parameters that the framework that they work within, they believe in good faith that there was a case. That's why they're proceeding with it.
Yeah, but no fact of law can be presented as a case before a court. No fact of law. Yeah. Anything that's presented in these courts that we know is based on presumption. And the moment it's based on presumption, we know there's an issue with presumption, because assumption is the mother of all. Yeah, but remember, assumption is the mother of all fuck-ups, right? So the moment your case is based on presumption, your case now becomes illegal.
Sayings, all of the, pretty much every one of these little sayings you've ever heard, once you start learning this stuff and you hear one of them sayings like assumption is the mother of all fuck-ups, or what was the one I said earlier? Actions speak louder than words. Like all of these sayings, they all lead back to it.
Well, this is the thing now, I never knew this, but in court, we're made to believe that the standard of proof has to be accepted by the jury or by, the people, the prosecutors, people involved in the case, the judge, XYZ. No, brother. The standard of proof has to be accepted by you. And if you don't accept the standard of proof, there's no case.
Sorry, what's going on? Sorry, what did I miss? Oh, sorry, I had a phone call.
No, we were talking about standards of proof. And we were saying that in a court case, in any court case, in any of these judicial systems around the world that we know, every case is based on presumptions. No case is based on absolute fact. There isn't one.
First,
so every case is illegal.
Yeah, but first you have to establish jurisdiction and what laws are being used in the court.
That's right.
Yeah? Right. And you have to stipulate that, right? So I go in the court and I say, I claim common law. Yeah, I say I go in the court and I say I'm claiming common law jurisdiction. So let's know that is the law that's going to be used in the court, not no maritime law, not no commercial law or admiralty law. Fuck all that. Yeah, and you're not even using the law of the land. Yeah, that's where I'm going to deal with the magistrates with their oath. But don't worry about that. I'm just making that
common law.
Right.
And anyone looking to proceed against you does so under penalty of perjury.
Right. Easy. Right. But what the funny thing is with that is the clerk has to explain that to the magistrate.
To the judge. Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? They're not judges, in it. Yeah.
What you said is kind of right. And I don't know enough about it to make you wrong, so I'm not going to go into the ins and outs of it. But I will say this: what I learned is this: when I stand in a court, in a British court, they've got a coat of arms in the court, with the lion and the unicorn.
That's correct.
Now, if we talk about a unicorn, we know a unicorn is a mythical creature, right?
Yes.
So all we then have to do is work.
Well, we're not sure. We're not sure. We're not sure. Yeah.
But all we have to do is work out within this court system, what does that represent? Right. Now, the lion represents the court, represents the judge, and the people prosecuting you. Who's the unicorn?
Right. I don't know.
And if you're the unicorn, brother, that's a mythical creature. You can't prosecute a myth. You can't prosecute someone that doesn't exist. I don't exist. You don't exist. Their system says we exist, but we don't have to agree to that. The moment you agree to it, you're fucked.
I see why you're saying
the system
Roman as well.
Because dead people, we're dead, lost at sea.
That's right.
No, that's right.
Lost at sea, literally dead. That's how it's written down legally for this whole.
Yeah, that's facts. That's facts.
Birth certificate thing is you're classed as dead, lost at sea, and when you come and claim back your authority over yourself, it's like you're returning and saying, "I wasn't dead. You were mistaken. I'm alive."
Hold on, wait. Do you claim your authority, or do they claim something in your authority?
Because remember,
when you're born,
you would claim
remember
it
when
back.
you're born. Remember, no, you don't claim it back. Remember, when you're born, what's the first thing their doctor's gonna do?
But they give you I can't remember what it's called.
They're gonna weigh you, brother. They're gonna weigh you, brother.
But they also do that.
Yeah.
So when they give you a document, though.
Yeah, they give you a document, but here's what I'm going to say to you. When you
certificate of life,
forget their document for a second. Forget their document for a second. Why is the doctor, why are the people in the hospital so quick to weigh you? Why is that the first thing they do? Have you ever heard the phrase worth your weight in gold?
Your product, isn't it? Your product.
All right, you're worth, listen, you are literally worth your weight in gold. So
you're
when
worth more than that now because of our economy.
But hear me out. When you were born, the day you were born, they weighed you, and they claimed a weight in gold for your weight. So if you if you was a 10-pound baby, they can claim 10 pounds worth of gold. If you was an 8-pound baby, 8 pound worth of gold. Whatever weight you were, they're claiming that in gold, but you never get to touch that.
And it does change. It does change, obviously, as you grow. You know what I mean? Because by the end, they've
way
come
more
to
than that. Yeah,
that's right. The money's going to accumulate.
Sorry, it's come to a set number of about 28 million per person. Per person. Per person, right? So that's what your weight is as a human being in their structure. But that obviously 28 million is what they invest in the stock market. Yeah, so
that's
you don't know nothing about that.
That's right. But they
28 million comes up at that stage.
Brother.
Right. But look at this though, Schiffer, they weigh you, right? And then most people take that slip of paper, I can't remember the name of it, and then they go and do a registration of live birth, right?
Yeah. It's a book, isn't it? A red book.
No, not the red book. The doctor,
okay.
the doctor writes. It's like a certificate, but I can't remember what they call it. Right?
But don't it go in that book? And then you take it to the birth
probably goes in the
certificate.
book, and you
take
take that
it to the birth certificate.
yeah, you take that to the registry office, right?
Yes.
And at that point, when you do the birth registration, birth is a what would you call it? Like a room on a ship.
I've got my birth certificate in front of me.
Is it a certified copy?
Certified copy. Certified copy of an entry. It says pursuant.
Listen.
Yeah, go on.
Oh, pursuant. Hold on, who's the pursuant?
Wait, one sec. There should be a number on that written.
There's a number on there. There's a number
written in red, right?
At the top,
it just
in
says,
the corner.
Top
like
left.
a reference number. It might have letters and numbers. It should be in red.
If
it's not,
no, there isn't. On the top left, it says B, sir, SR, and some initials. On the right, there's a lock of caution.
But there must be like
is there a set of numbers on there?
Number
on the
certificate.
There's a set of numbers on it at the top somewhere.
No, there's some numbers at the bottom. It says Dad, DAD 0. Yeah, and then there's numbers.
Is it in
1,
red?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6 numbers.
Right. Is it in red?
In red. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So
that's
if you take that number,
and
you type in that number on Dun and Bradstreet, you should be able to find your name
account.
as a corporation.
Your account.
Oh shit.
Yeah. That's your account number.
Oh, mad. Okay. But yeah, what did you want to know about the pursuant? It says pursuant to the births and deaths registration.
Before you even go
whoa. What?
1953.
Sorry. What is the name? Sorry. What is the names? What is put in front of your parents' name?
In front of my parents' name.
Informant.
Before you do that, let me just say you lot.
It says mother. Yeah, informant. It says mother, father, and then before at the bottom it says a section. It says informant.
Okay.
Informant. Yeah.
So someone basically snitched on you.
Informed on me.
Right.
Shit.
No. What happened was it's a trick.
Nah, of course, yeah.
No, it's a trick.
Of course.
Because in claiming back my sovereignty and my legal status, I have to explain how the government tricked my mother, into signing a document. And obviously, if there's not 2 signatures on the document, that is not legally binding. So even the birth certificate itself, having their signature and not mine, like baby footprint or something, something. Yeah, no, I ain't got. That's not my business. There's nothing to do with me. Yeah, that's informing stuff. Yeah, informer. Yeah, that's what they said on some other people's ones. They say informer, pursue, and all of these type of stuff. All of it means you're snitch. Your parents
they're informing the system of
your
death. The
death certificate.
Like, guys, I'm gonna arrive back here because I've got to go and take a phone call. I've got to do a bit of work, but I'm gonna arrive back with that document I was talking about to show you what I meant by everywhere being governed by the same law.
Right. All right.
Yeah, we're not doubting that shit.
Well, I don't even think that's correct.
People want to follow it though.
No, it's not correct. It's not correct. There's levels of law.
It's the words he's using, but what he means is that the natural law is the highest jurisdiction, and then below natural law would be the private law we have between us, like if we make agreements between ourselves. And
but what's that got to do with companies and corporations? Are companies and corporations
even lower than the public?
But are they run by laws and legislation?
No, they're not. Policy.
Yeah, right. Or what was it? Codes of conduct.
Or policies.
Right.
Yeah.
Codes is how corporations are thinking, and that's what your government is. So I don't know why people thinking that if there's a law, universal law, it covers the governments of our countries, and it has nothing to do with them because they're not governed by that. You get it?
No, not at all. They
implemented.
They exist in a space where they exist in a space where they cannot see that. It's like it doesn't exist. That's where this phrase comes from. The facts are on the moon.
Right. So if I've got a company, for example, and I'm misbehaving, yeah, my shit's in the codes of conduct of running a business and a corporation and but that is based on raw materials, commodities, and and cattle property. Do you get it? This is why certain laws don't apply. Oh, humanity laws and, you know, human rights and all of that. That has nothing and no bearings on a corporation, on a business. Because there's not meant to be no human life involved in your business. There's only what you've got, property and entity. Yeah, but it's trying to show, it's slyly telling them that we are product. So you're a product. You're, as we say, cattle property. You know what I mean? Not a human being. If you was classed as a human being to a corporation, that's different, like an employee. But you're not. You're, you know, what they make their money off, basically. You know what I mean? So they have to account for every single body.
They don't even interface with the human being. They interface with that name that's on the birth certificate.
Thank you.
Like one dead entity can only talk to another dead entity. One spectre can only talk to another spectre.
Because they're making up their own.
What are these organizations? What's another name for these organizations? Bodies.
Bodies, yeah. Governing bodies and that. What?
Or just anything is a body, right? They're all bodies. The name on the birth certificate, the trust and the whatever corporations, those are all bodies.
Yeah, all bodies. Yeah, that's true. Facts.
Whereas a living person, that's a someone versus somebody.
Yeah.
Right. But people use the word someone and somebody like they're interchangeable because of our dictionary, our layman's dictionary.
Right.
But someone and somebody will have two different meanings in the legal dictionary.
And that's why they fucked up, because I know what a body is. I create bodies all the time. You know what I'm saying? So when they say body, hold on 1 second. What do you mean? Catching bodies, like how we say it. Oh, I get you. Makes sense. Yeah. You go we use our road logic to the information and dissect it. You know what I mean? Until we find the truth. Because these niggas chat shit.
These people are no universal. We're dead lost at sea.
Yeah.
Until we show otherwise.
Right, and that's only in the realms of maritime law. That's not in the realms of the law of the land. That's not in the measures of other, you know, laws that
it's all fiction.
It's all fiction.
It's all presumption, but it's fiction. It's not.
That's why we say legal fiction.
Yeah,
it's legal fiction, not lawful fiction. Yeah, that's why we talk about lawful rebellion and
legal fiction.
Yeah, not dealing with your legalese no more. I'm going to be a lawful rebel. Yeah, and the Queen take notice.
War, though.
Yeah, that's when you send the Queen notice.
That war state that I was talking about.
Yeah.
That warlike state. So if anyone going for this lawful rebellion thing, they're gonna have a fucking. You're gonna have a bump. Like you're gonna have an exciting ride, man.
Yeah, man.
Because they'll do everything and anything. They'll constantly be fucking with you.
Yeah.
Non-stop.
The shit was going left and and you know, like man had to contact
you can do it without the rebellion.
And some of the things, right, used to be like they're still sending them by fax. Yeah. In this modern age, I'm still dealing with companies across the world that is going to deal with this drive-in, for example, and these men are not trying to accept man's email. You know, when they're not trying to accept the thing, and you keep sending it. It's costing me £5, £15, £20. You know what I'm saying? But once it goes through,
email don't exist in the real world.
Once it goes through, and I got my receipt, you've been put on notice.
Yeah,
that's it. That's all I need. I put that away. You know, I know. Yeah, DVLA. You know, I know. Yeah, and I've got my receipts and I've got my. I mean, that's how I've had to work with them. Send them these powerful documents and just fuck them up. You know what I mean? Just leave me the fuck alone. I beg. You know what I mean? But I stopped like at a certain point because the guy I was doing it with, he's got ego issues. You know what I mean? And he had Nubian problems where he used to be a Nubian and they fucked him up, beat him up. Man ran to Canada and became a Native American chief, formed his own tribe and all of this type of stuff. I was like, right, you get me? I just want to know how I get free because there's bare people that he's done it for who I know, do you get what I'm saying? Who are outside the system. and they live in America, they live in thing, and I was going to be like, me and my sister and a few others were going to be the first ones in England to successfully try and do it. You know what I mean? Get free and get, you know what I mean? Do all the sovereignty, So I'm halfway, but I know the process. I know what exactly to do. Yeah, it's just that when it comes to the financial statement bit and all of this type of stuff, and then how we move to the next stage and contacting the treasury, as you say, with your birth certificate account number. You know what I mean? You can even go into certain banks, but you have to speak to certain individuals who are not generally in the bank, like your local bank, but they're there. You know what I mean? You come in and you say, yeah, I want to speak to this one. I want to open this type of account. They're like, oh shit. Oh shit. You that guy? Yeah, I'm that guy, man. Because when these niggas pay me out from the treasury, has to go somewhere. And they can't give me gold. So it's black card business. You know what I mean? And then make sure that your trust and your everything that you own in your businesses are in the trust offshore and all of these type of things. Like, you know what I mean? It will take time, but eventually man will get there. A man will just disappear from the face of the system. Like I've seen many elders and certain people do it, but they've always advised you have to do it for yourself. They can't instruct you on how to do it, but they can give you pointers and do, but you definitely have to put in the work yourself. You know what I mean? Finding the information, making powerful documents, looking at points of law, international law, all sorts of things. You know what I mean? Proving your point, who you are, where you stand within the, say, like Magna Carta or everything, like Article 6 relates to the mandem. Yeah. Any free man, straw man, cannot be taxed under the, you know what I mean?
Yep.
I'm like, yeah. Okay, Article 6, yeah, I got you, fam. Yeah, little things that you got to have. And that decree that the Pope made about human, what do you call it? What's the thing that people can be claiming now? Indigenous rights. So there's an Indigenous Rights Act that took place a couple of years ago. You go and find that, and that helps your claim, no matter where you are on the planet, because you're of the original people of the planet or indigenous. As I pulled up the SF 181, the form, just on your identity, how to get that correct. You are white, you know, in the terms of legalese and certain things. You got what I'm saying? White has a different distinction. Black, we're seeing the correct distinctions, that why you shouldn't fill these boxes when you're doing these forms and that. Yeah, because it's based on this SF 181, which is an international thing. You're like, huh? What the hell's going on here? So you're saying all these surveys and all these things and all these people asking me, am I Afro-Caribbean, Afro-African, Afro-European, and all of this type of stuff? Am I black, white, Chinese? Like, what are you doing? Yeah. Even when I go to court, oh, you want me to fill the thing out? I speak for you. Yeah. I'm gonna put whites. Yeah, because by law and by the SF 181, I fit into the white bracket as being from Nigeria, which they consider part of North Africa. Some madness anyway, but yeah, part of North Africa rather than say West Africa. Yeah. And then everything else under that is under the distinction of black. This is fucking crazy. Regions in the continent of Africa. That's the distinction. That's what you're gonna do. Yeah. Where when you go to white, it's like the original inhabitants or original people of Europe, and then they start going into detail in other people's and where you sit might be at original, or it might even be some of the other distinctions that are given. You know what I mean? It's crazy, man. But yeah, that was just one simple form I brought out of what one of my how you put the whole package together. Yeah, the other part of it was proving that the British government and the US government are just basically companies with a UK address, you know what I mean, in central London. So I was like, Ross, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, both owned by the Queen. I was like, this is a madness. So that's why I know that their businesses and their corporations and
Yeah,
and owned by a particular individual over this side.
Yeah, they're registered as corporations.
Yeah, they're registered.
The UK is re-registered every year or so.
Yeah, that's right.
Under
but
a
once
new name.
Yeah, once you've got thank you. Even the American one is like the United something. It doesn't say United States government or you know what I mean? It's the United something foundation or something like that. You know what I mean? But it's really the US government. And then when I looked at the address, it's something the C1. You know what I'm saying? Oh, Central London, yeah, mad thing. You know what I mean? It was crazy. I was just like, all right, okay. So these is what you have to do. You have to put all of this information together. You can dispel this Regna, yeah. As I say with the example of Regna versus Jar, anytime you're in court, yeah, or legal court or whatever, yeah, you can use this in your defense to say that they don't have jurisdiction and the Queen doesn't have jurisdiction or the King doesn't have jurisdiction over you. Because there's been previous cases where this person has won. It's taken the Queen to court, or the Queen's taken someone to court. It could be any charge, but you can't establish no jurisdiction because you have to prove that her position as head of state and all of this and head of, is fraudulent. So you have to bring the information of her coronation. You have to show the certificate that she signed to say that, yeah, she's going to be head of the business now. All of these type of things. You know what I mean? Even the stone that she kneeled on was a fake version of the Stone of Destiny. So there's so many points. You know say, like you can just dispel her and just say fall back, man. You know what I mean? Anyone trying to deal legal stuff, we're dealing with the law. What is lawful in this arena? You know what I mean? And it transcends all these minor, you know what I mean? These laws to control us.
Any public criminal prosecution is always R versus whatever name.
That's right. Regna versus always. Yeah. And you'll be like, who's Regna? I'll be like, that's the Queen, man. That's her name, man. Don't worry. She signs documents like that too. Do you get it? So like even when she signed at the coronation, it wasn't no Elizabeth Windsor. It was Regna. It was Regna again. Boom. Good. Boom. So rascal. What type of reptilian bullet club business I go on here? Yeah, secret. They're doing secret stuff, man. You know what I mean? That's what I need to get Schiffer to understand. Like when you say there's one law that governs all of them, that's a lie.
Yeah, it's not exactly.
It doesn't work like that.
Exactly like that. No.
It doesn't work like that.
It's multiple different layers.
It definitely is webbed, like all together in a sense. You know what I mean? Because there's an overall system. But again, there's, as I said, international law supersedes all these minor things that he's talking about.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But we don't know how powerful
private
law.
International, not public international. Yeah.
Well, is it? It's public as well. Yeah, it's public. It's public. As in.
No, but I'm saying that the public international law, would be higher than the national laws, but the private international law is what supersedes everything.
Right, exactly. What's done in private, how they deal with things, and they probably don't have no laws. They have agendas and a set of instructions and things that they must complete. Do you get what I'm saying? On a higher level. But to make the mechanism work, that's why you created governments. You know what I mean? To run a country. You get what I'm saying? How you run a country, you don't run it as a monarch. You make up a government and you get them to sort out the little individual traffic, all sorts of acts and all of that. You know what I mean? While you're doing on the big scale, right, internationally and doing other stuff. Because who's to say that for a fact that every child of this woman is a business person? Andrew, most of all. You know what I'm saying? But they're all business. The Queen's got to do business. She's got to work. What work she doing? She going around shaking hands in other countries or her colonial countries or countries where she's head of state? No. business. You got to check up on shit. Oh, that's a really hard job. But you'll get paid more than most people could even imagine. You know what I mean? Oh, the Queen's job, the Prince's got job, this one's got job. What are they doing? They're doing business. They're buying other parts of the world. As standard, you know what I mean? This, yeah. Well, Falklands, yeah. I was a silly, yeah. Oh shit, that's in my duchy. Shit.
Yes, fam, I'm back, man.
You got cuz.
Yo, let me get some panels there, man. What's going on?
Yeah, well, I don't know where
man. Let's take a break. Let's take a break. Take a break, brother.
Take a break.
Fuck you, man.
Oh, you see my picture? Yeah, I'm going with you. I like that. You. I like when he got to the. Remember when he got to the journalist? You get me? And she put out his pictures and that, and then she took him home, and then he slipped her. Yeah, man, that was jokes. I love that movie, man.
Yeah, big up these. So like, yo, get these likes up, man. What's good? What's good? We here. We in the building. Slow start. Yeah, well, I just took care of a couple things. So what's happening, man? What's the latest? Seeing some free man talk, some sovereign talk, and all that.
I think it was Schiffer or something.
Schiffer's discovered something, and now he's on a high.
A in the chat seems to know about it.
He reckons he's gonna break Axum's family free with some paperwork or something. I don't know, but he's on a high. Don't want to pop his bubble, but yeah, I don't know. He's like, yo, we could never be nicked again. We're never gonna.
Yeah, that's not how it works.
It's not like that, cuz.
Once you start declaring that, the first thing they'll do is arrest you. Like the dude, remember the dude in March 2020 that was like, fuck that shit, this and that. I've got the Magna Carta, no one can't come to my place, blah, blah, blah.
Tattoo shop guy, right?
Yeah. First thing they did was come to his place to test him out. Yeah, it was an L.
That was an L, I remember.
But had he just kept his shop open and never said any of that, no one would have come there.
Yeah, but he put it on social media, didn't he? He put it on social media. It was like he was challenging them. And as we said,
essentially challenged them.
Yeah.
So when you know what you know, me,
yeah,
they have to test and see how true that is.
That's what I'm saying to Schiffer. That's what I'm saying to Schiffer. Like, even though you've just learned something, how it plays out and how you use it, it's a game of like, I know something, you know something. How am I going to explain that I know it? And then once I do the correct things I'm supposed to do, they will know what I'm talking about. The clerk knows, definitely. Do you get what I'm saying? They'll have their little discussion and they'll say, how do you want us to proceed? And then that goes to what S says. You give them the solution. You get what I'm saying?
The solution.
And then there'll be this weird moment in court where you're just like, what? They'll go away, and then someone will come and whisper to the clerk, will come and whisper to man, and then boom, man will just walk out, boom, and they'll be like, huh? What happened there? Like, don't worry about it.
Just address the clerk, lay it all out for the clerk, and then just bounce and leave them to it.
Yeah, there's many different ways. Yeah, you can say, oh shit, you got beef, yeah?
Man, that's a them problem.
Yeah, Mr. Maku's here still. Like, where's Mr. Maku? That birth certificate right there.
There's evidence of Mr. Maku right here.
Don't know. Who are you then?
Mr. Maku is evidenced by this certificate right here.
Yeah, I'm a friend, man. Friend to y'all, a friend to him. So what's going on? Talk to me.
Yeah, I'm the paramount security interest holder in Mr. Maku.
Yeah.
Here today as a third-party intervener to help settle all claims and charges.
Right. Yeah. Against the name. Don't know whose name that is in capitals as well. You better fall back, man. You got that birth certificate sitting there. I don't know what Mr. Maku's doing over there. He's just sitting there. Deal with that, Mr. Maku. Well, nudge, wink, wink. You know what I mean? Yeah. I had a Somali sister back in the day. She was doing the free man thing. She said she was doing it in court, yeah. And she sat there, and then in the end, she just ran. She ran out. She got shook at the last minute, and she's like, "Rah, no one ain't doing that. We're at a standoff. Fuck it." And she bounced. and waiting for someone to follow her out of the court and whatever, and and no one did. I was like, bro, you did it then, man.
They wouldn't follow you out the court. No way. No way.
No, I mean like security and that.
Oh, no way. No way. No way.
I mean, they just opened the door for her. She kept it moving. I kept on looking back, and then she ran out of the court. I was like, yeah, man, thing can run. One of my youngers for my ends was witness to my one. Do you get me? I don't know what he was doing in court. He might be doing what JEDI says. You know what I mean? Yeah, sometimes I just go to court and just listen in on cases. Well, this day, I turn around and I see my girl and and then I see my younger. I'm thinking, right, is he here for me? You get me? And he's just there, sitting there, and then I'm doing my thing. Yeah, I came common law jurisdiction. Yeah, I'm sacking the magistrates and that. They've gone, they've come back, they've gone, and they've not come back. Yeah, this he's looking at me like, what the hell is Mike doing? You get what I'm saying? It's mad. After he come and check me, and he was like, yeah, I remember that time I saw you in court. Hey, what was you doing there, big man? I was like, bro, yeah, man, I was trying to get free and that. Yeah. They put me on remand for a week. I was so pissed because I made individual errors. You know what I mean? I should have listened to my sister or talked to my sister beforehand. You know what I mean? She got a master's in law and shit. She was like, nah, yeah. When you said this bit, you was cool, but then when you went on to argue with the clerk, yeah, you fucked up. You know what I mean? It gave the clerk time to go and get a district judge and all of that. They didn't know what to do with me because they can't claim jurisdiction. So because I was already in custody though, that was the major factor, because otherwise I would have just walked out. But the door was locked and there was a security guy there just looking at me like, blood, what the hell's going on? Raps. I said, I claim jurisdiction, the highest in this court. Yeah. And yeah, man, I'm free, man. Case done, man. He was there. I tried to walk out, but the door was locked. There's no one's moving other than the clerk on the phone and that. It's mad. But yeah, man, these things can work. I watched it on YouTube. A man was doing council tax. You get me? I used to watch all them videos.
I tell people to jump on and you're not talking. Tell Slapper to shut up, man.
It's not that, man. I haven't heard English in a while, right? So I'm trying to catch up with the English right now.
Good English, isn't it? Quality English.
Yeah, it's like court English and stuff. I'm trying to understand it. I'm like,
Don't you guys talk English, but like,
no,
Sweden.
No,
what?
you don't.
No, nothing. Like nothing.
They all can, but they don't need to. It's like, what? I don't understand that. Well, I do, because they got bare languages that they understand. It's mad.
So I'm just.
But most Swedish people that I know here, they go good English. Obviously, being here for a little bit obviously helps, innit?
Yeah, because we don't use it like an everyday thing. Yeah, or even in Norway. I'm in Norway, so. And I've only been around Eritreans lately, so it's only been Tigrinya.
So hold on, wait. Do Norwegians speak a different language to Swedish?
Yeah, Norwegian.
Oh shit.
They have their own. It sounds similar, but
is it very similar? Okay,
it's
that's
very
what I was thinking.
similar.
Yeah. You're only down the road from each other, like this. When I looked at it on the map, I was like, "What? Nah, taking the piss. You're all on the one landmass." I was like, Sweden? Hold on, Denmark? What? This is the same place. It's just down the road, or maybe
but Swedish
it looks like down the road.
Danish, though, we have a problem with Danish. We have to speak English to them.
Spanish.
To the Danish. Danish.
Oh, Danish. Okay. Yeah.
We don't understand them. But they write the same. The writing style is exactly like the Norwegians, so they understand each other better. But we don't.
Right. Yeah. And then the Finns as well. Yeah.
Nah, the Finns are something else. They're not even we don't even consider them Scandinavian. You know that, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they came later, obviously. There's no history on Finland and like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it is. I mean, Sweden used to own them, like usual. But it's not the same language. They have the same language tree as Hungarian and Turkey, you know, Finland.
It makes sense. Yeah.
So it's nothing to do with the Scandinavian countries, really.
But if they're more, then they're more related to the Rusk.
Not
And
even
then-
that, you know.
What? No.
Nah, Hungary and Turkey, the language.
Oh, the language.
Yeah, yeah, it's the same language tree. Branch, I would say.
Oh. But who? I mean, didn't I heard someone invented the modern Hungarian language?
Invented? Really?
Huh?
Okay.
Yeah, some guy named Alexander Pushkin.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's one of the most difficult languages to learn in the world, I heard.
Wasn't it Russian though?
Was it? No,
Yeah.
no, not Russian. I think it's Hungarian.
Pushkin.
Pushkin sounds
was
Russian.
credited
He was Russian, I think.
Yeah, he's Prussian. He's from the Prussian Empire.
Oh, yeah.
He's Russian, isn't it? Because he's credited to be basically the father of the Russian language because of his early writings and poetry. It formed like the basis of the new Russian language of how it was. I can't remember what his exact involvement in it is, but they basically credit him with it because of his writings. Black man.
Yeah.
Wow.
You don't know about Alexander Pushkin?
You know how I know he's Russian?
Yeah.
His dad was the general or the czar, the general czar or whatever they call it of the military.
Right.
Yeah. Russia. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
What is his name? Hannibal something, right?
Anna, what the dad?
Yeah, the dad.
I don't know.
I forgot his name. He had some like a name that was famous as well. Like yeah, stick in your head. But yeah, Alexander Pushkin. Yeah, but I thought it was the modern Hungarian language, because that's the newest language from that region. Obviously, he would have spoke his language, you know what I mean? But yeah, he's credited for the modern Hungarian language. I'm like, right, okay, that makes sense. And then when I ask other people from that region, they're like, yeah, it is one of the, like, not everybody can speak Hungarian, like, yeah. And all of them would have spoke similar Slavic or thing languages before, innit? Maybe like one kind of unified.
And it ain't Hungarian. It's
what?
It's Russian.
Russian, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He's a polyglot. He knew bare languages.
Right.
He knew bare languages.
Yeah, man. You know, they buried him. They buried him in a glass coffin and shit. But the way they did it, they put gloves. They put gloves on him. Yeah, like they did Stalin and a few others in Russia. They put them in glass coffins. On display as well. Fuck.
So, guys, what have you guys been up to lately?
Living life, man.
Okay. And the YouTube tribe, YouTube. Oh my god, I cannot speak. YouTube streets.
YouTube streets. What do you mean? Elaborate.
Yeah, what's going on like lately? These last days.
What are you talking about? When you say YouTube streets, are you talking about here?
Yeah. Around. Of course, yeah. This is the only place I'm in. Like,
yeah, no, because some people say that just to mean everything that's going on in YouTube, isn't it?
No. I mean over here, man. Over here.
Yeah, I ain't been around that much still, so I'm not sure.
Okay.
It was a good conversation last night, though.
Okay. About
that inner earth stuff, man.
Yeah.
Inner earth, if you know what it is inside or
I was talking to my friend Miss D in the chat. Yeah, about it. She was like, I didn't know about all this stuff, and then she goes in. But she's been really enjoying the stream since she jumped on. You get me? She's like, rah, you know, it's lively, isn't it? I was like, yeah, man. That's how we are, man. We community, man. Knowledge.
What are you guys saying about the inner earth thing? Do you think it's magma, or do you think it's like?
No,
come on, man. No,
not
magma.
Man. No, didn't you see none of the stream last night, Axel?
You would have heard me telling you that magma would be in the crust, in the realms of the crust, and they haven't passed through the crust yet. So, you know what I mean?
So
It makes sense.
Nobody really knows what's like inside, right? We would say
No,
that.
that's not that. When
no one knows what's in the crust. Yeah.
The inner earth thing was more talking about.
Oh, they definitely don't know. No,
I didn't fully catch all of what was going on yesterday. But the inner earth thing's nothing to do with magma or what the earth's made of. No. It's to do with the fact that there's a whole nother world.
Subterranean,
yeah, subterranean complexes all over the world, which are most likely linked.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Nah. Now you need to explain yourself a little bit.
If you go inside a cave, right? If you go inside a cave, you keep going deeper and deeper, or you can even like go under the ocean, and you can find some places where you come up in like you'll be like in a pool or a lake, right? Inside a cave, and then you could get out and go walking. And if you go the right way, you'll be walking forever, never come back, kind of thing.
Okay.
Yeah, these things are there's these kind of tunnels and caves all over the place. They're documented all over the place. But the thing they were watching last night was talking about certain things back in the 1800s and whatnot, where people had found caves and gone and explored them. And there was one where they said this person's gone in, he's seen a small hole in the rock face, right? He's climbed inside the hole and kept going, and then it opened out into like a room. And then when he's lit up his torch, he's seen wood coffins there that are made out of tree trunks, right? And they've taken out this is all documented, that they took out these wood coffins and sent them to the Smithsonian supposedly to have them restored and displayed, but no one's seen them since. Now these wood coffins are not, it's nothing to do with America or Americans. This is some other people.
But I
want to watch that stuff they were watching again last night, because they were talking about all sorts. They were talking about all these different civilizations who is there. They say they came from inside the earth.
Sounds like Jakub-ish.
Sounds like what?
Jakub-ish.
No, Jakub is part of the story. I said,
yeah.
Jakub is actually part of the story.
A lot, say for example, all the Native American
on the African side, sorry, yeah.
A lot of the Native American tribes, for example, that's the way they understand their history. Their people came from inside the earth, came out.
Yeah. Remember, if Jakub's people had big foreheads, Axum, right, and we saw the region where they came out, yeah, right. And they are those people today now, right?
Axum sounds like a proper, like she's fully doubting it. Like
no, she knows. She knows. Well, she kind of knows. She knows. Hold on, wait. She knows. Sorry, she knows the story of Jakub, right? So what I was trying to say was, there's so many subterranean stories on our side of the diaspora, and
all over the world, all over the world, ancient civilizations are telling a similar story.
Yeah.
And these ones they were exploring in America, or some of these native tribes, these native tribes in America that say they come out from the earth. One of the tribes was called the what? Anunnaki. Anunnaki.
Nah, stop it.
Yeah.
Nah, Anunnaki, in America.
Not Anunnaki, they were called.
Yeah,
and they disappeared supposedly in the 13th century.
What? Ah, damn it! I missed it yesterday, right?
And these Anunnaki people built their civilizations in the mountains, not on the mountainside, in the mountains. They built their complexes in the mountains. So these ancient civilizations, the Anunnaki was one of them ones that built its things inside the mountains. One sec, you look.
Yeah. And people's finding supposedly Hindu artifacts you know, like a Buddha kind of thing, and then, you know, finding supposedly some Kemet and stuff. But for me, it seems that that Hindu element, for me is, as I said, it's one of the oldest sort of concept on the planet. No one knows originally where it came from. Do you get what I'm saying? No one knows. People stumbled upon that information and called themselves that and studied it and da. But who originally put it there? There's no scribe that is credited to writing certain texts in the Hindu pantheon. It's just in Sanskrit and all of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but finding stuff like from the Indian things in America is a bit special too.
Not really, because they're not Indians there, right?
Yeah, but that's just the name, right?
Yeah, some of the tribes like we're talking about is the Hopi, and the Hopi is got a connection to Egypt. Happy being one of the sons of Khufu or Senefru or whatever you want to call him. But Khufu built the Giza, the giant pyramid, the main one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So one of his sons is saying his name was Happy, and somehow his people have managed to end up in the Americas as the Hopi tribe. Do you know what I'm saying? Who have these fantastical stories about going under the earth or coming from under the earth and but there's underground passages even in Kemet, supposedly under the Sphinx. Is an entrance point, right? The Yaqub story, listen, it's under where he comes out in Kemet and then goes to Becca or Mecca later on, right? But he comes up. People keep forgetting that. And remember, he gets his education in Kemet. So, like, you've got to understand, he's got to be wherever he's coming from underground, has to be in that region, right? Right? Axum? Right. And the tribes that they're describing that he comes from, one of them look oriental with cone heads. Now, when we go to the Americas, do we find people with cone-shaped heads? Skulls and that? And burial mounds and thing with people with these long kind of hats, Eskimo hats. When you take the hat off, they got cone head. So which is a lie? Which one is chatting crap? Do you get what I'm saying? We're saying that, okay, let's say the Yaqub story is pseudo, but yet there's evidence of the two tribes in existence today. One fully in existence, and one you can find remnants around the planet of these people with cone-shaped heads. Talking about
we saw some pictures, right? The cone
when you
head.
see a baby one, I was done. I was out. I was like, listen, you can't talk to me about tying head when you find a baby one. You understand? Because it takes time for the skull to this skull's already shaped that way and fused already. Babies' heads are not fused. They're not fused. They're not joined, right? The skull is still, the middle bit's still soft. Mad. So yeah, there's a lot of evidence even in that Yaqub thing to say on this side of things, connects to the Americas. So there's so much evidence for the Yaqub story in the Americas, for example, because it's all based underneath the earth, the original point of the story.
It is.
You know what I'm saying? So,
with the 20, was it the 20 scientists under there chilling with them?
Right, 24. Right.
A lot doesn't even sum it up properly.
If you say the 24 elders,
thousands of these different nations that have stories, not stories, hundreds or thousands of different nations that have histories, right? And many of them that many of their histories, even ones from thousands of miles apart, many of their histories corroborate the others in some respects to do certain things. And then what we have nowadays is we have the idea that all of that's bullshit or myth. And what they present to us in its place is uncertainty about everything.
Right.
So we have uncertainty and we scoff at these ideas. But the show that was on last night shows that these ideas were prevalent throughout the world before this current ruling class and its uncertainty took its place. You got to see that shit that was on last night. I was only catching bits of it, like side hearing it and that. You've got to see this shit, Axum, because
now when that's standard in your learning, when you can learn something like that in the holy tablets, you know what I mean, as a parchment, or somebody has been writing this stuff down for a long time, right? Giving a diagram and all sorts of inner earth, what they're calling Shambhala, Agartha, all of that, explaining every single thing, and then coming into the real world in a sense to say, all right, let me back this up with research and blah blah blah, and finding out like a lot of the things just match up. I haven't found anything. That's why I say the ancients, when they were writing things down, they were not trying to deceive us. Believe what they said. Do you get what I'm saying? And how they said it. If they
because I'm thinking like, why would they lie though?
Right. Exactly. And not why, but how. How would all these different groups, all these different people groups from all over the world all have this unified lie?
It doesn't make sense.
That doesn't make any sense at all.
And one thing I did say, and that the scientists eventually and the archaeologists and everything, listen to the natives. So now you have to base your science or your research on the native experience, because when we go any other in later times, when it starts to get to your people, it's pure lies, pure thing, supposition. We're not sure
lies,
if you're telling the truth.
Uncertainty, or I don't know. We don't know. We don't know. We still don't know. It's always that. We don't know what this. We don't know what this means. We don't know what happened here. We still don't know. Like, that's all you hear is we don't know. We don't know. But then you can see like thousands of examples of knowing. Which are being covered up.
They still don't know because they don't believe in folk tales.
Maybe it's like what Zulu said.
Oral tradition.
Oral tradition.
Axum, it's not that they don't believe in folk tales, because they put massive effort and resources into expeditions when they discovered this information. And once they went on the expeditions and brought back stuff, there was in the public, in their world, there was talk of these expeditions and talk of stuff they found and talk of where they brought back stuff. But then it disappears. Meanwhile, if you look at what they're actually doing to this day, you can see that from their actions, they believe in this stuff.
Yeah, they have to have some faith in it, because
they believe. They believe now.
The people who tell you you can't go to the North Pole or you can't go to the Grand Canyon, they fully explored the Grand Canyon after coming across these stories that we're talking about from the natives.
From the natives.
And then once they explored it, they've come back and they've like, do you know what? You lot can't go there.
Think big sign.
Because they discovered something over there. They don't want to
share.
Exactly.
All over the Grand Canyon, all over Africa, all over Arabia, all over, even down to Iraq. There's so many historical sites, and they're still yet to dig up, let alone the ones that were originally standing and then got licked down, and people rushed over there to go and get the artifacts and certain things, because they know that place is rich. They've been studying that place for over 100 years.
Yeah,
if not more.
For Babylon, man. The Babylon thing, when they destroyed it, it's just mad.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just mad.
But they were the ones to rush there, like, no, let's go and grab pieces and bring it to the British Museum and bring it here and take it to the Louvre, and we're saving it. Fuck you, man. How about you don't have a war there?
Have you seen in Turkey, the underground, under the stone?
Yeah.
The caves.
That's the Byzantine civilization. Is the new civilization is built on top of the Byzantine one, so you can see large pillars and all of that underneath what we're calling, I think it's Constantinople. Underneath it, you've got the Byzantine time. They just came there and built over that civilization, and it's happened many times. France has a lot of underground caverns and stuff.
England has as well.
England as well, smuggling.
There's a
tunnels
house,
and routes and shit.
There's a house in Streatham on a road called Steep Hill. No, sorry, not Steep Hill. It was, where the fuck was this house again? I'll get the address. I can't remember where it was, but this house was on sale. This is how I found out about this. This house was on sale through an estate agent that someone I know worked for, right?
Right.
And this house had a tunnel that led from the house all the way up to the top of Streatham Hill.
That's mad.
Think about that. The house
What
has
would
a
you need
tunnel.
that? But it's like, why would you need that though? Yeah.
Yeah,
No, there's
but
a natural tunnel, there's a natural tunnel over
It's
a mile
natural
long.
tunnel,
no,
like
but
a-
what?
Yeah.
Another
yeah?
thing is, what in the past, those properties would be owned by different people, so it might have been more relevant to
The last people to own it before it went on sale was the intelligence service.
Oh shit!
Ah.
There you go.
I
There you go.
think it was. I don't know if it was GCHQ or it was MI6.
No, it's enough. It's enough. It's enough. Because
Yeah.
they man, they got Second World War, the Blitz. Man needed to hide in places. You know what I mean? When the air thing was going off, they want to do their strategic plans underground. Remember, there was bunkers.
Bunker, yeah.
Right, there was even bunkers in the ends. Like my auntie's house had a bunker in the garden. Yeah, some what do they call that? You know, the roof, zinc. It was like a zinc bunker. Yeah, like boom.
Bunker, yeah.
You could only see kind of part of it. The rest of it was covered in soil and and we used to go in there and and it was like mad. It was like, wow, this is crazy. Second World War stuff. I remember the amount of bombs they found in the ends and all of this type of stuff, still ticking and all of that. Yeah, start digging up, or just a hole in the road. You know what I mean? All of a sudden they've gone down there and they found something ticking and it's a bomb on your high street. They'll just quickly fix that, refill it. You get me? Years later, no one even knew about it, but I remember.
But
Yeah.
did they date the tunnel or did they like find out what it was for and stuff?
So you can't.
Wait, it was an estate agent, so they weren't even like, and you probably couldn't. No, it's like saying, could you date the ground? You can't date the ground.
Could be there since the Roman times. It could be. You get me? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah, most people. I mean, other type of tunnel you cannot like look for other.
Well, think about it. It was the Romans that built London. Originally, it was them who built London, right? Londinium and all of that, taken over by many people. But yeah, it was originally a Roman settlement, and they're good at that shit. Tunnels and all sorts, and fortresses and battlements, and you get it. It's like, right.
Look at this. I'm looking for like underground or cave complexes, London, right?
Yeah. Oh shit.
And a lot of the things are saying Chislehurst Caves is London's only cave complex, right? But then one of the results is a website where the article is 10 subterranean sites in London.
Oh,
so
shit.
How can Chislehurst Cave be the only one?
Right.
And this article,
like 10.
Google's lying.
They're not saying there's only 10. This is just a list of 10.
Just a list of 10.
Yeah.
There's bare caves and underground shit.
But the mass majority of articles that come up say Chislehurst Caves is the only one. Wow. I'm looking at this thing called Exploring London, and it says that. Let's have a look. So Chislehurst Caves is number 10. Okay, then they don't go any further. They just show number 10, and that's it. It's the other pages.
Would you guys go into these tunnels and like go around it?
Listen, there's tunnels at Speaker's Corner. I'm out.
Would you do that though, Maku? Would you go under and go around? And
Listen. There's a car park underneath Speaker's Corner, right? Get it? Car park. Right. So yeah, underneath Speaker's Corner is a big car park. It's got tunnels at the end of the car park. Yeah, going in different directions, and I'm telling you, it's dark. Yeah, you're not trying to go down there, like, huh? I looked down there, but I didn't go down there.
That was set.
Yeah, get away. Bad game. Yeah.
Remember, there was a place where you could go, and there was a underground car park in Hyde Park that had a secret car hidden in it.
Oh, is it?
You don't remember?
I must have been this. No, I didn't remember that bit. Going to Hyde Park, because I never been to Hyde Park. Them times.
Hyde Park, you go right up to the you're heading towards Notting Hill.
Yeah.
And you take a left, and it goes into some places like Whitestone driveway and that, and you drive in, Oh no, that was a different place. That's where they had a couple cars in the driveway. But there was one place where there's like an underground car park with one of the secret cars that you can find in the game. So it's funny you should say there's an underground car park under.
Yeah, there is
with
fully.
tunnels leading off it.
Yeah, and it's like, bro, they're not lit, so like allow it, innit? Even to get down there, it's all passages and all of this type of stuff. You're like, Ross, there's a whole complex under here. You know what I mean? The parking bit is a tiny bit of it. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like a big room.
You wouldn't go there, yeah. I would love to do stuff like this.
Solid concrete. And then one is heading in the direction of Buckingham Palace. One is heading towards Parliament. You know what I mean? Like I see what they're trying to do. Remember, it's the Queen's Park, and the park is used to be a barracks. Yeah.
Do you guys think they have mapped it out now, though?
Of course, no. They've done it a long time ago. That's masonry, right? Yeah, you've done your underground tunnels. You've rebuilt London. They told us. So when they in the rebuilding of London, they must have changed the foundations, and they did.
Yeah, and they've built all kinds of tunnel systems, like the sewer systems are massive tunnel systems. There's going to be doors in there that lead off to places.
Even the railway,
Railway is another one. Exactly.
Underground's enough. There's bare doors in the tunnel and that.
Exactly.
And bare tunnels with doors. There are bare tunnels with doors, so there's more going on. Secret places.
Cave complexes, I doubt they've mapped them all.
Yeah.
There's just going to be too many.
And
it's fucking fraught with danger.
Right. Yeah, there are places, subterranean places. And I'm saying, even if they don't think they're making them. Do you know, like, where I live, they built a cinema, right? Called it Hollywood Green and all of that, right? And one of the people working on the project was like one of my in-laws, right? Scottish guy, old, rest in peace. What's his name? Steve. Yeah, big up Steve, man. But yeah, he told me that you see this little cinema thing that you're looking at. I said, yeah. He said, they just built a 10-story building downwards. I said, excuse me? Yeah. So then one day there was a football game. Man United had come down to play Tottenham or whatever. So the hooligans had come down Lordship Lane and to get to Wood Green Junction, right? And that's where I lived. I lived on the junction opposite the new cinema. So I'm watching out the side window because I can see the cinema directly in front of me, right? And the police are doing their plans and maneuver inside the complex. Do you get what I'm saying? But it's glass, so you can see what they're doing. They're standing on different floors, right? And it's got elevator and da-da-da. But there's this door that's facing me, yeah, that I never noticed before. And I see man go in there. And it's ground level. So I'm like, where is he going? Because in that door, behind the door is the thing for the elevator. Do you get what I'm saying? So then I remembered what Steve told me about the 10-story building they built downwards, because I didn't really believe him, you know what I mean? But the way they were moving, a man are just disappearing. Some man's going into some room and I ain't seen him again. A man saying they built a 10-story government building. Obviously, he had part of the contract for the building thing, and he knew about it. I was like, wow, 10 stories, you know, downwards. And you got this small ass little glass corner cinema complex, which it doesn't even make sense. It's tiny. It's not really that big.
But 10 stories underneath it.
Like that is another building.
That in itself just speaks volumes.
Yeah. And it made sense because I started to see some activity now and again. I was like, why have you got a door there though? And why did that guy go in that door? They're standing there with clipboards and high vis, but police, you know what I mean? And I'm watching them on the 2 floors and da-da-da. And I was like, yeah, that's normal. That's the cinema bit. They're not going to be in that bit. They're just going to be at the glass bit where they can see all vantage points, all the roads basically leading to that junction. I was like, rah. Then I just see this one guy, boom, open the door and go in. I was like, rah. Okay, mad. But yeah, I think London has definitely got bare subterranean areas. You know what I mean?
Yeah, London definitely has. Where are we now?
Oh shit, you're on the game.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Gamer.
Trying to find my way back to somewhere.
Yeah.
This game's deep as well. There's a dude in this game standing around in the street called Gary the Prophet. Yeah.
No way. He might be
Gary.
Shiffer's guy.
Gary the Prophet is talking some deep stuff.
What?
And talking about reptilians, vampire elites, Alpha Centauri.
No
this
way.
And that. Literally, look. You see this mission, the Prophet Song. I'm not going to it now. Look, let me bring up the journal though, so you can see what it's about. And this is nothing to do with the game, you know. This is a crazy man who stands on the street, crazy in inverted commas, telling the people about this stuff, like trying to wake people up, and everyone just thinks he's a crazy man, right? But if you stand there listening to the man, you're like, right, this man is on stuff, and you got to stand there for a minute, and then he'll ask you for a little donation. You break him off a donation, go away, certain amount of days pass in the game, you can go back to him, and he'll be talking about something else, giving you a little bit more. You give him a donation, and I think it's like the third or fourth time you go there, and he's talking about reptilians and whatnot, and he's linking them to one of the factions in the game, right? And there's a couple people from that faction passing, and they hear him talking, they get offended, and you end up having to defend him because they're going to smack him up. So after you defend him, you go back and talk to him, like kind of like saying to him, like, yeah, it's kind of, I get that some of what you're saying is right, but you're talking a lot of crazy shit. Have you got any proof? Then the man starts saying, yeah, I've got proof, and that's how he sends you to this meeting, because what he's saying is something happened, someone put a chip in his head, and there was an accident, and since that accident, he's been able to hear these elites' transmissions, so he can hear all their plans. So it say here, clandestine meeting of reptilians at midnight. We're not missing this. If you want answers to the questions plaguing humankind for eons, this might be your only shot. Is there life in the cosmos? Is there anyone pulling the strings? If so, why? And why the fuck do they let all the evil shit happen? And to think that the universe's greatest secrets could be found in some old factory in our humble little night city. Like Gary the Prophet.
And they're putting this in the game, you know?
I know.
Yeah. Well, hear this now. This was one of the most anticipated games, right? And you see when the game dropped, and because you see Gary the Prophet right at the beginning, like literally, you know, you go through the prologue, and then it kind of lets you out into the open world. As you go into the open world, one of your little sidekicks, you take him back to where his chick is, so he can go and meet his chick, and you go and meet the little one of them doctors that does all the cybernetic stuff, implants in people and that. And when you come out of the chick's shop, her shop is like she's like a mystic kind of. When you come out of her shop and turn right, Gary the Prophet is standing there in the alleyway talking his crazy shit. So for people like us, as you come out and turn right and you hear what he's shouting to the people, you will stop and listen. Whereas other people would just walk past thinking, oh, it's just some crazy man in the game, like an NPC. Do you know what I mean? But Gary the Prophet he's not going deep, but he's saying the stuff, innit?
I wonder where he got the data from that. Maybe from Speaker's Corner itself. Maybe. You know what I mean? Yeah, that is deep for a game. Fuck's sake.
Yeah, exactly. For a game. What would you put this in the game?
That's what I was going to say now. When this game came out now, people have been waiting for this game for so long. No one was expecting to see that. They started mashing up this game to where everyone was complaining. Well, not everyone, because it was working fine for me, but for some people it's not working properly. PlayStation took it off the store. Like, there was bare bad publicity to where they socially engineered all the people to hate it. And it took about 1.5 years to get people back on it. Then about 2 years later, it was like trending on Steam again. It was like high ranking in terms of active players. But literally, the game came out and it just started getting sabotaged and boycotted. PlayStation actually took it off the store, and it was off of the store for ages. But yeah, just this this random little quest line.
Mad. Yeah, I get that in some of my games as well.
The rest of the game itself, like from your perspective, is kind of like, I don't know, like there's like a freedom, like a us versus them kind of thing. Like the world's run by corporations at this point because it's 2077. Do you know what I mean?
Okay, yeah.
So when you see things that look like police, big teams of police like SWAT teams, they're not actually, well, they're like police, but they're corporation security. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Fucking deep, bro. Like,
so they don't care about the public, basically.
Oh no, not
like
at all, not at all. Yeah, like let me go and scan someone. Every person in the city you scan, they have a name, but they've all got numbers. Yeah. Everyone.
Could pull up files on anyone, yeah.
Find someone else. Yeah, this one's not even showing his number. Everyone's just got a number. There's some things I guess I could. Well, I've done the mission now. I can't really go back to it, but no affiliation. That one.
Okay.
No affiliation. I must be in some dead part of town. Man. What's going on here?
What's any major?
Okay, man, that's a robot. But basically, people in Night City have a number like NC, blah, 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 blah. Usually NC and 6 numbers. There was a mission you had to go and rescue some chick who had been kidnapped, and like they were trying to cut out her implants, and that had her in a bath, in an ice bath, ready to cut out all her implants and that.
What the hell is this one?
Cyberpunk 2077.
Oh, Cyberpunk. Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
Game being advertised, yeah.
Yeah. But trust me, they shut it down when it first came out.
Man's out here like Wolverine. What the hell?
It's like implant shit, isn't it?
Fuck.
People's got all kinds of implants. There's people who got implants that slow down time. When you get to the harder levels, they're moving towards you like a flipping apparition and that.
Mad. What, like them 2 dreads in the Matrix?
Yeah, like Matrix movement, yeah.
Mad.
When you get later down, you can get them same kind of things as software.
What's this going up, stabbing up the place, blood? Wolverine life. Did you collect up? Can't you get no money from them, like, if you kill them?
I can, but they're little guys. They ain't got nothing for me.
Okay. So if you get someone big corporate fish.
Yeah, in later levels, people will drop like legendary items and epic items and all that kind of shit.
Okay.
But these people just random. Because I'm in an easy part of town, yeah.
You have to play in that view.
Do you have to play in this view? I think so. Let's have a look.
There ain't no other view, no? That first person.
When you get in a car, there's an outside view.
Oh, this is the game that what's his name was playing. Schiffer was playing, and he's making fanny lips and that.
He's making what?
Fanny lips and that. Remember he said, "Oh, you can pierce the pum pum and blah 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 blah." Remember?
Oh yeah. You choose the dick size and all that when you're making your character.
Mad.
He was excited about that still.
Mad. Overexcited. So.
It was gassed, I dare say.
For a paper. Yeah, man, Cyberpunk's fucking sick. The only thing it's missing is multiplayer. If you could play this game co-op, it would be so sick. I don't remember the story though. I played it when it first came out. Like when it was like when Xbox and PS5 first came out. That's when it came out.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what are you supposed to do with it though?
It's a storyline game, isn't it? So the first act or the first act is you being like a I guess you're just like you would call it a criminal in this world, isn't it? You're a free person. You get what you get, living the way you live and doing what you do, right? And so because of that, you go on various jobs. And one of the jobs you get sent on is to go and thief some relic from the emperor's son. So the emperor of the world basically is a Japanese dude, some Japanese family, and one of his sons, you got to go and thief a relic from his apartment. And in the process of doing that, your sidekick friend, ends up getting killed at the end of it, and you end up discovering some dude who was a legend. You end up discovering his engram somewhere, or like as software, like an AI, and you get basically infected with some kind of virus from the engram. So the rest of the game, you're supposed to be trying to find a way to save yourself before you die. I can't remember how it all panned out. There's multiple endings as well, different ways to go. I only played it once. I only did one of the endings, a shit one as well.
And then this is the online bit.
No, there is no online. That's what's missing, man.
It's just one world.
Yeah, but it's reasonably big. It's not just the city.
Yeah.
It goes out of the city as well.
Man strapped in.
Yeah, man.
Stay strapped, cuz.
All kinds of guns in this. You can craft up your own guns as well, modify them, make them unique, give them special properties. It's like cyborgs. Pretty much everyone's a cyborg. Let's go and look at some people up close, see what we can see. I need to find where I am now. I want to get back to that. Somewhere around here is where I want to be. And let's start from home. I guess that would be the easiest way.
Have you got an apartment there?
Yeah, there's multiple apartments now as well. So that's my apartment there. Get the vehicle back. So it's kind of like GTA crossed with something like Fallout or Elder Scrolls.
Yeah, something
with
like that,
other bits for a little bit of like Hitman. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. Was trying to be was that Blade Runner?
Definitely a bit of Blade Runner, a bit of Matrix. The dude who you find the engram of is actually fucking Keanu Reeves, bro.
Okay, yeah. Mad. Give me that shit, man.
Can't remember what his surname was. Johnny, where it says talk to Johnny. That's the engram. They're talking about go and talk to the engram. So you basically have visions every now and then of this engram.
Okay. Now you're infected.
Some of these people.
How infected are you now?
Let's have a look. 15% metamorphosis and 20% towards death.
What can you find to heal yourself?
I don't know. I don't think you do heal yourself. I think if you take in most of the paths, I think you die. And in one of the paths, you end up transforming into that Johnny dude. If I understand it correctly. I saw a person earlier on sitting in a wheelchair with no bottom jaw. Like no bottom jaw at all. Used to look at someone's face. Everyone's got their back to me, man.
What can man buy food in it?
Yep. Can't see it. Our character's too weak to go anywhere and try and do anything. Try to show you any of the people that can slow down time. They'll just fly up on you like Matrix and just one tap you and you're dead.
But
I'm wearing a mask.
They'll rate him instantly.
How do I get back to this place though, man? Oh, I know how to find it. Victor.
Is there clubs and stuff and all sorts and?
Yep, there's a there's a couple different nightclubs, strip club, all kinds of shit.
Mm-mm.
I put the bike now.
You can't sex gal in this.
Yeah, you can.
Oh man, that's why they were asking for the. Oh yeah, I get you. Mad. Don't make sense. Going in.
Yeah, man. It's one of them games that could have been even sicker if it didn't get rushed out. But when as soon as the big companies.
So what you saying? You can just roll up on gal and say, yeah. What you say?
No, not any chick, I guess. But certain chicks in the storyline, you can finesse them or not. You know what I mean?
And no hoes, no hookers, strip club.
Yeah, of course they're bare hookers. It's that kind of world.
Okay.
Like the people ain't worth shit. It's all about the corporations and that. So the people have been left to their own devices.
Yeah, they're just saying fuckery.
Okay, so
that's what they've been left. That's mad.
I'll find the
Yo, hit the like button, family tree. Please, man. Yeah, man. I guess I'm gonna need some panelists to jump on there, man.
Come on, man.
You know what I mean, you're gonna help me combat these nerds, man.
What are you saying, Flame?
I'll combat the nerds.
Yeah.
Nerds of the future.
I'm just looking at this game amazed, like what the hell? I know we play GTA, but I'm not even into GTA like that. But
I can't even wait.
What?
Yeah, nerds are the new flipping
sex symbols.
I know the new cool people.
Sex symbols.
Yeah, Rose and that. You get me? You and Vic. No,
here we go. Oh,
you
yeah.
light skin niggas just.
Here we go. Here we go.
Where we going now? Strip club.
Gary the Prophet.
Oh shit. That's it.
See, he's not going to be saying much. Oh no, he's disappeared because I took this mission.
Okay.
So I know how this pan. Oh no, that's him there still. But until I've done this mission, he's just going to be sleeping.
Man.
But after you do this mission and come back,
yeah.
he's got a disciple there who tells you he's been taken away.
Schiffer. Sorry. Sorry.
So this is the shop you first come out of when you
you spawn or whatever.
When you first get into the open world, you step out of this shop, you turn right because this is the way you need to go, and you just hear this. He's normally standing here, shouting at the people.
That lady of the night outside there, fucking hench though.
Yeah, most likely. Right then.
Can we get a closer look?
Yeah, one sec. I just had to go open my front door.
Oh, shit.
See, right here was where I saw the dude sitting in the wheelchair with no jaw, with two hookers standing in front of him. Now that looked like looked like something you don't want to look at.
You're tranny, man.
Yeah.
No? Yeah.
That one.
The girl spinning in the window. Let's see the girl spinning in the window again. You know it's computer.
Wow, this is weird, guys.
Some girl ain't even got no rhythm.
Man.
No, man, you need to play this game, bro.
No, I'm good, man.
Nah, man, listen, because you know so much, bro. You'll be playing it like, oh my, like bare times I hear you talk about movies and how there's bare shit wrapped up in the movie.
Randy, walk on, yes.
Yeah, you fucking.
Who is it, Randy?
Yeah, you're on your own again, Jed. Bye.
Randy.
Yes. Yes, Randy, walk on.
No, I said walk on.
My G.
My G, long time. My G.
Get Randy with the my guy, yeah. We say Randy's your guy, yeah.
Whoa.
Allow it. Yes, we're not endorsing that.
So yeah, Randy, it looks like you need to take Axum to Rio's to cheer her up, man.
We are there.
I'm not about that life anymore. I listened to you last Friday, and I'm going to try to be more professional with the ladies in the family.
No, it's because you got badded up by MJ. That ain't nothing to do with
What happened on Friday?
You got badded up by MJ, man.
I spoke to MJ. You know what happened on Friday. Fuck off.
Bro, listen, you think I got time to log all these incidents in my memory banks? I don't, man. Yeah, when the stream's over, it's usually it's deleted.
It's done. Forget.
Hang on. Oh, I'm gonna ban you from the stream. You need to talk to MJ. You've been avoiding MJ
Yeah, true, yeah.
And you need to speak to him.
You did say that.
You've got 10 minutes to jump on now, Randy.
Mm-hmm.
Proper ultimatum, you know.
Yeah, but guess what though? One, I wasn't gonna ban you. Two, I
heard that when I jumped on. I just took you for the truth.
I only did that because MJ wanted to speak to you. And three, like a real bad man, I didn't even listen to your conversation with MJ in the end of that. Anyway.
Well, I understand that, guys. I'm not upset. I'm not.
You got smacked up, bro. Batted up.
Yeah, I'm not
horribly.
upset. I take it on the chin.
We
sorted it out.
Keep my son's name out your fucking
mouth.
We sorted it out. I agree.
Correction. It's mouth, sir. Mouth.
Wow.
No problem, son. Not son.
Mouth, you dirtbag.
No problem. We sorted it out. I agreed not to talk about her son or why she left Hackney. Done.
Mad. But you just did it again. But it's cool, man. Safe.
Yeah, man.
I just told you what was agreed.
Well, as long as you know. Yeah. But it was a bit.
I'm taking it on board.
No,
And that's good. That was Friday. This is Thursday. That's last week. This is this week.
Who's staying over today? Who's the tenants?
I've got 2 Kiwis in the house. They're very cool.
That's New Zealand, right?
New Zealand. I actually fell asleep. Yeah, it was actually quite funny. Monday night, I fell asleep, and I was like, "Oh, I'm just gonna lie down on the sofa." I fell asleep. I left them outside for 10 minutes, and then I heard the doorbell, and I was like, I just assumed it was the first doorbell. Then I looked on my phone the next day. They'd been outside for 10 minutes, so I apologised the next day, but they were totally cool. We thought you'd fell asleep, and it's all done, and they're loving it.
But this is what I don't know. Why don't you get one of them door things where you put your keys in, they know the code, they tap that in?
Yeah. That's actually coming now. I'm gonna sleep with the doorbell.
This is the second time you've had to sleep outside.
It is, which is why I'm taking.
I watched a film the other day called Barbarian. Seen it? Anyone seen that?
Yeah.
Barbarian, and it's about a woman who checks into an Airbnb or tries to check into an Airbnb, and then when she gets there, somebody's already renting it, and then it just bro. Nice. Anyone seen Barbarian? If you ain't seen it, you can watch that. I keep giving you film clues. Did anyone watch the Nigerian film yesterday? Dark October? No. Pussy.
No.
Yeah?
Too tired.
I'm going to give you 2 seconds to go get a pen or a phone and get your notes out. Put this on your list.
Dark October and Barbarian. Things, kids. I'm not totally, in dementia yet.
You stand out. Xanaxed up.
There's no Xanax going on. Fuck off.
Yeah, not Xanax.
Anyway, I jumped on for a reason, actually.
Peeping Tom.
I jumped on for a reason. I was watching the stream yesterday, and you know what annoys me most about the situation yesterday is the apathy of the public. Nobody jumps in, and everybody just walks on by, and that really annoys me.
You jump in and start grabbing up the little girls and that?
Yeah, I'd be jumping in. I've done it before.
Of course you would.
That was a trick question.
Mad.
No, but just think about what you did last year with the murderer next door.
Yeah.
I mean, it's same. I've jumped on a fucking car guy who was robbing my mate's car, and I've restrained him, and until the citizen arrested.
Imagine getting restrained by Randy. I'd be
dribbling all over you. Mad. I've got you now.
Yeah.
No, the thing was, my mate was fighting him. They were pretty equally matched. I'm stood there and like, shit, I've got to intervene. So it was just 2-on-1. But then his uncle turned up, who was really pissed because it brought a bad reputation on the Turkish family. I thought he was going to beat him up. He shit his pants, and then the uncle went on his way. It was like, okay, cool, because I was a bit worried that there was going to be two, the nephew and the uncle versus me and my mate. And I was like, oh shit, this could go down there. But no, the uncle was disappointed because of disrespect on the Turkish family. So he just gave him a bollocking and walked on by.
Have you ever had a fight? Have you ever had a fight, bro? You ever had a fight?
Not properly, no.
What? Not properly.
No, it's more about restraining and just one punch takes all.
You sound like a have-a-go hero.
You had a fight in school though, right?
Yeah. This kid came up and punched me, and I just whacked him in the. I got a lucky punch, bust his lip, and he ran away.
So basically, you exchanged blows with a guy.
Yeah, he punched me, and I just whacked him, and I managed to bust his lip by some first punch. Bust his lip. It was like a fucking lucky
exchange blows, yeah? Mud.
Yeah, it's correct to pause, man. Told you.
I mean, this is like 12, 13 years old.
Pause is his own point.
You were doing that at 12, 13.
You don't stop, man.
No.
I come from a quiet town in Yorkshire. I don't come from the.
Okay, so you people in Yorkshire do this thing.
So much girl in that there.
Sorry, you don't fight in the country, yeah?
Hold this out. England, hold this out.
You know,
I
we
know,
all
man.
big
You know,
pride.
pussy out here, man. They probably have now, but I'm saying like back then, yeah, I understand what you're saying. Randy.
Yeah, no, you've got to realise this is late 70s, early 80s.
This is why we talk to Smack.
Yeah, but
anyone from country.
I don't mean you should be exchanging blows though.
No, he hit me first.
He's not leaving it alone. He's not leaving it alone.
No, because he's trying to justify it, talking about like timelines and that. It's like, no, it was like late 70s, early 80s.
Like. You're such a wind up, you people.
What?
You people?
Wow, Randy.
Is that what you're doing? Mad.
The bitter taste that left. Oh my God.
You people.
You people.
Mad.
This is what you asked for, gentlemen. Mad.
Wow, you people. Shit.
Is that what it's come to, Randy?
The Brazilian dude in the gym that tried to film me, and he was talking about, oh, Jew people, I spent £3 million to live with Jew people here. Jew people? What are you talking about? Jew people? What are you talking about? My mate, yeah, a big man, was about 50. My mate was like, no, I think he's saying you people. What? I said that. I didn't even clock the man was Brazilian. I was just raging. I'm talking about Jew people.
You're like, what? What they got to do with this?
I was getting like, bruv, what the fuck are you talking about?
I ain't Nick Cannon.
Nah, I said, no. I think he said you people. I'm like, what the pussy about you people? You people what? You people what?
Yeah, that's the next.
Trill family. I'm saying Trill family are wind-ups.
Crew's brogues in the bin.
You guys are always winding me up. Oh, what was happening there? You took that photo. Oh, what's going on in the dungeon? Oh, you did this. What's going on? Why are you going to Rio's, Randy? What?
Stop swinging in Rio's, Randy.
What? You want me to go with him, Jess? Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, put smile on
No, hell no.
No, you need Axum. You need somebody experienced like.
Yo.
Ain't no fun. Axum can have none. Ain't no fun. Axum can have none.
Hey, Randy, I want to ask you a serious question, Randy. You're Randos.
Serious.
Well, hello, Pan.
Randy, why are you different when you're in the chat, bro? What's up with that?
It's bearing in mind I've got stuff to do in the day. I come on.
Badman is in the chat.
I know.
Yeah, he is actually. Yeah.
Say when I'm in the chat.
I go in the chat just to.
Why you explain yourself to Khan? Tell him don't chat to me. What? What?
I'm from Hackney, you know, cuz.
I live in Hackney, man. I live in Hackney. 30 years. 30 years in Hackney, bro.
But you think I don't know where you are, Randy? Come off
I know where I am.
Anyway, that's not the point.
He ain't going nowhere.
So anyway, so
on,
when I'm in the chat and I'm having a John Smith, I like to, you know me, I'm a bit of a wind up from where I come from and what I've done. So I just
like having John or Smith.
You come on the panel all meek and humble, and when you're in the chat, you're all of a sudden this instigator.
Maybe let me finish. I like to push a few buttons, and that's all it is. It's just pushing a few buttons. Sometimes I don't see the line, and I go over the line, and I accept that.
Do you mind if the buttons are male or female?
And do you mind if you're pushing or getting pushed?
Wait.
Man.
Stop it.
Where are you going with this?
What are we doing?
I'm not going anywhere. I'm just explaining the answer to the question.
I'm saying that there's a few questions that need answering. It's all very dubious.
Go for it, Con. Bring it out.
In your dungeon.
Uh-oh. What are you eating? Like, what are you eating? And why are you eating it so violently?
You know what I eat? Omelette.
Nah, let me go on mute. Do this.
Are you sure that's not KFC? That sounds like looking good to me.
Isn't hum French for? No, never mind. Don't worry.
Yeah, it is.
That was what you're eating, Con, to prove you're not.
Yeah.
All right. You should have asked that question about 3 seconds ago, because man eats fast, innit? Food's gone, bro.
Ladies, you listening?
What do you want to see now?
I want to see the KFC boxes.
KFC boxes. I don't mind a bit of KFC, bro. It's like keto.
Man.
KFC's keto, isn't it?
I'll have that one.
Nothing wrong with a bit of KFC, bit of Nando's, bit of chicken.
KFC is
definitely something wrong with a bit.
They're struggling to even present that shit as chicken now, man. Like I seen that shit the other day. Like, yo, nah, man. You know, sometimes you have to just understand that the time has passed. Yeah, McDonald's time has passed. They're not even caring anymore, bro. They're like, you're dumb enough to come in here.
Yeah,
that's not the main problem with it. Like the main problem with KFC is that it's fried in omega-6 oils, which is competing for omega-3, which we're running low on anyway. So they shouldn't really be eating anything fried right now. And with Nando's, it's like they got that char grilled thing, and all them chars is all carcinogens. Yeah, so even one of them things I avoid. To be honest, it's my mum that likes the KFC, and I get it for her like once in a while.
Fair enough. I got my Asda delivery yesterday.
Blame mum.
Yeah, I know.
But I do have to intervene because mum's like, when the kids come, let's get KFC and da-da-da-da-da. And I'm like, nah, mum, don't be influencing my kids into that shit. She's like, why? Like, she like, I think people want to share their likes and dislikes with their offspring. It's like, no, that's old school thinking.
Are you gonna show them the sujuk then?
Sujuk's high in nitrates. I don't eat sujuk. It's high in nitrates. Nitrates. It's not good for you.
Why do you say show them the sujuk?
Oh, pause.
Nah, don't do
it's not good. Any kind of processed meat.
Nah, don't try it.
Nah, you know what I mean, Con, right?
Nah,
I'm just saying on an educational tip, like anything with dietary nitrates added to it. It's not good.
It's a Randy.
You shouldn't be eating that shit anyway.
Her and Randy's gonna exchange blows.
Yeah, Axel, that's
pulls on blows.
That's like nonce.
Hey! I did wrong. I'm failing.
Man's not into the nonce banter, yeah. Just letting you know.
I got my Asda delivery yesterday, yeah.
Go on.
And there was an extra item in the delivery boxes.
Was it halal chicken?
Chicken chips. And I was like, okay, I'll just not tell them.
What, like chicken French fries? That one?
Yeah. And it's just literally
just like long nuggets.
They've reconstituted chicken into chips. And I was like, okay, they're giving it for free. I'll try it. And it was just it was awful, man. Chicken reconstituted chicken into the shape of a chip.
Yeah, saying that though, Randy, Aldi's chicken selects are exactly like McDonald's is. So if you want chicken selects for half the price and your kids are mad about it, save yourself some money, innit? Go Asda. I mean, Aldi.
What kids,
Aldi.
bro?
I'm saying anyone who's listening, not.
Yeah, you're telling Randy, the ones that.
Yeah, man. Allow it, man.
But you're trying to encourage him, telling him about it.
Yeah.
Well, maybe he serves food in the dungeon. I don't know.
That sounds like a hostage meal.
I know, man. Come on, what is this?
Nah, this sounds like a Goa situation.
Yeah, sex travel pack. Like,
you see, already, everybody winding me up. You people.
Who? Don't try it about you people, man.
You people in Trill family. It's you people in Trill family.
Yeah, yeah. You think you're smart. You think you're slick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Slightly
It's like
nigger.
saying Nigeria. It's like saying
He's
Nigeria.
nigger, but it's cool, man.
Yeah.
It's cool.
It's like
Did I
fact
mention
saying Nigeria.
Nigeria or did I mention?
I'm just saying it's just like fact saying Nigeria.
Or Turkey. I just said you people.
It don't have the same meaning anymore.
That's what I was talking about.
You might as well say you're kind.
Mm.
Yeah. I mean,
I could have said you're kind. Fuck off.
You're kind.
Your lot.
Yeah.
You lot.
You man.
Uno.
You proper try it. Man just used his words to explain it. And he could have tried. He could have used better words. And straight away, let's get Randy. Let's get Randy.
Is he using this?
You know what, Randy? You should have taken a leaf out that executive headmaster's book and just learned the passive aggressive standing there with your mouth shut technique. That sometimes it's better than saying inflammatory things.
Oh, we're talking about the executive principle.
That's it.
When you find your last Rizzler and you roll a zoot, there's a universal rule that says you must do it inside out, like the wrong way around. What is that?
Oh man,
Make that up.
And you know when you've committed, like, so now you're hoping it just sticks together, it just stays together.
Yeah.
I don't want to undo it.
You have to get the Pritt stick out.
Should I tell you how to make it thingy work better?
Pause.
What's wrong?
If you bite it in a zigzag pattern, when you stick it down, it stays stuck better.
Zigzag, yeah.
Sound good.
You have to bite it. You have to. Look, I was in Turkey, right, and they got their own Rizzler with no sticky bit on it, and I'm thinking, how the fuck does this shit work, right? And the shape of it is a weird shape where it's like actually a square piece of Rizzler. And I see some old guy with a huge mustache just pass roll the thing and pass it under the mustache. And it was sort of shielding the actual motion. And I was like, nah, I've got to chat to him now, innit? So I went over, I goes to him, listen, how do you get them Rizzlers to work? And he actually showed me. And he goes, you have to bite it in a zigzag. And then you heavily spit it down, all right, pause. And then when you light it, he goes, the heat from the flame.
So he told you to bite it in a zigzag pattern.
Yeah, he did. And then he goes, when you light the flame.
Did you do it though? Did you do it?
Yeah, I did actually.
Right.
But what could I do? I was on my own.
Straight away.
What conversation have I walked into? What is this?
Hang on. Go on. Are you a smoker or an ex marijuana smoker though?
Yeah, this was back in like 92, bro.
92?
Yeah.
How old are you? Let's look this back.
What do you mean, how old am I? How old do you think I am?
When you was
40s.
When you was 40, bro. Yeah, relax.
40s.
When Randy was 40.
You're 40.
When Randy was 40.
Back to 92. Let's do the calculation now. What is that? That's
you expert on
30 years ago.
Knowing people's age.
You're putting a zoo. So let's talk about that.
Older, you're 40 years older than Ulrika Johnson.
Yeah, you know what? How many different techniques I tried for sticking down Rizzler, making glue out of sugar and like fucking honey or whatever. Using all mad, trying to make glue, like edible glue.
Come on, Con. Tell us about this. Okay. Proper professional, you know.
So what, man? Relax. Man.
No, I don't mind. I'm just interested in the stories.
Do you know what I ended up doing, Randy?
I ended up getting a professional as well.
Randy, I ended up getting normal cigarettes, rolling them till all the tobacco came out of the cigarette, mixing it with the weed, and then stuffing it back inside the same empty hollow tube of paper. That's the only way I could smoke, and it used to take me 3 hours to do one spliff.
Yeah, sure. I want to hear about all your ex stories and the positive stories as well, because I think it'll be entertaining.
I've got amazing stories, but not on air, innit? You got to catch me in real life.
Yeah, go on a date with Con.
All right, let's link up, Con. I want to hear the stories. We'll have a cup of Turkish tea somewhere.
You're not gonna exchange blows and bite it in a zigzag pattern.
Yeah, mad.
No, this is fuckery.
Just show me like accents.
Are you gonna join them, Jalaya?
Wow.
Only after you've been there.
It's taken a dark turn now, Axum.
I know. I don't know what's going on.
Axum's got international taste when it comes to eating.
Wow.
Who?
FaceTime them when they're together.
KFC is American. Is that what we're talking about?
Axum, FaceTime Randy. When
FaceTime.
FaceTime Randy, you know. Look at Jed's aiding and abetting, but then he claims he's cleaner than white.
What are you talking
Cleaner than white?
What?
Cleaner than white?
What?
I've heard it all now.
Yeah, hold this down, Jedi.
That's a reverse racist statement.
That was dodgy. Lucky the executive principal didn't come out with nothing like that, boy. He would have got slapped by Freddie and them, man.
Executive
principal. Can somebody tell me?
Cleaner than white.
For like 40 years. What the fuck is an executive principal? I have no idea.
The guy who comes out to face the shit. He gets paid extra
to talk to Randy, to ask him to move from the gate.
It's the guy who gets to be on camera.
Now, do you have siblings? Do you have children at this school? You don't look like you. Come to pick up a granddaughter or grandson? Have you got any ID? I was actually going to get some John Smiths at the... Shut up, Randy, man. No.
We are the community. We demand you speak to us. And it took us 3 hours to get here on a train. Oh, yeah. The guy's like, huh? What kind of community? Some long distance community.
It's Ashford. You can get the fucking, the Eurostar.
She was like, one woman was like, I need to know. My babysitter needs to know.
I work, I actually work.
Yeah. It's like, right.
All boasting about it. I actually have a job. I'm not just a mum.
But yeah, and I've left my thing. I clocked out early to come down here. Yeah, I've got a nanny, and if the nanny don't get an explanation, it's going to be hell to pay.
Yeah, no mention of the dad. Nothing that to do with dad was involved. No, nothing like that.
Just let me know if I'm wasting my time. Oh shit! And he was just like, yeah, I say, yeah, I'm just trying here to, help. I've got no social skills.
Yeah, the confession. I might be lacking in my social skills. I do apologize.
In certain areas. For fuck's sake, man.
Pulling the Randy move.
It's not good.
I'm taking it on board.
What are you
taking
about
everything on board.
Typical Randy. Yeah, Randy lyrics.
Randy with everything.
Taking everything on board.
I'm taking everything on board.
Apologize. I overstepped the mark.
I never claimed to have lack of social skills or be in that situation. So why am I being labelled now?
You said you've crossed the line. You failed to take the cue that was on offer to you. That's the same thing.
What cross? Oh, no, I said sometimes in the banter, I forget where the line is.
Right.
I have a few John Smiths.
Yeah.
And I
Freudian slip.
Blaming it on John Smith, but that's borderline autism. Failing to recognize social cues is an autistic trait.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, you're correct. I don't disagree.
Right. There's an element of
denial.
Obviously. No, yeah, denial of
yeah, okay. I'll take that on board.
Racial interpretations, shit that happens normally. Hold on. That happens normally in his own environment. You know what I mean? They usually use the M word, and that's why it slipped out.
Once I did by accident, for fuck's sake.
Freudian slip, yeah. But that's what I did say. It was a Freudian slip, right? But Freudian slip does not come alone. It's not solitary. It's not a monolith. It's usually a pattern of behavior. That's all.
All right. Sniper the psychologist.
When you done the tier, yeah, that was mad. The acting, the level of method acting.
Different level begging.
But it came on with the tier. Yeah, and Goddess is upset with me.
Goddess is my witness.
Yeah. And she said, once a racist, always a racist. I couldn't take it. That shit was the funniest shit I've seen online for a while, man.
Oh, shit. Is that the time?
You busy now? yeah, man.
Yeah, Randy, I was a bit upset with you for
that PayPal, Cash App, man. All that good stuff, man.
Nothing to do with you being racist. It's just like
Sniper mocked my donations, so I'm not happy.
Why?
You mocked my donations. I'm not happy.
Really? Well, you want the money back?
When I was talking to you about Sniper, when I was talking about your donations, you did an impression of me giving donations. I was like, no, that's mocking.
Yeah,
I was upset.
That's what you're paying for.
No holds barred comedy, bro.
See, you don't even get
with it.
Yeah, you don't even get when man's giving you free gems.
It's all right for you when you're in the chat roasting.
My content,
roasting people's children.
Mocking, man.
My content is there for all to see, and you enjoy it. So you get value for money because I can turn and specify and run jokes with you. And
Exactly.
All of that. You know, it is.
Randy, it's like being in the front row at a comedy club. You're gonna get roasted.
It's the mocking.
You sat in the front row seat.
Yeah. Of Eddie Sniper.
Standards.
Eddie Sniper or Sniper Murphy, whatever you want. That's your business.
Charlie Sniper.
Yeah, that's your business. But big up Randy, come on, man. Hit that donation, man. Come on.
No, because you're mocking. I'm not doing it because I'm mocking.
So I mean, it's passive aggressive shit, man. I hate it. I really
what do you want from me, Randy?
Some typical white boy shit.
I can't help you, man. I just tell you what's real. I keep it real.
I didn't like the mocking. That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah, don't give me no money, but give Jedi some. No, what's that got to do with Jeds?
No, because you're mocking.
Do your normal stuff. Shut up, man. I'm always mocking you.
Yeah, but this hit home.
Oh, you're always John Smith's. Like,
it hit the heart.
What hit the heart? That didn't hit the heart worse than what I just said.
Wait, Randy, sorry for
about you crying and that.
And all that, but what
you
was
got crying the last
said to upset MJ in the first place again? Because I missed it all.
No. We're not gonna do that because it just caused trouble.
Yeah, leave it.
Yeah, leave it. It's done.
All right.
It's done. I made my agreements, and we settled it, and we're moving on.
Yeah. I find this total behavior pattern quite strange. Like people who enjoy crossing boundaries and lines, and then when they get reprimanded, seem to enjoy it even more. Like that for me is some sort of sub-dom behavior pattern.
Yeah,
I find it odd.
You're a perfect individual.
I'm not being perfect, Randy. I'm saying, have you noticed? Are you self-aware enough to notice this submissive? Like waiting to get dominated.
Yeah, sure. I know myself.
Trait in your actions. Have you noticed that?
Yeah. I've done therapy, man. I told you that. I spent £5,000 on.
Maybe we should send my ex there. No, I think people have a pattern of, crossing over established lines just in order to get reprimanded and feel like, oh, I'm getting attention now.
Yeah, no, that's exactly it, Kanye. Spawn.
But what I'm saying is,
can I give you a Shakespeare quote?
You can give me any kind of quote. It's fine. Don't have to be Shakespeare.
Let me give you a Shakespeare quote. Yeah. Have you ever read Shakespeare, Kanye? I
have. Yes, I've done A-level English literature.
All right. Yeah, I did A-level. I did O-level English literature. So in King Henry IV, Part 1, yeah. There's 2 parts. So Prince Hal, he says, I will so offend.
Intimidation, fight for the mason. Remember that's a petrol bomb at the station. I fear the creator, not the creation. That turned out in birth of a nation. You're not in my gang if you're working with Satan. It's boom bye bye for conversing with bacon. With no hesitation. The man I go bed but my sleep is amazing.
Yeah.
Come on.
He said, oh Jesus. He says,
boo, boo, hiss.
Fresh garments, matching your varnish, baby, your body banging like a shot.
I knew I mentioned my ex, but he didn't need to put her on the screen.
Are you not entertained?
He says,
are you not entertained?
He says,
are you not entertained?
He says,
"Are you not entertained?"
He says, he says,
"Are you not entertained?"
He says,
"Are you not entertained?"
Seashore. He says, she says by the seashore.
"Are you not entertained?"
I will sew a to make a fences.
And I'm blacker than black, and I'm black, y'all.
Yeah, this that motherfucking dirty white boy, dog. Bringing y'all this 100% certified white boy music. If you don't know about this, dog, you need to get the fuck in where the fuck you fit in, dog. You understand this shit? This for my true to life dirty fucking dubs. Yeah, I'm fresh, I'm thug, I'm dirty, I'm dub. I'm a white boy, get it right, boy. I grow it, I move it, I maintain it, prove it. I'm fresh, I'm thug, I'm dirty, I'm dub. I'm a white boy, get it right, boy. I grow it, I move it, I maintain it, prove it. I'm a white boy, get it right, boy. It's a dirty white boy, yeah, you better get it right, dog. Everybody knows that I throw them dubs high, y'all. White boy, that's what I be telling them. White boy.
Redeeming time.
Yeah, this that motherfucking.
Hey, Randy, do you ever wear chinos with brown shoes? Randy.
Yeah,
Hey, Randy, have you got a couple of pairs of chinos?
Why? What? Why are we
Why are
having
you
these
asking
conversations?
him about Parachinos for?
What?
Because the video we just watched, like the common denominator was they always wearing chinos with brown leather shoes. Did you not notice?
That's what you was looking at.
Yeah, I've got chinos and brown leather shoes. Guilty.
I knew it. Some white boy shit. Yo, Randy. Randy, you there?
Yes, Carl. Yes, Carl.
So when you're dealing with someone who has this trait, yeah, of crossing boundaries and actually enjoys being reprimanded to the point where the more angry you get, the more you sort of put them back on the straight and narrow, the more they're just like gushing about it. Someone like that, how can you deal with that person? Because if they're going to have to like go to more and more extreme measures to instigate this reaction in you, there's going to come a point where like they're pissing you off to the point where like I'm gonna have to do an MJ on you.
That's what it is. That's the end result. An MJ.
What are you gonna do on me?
That's what we're calling it now.
An MJ, like basically slap you down.
Listen.
You're gonna do a Michael Jackson on him.
I've got violence outside my front door.
She's talking about her his address.
MJ isn't the biggest issue in my life. Right?
Don't mess with MJ. Yeah, talking about kneecapping him. Mad. They'll soon simmer him down. Smart. So they think so. Go on.
I've got violence outside my front door.
Racism.
MJ isn't my biggest priority.
But you live in Hackney, man, and Hackney's bougie now, man. Stop that, man.
No,
you don't live on no housing estate, so allow it, man.
On Saturday, there was 5 guys about to have a gang fight. And we had just had to let it play out. My neighbour wanted to get involved. I had to hold him back before he got involved. And luckily it passed round. And then my neighbour wanted to attack my other neighbour and I had to hold him back again. You know, it's full moon and all that. So,
Has anyone ever told you storytelling's an art form?
It's a mad thing. It's a mad thing. Yeah, it's Gandalf in it.
Skills, man. Anyway, Randy, speaking of 5 guys, have you seen that TikTok where the guy goes to his missus, yo, babe, have you ever tried 5 guys? And she goes,
I haven't seen that one.
She goes, what, all at the same time? And he goes, no, the food. Not seen that now? Randy, killed the joke, bruv. You ruined it, man. You got bad comedy timing, bruv. Where's the fucking Emmanuel?
That's Chinese nonsense. I don't subscribe to that.
Mad. Racism. But you're going to go
Where's
to
the
their
comedy
country
timing, bro? You're ruining it, man.
to sleep with their women and young ladies.
Have you ever tried Chinese?
I have a Chinese woman, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Have you ever watched a series called Seinfeld?
What, in the 90s? Yeah.
Yeah. My favorite joke out of the whole thing, is when Kramer comes back from Cuba and he comes up, he comes flying up the stairs and through the door like a madman. And he goes up to Jerry and he goes to him, "Yo, Jerry, I got your Cubans. They're downstairs in the car." And he runs back down to the car and Jerry says to the fat guy, he goes to him, "Oh, excellent. Man's got my cigars that I wanted." So he goes down to the car, and there's a whole family of Cubans sitting there. He goes to him, "What the fuck's this?" He goes, "You wanted some Cubans? These are your Cubans. Because let me introduce you." He's like, "No, you idiot. Cuban cigars. Where's your Cubans?" Oh, that one. I don't know why, but that one really got me laughing, man. I was like, tears streaming.
I think it was better than time than your delivery card.
I do really think you can't explain jokes, innit? You have to be there to experience it. Like, can't duplicate it. But I was just checking if you've seen it because it was a classic.
I don't remember it.
You don't look at jokes, man, when he's on the internet. That's not what he's there for. What do you think he's looking for, man?
Some gimp outfits and that.
Unsuspecting. Yeah, anyway. Yeah. He'd be on them dating websites lying about his age and that.
What, Plenty of Fish?
You see?
Bumble.
Plenty of Fish has gone dead now, man.
Yeah,
what you got now? Bumble. Humble. What?
Tinder.
Bumble?
Tinder.
What's that? Anal dating?
Mad.
Bumble?
You know what Bumble is, Con? Don't lie.
I've not gone on there. I've heard about it.
What's Bumble, Con?
I'm hearing about it now. Bumble. I think it's the one where the women choose the men. You put your thing up there. I think it's that one.
Yeah, this is where the women choose.
Put your thing up there. Okay.
This is where the women choose.
Easy now.
I like it, guys.
Actually, I've been on a date in about a week now. Her mind just gone dirty. What are you talking about?
No, Bumble.
You put your profile.
No, like, what are you guys on in UK? Like, what is
Zoom.
this?
You put your profile up on the website.
Well, like they ain't got Tinder in Sweden, man.
Opt to contact you or not?
Yeah, I think Bumble.
Got Tinder more in Sweden than Denmark, I bet.
Because the women choose.
No, when you go on Tinder in Sweden, it's like blonde chick, Axum, blonde chick, Axum's auntie, blonde chick, Axum's sister, blonde chick. Long.
Yeah, but the great thing about Sweden is they're a lot more liberal.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
So why don't you go there on holiday?
I'm planning it, man. Stockholm.
All you need is someone to show you around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, what? I didn't
If only you knew somebody that knew the area that was friendly.
The lay of the land, you mean, Jed?
Yeah.
Born
there.
The lay of the land.
Nudge. You know what I mean? Born there, and that. You know what I mean? How are you gonna know better than someone who was born there?
No, local knowledge is the best. I agree.
Yeah, local knowledge is the best. Isn't it, Axum?
Knowledge, yeah, knowledge locally.
Local brains, man.
Oh no!
Why are you naturally
with the flying kick? Allow it, Mag.
Why are you naturally on mute and you're not on mute? Mad thing.
Yeah, thanks. I'm in Norway, so hey.
I'm interested to go to Norway too.
You don't slip up, Axel.
Some more local knowledge.
Wow.
Leave me alone, guys. Leave me alone.
I want to go to Scandi and experience it.
Oh, mad.
Scandi,
you know.
There's gonna be scandal in Scandi.
Scandi panties.
Yeah,
them man are naturists and stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, no, they're mixed steam rooms naked. Mixed steam rooms naked. That sounds my kind of cup of tea.
Wow.
Whoa.
That's not everywhere though.
Whoa.
That
sounds like Rio's. Like Rio's again. You want to go there and do Rio's all over again? Mad.
No, it's just the normal population just goes to the sauna steam room and it's mixed naked. I don't know what's going on.
I think you should go there, man. Stay out there for a month or two.
Yeah, no, I should. The experience.
This guy will melt away in the sauna. Allow it, man.
Yeah, good luck, Randy. Hope you have a good time.
You don't have to hope. You can show him one.
Violating your country. It's gonna be violating your country. Man.
Have you ever been to a sauna or a steam room in the Scandinavian countries you travel through?
They got them in their houses, Rand. They got them in their own houses.
Yeah, no, they have. I went to a place in Germany. They had a sauna in the basement. I was like,
is that true, Axel?
Like, so they like coming over for a coffee.
Is that true, Axel? You lot got sauna in the yard?
Yeah.
Yeah. My parents, yeah.
What?
Oh. And what about in your apartment building? Have you got a...
Yeah, they got a communal one, Randy.
Easy, Randy.
What's about in your apartment building?
It's called Rios.
And what about your apartment building?
Have we got a communal one, Axel? Is that what they're saying?
You lot.
It's in the basement.
Have you got one in your building?
Oh, yes or no? It's a simple yes or no, Axel. Why?
Whoa, calm down.
He's getting pushy.
Calm down, mate.
Innit? Man's getting demanding.
What in the demonic traveler is getting on here, man? Hostile.
She deserves it anyway, man. She deserves everything she gets.
Why can't she answer the question?
Because she's a piece of shit.
What do you want to know, Randy?
You're in your apartment building.
No, we don't have any sauna, steam room, or nothing like that. No.
She's lying, Randy.
That has a mixed naked sauna and steam room. And
why you say naked? Like there.
That's all he's interested. No one wants to see you.
Refusing to answer. Just say yes or no.
Yeah, you ain't got one in our building.
When we were like young, yeah.
I said yes, yeah. You come on.
No. Nay.
Yes.
Nay.
I said yes, Randy. You come over.
A naked sauna.
A naked rock music.
Was that a Swedish S? That was funny.
Yes, Randy.
Come over for some sauna and meatballs, Randy.
Yes. And sandwich cake.
Yeah. And mousse.
You can eat my sandwich cake in the sauna, Randy.
Well, I eat your meatballs. Swedish meatballs.
Axel, I'm willing to eat sandwich cake.
Wow.
There you go, Axel. There you go, girl.
Oh my God, that is a signed, sealed deal right there. You can't get better than that.
Yeah.
Is that all right? Axel, is that all right? Yes.
I like very much. Swedish Borat.
Was that
Uncle Borat.
I like very much, Randy.
Phil?
Very Phil.
You will be when Randy gets there, I'll tell you.
Hey. No injera, no sandwich cake, no nothing.
That is not a torch in his pocket.
Yeah.
Good, Randy.
You will be very Phil.
There's not a torch in his pocket. It's not a dick either, but it's definitely not a torch.
I'm done because I don't want to lines.
Some electric rumbling. Came with batteries. Like, that's what you're going to fit anyway.
He brought a bag, a little water bag.
You know what it is? It was on the house
with some stuff in it.
When she first greeted him and he hugged her, it went off. So all of a sudden, it started vibrating.
Marco.
Yeah, he brought him. He couldn't fit them in the luggage, so he had him in his standard pocket.
Randy's got the thingy one that plugs into the mains. The serious one.
One that connects to the air compressor.
The one that darkens the room.
Yeah, the one that
makes your electric flutter.
The air compressor.
The one with the pool starter.
They're saying it got diesel tires, yeah.
Yeah, bro. Moving like a go-kart and that. Body kit on it.
What are you saying? It's souped up, remapped.
It's got spoilers on it. Mad thing. I don't know what's going on. It makes that sound.
Dump valve.
Rims, everything. Jump on, family. It's time to change the conversation.
Turbo boost.
Just get your ticket booked to wherever she is, Norway. She's like,
Scania.
Oh, fucking
get yourself over there, man.
Nah, hell to the no. Randy, how am I gonna introduce you to people? Like, yeah, this is my English uncle.
Ooh, what?
No, it's
invite them round to the
Uncle
house,
meaning uncle, though.
Hey, hold on.
Yeah,
So
yeah, he's old.
you can't invite him as your friend.
So he's an old man. He's an old man.
You can't invite him as your friend.
No. He's an old man. He's an uncle. Right,
okay, well, he's an uncle. He's an old man from London.
That's the cover.
I know him. He's come over here, so you know we're just chilling out. Yeah, and that's it. You keep it moving, and you go to the hotel, get fucked. Like, what are you doing
in Sweden?
Yeah.
Get paid first.
Everyone knows your paper's going to be up after.
Slap.
PayPal, innit? Hit the PayPal
Stop
first.
hitting me. No head to know. No.
You say it don't hurt.
Huh?
What you say? You want to? You don't want cash?
No hurt.
You say you want it in crypto? I like how you're thinking. She's
business minded.
She's got a good head on her shoulders, allegedly.
Triller, I'm 54.
Hey, Randy, you got crypto, right?
Yeah, I've got some crypto. Triller,
Yeah,
I'm
man.
54, not 52. Can you please correct that?
Who's Triller? Trillo, you mean?
Shani, Trillo.
Why are you arguing with the cat?
My mom's 55. She's not an old woman. No, she's only 5 years older than me, Shani.
Well, anyway, don't worry. Rion like 65, so you'll be all right. Big up Rion for being honest.
Come on.
For real.
The cougar nani.
Rah, what do you say?
No, to be honest, though, Randy,
like,
you
yo,
look...
I got one further, 66.
I'm done. I'm done.
They're having a bidding war out there. I was like, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, Randy, what do you want?
You know what you want, man.
What do you want, Randy?
No.
Don't make him say online, man. Just message him.
He wants all free Axum. He wants all free.
He was being around the world.
He'll settle for number 2. He'll settle for the second option.
He wants around the world treatment.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah.
Axum, I don't want anything from you, darling.
Whoa,
that's a bit rude, Randy. Fucking hell.
That's a
Bang out Voodoo.
That's the only thing you ever said to me the last month, Randy. Big up yourself for that one still. Thank you.
Not the sister's confidence.
Confidence. No.
Oh, Axum, what goes into sandwich cake? Pause.
Are we talking about sandwich cake or sandwich cake?
What goes into sandwich cake? In other words, how do you make
sandwich
it?
Cake, like food sandwich cake now? Yeah.
How do you make it?
Fruit sandwich cake.
No, but because I've been thinking about it, Axum, what holds the sandwich together?
Yeah, so you have different types of butter. Butter?
Oh, use butter.
But not butter like you think it is. It's like one, okay, everybody does it differently, yeah? But I do it with the avocado, creme fraiche, and mayo, one part of it. And
fire upon anything that starts with butter, anyway.
Creme fraiche.
Okay, and the next one is a tuna.
Oh my god.
Tuna mayo.
Dill.
You're copying British recipes right now.
Huh?
You're copying British recipes. Tuna mayo, that's our thing.
Yeah, but it's not only tuna mayo. It's lemon. It's a lot of things. Yeah, so two different types of things.
Is there anything nice in it?
Obviously.
Like what? Like what?
No, but it's nice. It's really nice with the avocado thing, and then you layer it. With
I'm over the avocado phase, man. It's just done to death now. Avocado.
No,
done
avocado's
now.
nice.
Avocado's dead.
It is dead.
No, it's not. What the hell? Anyways, you're layering it up, yeah.
They don't make avocado no more. I can't tell you the last time I had a good avocado.
That's what I mean. They're mass produced now. They taste like nothing.
It's pointless even buying them sometimes, man. It's like rubber. It's like, this is a joke. It's been like that for years as well.
I'm over it now. I ain't even bothering.
I ain't had a good, like, see that soft, creamy avocado. I don't know where you get that. This shit's made out of plastic, firm. It's like, nah.
It's just luck, innit? It's luck on the draw.
You know the ones at the market that sell the Caribbean food?
Bro, come on, man. That's the first place man was going. No.
You need to eat it abroad, Jets, not in UK.
Of course. That's what I'm saying. Every avocado over here that I've had,
I like eating abroad.
Shit. Yeah. And when they mash it up and make it into like different things like paste or whatever, it hasn't got that avocado taste anymore. It's just water.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? There's an avocado taste.
Smooth water.
It's dead, man. You get shit avocados out here. You get one, it's not ripe. You blink, it's rotten.
To be honest, I don't think your veggies over there is good.
Not ripe. This is how it goes with avocado. Not ripe, not ripe, not ripe. Getting riper,
Liquid.
Rotten. Liquid.
Decomposing.
Putrid. Yeah.
Yeah, literally.
Or brown. Brown. Immediately.
Not even brown, literally just liquid.
No, but they're just like mushy.
A black avocado.
Mushy.
Yeah, mushy.
And not in a good way either. Like, just fun.
Calm, do you like mushy stuff, yeah?
No, I like it firm, thank you.
Mad.
Oh, you're talking about avocados?
Yeah.
Mad. You don't like the gushy stuff, you like it firm, yeah? You like it firm, allow it.
I like them with a bit of side. You can lean on them a bit.
Mad.
Is that again?
And you can zigzag bite, yeah? Mad. I'm out.
Yeah.
But no, I'm not even.
No, man.
Yeah, it's not right, Con.
I think it's too much of a reach, though. You're trying, but it's too much.
Allow it, man.
Zigzag bite, like what's erotic
Zigzag
about
bite should have been left the first time. But the blow for blow, like with so you know.
Axum said no. Axum said no. Axum was feeling the zigzag bite idea.
No. When he said zigzag bite, I'm thinking like about the song. Yeah? If you want to be my lover, and then it's like a zigzag.
If I want to be my lover.
What?
Yeah, that song, yeah. What's it
called?
You lot, let's get out of their way, man. Get out of their way. Just leave that.
What is that? Eritrean? Yeah, Eritrean song. Was that Sabrina? Was that Sabrina?
It's the rice scales. The rice scales.
What is that?
I think that's how you say egg in Sabrina, isn't it?
The rice scales. There's the white one, the brown one, the bulgur.
Burgul. No, I say burgul.
And then the uncooked meat, girl.
Hey.
Raw meat disco.
Big up my
rice girls. That one's good, you know.
Who's bringing down tonight?
So Axum, has anyone ever licked the mayonnaise out of your tuna sandwich cake?
What? Whoa.
Zigga.
Whoa. Wow. Mayonnaise and tuna sandwich cake. Mad.
Lick it out.
Yeah. Mad.
What the hell is going on? Hey, I want everyone, the audience, to know I'm not involved in any of this that's happening. I'm just a bystander like the rest of you. I don't know what's happening.
You're just facilitating the whole fucking.
I'm not doing anything, bro. Like, what are you not doing?
No, but you know what? You know, when I make a sandwich and it's got mayonnaise in it, I've got a habit of squeezing it until the mayonnaise kind of like starts coming out. Then I lick it.
You guys
other people looking at me like, oh,
no, he asked you.
Doing? That's not how you eat a sandwich.
You got this for your other online services that you use for.
I'm just saying, like, Axum, when you give someone sandwich cake and they like lick the mayonnaise out, does it offend you?
She's gone.
Or do you like it?
Scared her off, mate.
You don't cry.
Oh, she gone. God damn.
Yeah. You see, once you lot's belly's full, you don't care no more, man. Yeah. When you're hungry, you're hungry. Yeah, hungry for gas and hungry for food. But once the food's been satisfied, yeah, that's not going into. Well, you squeeze it for the male. Like, why? Why would you do that? You know, if you do that, normally that there's an infection or something. I don't know. You just saying. Infection in your sandwich.
Oh, look who came crawling back.
Yeah.
Someone else fancies a bit of that.
What?
Yeah.
I just jumped down. Why are you on my half day?
Oh, is it?
Half day.
Why are you muting my mic for?
Talk about creamy
Who muted me?
sandwich cake. What's your input? Sorry.
I said who
Ask
muted me?
her about korma, Khan.
Creamy korma.
Creamy korma.
Creamy korma is so fresh.
That is language you're using now. Leave
What?
it. Leave it.
Korma? What's wrong with Sneak's language?
Captain, you're the head lesbian.
Mad.
Shut your mouth.
Hey, Captain, say, leave it.
Sorry, so for someone to be the head lesbian, that means there's other lesbians. Anyway,
I'm not one.
All lesbians have his head. I mean,
yeah.
So yeah, what's going on, Khan?
You know what was going on, man. You want involvement. Just say, yeah, do me next. Me next, Khan.
Yeah. Sneak's next, Khan.
Yeah.
I'm joining to condemn all of you lot.
Do you mind if
You're
someone
making my half day uncomfortable, yeah?
suck the curry out of your naan? I don't know. What's the
Yeah.
Asian
What's the equivalent? What's the equivalent?
I'd ask. Yeah, anyway.
Hold on, Khan. Hurry up, Khan.
Khan?
Yo.
You guys on the panel?
Ask Sneaks about the yogurt and mint dip.
Yo, what's that yogurt and mint dip called again?
Is it Raita? Yeah.
Raita.
And you men know about it, yeah? You men know about it, yeah? Mm-hmm.
What was that?
Relax, man. What was that?
What even was that?
Yeah.
Contain yourself, accent, man.
You know, what's going on?
I'm still fantasizing about Elsa. Trust me. Elsa proper made an impact in Chilo. Always mentions that.
They're sort of really good. Yeah.
From cocktail Pringles.
From cocktail going. What's this skit? Yeah, straight scampi, bro. Scampi.
Scallop.
Scallop tastes like I've never had it.
No, scallop doesn't have no taste. Stop it.
I'm sure you have.
Scallop ain't got no taste now.
Put your finger down there.
What? You sure you want to go down this
No,
angle?
can we change subject, please?
What are you talking about?
What do they call that thing? Crawfish.
Yeah, crayfish.
Longestine.
Oh yeah, people love a bit of longestine, don't they?
Oh yeah, they like to yam it. Yam it away.
What is what's the texture of scallops? Are they
It's like chicken breast.
Like
you tell us, Sneaks. You tell us.
I suspect gritty.
I've seen them
Gritty. Gritty and greasy, yeah.
No, it's not greasy. It's not greasy.
But is the gritties? They've got little bits.
No.
Yeah, you can get little bits in it now. Come on, you know this accent.
Yeah, like a fine grit and like a thin, greasy film.
In preparation of clams. Yeah, and the sand. Especially from raising clams.
No, you dirty minds, you.
That's it, gritty.
Yeah. It's got a light, greasy film.
Yeah,
no greasy for him on that.
Where the hell's gone?
Fine sand.
Butter.
Bahamas.
A little bit of garlic butter.
What?
What is he saying?
I
feel like there's two different shows running, man. And I'm on
definitely.
We're talking about.
I'm on God's stream. I don't know where you are at, but I'm on God's stream. See there, look, God, look, see, I'm on God's stream.
City of God, great film, great film.
God's stream, man, 'cause you know,
great film. It's really, really good.
Please deliver me from this dunya, man.
Don't say that, bro.
Why?
What do you mean? You're asking to die? That means.
Nah. I'm asking to go to a better place. Away from you heathens and filth mongers.
So none of you have eaten a scallop, yeah?
Whoa, pause, man. What are you doing, man?
I'm not even joking.
Louder.
Right, you
over there.
I'm selecting over seafood.
You gotta be, man. You gotta be.
Keep your little scallop.
Turn up your mic after they're talking over you. I cannot hear you.
Man's not trying to end up like Will Smith and Hitch.
Oh yeah.
Can you turn up Sirius and mic?
No.
She gonna have to turn up herself. Turn herself up.
Who the fuck turned me down?
What?
No, you're not turned down, darling.
No, you're good, man.
Well, now I'm not.
You're all the way up.
You're at the right level, trust me.
I'm all over the way.
These lot eat scallops, man, have they?
Nothing can stop you.
I love scallops.
Randy likes it. You lot.
Hold on.
Yeah,
why are you talking? Hold on. Why are you talking about scallops? Sneeze.
Randy.
Oh, because I don't know.
Was it a mispronunciation?
Beautiful.
Go with the flow of the conversation, innit?
Oh, sorry, my bad.
I don't know what's wrong with you lot.
I know the why I was saying, Randy, a bit of garlic butter.
You lot, you people, what's going on?
Yeah, you people.
You had mayo and creme fraiche and sandwich cake and can't suck in the mayo out of anyway.
Out of sandwiches.
Yeah.
Because I don't like it dripping on my chin, right?
Oh my
God.
God.
Oh my days.
Pickled scallop juice on your chin.
He likes
I don't like that.
Straight down the gullet, innit?
Tuna
Wasting up.
Oh,
You don't like the
exactly.
waste.
Sneaky knows, man. Sneaky knows how to eat scallop.
You free.
He knows how to eat scallops.
I don't know how to eat scallops.
Get the
I've
hens,
never
man.
even cooked a scallop. I don't know. I'm not experienced with
You're
scallops.
supposed to fry it.
It's borderline satanic, man.
We just eat it raw, yeah?
No. You don't eat scallops raw. You have to cook it.
She said she don't cook them. She said she eat them raw.
Slow roast the scallops first, yeah?
Mud.
Oh.
You don't need to go and take cold showers.
Is she saying scallops or bollocks? Like, what? Why are you saying
them hairy spherical objects. Them. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. So like a true lesbian.
Who comes with the package, man? Like, what are you talking about?
No. She likes labia.
Oh shit. Okay.
No, I don't.
Labia.
Leza.
She's hearing about the male anatomy, and she said, that's lesbian.
Yes.
Shut up, you scallop scourer.
It's like if you said, oh yeah, the fanny lips, and I was like, fanny lips, what? Those objects and that, like what?
Weirdo.
Bye, man.
No, but for real though, women don't like balls, do they?
Who you asking us?
How? Why? How does that make sense?
So she's right.
Ask your own self.
Abort.
Ask your own self that.
We're the ones that have to say gently.
Olga and them. Ask Olga sitting next to you or ask them. Whatever at work. If she knows about balls. What? If balls are a thing.
You entered the lesbo zone where the sisters can't say, oh yeah, I like them or I don't like them or I know they don't know nothing about it. Now look,
huh? What's that?
They probably got balls on their screensaver. Probably got screensaver balls.
Actually,
the wallpaper, that background.
I think Shifa likes balls. This morning he jumped on showing us all of his different coloured balls.
This is lesbian action.
Wow.
He was
Now you're just gonna throw a
No,
man
but
on
it's the truth.
What?
If you rewind the stream to this morning after you went to take a big dirty poo, yeah, and then Schiffer jumped on. And then Schiffer jumped on.
It's got twisted person.
If you stop flapping your gums and listen, you might understand why I'm mentioning
you
it.
know about his flaps, isn't it? Yeah. If you stop gumming the flaps, maybe. You
yeah.
Get him, Sniddy, get him.
I know you are, but what am I? Yeah.
You made someone leave, whoever that was.
It was Randy. Give thanks. Yeah.
Yes, you're welcome.
Awkward in a room full of lizards.
Yes, sister.
Talk to me about Turkish eggs.
What are you talking about?
Turkish eggs.
Yeah, I really want. Yeah.
Turkish eggs. There's loads of different ways of doing it. What do you want, the vegan way or the?
No.
The meaty
way?
No, I'm not. I don't. Yeah.
Are you just vegan egg?
You want Turkish egg?
No.
Well, not
Let's
vegan,
leave
but
that section.
with or without.
So,
how do you like your eggs? With or without sujuk? It's the question.
Mad.
I've never had sujuk.
In the morning, I like my river kiss.
I like my river.
I don't mind as long as I get my kiss.
So what are you saying? She
How do you like your eggs in the morning?
Jedi, don't sing, please. But
allow it. Yeah, so
it's a huge trend now on TikTok. Thing.
Oh, is it?
It's a huge trend. Turkish eggs.
Sign.
Yeah,
I've never had sujuk, right? I've never had sujuk.
Yeah.
I don't know what meat it's made of. Is it pork?
No, it's beef.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's leave the sujuk out for now. But I've seen Nigeria. I've seen. No, listen. One thing at a time. Okay, I've seen Nigella make it.
You sure?
Turkish eggs. So she made it with yogurt and there was some like butter, chili, oil going on the top. What's the situation? How do you make Turkish eggs?
Situation is Nigella's just freestyling with the yogurt thing. Like you don't eat yogurt with eggs. That's mad. That's crazy.
Yeah, I was just like,
that's mad.
I wasn't too sure.
Just Nigella being Nigella, isn't it? But really, like I said, on TikTok, there's a whole trend of Turkish eggs. Like you can see a million different versions. But how I do mine, obviously, get the sujuk, chop it up, whack it in the pan, no butter, no oil. And when the juices start coming out the sujuk, then you crack the eggs into it. So they sort of cook in the sort of paprika flavored oil.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, and then like, you know, we usually like put a bit of dried mint on it. But that's just a Cyprus thing.
That sounds like fun.
I'm not involved with these eggs.
You put dry mint on it, yeah? Mad.
Turkish just put dry mint on everything, man.
Makes sense.
Yeah, they do, to be fair. Okay.
So you get that smell of mint. Okay.
Yeah, it sort of cuts through the grease a little bit.
Nigella just sold everyone a lie. There was like sourdough bread.
She's doing her
like
style.
Warmed yogurt. There was like...
Yeah, that's how you do it,
oil.
Sneaky. What you do, when you crack the eggs into the pan, you cook them and then you just leave it and then you eat it out of the pan with the bread.
No, that's lazy.
Okay.
What in the Modine is going on here?
No, but it's like rustic way of eating it.
Was that nigga not eating out of the frying pan?
That's done in love in my household. Sorry.
That's fucking mad.
No,
it's like eating up for chopping board.
Nah, but like if you have a big family or whatever and you make one big meal,
but what was my
put it in the middle of the table and everyone picks.
It's just a way, Sneaky. It's just a way of frying the egg, but without losing the runny part of the yolk.
Oh yeah.
So they keep the yolk runny, so you could dip the bread in it. So you don't flip it over like an omelette. You just cook the bottom part.
Very good.
Yeah, and then when you see that the yellows are firmed up, then that's it. You take it off the heat, innit?
Right.
So if you take it out of the pan, you're going to break up all the yolks, and it's going to start running everywhere. So you just eat it out of the pan with the bread, just dip it in and eat it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, this doesn't sound nasty at all.
No.
Yeah, you guys need to say "onkakaha" now.
Onkakaha.
Onkakaha.
Yeah, good. I'm sure there's loads of TikToks and YouTubes about Turkish eggs.
Here you come. Uncle Kaha.
I don't
Uncle
have
Kaka.
No.
Uncle Kaha.
Not that deep, man.
Not car.
Uncle Haha.
No.
Uncle Kaka.
What
Yes, that one.
Uncle Kakan.
Uncle Kakan.
That my nephew's got a stutter.
They call him Cool Khan.
Yeah.
I don't know what this is now.
Yeah, you guys made me hungry.
You made me hungry.
I've not enjoyed this, man.
What? What, Khan?
It's one-sided, man.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. There's a vibe to it. I've not really.
I'm staying out of their way, man.
Nah, go mute yourself, Khan.
I'm not involved either.
Very dodgy seafood going on, man.
There's something about, I don't know. It's just, I felt isolated from.
What about runny egg?
I felt detached.
Well, you like mayonnaise, so you like.
What do you want to detach yourself to?
Wow.
I mean, attach yourself.
You can't
to.
be just telling a man like
Sneaky, calm down, man.
What he's saying, he feels left out, innit? He felt left out.
What?
I'm trying
You're
to
doing a Randy now. There are
included.
boundaries. There are boundaries.
sorry.
What do you want to attach yourself to?
Yeah, I'm
Come
not.
off it now.
I'm not.
I know, like, what is
I
that?
don't need public humiliation. I don't need that.
You love it.
I really don't.
This is vibey.
You see what I mean? Like,
Sorry, no English.
Yes, do you like mayonnaise too?
Oh, here we go.
Your what name?
Yes.
I thought she said, "Do you like my niece?"
This is you, Sneets and Khan. Leave me out.
Man, ain't seen your niece. Do you like my niece?
Mayonnaise. Nah, okay, in Swedish it's mayonnaise.
Whoa!
Okay, question. Have
I've never met your niece. I don't know if I like her or not.
For fuck's sake. Have you ever made your own
your mayonnaise?
Mayonnaise.
Fresh mayonnaise.
Mayonnaise, your naise.
Do you like mayonnaise? I've never met the girl.
She makes her own mayonnaise. I'm out, man.
No, I'm asking a question. Have you ever made your own mayonnaise?
Yeah, I make it with olive oil.
It actually looks. It looks.
You're the only one who can make mayonnaise out here.
It's about like mayonnaise. What is that, man?
Hey, I didn't say that.
That's exactly what you said. It's recorded.
As long as you've got like a handheld blender, you can make mayonnaise yourself at home.
Yeah, you can make your own mayonnaise. Yeah, that's right. Me as a grown man, I ain't making no mayonnaise.
Oh, you don't produce mayonnaise now?
No, I don't produce mayonnaise. No.
Oh man, man. Like, what's happened today?
I don't know, man.
What's going on?
I'm not involved in no chat.
What madness? The convo. Like, what are you?
Sneeze is talking about homemade mayonnaise.
I'm literally just talking about. Okay, so you need olive oil, egg yolk, and what else is it, Khan?
Making me tired.
Vinegar.
Vinegar. That's the one. Yeah. And you put it in a cup, put in a handheld blender, and then it all starts to emulsify. And that's when the magic happens. The chemistry that takes place within this glass. While the handheld blender is just combining all of these elements together, just marrying them together, you know?
Yes.
And it's just like it's just like magic when you take out the handheld blender.
And it's just so firm.
Wait, Sneaks, what are you talking about?
He's talking about making homemade mayonnaise with olive oil.
And egg yolk and some vinegar.
But it has to be organic eggs, right?
Oh!
Vinegar what? I heard that.
I said vinegar!
Oh my god!
Yeah.
Oh
my god!
That was a sly one.
Oh my god!
Nah, is that
That was a sly one from the Bengali. That
No.
Where's my sword? Where's my sword?
Yesterday, Bengali.
Yeah.
No way.
Where did she go? How did she come back?
Wow.
Vinegar, yeah?
And just cool man that, and then
she's on about whipping them up as well. That's the maddest thing.
What, whipping them up? The things? No.
Vinegar. She said it like that. Vinegar as well. Why
she done a Randy.
And then kept it moving.
Now it's called vinegar.
Wow.
No, Venegas.
Why would your light skin self, man?
No, but it's in Swedish. Vinegar.
I'm feeling uncomfortable. Yeah. I don't want to know any Swedish interpretation.
Hold on.
Interpretation of the word.
I said it right the first time.
Yeah, like both of them.
We just
Like,
got niggered by Bengali.
Bengali.
Have to return.
We got the Swedish interpretation for nothing.
She has to say it again, otherwise, like, she has to say it exactly how she said it. Whoa. Well, people always say, man, you know what I mean? You hang around them, you think they're cool with you.
They're cool.
Deep down, they're holding these mad thoughts.
You get upset. It all comes
The
out.
nigga, you know. Wow.
Rude. Whipping up
Is
vinegar.
it called vinegar in English, right?
Oh my god.
Did you kick me off? Did you dash me off the stream?
To help the quality of the stream, maybe.
Don't try.
Literally, I swear, someone dashed me off.
No.
Have you got something to say?
No, because Mum, I literally said it how my mom says it. I literally.
Oh my
said
god!
Intergenerationary racism. No.
Wow. With chest as well. Where's she gone? Come back here.
That's how I was raised. Fucking hell.
Wow, that's how I was raised.
Wow.
That excuse.
There is a
that
divide in
You
person.
start saying P shop. I went down the P shop.
Vinegar, bro.
What in the
Why
spark?
did you say vinegar? So why did you say vinegar? You said vinegar. Like why?
Jedi, do you keep kicking me off?
No.
Probably stream me out talking about again.
Why did you say vinegar?
Yeah, baby.
Why? Why are you trying to change the way? Why are you remixing the way I said it?
I don't know.
And also,
Sweetie, you're lucky Born Rich ain't here. That's all I'm saying.
I know, innit? He would have been like, trial! I need a trial! I need justice!
We need justice right now.
Listen, I literally just said vinegar with an accent. Okay,
you just said it again.
Punjabi one.
What you doing?
Listen, can you stop it? That's
What
how you
is
say
this?
the word. I'm never going to say that word ever again.
It's a Brum thing. Okay.
Is it?
Hafti, you say the word.
Wow.
In Swedish, it's vinäger.
There you go.
No. Stop it.
Yes,
and also, my mum replaces the V in that word with a B. Bin, you know, because that's how Punjabis do.
Oh no!
Wow.
Historical with it.
What is this?
I've been.
What in the Kanye
I'm all right.
mind?
I don't do that. I don't want them in the bin. But
What in the Kanye mind is going on here, man?
You're shocking me with licking off the mayo from
Whoa.
Just saying, you got to keep it off your chin, Axum, so you know it can get runny.
Astaghfirullah.
But how is that runny though? It's like it's not that runny. The mayo.
I'm trying to look. I've never seen you, so I'm trying to
revelations
understand
today.
how firm
You lick off the mayo from the bread.
If you're saying the mayonnaise
these are her
is what
confessions
together, I'm saying no. It don't make sense. Don't make sense to me. That's all I'm saying. Like butter, yes, it makes sense, but mayonnaise, no.
Hang on, what's the problem? What are we discussing? Butter
What
and
keeps
what
the sandwich cake together?
Mayo would definitely keep it together. Of course,
No, but mayo's runny. It's gonna just drip
it's
out
not.
all over
It's
you.
not runny.
No, you just don't. No, you just don't use loads of it, dude.
How can you not use loads?
You use loads of it.
Something else, yeah.
What are you talking?
Then
It's
you have it on
icening.
during the night.
Yeah, but Han,
What about the
okay,
outside
listen,
of the-
Han,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
let's do
These
science
guys.
experiment. All right.
Yeah.
Let's do a
Sounds like how I
science
lost my
experiment, yeah.
virginity. Let's do a science experiment. Go on.
We've got 2 pieces of bread,
Playing
right?
doctors and nurses now. Go on.
No, we've got 2 pieces of bread in front of us, right?
Uh-huh.
We butter both of them.
Yeah.
And then on the right, we've got another 2 pieces of bread, and we
Yeah.
slather them with mayonnaise, and we stick
Yeah.
them together.
Yeah.
Right. We're gonna stick the bottoms of the sandwiches to the
Pause.
plates. Turn the
Yeah.
plates upside down, and we're just gonna shake. Which one do you think is gonna fall off first?
I'm saying butter's firmer. Obviously, he's going to have a better gripping ability. Like, there's more tension under butter. So I'm assuming the butter's better. But, you know.
You must be talking about using quite a considerable amount of butter then.
Of course.
Because
you can't.
See, I'm not.
What are you talking about?
I wouldn't
room
have like a
temperature
thick
butter
layer.
or hot butter?
That's another
Room
aspect.
temperature butter, you can't.
The same with mayonnaise.
Butter is different at different temperatures, isn't it?
Who butters bread with warm butter? Con.
That's what I'm saying.
That's got no grip.
Exactly.
Yeah, but you're saying butter over mayonnaise.
I'm just saying.
Cream cheese.
Even with a sandwich, if I get a sandwich and I whack some mayo in it, when I go to eat it, I have to make sure it's not going to drip out onto my chin. So I have to give it like a little lick.
Yes.
To make sure. Other people, when they see you doing that, they're like, "Oh, what are you doing? That's not how you eat. We're in public. Stop it, babe." Do you know what I mean? But like,
that's not how you do
become
it.
a habit.
You
That's
have
just
to...
how I eat juicy sandwiches.
Shall I tell you a more
to get a little lick.
Do you know a more humane way of doing it? Yeah, Khan, is you break off a piece of corner bread with nothing on it, and then you dip it on the.
That's how ladies do it, but with men,
yeah,
we
exactly.
use our teeth, innit?
Oh, okay.
Like we're like barbarians. Like we're like, I got sharp teeth. I'm not gonna break it off with my hand. That's a pussy move.
Oh, okay.
I'm like, gnash it.
No, it's called etiquette.
It's etiquette, yes, etiquette.
Yeah,
what's etiquette? Right, so there's an etiquette to eating sandwiches. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, there is.
In public,
to doing everything.
Everything.
Okay, so what am I doing wrong? Tell me that.
Ever since I was a child, I've been taught to think and walk and speak like a queen.
A queen? Oh.
That's just from a movie. Oh, it's fine. Let's go. What are we talking about? Yes, so Khan wants to lick sandwiches and that.
I'm just saying, to protect the chin, sometimes you've got to go in with the lick.
I don't usually have problems with the chin area, you know.
Yeah, no, man. Like when there's a lot of mayonnaise.
What the hell is going on?
I don't know.
See, these lot are on like them thin slaverings of mayonnaise. Like they're just putting thin like slaverings. Whereas I'm talking about the tube where you squeeze it, and when you squeeze it, half the fucking tube's coming out.
Yeah.
Like that. So there's a difference.
Mag, S, Sniper, Hafte, Jedi. Let's all get involved in the conversation, guys.
Saying the only person that's made the sandwich here is
you know what it is? I'm not thinking about sandwiches this much. I'm really not.
About brown cheese, isn't it?
No, stop that, Sneaks. It's just like the general process of eating a sandwich. You eat the sandwich. No, I think about all the fillings.
But we're looking at it from our point of view, where we find the sandwich ready made. I'm talking about the person who makes the sandwich, puts it together.
What about
the consistency of their sandwich?
What about some red pepper olive tapenade? Oh my gosh.
Or bruschetta. I like a bit of bruschetta.
It's actually pronounced bruschetta. Yes.
I'm not Italian, my darling.
Yes, but everybody would know this if you would watch, MasterChef, program, TV program. You will know how to say it's actually a bruschetta. Am I right?
Bruschetta.
Bruschetta. See, yes, I am the right. Yes, thank you very much.
See.
Sneaky, what's the Italian bread where it's got all the things mixed in with the dough as well?
Focaccia.
That's how do you pronounce that?
Focaccia.
Focaccia. Yeah.
Focaccia vinegar.
They don't have to fuck at me.
Yeah, focaccia.
Any direction.
What a bitch.
Do it in any direction. It's fine.
Focaccia.
Mad. What's going on there?
Marco, can you share my screen, please?
Oh, interesting. Oh my God.
What's this?
What's on the horizon?
Is this a jollof recipe?
Why am I talking
like it's not a jollof recipe, but I want to see how you're gonna lick it.
I don't know what the hell's going on.
Are you gonna what?
I know. Do you know what though, Matthew? I'll be honest, I have to apologize to you lot because I've had a warning that I can't continue talking about the things we were talking about earlier online. So I'm gonna have to exit that conversation at that point. But yeah, big up anyway, let them do that.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I get you. Yeah. Because you know, like what I was saying earlier, Shiffer, that even though you know it, how you have to play it out is like a little, you know, cloak and dagger kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I know, you know, let's get it sorted.
I know, you know, we know.
And yeah, just leave it like that. Do you go what I'm
I'm gonna be honest. I spoke to one of the prophets, and I know you're gonna say, "Oh, is this another one of your prophets?" No, one of the Lord's prophets. And yeah, basically, he said to me, "Now, you're gonna put yours and other people's lives in danger. It's not something I'm prepared to do." So I'm at the stay back from the conversation now, bro.
But yeah, on a private one, yeah, man, of course, man, we can chat. You get it?
The revolution will not be televised.
Yeah, you know the way there. Yeah, but privately, I can send you some stuffs, and yeah, don't worry. But yeah, we know what you're talking about, bro. Yeah, man. Steve out there.
Hello.
Now, these lot are talking about fuckery, so let's move forward.
No,
we're talking about sandwiches. God.
Yeah, and I'm trying to show something, and I want to understand how Khan is gonna lick this off. Yeah. Okay.
Wow.
In public.
Wow. Have they? We can't see your screen though yet.
Yeah, I know.
You can't see.
Oh, sorry.
Jediah.
I've actually been diagnosed with a condition today.
What? What's the condition?
Savantism.
Huh? Say it again.
Savantism.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Khan, how are you gonna do this? How are you gonna lick this off?
Whoa. He's gonna have to do some of those zigzag bites.
Oh, so it's not even a sandwich.
No,
it's a cake, Khan. It's a keyword cake.
Yeah. Thank you, Max.
That's not a
There's
cake.
a pasta one below it. There's one made out of pasta shells below it.
There's shrimp on that cake.
That's basically like
it's
cold
rolled
lasagna.
up cheese. Oh, fucking hell.
It's like a cold lasagna, yeah?
Cake.
It's like lasagna.
That's a BLT cake.
That's like the Cyprus pasticcio. That's like pastich.
Oh, what's pastich?
Pasticcio. It's like
what is this?
It's like our version of lasagna without tomatoes, though.
Oh, tell me how you make.
Bechamel and cheese.
Oh, bechamel, yes, like bechamel cheese, yeah, very nice.
And then like there's mince that's in there as well.
Pasta.
It's pasta, yeah.
Very good, very nice.
We call that pasticcio or macaroni di forno.
Macaroni di forno.
Macaroni di forno.
Well, hold on, one more time.
That's what I said.
No.
Hold on, Khan, do you eat shrimp?
Macaroni di forno.
I can't. Do you eat shrimp?
No, do you?
No, I was just asking because there's shrimp on that thing.
Is it halal?
I don't know.
It's like, leave my cousins alone.
Is it kosher? Oh, no. I thought Shifa was related to the mackerels, though.
Mad.
Possibly.
You like a bit of mackerel stew?
Possibly related to all creatures.
With bare Scotch bonnets in there.
I'm staying out of it, man.
I'm not a fan of mackerel, man, because mackerel get them big worms in there.
There's a long lineage. The Longustines. The Longustines of Bermuda.
Longustines
of Bermuda. You know that lineage?
No. Fucking disrespect. Carry on.
That looks like a pepperoni cake as well. What's that all about? That's nasty, isn't it?
Where's the pepperoni, though?
Look down. Scroll down a bit.
All the veggies on the outside.
What's the long?
Whatever it is.
I want to see the longustine. What is that? Ah, these ones, the small.
They're actually langoustines.
They're not small, Axel.
They're actually langoustines. Aren't they spelled like LA?
Minimum. They're huge.
Good, though. These taste good.
Yeah, there you go.
Allow it.
Hold on, do you eat these things? Do you eat this?
Are they shrimp?
I'm a
I always forget. Yeah.
Oh, you eat shellfish, Axum. Hold on, Axum, Queen Axum, and Axum, the original Christian. You're eating these things, Kev. What's going on?
Queen of Sheba.
What?
Really?
What?
Queen of Sweden.
Queen of Sheba.
Listen, the Swedish has got to you now, man, because no Coptic person can't eat this.
Rules and rules.
But she's the Swedish one.
Nah, she's Coptic by heritage. She's Swedish
I
now.
was gonna say that. You worrying about that?
They've influenced her.
She's
She's
yeah,
bicultural,
Coptic, man. But she's eating this. She's eating this. Now that's not Coptic.
Copstick. What?
Food, please.
La Copstick.
This is scallops, guys. You eat scallops, yeah?
Yeah, that's the scallop.
No way.
Yeah. and like a appetizer.
That comes in the shell. See, pause.
Not all the time.
I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed.
Have you never
Why are
had
you doing this to us, Axel, man?
Disrespected, man.
It's like chicken breast. It's firm, like chicken breast.
It's firm. This is a weird consistency, but it's good.
What?
Like, Axel, you're a Byzantine now, man. You can't call yourself Coptic after this.
Oh God, he's gonna. This is where the new word for the day is gonna be formed. I can feel it. Just don't start shouting Pentateuch. Pentateuch. Like, gosh.
No, but how is a Coptic person gonna agree to? You can't eat scallops and prawn.
Yeah, his
and
word today is Coptic.
That's why trying to divide the people, man.
My best thing is this.
Are they allowed?
This is the best thing I know. Like from the
mussels. We call that mussels.
Blue mussels.
Blue mussels.
Yeah, with the garlic butter. You gotta have garlic.
They're
butter.
actually gritty, man. They're gritty.
White wine sauce.
Yeah, they are gritty. You have to wash clams.
You have to wash them like really good.
Yeah,
that's how pearls are formed. Isn't that how pearls are formed in oysters?
Yeah,
it's because of the sand in it. And then it calcifies around
grinding.
it.
It's the grinding.
I think I just vomited in my mouth, you know.
No, every woman's got to wash her clams. That's
a lot of vomiting.
Wow.
You got a pearl in there. But
nah.
These pearls of wisdom.
Axel, is that one of your best foods?
Yeah, you lot know clams are a prize, isn't it? So obviously it's going to give people a prize.
Mine as well, Axel. I love it.
Yeah, and you can do it like it's called something else in French.
Mussels. They call it mussels.
No. But you eat it with some French fries to it.
Nah.
Yeah, some people do that. Yeah, it's some French or a Belgium way to eat it.
Okay.
Yeah. With chips in it.
Yeah, with chips, exactly.
What's that, Mike? Have you been there? Have you had it there?
I've not had it there, but my missus has. I don't really like mussels, to be fair. But they
Guys,
have it
when you lot are done here, when you lot
in it, with white wine sauce and chips.
What the white wine with the garlic?
Guys, thick cut chips, thick cut chips or thin chips. Thick cut chips or thin ones.
But when you're thin ones. But when you're finished,
but I'm talking homemade though.
Mike's talking about eating mussels.
Yeah.
Not oven. All right,
I'm talking homemade. One second. I'm not going to cut you, so you can continue with that, But I just want to say, if anyone, when they're finished this conversation, if anyone's brave enough to tell me what their birthday is, I can tell you what your superpowers may or may not be.
My birthday,
according to the book I'm reading.
1st of June.
All right, let's go, Shifa. He's told
you're
you
the
his
1st of
birthday
June.
now.
Yeah.
Hold on, you're a Gemini.
I don't know about
what's so shocking about that.
Muslims don't follow that shit.
It makes sense now. It makes sense now. I get okay. I never knew he was a Gemini, Palm.
Anyway,
I might allow you a little bit now.
Anyway, tell him.
Witchcraft. That's witchcraft.
Okay, but tell him what you said you was going to tell him.
When did
you just find out for you to insult him? Tell him about his life.
Let me go back to it. Let me find it first.
Shifa, if I take a photograph of my palm and put it in the Discord, can you read my palm for me as well?
Oh,
I don't read palms. I'm just going to read what a book
felt like it needed a pause. Yeah, it needed one.
It needed a pause.
Yeah.
What is this?
Yeah, I don't read palms.
If I drink a Turkish
coffee
and I tip the cup upside down, can you read the inside of it? Pause.
No, is your birthday actually June the 1st, though? You being serious?
Yeah.
Have you got proof of
Khan,
that?
he was on about this book this morning. It's an amalgamation of like astrology and numerology, basically. Together with all these bits of information, it formulates and it gives you information based on this person's traits.
What is the information it actually finally gives you? Like
your traits, characteristics, traits, that type of thing. How you would tackle life, that type of thing. Like what do you know what I mean? It's that type of thing.
Okay.
Do you like mayonnaise or soggy mayonnaise?
I don't really go by them things there, man.
Yeah,
I'm an individual, innit? Like, no one's like me. Like, you can't read that out and there's like 100,000 people it applies to. That makes sense. To me, anyway.
I get you, but that's why I said I will read out to you what your superpowers may or may not be, because you may think that it's a load of rubbish. You may hear it and think, "No, that's just not me. It doesn't describe me in any way."
No, what I'm saying,
and it's very inaccurate.
What I'm saying is there's certain things here that certain people can work with. So like that might be like what you're going by as your basis of your conclusion, and you're saying, all right, this is the system that I'm using, and I can use this to work out you as a better person. If you want to work me out like that, using that,
pause.
You have to sort of bring your own judgment into it a little bit. Like for the magic to work, you have to make it work.
I'm just going to tell you what the book says. It says your strengths, your superpowers, if any, are you are visually perceptive. I don't know how true that is. Don't tell us. Just take the information and let's not back and forth on this. This is what the book says. It says June the 1st. I'm going to tell you what your day is called. It says the day of the popular eye.
Mad.
And it says that your strength. It says
all right, go on,
your strengths are visually perceptive, shrewd, and fun. Those are your strengths. Your weaknesses are you're temperamental, distracted, and impatient.
I tell a lie, that's not my birthday, but it's someone I know, and you just described them to the T, which is mad. That's quite accurate.
You're a Cancerian, isn't it?
Do you think that was accurate?
Hold on,
I knew it. I knew it.
Oh, didn't I not tell you before?
Oh, did you say you're a Cancer?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm
but
Cancer.
I can tell you're a Cancerian.
You're a Cancer, so you lied. You're not born on June the 1st.
No, that's someone I know very well, though.
Yeah.
Okay, well, June the 1st was my mum's birthday also. That's why I asked you. You're telling the truth because you don't seem like her personality. So, that kind of threw me up a bit.
That's my son's birthday.
Well, your son's birthday, now you know what the book says about his strengths and weaknesses. But anyone who's brave enough, all
right,
you want to tell me your real birthday?
All right, July the 10th.
July the 10th. Let's go July the 10th. And I'll tell you, July is before August, so I've got to go back a bit.
Real life judge.
July.
Yeah, don't let Jedi catch us doing this. We'll be in trouble.
July the 13th, July the 29th, sorry.
One-eyed weedy.
One night.
All right, July the 14th, 13th.
You're not on my team if you're dealing with
12th, 11th, 10th. Did you say the 9th?
Yeah.
No, you didn't.
Did you say July the 9th?
No.
Yeah. I'm not going to... Anyway, go on.
July the 10th, yeah? All right, July the 10th.
Yeah.
So, July the 10th, I'll tell you what it says about your strengths and weaknesses. And if you want me to read more, I can. It says that you are patient. Wow, imagine that. Receptive and observant.
I am.
And observant. That's what it says your strengths are. It says your weaknesses are procrastinating, uncommunicative, and isolated.
Yeah. Cancer, isn't it? Isolated.
Did you hear that? Yeah?
That's
distracted, uncommunicative, and isolated. That's what
that's a good book. That's a good book.
Do you want to know what your day is called?
That's accurate. What, the book?
Do you want me to tell you what your day is called?
Go on.
Your day is called the day of passive-active duality.
Yeah. See,
that's what your day
is true. That is so accurate. It's unbelievable. It's not very.
I can read a bit more. I'll read the first. I'll read the first paragraph. Listen, let me read the first paragraph and then you tell us if it hits the main points. It says, those born on July 10th exhibit a certain detachment their whole life long, which can even manifest in their greatest moments of triumph.
True.
Personal traits of receptivity, protection, intervention, and sensitivity are deeply ingrained in those born on this day.
Yeah, it's very true. That's very accurate.
So all you girls that's looking for a man with sensitivity and that calms that man with the sensitivity, man. He's sensitive. So
sensitivity. Man.
And I didn't say it this time.
Not me.
He agrees. He agrees.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Come on, bro.
That's so
you,
accurate.
man. That is
Put it this way: if I knew someone like a person and they turned around and said that to me, what you read out of the book, I'd be like, this guy's like on some next level of like observant. Like he's like, you get me? Like, I would be impressed if you like actually worked all this out without reading it out of a book. I'll think you're just some genius, like you know.
So you think you're one quite accurate then?
Personality thingy, what's it called? Coach or something? I don't know, But it's good. Yeah, it's super accurate. Super accurate.
Okay.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised.
Do your one, Shifa.
My one. My one is called The Day of Exacting Craft.
Okay.
Imagine that. And if you want to know what my traits are, I'll have to go back to it. But there we go. I'll tell you. December. Here we go. Let's get back to where I am.
Sacred feminine.
I'll tell you exactly where it says. I'm not going to lie, because anyone can look this up afterwards anyway. I think the best date to be born on, technically by this book, is either, I would say, my personal date or November the 16th. If you're born on November the 16th, you probably, that's probably the best one. It's slightly better than mine, I think. But December the 13th, the Day of Exacting Craft. Yeah, can you still hear me?
Yeah.
It says, my strengths are, I'm attentive, perceptive, and thoughtful.
I can imagine
it says,
that,
my weaknesses are, I can be disturbing, irritating, and fussy. That's what it says, honestly.
Even the book saying you're irritating.
I know.
Learn your lesson, bro. Learn your lesson.
Yeah, brother, even I think I'm irritating, but you see, the thing is now, like what I worked out a long while ago, you can have certain particular traits, like within this book, for example, and the traits you have could have more effect on you than they do on others. It just so happens that my traits have more effect on others than they do on me. Fortunately for me, my weaknesses may not always be so visible to me. They may elude me.
Yeah. I agree with that.
You know, like that. Whereas other people, their weaknesses may be more prevalent. They may have more damaging effect on their actual person and their personal life.
Yeah.
Like if you're born on November the 16th, November the 16th is the day of the boss.
I would say, being irritating. I know someone said to me a long time, be whatever you want to people. Be good, be bad, but don't be irritating. And for some reason, irritating is a thing what people just reject the most. Like you can be bad to people and get away with it, but when you're irritating, it's just like a no-go. And I've actually, since I heard that saying, I've kept it in mind and I found it very true. Very, very true. Like the worst thing you can be is irritating.
Yeah, I think the frequency of it is like too chaotic. And especially if you're like a chilled type of person, you're like, oh, it's like I appear as an extrovert, but I'm actually an introvert. And
are you Leo?
No, you don't say.
And then, but like I can be sitting there in quiet and a loud sound, like it actually irritates me. It's just the frequency it created. Versus what the energy that I'm actually sitting in.
Yeah.
See, you know what it is, yeah? You see, I kind of agree with what you lot are saying, but you see, the problem is, when I read this book, at first, I was kind of like that. Irritating don't sound like a good thing to but then when I deeped it, it was like, my irritation doesn't affect me. Like I said, it affects other people. And unfortunately, what this book will dictate and what it will try to show you is that people with my personality are usually the more successful ones, and we're not the ones who end up suffering the consequences.
This is judgment.
Someone else. It sounds like it a bit.
Whose book is that? Yeah, what is that? That's not the substitute. That's not the substitute.
No, it's not. It's not. But listen to this one, yeah. This is the Day of the Boss. This is the Day of the Boss, which is another one that I think is good. Yeah. But listen to the strengths and weaknesses. It says the strengths of the Day of the Boss, which is November the 16th, are authoritative, effective, and understanding. The weaknesses are self-involved, unsettled, and isolated. Now, even in the Day of the Boss's description of his weaknesses, what we find is that these weaknesses are things that affect the person themselves.
Yeah, that's like my weaknesses are the same as the boss's.
Yeah, unlike myself, my weaknesses don't tend to affect me, which is why I think what the book's saying is that's probably why I end up being so successful, because I don't even pay attention to my weaknesses like that.
It's
More
true,
other people are more.
No, the weird thing about
them.
you, Shifa, the weird thing is that you're attentive, but you're not observant. In other words, you attend to people's needs, but you don't really observe properly. Like you don't really, like you're doing it out of your feelings rather than out of your mind telling you like, oh, this is what you need to do. You're just like seeing, let's say, a sad person, and you're like, oh, yeah, I'll have a sandwich. Or seeing a happy person, you're like, let's have a joke
that could be also
but you attend to them, like you're with people on what they're on, but your observant side isn't that strong.
Yeah, but you know why I say the book's not 100% for this reason? Because, like I said, I was diagnosed with a condition, they've called SATANISM, Now, unfortunately, what that means is there's some areas of life, certain types of conversation that my brain just can't engage with.
That's right.
If the information doesn't seem absolutely relevant and super intricate to me, my brain just can't get involved with it.
That's
but when you give me super sophisticated information, somehow I'm able to decipher it easier than most.
Who diagnosed you?
A doctor.
What, for real?
Yeah.
Well, you know, savantism's a type of autism, isn't it?
I don't know exactly what it is, but I've been told that
so autism,
it's a form of genius. It's a form of genius, according to the
autism, is the overriding umbrella that all these illnesses come under, or diseases. So you got Asperger's syndrome, for example, is one. Savantism is another one, and you got like just normal autistic behavior. So what it just basically shows, as an autistic person, you can't understand gray areas. Everything has to be black and white. So that can be a strength or it can be a weakness. So with savants, it's a strength. You get me? So they can differentiate between bullshit and what they really need to be focusing on. So they're good at, for example, spotting patterns. So when you watch like Rain Man, the guy's a savant, and he goes and plays poker, and basically he can spot the patterns in the numbers as they pop up. So he knows what numbers are on the table and what numbers are still in the pack of cards. So he can predict the next hand that's going to be dealt, right? So that's savantism, being good at patterns and things like that. But like I said, to know a pattern, you got to be able to dismiss the bullshit things that don't contribute to the pattern.
I'm going to tell you how I was diagnosed with this savantism, I never really thought about it much in my life, but growing up here, I was never into music like that. I was never a creative person like that growing up.
Music's a language, isn't it?
But one day, someone in the family, to be precise, my mum's partner, decided...
Showed you the pattern in the music?
No, he just decided to put the studio at home because he was into music. And in him doing that, and me hearing other people creating music, something within myself just wanted to engage. And we just found that I was very coherent of the musical scale, certain elements within music. I was able to decipher them without any kind of musical training. And able to even create music, in my early stages that people would have believed was beyond me.
That's all things, Shifa. That's all patterns and algorithms. I'm the same with maths. I was really bad at maths and I hated it and it was too much hard work. But once I clocked the pattern in the maths and the relationship between the numbers, then it became fun because I'm all about the patterns in between the patterns. Do you get me? That's how music's a language. They say maths is a language. It's like that. Yeah. I agree with you.
I'm one of these people, See, if you give me a really simple task and you say to me, go down the road to Sainsbury's. Go down the road to Sainsbury's. Get me some bread, some milk, and whatever. I'm probably going to forget some of it. Even most of that I might forget.
I'm the same.
But if you give me something super sophisticated, like a super sophisticated set of instructions, for some reason,
I can do that.
Yeah, I'll just remember it. Like for instance,
that's what I was saying yesterday. You're right.
If I repeat a number enough times, like the other day, I was putting in my number into the driving license number into the system so I could check my my licenses, any points or whatever. And within me typing that number, like the flipping screen froze up, I had to reload it. I went to look back at my license for the number, but I couldn't find the license immediately. I didn't know where I'd put it. But somehow my brain just remembered the numbers. I don't know how.
Yeah. Should I tell you how you remember it? This is actually a memory skill that everyone uses. The human being's brain works better with stories, right? So things that have to all link together in a pattern. So every story's got a pattern, right? A beginning, a middle, and an end. But with numbers, the pattern could be, for example, if it's 1, 2, 4, yeah, the number, you'll say, all right, 1, you remember the story starts like this, the first number. 2, I'm remembering to double the first number. So 2, I'm remembering 2, and I'm remembering it's double the first number. So it's got 2 attributes. It's easier to remember. So then I remember, all right, double it again to make the next number. So I've gone from 2 to 4. So if I can remember that pattern, I can remember a long chain of numbers easy. So with me now, if important numbers, I can remember them. Like when I joined uni, they gave me my student ID number. They told it to me once, and I remembered it for like however many years I was there. Same, like I ain't bothered doing that with my driving number, but I've got like 4 bank accounts with 4 numbers, and that's how I remember them. And some of them, I don't even remember the numbers. I remember the patterns on the keyboard.
Yeah.
You know, like
yeah, I remember the numbers. I remember the bank numbers, phone numbers, stuff like that, easy. But what surprised me about this one, on the driving license, it's not just numbers, it's numbers and letters. And I would thought that would have confused my brain, but for some reason it was like,
you've got your practice.
My brain knows. Yeah, he knows.
Skipper, I got another birthday for you. Are you ready?
Fire away.
22nd of November.
Oh, that's close to 19th of November. It's going to be roughly the same, I'd say. Close to the boss.
22nd, yeah?
Yep.
19th, 20th, 21st, 22nd. All right, 22nd November is the day of the Liberator.
Oh.
Yeah.
Who's that?
Stops, apparently.
It says the strengths are freedom-loving, exciting, and tireless. Weaknesses are repressive, troubled, and overly provocative.
Yeah, that stops. That is stops.
Did everyone hear that? Yeah,
that is an accurate book, man.
He's like,
that one don't sound that great. I'm gonna be honest with you, don't sound that great.
What's this book called?
The Secret Language of Birthdays.
I like it. I like it. They do take it a bit far though with the birthdays thing, man. Watching some guy on TikTok, and he was saying about, he was speaking to some other guy, and he was saying about how, if you're born on this day, you're good looking. And I was like, no, that's bullshit, bruv. How can all good looking people be born on the same day? Like, even that's subjective, like what you find attractive, that's subjective. So they do take it a little bit too far for my liking with this whole birthdays thing.
What's your birthday, Sneak? We don't need the year, we just need the month and the day.
My birthday every day.
Oh.
Yo, Shipper, check my shit now.
What's your one?
Yo. Huh?
Nothing.
What's your birthday? What day you born on?
17 May.
17th of May.
17th of Gay.
Yeah. Shut the fuck up.
You know what? I'll be honest. I believe I've read this one already, and I think his one is actually quite a good one, you know. 17th of May. Let me go back to them.
Is he good with money? Is he good with numbers?
I could be wrong. I might have got the wrong date. Let's just double check before I start giving false impressions.
Day of Norway, 17th of May.
Look at me. Look at mine. Be a bad boy.
Yeah.
Look at mine. Be a bad boy. Watch this, yo.
You did say May the 17th, right?
I said 17 May, bro. Not May 17. 17 May. Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Same thing.
Yo.
He's made a practice.
Nah. 17 May, my nigga. 17 May, yo. 17 May.
17 May. The day of the bottom line.
Yeah. Poor.
Yeah, I don't think this is the one I read. I don't think this is the one I read. Excuse me. But yeah, your one is called the day of the bottom line.
Where?
What do you mean that brother? I can read. Listen, I can read the whole thing so you can get a full idea of what who the type of person they're describing. But the day of the bottom line doesn't necessarily mean something bad. So don't take it that way. It says your strengths are, you're dedicated.
Yeah.
This is your strengths. It says your strengths are dedicated, responsible, and intense. It says your weaknesses are overstressed, abrasive, and condemning.
My days. Oh,
he's condemning.
How do you feel about
that?
That?
That described me so badly. Oh my days. Shit.
He's one thingy, bruv. What's the words?
That's fugazi, man.
What's the Islamic version of a Bible basher?
No.
He's a takfiri.
Yeah. Oh, yo, listen, yeah. Fuck it. I don't even believe in this shit anyways. That's the worst part. It's fucking fake. It's fake news, fam. Anyways.
Yeah, but it's just entertainment, bro, for jokes. You don't have to believe in it.
It sounded like although you don't believe it, it sounds like it was accurate to a point where you actually agree.
You know what I'm trying to say? Like, yo, it's guesses, my nigga. It's guessing it.
How can it be guessing when this book was written?
It could be judged.
Hundreds of years, before you were born.
It could be witchcraft.
It's fake. That's what I'm trying to say, innit? It's like you don't like.
It don't mean it's not
some
true,
of them
though.
that you said is not me, innit? Some of what you said intense. What am I intense in? I'm only intense in sex, bro. Nothing else. The fuck,
man.
Intense.
You
are intense. You are intense, bro. Everything you say is intense, bro.
You know what it was? He's dirty. What is it, bro?
Say again?
Queen of Hearts.
Oh, is it me or can you like hear it, bro?
Big up, Duke.
Oh my days, man. Wallahi. Say wallahi, the monsters come on the panel, bro.
Jupiter, do you agree with people
I'm interested to
using
find out about the day of the arse cracks. What?
yo, Jupiter. Why? What's that?
Bottom line, ass crack.
Oh, yo, she's cute, bloody fucking.
Hey, Jupiter, what do you think about witchcraft?
What do I think about it?
Do you think that
Jupiter's a witch herself? Why are you asking about witchcraft? Look at her, man.
Do you think we could get away with doing it? Like, will God forgive us? Even though we've been told not to do it. Like, obviously, some of it works, don't it?
I think religion is a form of witchcraft.
But would God turn a blind eye if we was to do a bit of like witchcraft? Like, I want my ex to come back to me, do a little love spell.
I think worshipping God in the religions that we've got is based on witchcraft.
I hear you, but I'm saying, like, if I'd done a little spell, I want my ex to come back to me, for example, a little love spell. Do you think God will forgive?
What's the difference between a spell and a prayer?
One is of God, the other is of, because one is judge and one is like pure. So if you're praying. Well, when I pray just to the Creator. But if you're doing like a spell or something, you're going through some other
channels.
Yeah, you could be
intermediaries.
Yeah, I was gonna say intermediaries, but I'm not.
So, do you believe that God is everything?
No.
You don't.
What?
No. My piece, the shit that come out my ass is not God.
The Creator created everything, but it doesn't mean that.
Okay, so the Creator is not God, no?
Yeah, He created it. Don't mean that He is it.
Oh, so the Creator is God now.
Like, you know when people
make
say,
up your mind, Khan.
We were created.
Be clear with what you're saying, man.
I can't. I'm running on my own algorithm, bro. If you've got a different algorithm you're running, like, we're not gonna agree, innit? Don't mean you're wrong. I'm just not agreeing with you.
How does that make sense if you're in the same religious structure? That would be a bit backwards.
I think it's used more in touch with their God nature.
No, but you've got to stick to the algorithm. You see, like the Bible, I had this argument with a family member earlier. Yeah. If you're going to adhere to the Bible in your own way, and I'm going to adhere to my Bible in my own way, none of us are really adhering to the Bible, because we got to adhere to the Bible in its way. And that's it, point blank, done. There is no algorithm other than the one was given.
So you're not agreeing?
God is like an octopus with many tentacles.
Aha.
Well, I'm sure Allah was quite clear in setting out his parameters.
He set out his parameters. Didn't he have 2 left hands or something?
You're funny.
Yeah, but he might have had 2 right hands. He just never mentioned it because he's got many of them.
Look at this guy with his braided hair. Have you got a parting? A centre parting in your plaits? Nah, stop that. What are you doing, Stacks? Moving like a chick, bro.
What's centre part?
Centre part.
You got centre part, no?
He's got a whole fucking leisure centre up there.
Jump.
Did you wash all the butter out your hair?
Mad. Nah, he's got braids.
Hey, do you know what this is?
It's what?
Braids.
Yeah, it's bro.
Oh,
braids.
Braided
Them
himself.
out, but he took them out.
Yeah, he's not got plaits.
Something
like
that you
most
can't have,
men.
Macu, man.
Yeah, I don't get braids. I'm a big man. I've never had braids in my life.
Michael says looking good these days, bro.
Yeah. I've never had
Busting
braids in my life.
style.
Yeah, only my children, my daughters have braids, but it's cool. Safe.
Don't have
You
that,
stay
man.
there with your braids. Yeah, I've had Kenro. I've had Kenro before.
There's levels. Macu, your hair
hair.
don't grow though. Your hair don't grow more than
If I had
5
afro
My
hair,
hair's
I'll be
longer
busting
than
that
yours
same
right
face
now.
like that Macu's
My hair's
got
longer
right
than yours right now, still.
But thingy looks odd.
Nah, but Macu, your hair don't grow though. You know yourself, your hair don't grow, bro.
I said my hair's longer
Your hair
than
be the
yours
same for
right
the
now.
past 7
Shut
years.
up, man. What are you talking
Carl's
about?
jealous. He wants braids.
You got
man.
number 2 at the top and number 0.5.
You know what I don't like about braids? It
What are you
shows off
talking
too
about?
much of your scalp.
Wallahi, it's my hair's weird. My hair reaches below my mouth, bro.
Oh my god.
Pause, you bitch.
If you pull it, you mean?
Yeah, that's your beard.
Obviously, you got a big scalp, bro. My scalp is clean, innit? So I
But
don't mind if you show my
shut
scalp.
up, man. Your hairline's
Why would
not
I care
even
if you show my
straight.
scalp, bro?
Shush. What are you talking about? Go on, put yourself on camera again. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Stop that. You know what I mean?
Bro,
My
you're
hair
the one
does
that
grow,
messed up
though.
my hairline, you dickhead. I paid you £25 for you to fuck up my hairline.
Do you know what I ain't?
You're a fake barber.
Do you know what I ain't worked
You're an
out?
imposter.
Yeah? How do
A
black
fucking
people?
charlatan.
How do black people get highlights? How does it like? You know when you put the peroxide in your hair?
Yeah.
With my one, yeah, it don't even go blonde. It will go off color, but it won't go blonde.
My
But like, I've
daughter
seen black
uses.
people who have it, and they have it all the way to
My
blonde. I don't know how they do
daughter,
it.
my daughter uses a lemon.
Does it
to
make
get
her hair
highlights,
blonde? Blonde.
No, it makes it ginger.
Just yeah. See, that's how mine goes ginger.
Processing
Your niggas that hated on my hairstyle, bro. Stop hating, man.
It
What you're
goes
saying is true.
orange to yellow, then
Yeah.
then it goes to like blonde, and then more or platinum, whatever you want.
What they have to do is literally bleach it, proper peroxide it, not
Yeah,
just dye
sometimes.
it. That's
The thing
fine.
is, if you go too far with the peroxide, it melts your hair, though, innit?
Not
Can
my
do,
hair.
a long
yeah.
time.
Melts you lot's hair, but don't melt our hair.
That depends
You'll
on how
melt
long
our
you
hair.
leave it on
The white
for.
people's hair and
It'll melt
the
your
church.
fucking skin as well. You leave it on long
You lot be
enough.
bald.
Yeah.
You
That's what
lot
I
be bald.
mean. It'll fuck
We
you
can-
up.
But black
we
people's
can
hair is
leave it
kind
on
of strong,
all
though,
night.
innit?
Tough.
Especially the West Africans.
Yeah, man. Come on.
What
Jeria,
is that?
man.
What you do?
All
Leave
day.
it on overnight?
They got nappy hair, bro. Wallah.
No,
Man.
okay, don't
You can
leave it
put a
on
knife through
overnight.
their head, bro, and you'll still be there.
Like you have to have a set time. It depends on what color you're trying to get.
You have to have experience with the timing.
Yeah,
that's it.
like
That's all.
half
But
an hour.
you lot straight hair and all that. I don't know. It's not my business, mate.
You know what? As I'm getting older,
Yeah.
my hair's gone more and more
I
straight.
thought it
up.
Not my
was.
business.
Yeah,
It's not my
I thought
business,
that
mate.
is
My
what
hair's
you
gone
used
proper
to
straight
do,
now.
literally.
It's more about
Yeah,
what
that's not my
pigment.
business, mate.
I think I should go bald, man.
My
My
hair
hair-
never used to be
The
this
hair
way
texture
before.
is
Now it's
You
we
should
like
go
have
bald.
proper
we have
English
no
straight.
hair texture in
Nah,
common.
don't. I think Khan will look good in bald, man. Him with the hair is shit.
Who cares what you
Oh,
think,
why are you
man?
being
You're
so
gay, man.
cruel? Don't tell me.
Wow.
Nah, I said Khan will look good when he's bald, innit?
I don't think there's a
Well,
hairstyle in
I
this
think the
world
Khan
that's
you
gonna
looking
make Khan
good
look
bit
good.
was where you fucked up.
Yeah, man.
Nah, I said
allow
he
it,
will
allow
look
it.
good like with the bald hair.
Whoa, you're saying it again as well. Mad.
Stop it, man.
Oh
What are you
yeah.
doing with it, bro?
How about
Trying
tell
to
you,
warn you.
Yusuf
Fluid
the
young.
Prophet, yeah.
I'm trying to
How about
warn you.
say Yusuf the Prophet was the most handsome man on the face of the earth, bro? What does
Pause.
that make me gay? Does that make me gay, bro? You dick.
Yeah.
Yep.
A little bit gay,
No,
yeah.
it don't, bro.
A little bit.
It don't make you gay, bro.
You
He's the
use
most
the right
handsome person.
term.
That's a fact.
Handsome, but women are supposed to be using this to describe men.
Nah.
I don't know about
If
men
you
describing other
forget it.
men as
Wallah, you man.
handsome. No, I'm just saying. I don't know.
All right, thing. M-Stacks, who's better looking, Zinedine Zidane or Bob Marley?
Mad.
Don't do that kind of shit. Now you're going to.
Oh, no, now you don't do that kind of shit.
Nah.
Yeah?
You
No, you don't do that kind of shit.
You
When
know
you
Muhammad
comparing
is
man,
known for
you're
looking.
talking about Khan looks cute. Like, what are you doing, man?
I didn't say that, you faggy. I didn't say that, you faggy. And I was gonna put another TT sauce to that. But
Nah, M-Star.
Nah, he's waffling. He's waffling.
M-Sex, you coming out on the channel, yeah?
Nah.
Live stream.
Nah, I love women. I love women, man. And women only.
Yeah, you love women's.
Keep it like
women. Ass, man.
You love women's.
Hence why I had 3 girls in the back of my car, fam.
Is it?
Oh, you're chatting shit, man. Tell her your camera.
Wallahi, on the Quran, I have half Arab, half
They
Somali.
bloody
3
got it
half Arab,
willingly.
half Somali girl.
Where are they? I can't hear
If you
them.
could screen share on here, I would have screen shared.
Let's talk to them then.
What are they in the boot? Are they in the boot?
In it?
Nah, in the
We
back of
wanna-
my car, bro.
boot,
And
man.
I was lip
He's
sync 2 of them at
got
the
a
same
boot.
time.
He's currently got a boot.
No to us
Anything
then.
that I love, man. No cap, fam.
There ain't no girls in the back of your car. Stop lying, man.
Innit?
Just sadness and broken
You know
dreams.
when man's car's deadly silent and he's looking about girls in the back of the car. I don't know what he's trying to do, man.
All that's
What
in the
lie
back
trying
of
to
the car
convince?
is sadness and broken dreams.
Just sounds like boys in the pause. Yeah. That bit where the guy's asking, have you ever had sex before, son? And he starts making up some elaborate story about the grandma coming in the yard, and smelling pum pum in the air. And all of that. It's like, yeah, really, son? Yeah. So yeah, I don't know how she knew, and he just knew he was lying. Basically, he just made up a story.
Yeah,
just try and say that he had these.
There's too much story.
Is that the thing on Prime?
And this is what they're doing.
Prime?
What?
Is that on Amazon Prime? Boys, you said.
Yeah,
Is that-
boys in the pause.
Oh, that. Okay.
You see where I'm going with this. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I know it sounds funny, but yeah, I didn't want to actually. Yeah.
Boys in the.
You can say it. Go on.
Yeah. Cool, yeah.
With Ice
What
Cube and that.
on with all his judgery?
Who?
Schiffer?
I know. I don't know what realms he's dealing in. You know, man is into zodiac signs now and stuff.
I think he just wanted to tell us that he's a genius.
He's been into zodiac signs.
No, but I'm just saying he just got diagnosed with what? What was it again?
Savantism.
Savantism, yeah.
That's what Rain Man's got in it. Rain Man.
What's savantism?
Yeah,
what the bloody?
Have you seen the film Rain Man, Jupiter?
Yeah, but it's not a good thing though. I knew he was tapped. Yeah, I said it. People say, no, don't say he's that. Don't say that. I know what I'm dealing with. I know who I'm having a conversation with. And yeah, some of the brothers and sisters out here are also tapped. But yeah, he's definitely on the scale. Do you get me? Because it's like, bros, you got this repetitive behavior. You won't stop. He is relentless. Do you get it? It's just like, what? He laughs at his own jokes. It takes 100 jokes for one to hit. It's like mad. Yeah. You gotta be special. You gotta be special to think your own jokes are funny and they're not. It's like so dead food, man. But he makes me laugh though. You get me? Big up Schiffer.
Yeah, man, pick him up.
I knew he was a juju master though. I knew he was a juju master.
Yeah, he's on a judge thing.
He's on a judge thing, man. You lot was
Did you see
entertaining it, though. I'm not involved. I leave that between you and God, man. Yeah. My birthdays.
But he's been making up the definitions, hasn't he?
No, he's getting it from a book. He said, book on birthdays.
It's actually a good book, you know.
But hold on, this is a guy who don't celebrate his birthday. Remember, so I don't even know what the relevance is.
Yeah, it's just a conflict between his online persona and his
right.
real self.
And you see the one he read for himself.
He wants to come on here like he's some Hebrew.
It wasn't really that great. I don't think. Was it that great? No, it kind of explained him a little bit to a little bit. I don't know.
I like the book.
I was listening, but my battery died. But Maku is actually right. When he says I'm tapped, he's 100% right. I didn't even know it until I got diagnosed. And now I've been diagnosed. Apparently, some billionaire guy wants to sponsor me. They want me to fly out of the country. They want to do tests on my brain and get me to do genius stuff. What? So he's kind of right still.
Why not?
He's kind of right. I'm not even lying either. I'm being serious.
Man, we're all doing good shit for bruv. It's all love, bro. Just
they want me to do genius stuff.
Innit? Just allow the irritation.
Problem solving stuff.
Yeah,
problem solving stuff. Like genius level stuff.
Yeah, why not, man?
Okay, give us one of the things they've asked you to crack the code of.
I'm not gonna lie. My mama always said to me when I was growing up, like,
Mama used
your
to
level of
say,
intelligence
take
is
your
not being
time,
utilized
young
for what it can be. And there's bigger things for me to do with my life than what I'm doing with it. And my mum always said that to me, and it's weird because now
I agree with you. So what have they asked you to do? Give us one of
well, basically, I got like some German scientists. They want to do tests on my brain and test how my brain works and what areas of genius I may possess. And then that they want to sponsor me with big money, man. They want to put big money sponsors.
So how did they find out you had this illness then?
How did they find out? Because I'll be honest with you, I'm a person who some of my family members have always thought I had some type of autism, because I get very fixated on things, patterns, X, Y, Z, and I won't relent until I'm finished. So, they may call it obsessive or whatever. And I thought, you know what? Let me go and talk to someone about it. I spoke to my doctor. They said, okay, well, there's tests we can do, and what they found is that I have something called savantism.
So what were the tests that you done? What tests did you do?
Oh, they make you do loads of tests, man. You sit there, not aptitude test or IQ test, but like they'll just make you look at loads of patterns, drawings and stuff. They ask you what you think about them. They might get you to work out some patterns or work out some codes, mathematical codes.
And when did you do the test? When did you do the test?
I did this test over the period of 3 months. I did it over the period of the last 3 months.
3 months ago. What? So they wasted money testing an adult who's living a normal life to see if you got savantism that's not really affecting your life. I don't believe
not to see if I had savantism, to see if I had autism.
Yeah, but they don't test adults.
It turns out that I have some savantism. They actually do test adults. If you didn't know that,
the story at the mall when your phone got robbed.
Okay,
brother,
so what?
If you didn't know that they test adults for autism, look it up.
They don't test adults, bro, because you're living your life.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. If you ask to be tested for autism, they will test you, Khan. So let's not lie to the public.
I want to be tested for what you've got, Shifa. So tell us what the tests are.
I'll be honest with you, it would be too difficult for me to explain to you what the tests are. I don't think you'd even understand. So the best thing you can do, go to your doctor.
You must be
able to. Listen, if you go to your doctor, go to your doctor.
It's same with ADHD. I went to the doctor. Listen,
that you believe.
Say to your doctor what I said. I believe Shifa's telling the truth. Let him explain.
All right, maybe you do, but I'm saying I went doctor.
If you say to your doctor that you believe you might suffer with some type of autism.
Why can't I have a conversation with Shifa, please, Khan?
Yeah, man.
Oh, sorry. Let him talk. I'll go on mute then.
Yeah, if you say you believe you have some type of autism or any kind of condition, and it's based on not just your information or your findings, you've got family members who can back it up, then they can authorize it. Like, I'm imagining these tests costed them money, so they're not just going to do it for any and anyone. You'd have to have some kind of proof at least.
Yeah, no, I know that, but you've got such a good memory. You must remember at least one of the tests.
I just told you one of the tests, like working out patterns and shapes, and working out where particular patterns and shapes create a actual a code or a pattern within themselves.
Yeah, but that is IQ tests.
Yeah, that is
not exactly the same. It's not the same.
Okay, so what's the difference? Explain the difference.
The difference is, like for instance, you may be looking at something that's the pattern involves more than just it involves shapes. It may involve shapes, colors, numbers, and loads of other factors. Now, most people's brains can only work based on a certain amount of factors. So they put a lot of different factors in this thing for you to work out, and then they see how your brain functions with it. Now, some people are good with numbers. So some people are savant with numbers, or savant with numbers is what I was told. So they might be they might be able to do stupid long equations in their head, never using a calculator, additions, multiplications, subtractions, whatever it may be, fractions, all of those type of things. They can do it all in their head. That's a type of savantism. Just like you get some children who are just naturally good at a particular sport or naturally good at playing a particular instrument, and they've never been taught it. Do you feel where I'm coming from? That's also a type of savantism. So there's many different tests you have to do, because It's like some of the maths tests.
So they said that
I wasn't as good at.
you've got it with numbers. Is that what they've told you?
I'm more creative, Savant.
What's creative then? How did they work that one out on you?
So basically, yeah, now that I know I'm Savant, there's, like I said, I've got a sponsor now. So someone has asked me to write a script for a movie. Yeah, and they haven't given me very long to do it. But because of the level of my savantism, and you know, even if you look at, like I said, the day that I'm born on, when I looked at that book, that person showed that book to me. It said, I'm born on the day of exacting craft, which is partially where my creative nature is coming from. But the savantism is something that I was born with.
Yeah. Maybe he's still in the truth then. For once.
Yeah, maybe is the operative word.
Maybe. I love that shit now. I love that. But obviously, Maku is right in saying that it is still a condition, because there may be certain aspects of life that I'm quite retarded with. Like, I just don't understand them like the way, you know, a normal person, you know, with a bog standard brain would understand certain aspects of life.
Usually you get it to this kind of autism, usually you get it to a real superior level, and people can actually see this ability. So how would you show us your ability? How does your ability manifest itself in the real world? Like, for example,
it manifests itself in my music. It manifests itself in my ability to retain information, especially in a creative sense, and even in things like more with English than maths, more with words than numbers. Yeah, and then what I found is that I'm able to absorb certain type of informations at incredible speeds. So, for example, how can I explain this then? So, for an average person, yeah, you'd have to go to college and get an NVQ or whatever to learn a particular thing. The same thing that it took you 2 years to learn would take me weeks or days. Does that make sense now?
Yeah, but how come no one spotted disability before?
Well, they did. I'll be honest with you. You don't know this about me, but I was actually quite a nerdy kid. They put me up years in school. You know, they tried to send me to some private schools and shit. From when I was young, everyone, they kind of was onto me about this stuff from when I was young. I always wanted to be creative. I always enjoyed sport. I always enjoyed drama and things like that. But because I had what my school would have considered a higher level of intelligence, they didn't want me to be in those lessons. They wanted me to do maths, like double maths, double science, double English.
So would you say that you're kind of an experimental creator? So have you patented anything?
Have I done what?
Have you patented anything?
Well, when you say patented as in an invention.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you, I've not actually invented anything like that. I wouldn't call myself an inventor. I'm a creator in the sense of, you know, like poets. You get some poets, yeah, who are revered for their work in poetry because of their intricacy and the way they apply their craft. Yeah. Now, I'd say that it's the same within the music industry. You're going to get certain music artists that are savants with their musical talent. Some of them ain't necessarily even talented. They just make it because, you know, they might look good, or maybe it's the image, or, you know, or it's the popularity in some other way. Maybe it's because they just gangster. People just like the gangster about them, but they're not necessarily creative.
Can I ask you a quick question?
This is brilliant though, because
is this come out in any of your children? Have they inherited your gifts?
100%. But like I said, we're all going to be slightly different, innit? Like, and then you see what made me realize this is a real thing, yeah? When I started learning about 50 Cent. Because 50 Cent, you know, when I was listening to 50 Cent coming up, all I knew about was how to rob, and, you know, you like it when they climb on top, all that kind of like just slackness, gangster stuff, whatever, bam. I didn't know, yeah, there's a group called Next. You know that group that says, "Nanny, when you're grinding," and I'm so excited. Did you know 50 Cent wrote some of their songs?
What's that got to do with price of fish?
It just, but what it's got to do with it is it shows that 50 Cent is actually, he's kind of savant too with his music creational skills. 50 Cent has written hit records for more than one artist in the industry, and they're not hip hop artists. And that's what made me realize this guy is more than just a rapper.
A lot of writers do
Lord,
that,
I don't look to the sky
do
no more. I don't cry.
Come on, 50 Cent's now in movies. He's now doing movies and TV shows that are going platinum and whatever. He's making stupid amounts of money. Netflix series that is like hit series. And everything he touches creatively, it just does numbers. It just does bits. People love it because his creative skill.
So you think you're another? You think you're
would
another?
You say,
50 Cent?
Who would you say is more creative, Kanye or 50?
Say that again, brother.
Who would you say is more of a creative on a savant level, 50 Cent or Kanye?
Now I know all of 50's work. I'm gonna say 50.
But he's more successful. Doesn't mean he's more savant, though, isn't it?
That's why he's more successful, bro. No, but brother, that's why, because 50 Cent is so diverse. Like I said, 50 Cent has hit tunes for people. I didn't even know he wrote the tune. But this is why he's so successful, because, you know, people within the industry know anything he puts his hand on. If he works with your artist is going to number one. Your artist is going to do.
But you could be a genius without being a savant, innit?
So have you said
you could be? That's true.
Yet to be recognised?
Yeah, 100%. I have been recognised. I was played on Radio 1 last night, to be fair.
Oh, was you?
Yeah, it was playing me on Radio 1. Didn't you see my? Well, you're not on my Instagram, but yeah, I got harassed by police. As the police are harassing me, I said to the policeman, "Listen, you're harassing me at the wrong time. Like, the reason I got the windows down, the music turn up, sir, is because they're about to play my song on the radio. Oh, what's your name?" And I've told them my name. Then they played the song, and they all said my name in the background, and that he didn't hear that part of it because he fucked off by then. He just realized I started rapping along to the lyrics or whatever, and he just realized that yeah, okay, this guy's serious.
What's the name of your song?
It's called BLM.
BLM by you.
Yeah, Bars Like Me.
But is it on Spotify?
Not yet. It's not released until the 24th. So it was a special preview by DJ MK last night. That's one of my homies.
By Bars Like Me.
He likes to support us and that.
Schiffer.
Yeah, it's called Bars Like Me. Yeah, BLM. But yeah, it was played by DJ MK last night at around 10 o'clock ish. You won't find it on YouTube because it's not really. It's got an official release date. It's got release codes and all of that. All of these things have to be coded now and released on the actual date. Otherwise, you can't chart, basically. So, because we want the song to be able to chart wherever it goes in the world, we have to release it under those.
This is making me feel good, Schiffer, because I beat you in a bloody rap contest on Velis. So now I'm feeling special right now.
I hear you. There may have been some bias in your winning, but yeah. Anyway, long story short, if you really want to make it in this industry, the best thing to do is, find yourself, a record label, be it independent or whatever, and maybe, just make some tracks, and hopefully they can market it to the right people.
Yeah, if you do well, good luck to you. Why not? Just don't go around saying that you want to kill Bluefoot and you'll be all right. Oh, his manager's on the phone telling him stop talking about the release date.
No, I'll be honest with you, yeah. When you say my manager's quite cool. My manager's actually my homie. We've known each other for years. We're brethrens and that. So, yeah, we're kind of in on this thing together. I pay my own way. I pay for my own studio sessions. I pay for all of my own stuff. I pay to own my rights, yeah. And I'd only relinquish my rights to a company because I get something in that deal, i.e. the publishing, the promotion, X, Y, Z.
Schiffer, is it Thursday today or Friday?
Thursday.
All right, cool.
Why?
No, just rebooking my delivery.
Yeah, it's Thursday today.
So what, Schiffer, I wanted to ask you a question. Yeah, that was quite interesting. About you saying something about release, like in order to chart, what you have to. What is this coding thing? Like, what is that?
So basically, yeah, are you an artist?
No, I've got friends that are artists in it, so that might be extra information. So they don't already know.
The first thing you got to do as an artist is get your PRS to make sure no one can rip you off and put your music out and they're claiming your money for you. You want to make sure you can claim your own money. So that's the first thing you got to do. The next thing you got to do, if you want to release music.
What's the PRS?
The PRS is the Performing Rights Society. So what that does is that enables your performances online or wherever they may be, digitally, however they're going out there, record, whatever it may be. If anyone's playing your stuff on the radio anywhere, they're going to tax them for it. And you're going to get a percentage.
So what is it called? Performing what?
The Performing Rights Society, PRS. I think it used to be cheap, but right now I think it might be all of 100 or couple hundred quid to register with PRS because it's gone up.
Basically, you register with them, and anything you put out, no one's allowed to copyright it. Is that what you're saying?
Basically, anything I register with them, no one else can claim the royalties on behalf of me. As long as I'm registered myself. If I wasn't registered, then someone else, say like the producer of the track, they could claim all of the royalties to the track.
Nice one.
Shiva, how do you feel about using the name BLM?
It wasn't accidental. It was on purpose because I feel like we're about to hijack their movement.
Okay.
No, so
people might associate you with some gay shit.
There's a possibility, or we might just hijack their movement and people might think BLM is a joke thing. There's a new BLM out here. It's called Bars Like Me. And that's just one guy, nothing to do with no movement for no black people.
Hey. So Shifa, after you go through that process, what's the next process then?
So the next process is obviously deciding how you want to release your music. So if you're going to release your music through a label that's already, formed and out there, you ain't got a problem. You only need PRS. If you're going to release through an independent, don't matter, same thing. You need your PRS because they will register all of the music and do all of the coding that's needed to be done, or get the relevant codes so that your song can be registered on the correct platforms to make sure that you're also retaining your mechanical rights.
And in terms of like the producer, how like producers offer you like different kind of services, the unlimited, when they say like unlimited license or whatever, or outright or exclusive, does that mean that it's your beat now, or does that mean that the producer, when you buy outright, when you buy like exclusively, does that mean it's your beat now, or is the producer still got a say in it?
Unless that producer gives you a piece of paperwork, a signed signature saying that he relinquishes any rights to that track, relinquishes any intellectual rights as well as mechanical rights, then no, the track is still the producers. People get bamboozled with all of this technology. You can't buy
you got a tune.
You have to find a pattern into your work. That's what you've done.
Wait, Shifa, give us some bars, man. Give us some bars from your tune. So
no, 1 second, Carter, man. I'm just trying to answer a question, bro.
So obviously, the person who created the song has intellectual rights to the song. If there's two people, two creators, then there's two sets of intellectual rights. So one set of intellectual rights is going to go to the artist, and the other half of the intellectual rights is going to go to the producer. Now, if your producer relinquishes his intellectual rights to the track, now that track officially belongs to you. If he relinquishes his all of his rights, i.e. his PRS or his PPL, and he says, I'm going to give you this track and I don't want nothing to do with it. I'm going to sign a piece of paperwork saying that you are the creator of this product. As long as that piece of paperwork says you're the one that created that beat, now you ain't got a problem. It's your beat. It belongs to you. If you don't have that paperwork, at some stage later on down the line, if your tune never gets big, that producer can step back into the picture and demand
give us one verse. Can you do one verse?
Oh, the chorus. How's the chorus go?
I don't know if I should do that right now. You can go on Insta. Do you know what? I'll do a little bit of it. Do a little bit. It goes, they ain't got bars like me. I'm different. Like Denzel, they ain't got nothing on me. I told them, none of them boys can't do it like me. All right, that's it. That's all I'm getting. But long story short, what I was saying to the brother, with the PPL now, where the PPL comes important now is when you want to release your music yourself. Because if you haven't got PPL, you cannot officially release music yourself. If you haven't got the codes to send to the record company and you haven't got an official release date to send to the radio stations XYZ, then you don't have an official release.
What is the PPL? Like, who do you get a PPL from? What is a PPL? What does it stand for?
If you go online and you type in PPL, PPL is another society like the Performing Rights Society that protects the rights of people who want to put things out. Yeah. So say like a record company now. A record company will always have a PPL as well as a mechanical rights, and then we'll make everyone else get their
all
PRS.
the square shit, mate. If you keep messing with them, you're going to lose that fucking creative ability you've got. That's the truth. Yeah, you can do it.
What creative ability?
You're not like other people, man. You're special. You are, Shipper, man. But stop messing with the squares.
What they fucking did to me. That's what they did to me. Now look at me. Look at where I am.
Who's that?
It was me, hon.
Oh, you convinced me. I really thought you was English then.
Oh, thanks, yeah.
Oh, big up.
Oh, why is Fax left?
Yeah,
why
so
don't he come back?
Fax just wanted to jump on for a
he?
sec. Maybe he's got hardly any internet.
Oh, okay.
So D Block, if you want to release music for, say like for instance, you start a label, make sure you got your PPL, make sure that you have an official release date, make sure that obviously
I mean most of the men are what do you call it, independent, innit? So I don't know how
as long as they got their PRS, that's fine. If you're an independent label, what you need to do is register yourself as a company's house. Once you've got your company number and your PPL number, now the radio are going to take you serious when you say we're releasing the tune. Now they will officially document you as a release.
Okay.
Yeah, I hope that answered your question.
No, that definitely.
And it don't cost that much to set up a company neither. There's companies that will do it for you. There's a company called it's an accounting firm. It's like, I think they're called Cobia.
Oh, you can do it yourself online. It's easy, really easy.
You can, but remember, sometimes time is money. For some people, they just, you know what, they've got other things going on in their life. They want to make it easy. So the easy way is this: you go to a company like that, an accounting firm that will set up the company for you. They might say to you, pay us a residual of £100 a month, and we'll do X amount of people's books and set up the company for you. You pay it for the first month, they set up the company, and they say, you know what, mate, don't need you anymore, but guess what? Company's still set up, still in my name, still got the accounts. There you go, move on.
Shifa, I was gonna say to you, like, obviously the information that you're giving us here, like, actually you could actually charge people for this service. Is called I think it's called consulting or whatever.
Yeah, consultancy. I'm not gonna listen. I wouldn't charge you for this. This is the brotherhood, innit? You're a brother.
I'm just letting you know, innit, just in case you don't. But what I was gonna say to you is, why is it, like, 'cause, you know, I've noticed, like, most of the man them, like, that are creatives, when it comes to the business side, they don't really know much about it, like, but that's the bit that gets you the money. How come, like, creatives are not really good with the paperwork side of things? They like creating stuff, they like making music, going studio, blah blah blah, that bit, the all fun side, but then when it comes to getting the business down, they don't really.
I tell you why I think that.
Look at all the famous people that are making loads of money out of it.
And you see what you're saying is wrong, but it's right. Because if you look at the likes of a 50 Cent, he knows the full ins and outs of the business. And a lot of what I've learned
is a bit different, though. He's a hustler, though. I don't really see him as a rapper. I see him as a, like, I listen to him. Most people like Jay-Z. I like 50.
Yeah.
I like the way 50 thinks, the way he moves, everything.
And he's a proper businessman as well. This is the thing. So I really respect what you're saying. But what we have to understand is a lot of artists do know this. When you look at the likes of a RZA, who is not just an artist, he was a producer as well. He was everything. He was the man who could do it all. But what we notice is it's the guys that read. And you see me, I've only learned a lot of this stuff in the past, say, 3 to 5 years. But what's not hindered me in learning it is because I like to read. So even like someone like JEDI, who's into his music, but he likes to read. So the moment he gets hold of certain information, it's not going to be a blocker to him. Whereas, you know, a lot of creative people just like to create. Some of them, when you look at some of these youngsters that are creative and making music X, Y, Z, some of them can't even spell words properly. let alone sit there with a 1,000-page book with big words in it and decipher
but would you
it.
say that somebody that's talented?
I see Jedi more like a immortal technique, that type of vibe. That's what Jedi music
and
is.
Immortal Technique's another very intelligent rapper who also understands the indie. When you look at all these guys, Killer Priest, XYZ, that's why they've survived the test of time. A KRS-One.
Hold on a minute. I don't think you need to spell if you're going to be in the music. All you to be good, as long as you understand.
No. What he means is the business side too. No, he means the business side. You do have to.
Oh yeah, if you're going to
You know
run
what I
your
mean?
own
Yeah, like to do certain things to. You know what I mean? You have to have a
But
level
being
of.
literate doesn't mean you have to really spell.
Because it's so sad, how many rappers, are like creatives. They create this, they create that, and then at the end of it is one leak that takes all of it. He owns the publishing. You know, like one of the guys that I thought of this was Wiley. When Wiley said, "Oh, that plaque is not mine. It's hanging in his house. Like this ain't mine." I'm like, how did they run that on you? And then I can understand, innit? Man don't really read, innit? Man don't really read the paperwork. Man's just happy with the pennies or like what we think is a lot of money.
He's kind of a baby example. Let's go deeper into the conversation. And R. Kelly, come on, man. A man that don't own none of his masters, but guess what? He was the biggest artist of all time at one point.
R. Kelly said he couldn't read in that.
Exactly, and that's the point I'm making. So when it came to signing contracts and making deals, somebody else was reading the fine print. Someone else was advising him. And when you have to rely on someone else to advise you, that's when you could be in jeopardy of losing big. Or someone could be genuine and you could gain big also, because there are people, who have fantastic music lawyers. Like Nas, and Nostradamus, he had a fantastic music lawyer. But how do you think he found out who the best music lawyer was to go to? How? He said, hold on, he looked around him, he looked at other people's situations. Like, you had the Prince situation, then you had the Michael Jackson situation with the whole Interscope, Sony, all of these things going on. And someone like Nas was very savvy. He looked at all of that and he said, you know what? I want Michael Jackson's lawyer. Because Michael Jackson's lawyer knew what he was doing. Why do you think they wanted him dead? Because the man's going to own too much. He's going to own a percentage of $1 billion industry. That makes him more than a billionaire. So Nas, in recognizing that, he said,
Michael Jackson bought Eminem's shit as well. Like, crazy.
Yeah. So what we have to understand is what Nas did by getting Michael Jackson's lawyer, although the fees were extreme, now Nas actually owns certain music that even Jay-Z's on. Jay-Z got a certain tune with Nas. Nas owns the tune, not the other way round.
Yeah,
but that's because of the lawyers. That's because of the
reckon you
people
have
behind
got
it.
this illness because you're now obsessed on directors and finances and everything. I want to know.
We can all be obsessive.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. Now, you know what it is, Shifa, I kind of agree with you with the genius thing, because most geniuses, they're kind of obsessed with whatever they're doing. They'll be obsessed until they get to the end of it, like they know everything about it or everything they could know about it. They don't really give up.
And it's funny because when I read My Day in that book I was reading to everyone earlier, I don't really deal with horoscopes, but it specifies that I'm fussy. It's telling me I'm fussy.
To get back to. So what's this book that you were reading?
It's a book called what is it called again? I don't even remember the name of it now. It's called The Secret Language of Birthdays. And it was introduced to me by, like I said, the person who wanted to sponsor me for my Cervantism. And I was told to look at this book and, try and see if I can see myself in the wording. And I felt like the book was quite accurate. I don't necessarily believe what it's saying in the sense of it being absolute, but I would say the book was quite accurate in depicting some of what I would believe to be my own nature. So to that extent, I'm not going to completely write it off neither, because I know some people may say, well, you're supposed to be a Christian, you're supposed to be this, that, the other. Like I said to Zulu the other day, if I go to the first book that was ever called a Pentateuch, before the Pentateuch that these Jewish people are talking about, we're going to start dealing with astrology. And what we're going to find is that the earlier Christians were dealing with a lot of astrology. Even if I go into the Bible, we're going to find a lot of references to astrology, which is fact. So, for me to completely... Yeah, for me to completely write it off would be stupid, but I know my only true belief is in the Most High. But at the same time, like I said, if the book says something and I find it to be accurate, then it's now given me a chance to say, okay, if I've got a weakness and I believe that is a weakness, now I can try to, work around that or find ways of manipulating myself.
It's the premise of that book that your personalities are all dependent on where the planetary positions are. Is that basically what it is?
Yeah, it's very similar to how can I say it? So, yeah, it's very similar to like the Chinese New Year kind of thing when they say, well, if you're born in a particular year, you're going to demonstrate certain traits. But what this is doing is it's saying it's being more specific. It's going down to the actual day, not just the month. So if I go into horoscope, then usually it just says your month and it says you're a Saggy and you might be a Saggy with a rise in this or a this, that, the other. This one negates all of that. It's not dealing with moon sign, sun sign and all of these different, it's just saying, listen, if you're born on this day, people who are born on this day are usually this type of person, and they usually act in this type of way.
So
it even goes as deep as saying...
Right. So let's look up mine just for the sake of it. So 4th of June, go on.
The 4th of June. All right, let me go back into this book now, sir.
Yeah, and mine is 7th of July.
7th of July. All right, I'll keep the conversation going for a minute while I pull them up.
Yeah.
I will find it though. Give me 1 second.
That music thing is kind of interesting still. I just wanted to know, like, if I ever got involved in music, anything I get involved in, I always try to find out where's the P's at though? Where's the money at? I don't usually.
Money is in the advertising. The money's in the promotion and in the advertising. But unfortunately, when they say you got to speculate to accumulate, that's the truth of it. This is why a lot of these artists out there, they may look like they got loads of money. They may look like they got...
like one of my brothers, he gets like $4 grand. I think it's $4,200 for every million streams. So like, let's say he gets 1,000 streams on Spotify? One of them streaming channels, he gets £40 for 1,000 and $4,200 for a million. So my man's got like
they're ripping us off. They're ripping us off. When you're talking about $4,000 for a million, XYZ. Now a lot of these things are based on how many subscribers you've got. When you've got more subscribers and more following, they will pay you more. You can now negotiate what you're getting from them, because ultimately what they're retaining from your work and your hard work and craft is a lot more than that. But the industry don't want us to know these things. What they want us to do is exactly what they've got us doing. Put your music out, and basically we're giving it to them for free to make money from now. Whereas previously, if you was an artist and you made music, you wouldn't just give your music to any label, any company, regardless of whether it's YouTube, Spotify, Apple Music, whatever. When Jay-Z gave his music to Apple Music, though, they gave him money, right? Do you see the difference?
Yeah, have you finished writing my thing yet?
You said June the 4th, right?
Yeah.
So you are a Gemini. All right, let's go, Gemini. We got you. June the 6th, 5th, 4th. You are the day of critical expertise. That's what your day is. It says your strengths are you are mentally strong, verbally strong, and intuitive. It says your weaknesses are you are demanding, overcritical, and stressed. That's what it says your weaknesses are.
I'd say that's
pretty. What about the 7th of July?
7th of July. Hold on. Let me go down to July. I thought when I started reading this, I was really interested. That's why I thought, let me share it with you guys, because I thought people would be interested in this still.
No, it's kind of interesting still. 7th of July.
7th of July says, hold on, that's 23rd. I don't want to be all the way down there.
I'm like a 7-7 as well. That's the worst thing.
Oh, God.
Okay.
7 days, 7 months.
So July the 7th, it says, the day of imaginative revelations is your day. That's what your day is called. It says your strengths are you are creative, thoughtful, and imaginative. It says your weaknesses are you are difficult and disturbing.
No, I'm not gonna lie. That's the bit that I've been working on for years, innit? Like, I think I was telling JEDI still. I was like, right, like if people are not on what I'm on, then I kind of leave them alone now.
Yeah, but that's the
But
one
you know the
that
creative side, yeah. I was gonna say when
That
it
was
comes
kind
to
of like
creating,
my ones.
when it comes to creating shit, it's so easy for me. But I just think, where's the money at though? I don't get it. Like, I don't want to make shit for no reason.
Well, this is, like, I'll be honest with you. Yeah, this is the conversation that we have in the studio when, you know what, someone has came into the situation who has maybe the links, the legality, the legal knowledge, or whatever it is to take us to the next level. And now we're all deciding what the next level looks like. Now, for the ones of us who are about the money, like what you said, if it's about the money, the next level, brother, is selling out. And if we're selling out now, integrity is no longer an issue.
What does selling out look like? What does selling out look like? Because
selling out looks like this. Selling out looks like this. I'm going to tell you exactly what it looks like. Me as a man with a platform, with the money, the ability, the know-how, the people, and the platform to put you on to get you to where you need to be to accumulate millions or whatever it is you're looking for. I'm going to say to you, do you know what? I can put you on my platform, but you've got to talk about things like this. I don't want that on my platform. That's what selling out looks like. Yeah. So you might have started off like, for instance, like a Kanye West, Jesus, what, God, show me the way. And it's, you know, kind of happy. And, you know, it sounds like good music. It sounds like he's trying to be a good person as well within his music. He's not promoting no bad boy type of image or any kind of gangsterism. And then the person who's running the label now, they come along and they say, listen, what you're doing is good. But if we allow you to continue, it's going to go one of two ways. Either it's going to make you too powerful for us to control, or it's going to be a flop and you're not going to make no money because people don't want to hear that. This is what they want to hear. And now you as Kanye West now got to make a choice. What's worth more, the money or my integrity?
Of course, integrity. I'd rather be, I'm more of a young Dolph kind of vibe though. I don't really like Kanye and all that.
What's that got to do with it?
But do you think any of these guys
that's who I
in that situation?
When I listen to Young Dolph, he's talking my language. Like, yo, like I'm not signing to no one. Like, I'm a hustler. I made it on the streets. Why can't I make it on here? I just have to figure it out. Like, that's how I think. I just think even if someone came with me with an offer, I think, what is this pussy doing that I'm not clocking? What do I need to learn?
Why do you think they killed Nipsey, bro? Bro, why do you think they killed Nipsey? And that's a definite assassination, in my opinion. Because the guy knows too much. And not only that, he's now in a situation where he's amassed so much popularity, he now can be, he's a force now to be reckoned with. He's got to go, brother. Yeah? Why do you think Biggie and Tupac got assassinated, brother? Because once the two men realized how much money and how much control they have over the industry.
Tupac was on another, that's what I was trying to explain to what's his name, JEDI. Yeah, I was trying to explain it because he asked me about my picture, and I had Tupac on in it, and he was like, "Why do you have that picture?" Yeah,
better days.
But I was like, "Yo, you see, Tupac. Yeah, it was a thing where he knew he was getting used, but he was trying to transition out of it, where he was trying to make his own label and his own shit, like to get people rich again. Yeah." And that's what.
Well, he was supposed to link up. Him and Biggie Smalls were talking about leaving their labels, i.e., Def Jam, and the other one. Biggie Smalls was about to sign a deal worth, I think it was about 60 million at the time, and he was supposed to take a lot of the artists that were underneath him with him. So when Puff Daddy heard about this, I'd imagine he weren't too happy that the man's going to walk. He's going to start his own label and he's going to take Little Kim and some of the key artists with him, which would leave Bad Boy in disrepute. Bad Boy would have been on a downhill decline. He would have never made it to billionaire. But Biggie Smalls would definitely, after that deal, now he would have owned the label. He would have been on the way to being the billionaire.
You're right.
Some of these names are really weird, aren't they? What does Biggie Smalls actually mean? Does that mean a pair of boxers that are too tight?
No, he just meant he was big. Biggie Small, like more time, yeah. When someone's big in the hood, they call them tiny or small. Like in England, we call them tiny, innit? So a guy might be massive, yeah, but you call him
Biggie Smalls is from a film. It's the name of a gangster in a film. You just
yeah. Oh, I didn't even know. I didn't even know that. But I just know bros that are big in the hood. They're always called tiny or small or something. That was the opposite of what the fuck they are. But anyway, what I was gonna say, Shifa, yeah, don't you rate P Diddy in a sense though? Like his dad was a gangster. Like I can understand.
There you go.
You know what I'm saying?
Brother, you said it in a nutshell. And once we get to that point, that's why I don't rate them for this reason. I think he murdered his friend, who was supposed to be his friend, who he calls his friend, for the sake of the money. Because when we're talking 60 million, brother, you see, when we're talking 60 million at the age of, how old was Biggie when he died? Was he 25?
Yeah, no, I think he was a year younger. I think he was 24. Tupac was 25.
Right. When you're talking about a man, when you talk about the industry giving a man of 24 years old 60 million pounds, he now becomes the man. Everyone else is now relevant. I'm telling you, and they can allow that to happen. The likes of a Jay-Z, all of these guys.
I know this is a lefty, yeah, but have you realized, yeah, Tupac and Biggie died when they were 25 and 24, yeah.
That's right. And Tupac was in a similar situation.
You ask the artists from England, yeah, how old are you? Yeah, my man's young. My man's only 23, 20. Like, you know, when you try to compare, because I always compare people in history, what they've done, in it, and when I look at certain man, and they're like, yeah, man's young, my man's 23, 24, and I'm thinking, bruv, Tupac was like only famous for like from 20 to 25, and he did the mad thing.
I remember Tupac was in a similar situation. He was in a very similar situation where, like I said, the moment these men started talking and getting along, because remember, on the record, they're beefing each other, but in real life, they're actually friends. Yeah. So even with all that beef going on, they was able to resolve their differences, and both of them had planned to leave their respected labels. If Biggie was getting offered 60 million, you can imagine the type of numbers they were offering Tupac. Because remember, Biggie weren't in movies like Tupac, you know, brother.
Yeah, and he wasn't on the same level.
He's not Juice. He's not that guy with the
Versace. He's the only brand in history that Versace came to and said, "Yeah, you're Versace, innit? You represent Versace." He begged him. He said, "Yo, please come, Tupac. You're the guy."
Let me just correct
that. The white guy saying, "Yo, you're the guy. You're the look down."
Yo, can you hear me? You don't hear me?
Yeah, fire away.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
All right, yeah. No, I wanted to actually come in on the astrology thing, but yeah, you're not talking about this now. But yeah, the Biggie.
Go back.
No,
you can go back, bro.
I know. It's all right though. The Biggie thing. Biggie never signed none of his people them to Puff. They were all separate, so he never. Biggie was the only one of that clan that was signed to Puff.
That was signed. That's right.
I used to think that Puff was one of the instigators for Biggie's murder. Yeah, I used to think that, but actually, even if it wasn't for the reasons that you said, Shift, because it's not like because Jay-Z comes along, and does what Biggie would have done anyway, right? If you're talking about one man having power or a certain amount of power, there's always going to be, that's part of the hip hop industry, is to have certain men being gatekeepers and having a lot of power, and that those guys are morally corruptible. Yeah, Biggie was morally corruptible. Yeah, he was as morally corruptible as Jay-Z. Yeah, he went no less or no more. So I don't believe.
Who was?
I'm saying Biggie was as morally corruptible as Jay-Z.
Yeah, 100%.
So
but how much did Biggie sign for?
Sorry.
How much did Biggie sign to Puff Daddy for?
I don't know.
$20,000, brother.
Yeah. Well, what's the point? Because
at that time,
the point you're making, Shiv. But the point you're making is that my man got to a stage where clearly he was going to leave Bad Boy, and set up his own thing. That's why he never signed his people.
But how much did Puffy make from that signing?
Right.
If Puffy signed Biggie for 20,000. Think about those Biggie albums, how much money they made.
Yeah, this is the mistake.
There's no way the man shouldn't be getting more than what he's getting.
Bro. Yeah, but you're confusing your argument. Your argument was that my man was murdered because of the power that he would have in having his own label. And I'm saying,
yeah, and not just the power he would have.
Yeah, go on.
Not just the power, in the sense of if he leaves Bad Boy is now nobody. Bad Boy ain't doing nothing again.
But Shifa, if you kill the man, Bad Boy's still nothing. How are you gonna make that make sense?
Well, think about it like this. After he dies, not only does Puffy own all of his rights, so he can still make the money off of him. Also, what he does is he brings in all of these artists to pirate him and make his new version of Biggie Smalls. He also goes into partnerships.
It's your imagination in that circumstance is running away from you, with you.
100%. I know. Do you know what? When you say that, totally agree with you. My imagination is running away with me because this is what I believe. It's not what I know.
Yeah, no, it don't make sense. It don't make sense. At the end of the day, no one label is gonna be beholden. Like the amount of power the labels have, they really ain't that scared of individuals. If I'm honest, Tupac was the most scary of them all, right? For the labels, he was the most scary. Biggie weren't that scary.
Did you know that even as scary as $60 million deal though? Did you know that?
But that really don't make. Listen, how much money did Rockefeller make from their deals in 10 years from 96?
Not 60 million, brother.
Way more than that, yeah.
No. Not in one deal. 60 million in one.
I said
signing,
no. They didn't listen. They made a whole bunch of money before they even signed the deal. When they signed the deal, they made even more. 60 million is nothing, bro.
No, brother. What we have to do is, if you're going to say that, I'm going to say to you, pull up the financials and you're going to find this a lot less than 60 million, bro.
Bro, in 1997, so Reasonable Doubt comes out in 96, comes out in 96. They sell it out the back of a car.
Wait, I swear Biggie was dead by then, innit?
Yeah, that's not the point though. We're talking about numbers, I'm
sorry,
saying Rockefeller, by the time 98 hits, Rockefeller's definitely made more than 60 mil. Yeah, whether it's from a combination of record sales that they put out themselves, the deal that they made with Def Jam retrospectively after the album was already out in the hood, or the addition of Rockaware and the shows, because a lot of the money comes from the shows anyway. Yeah, 60 million is nothing, bro.
Rockaware came after.
Wait. You think
it wasn't in 97? Rockaware was in the 2000s.
No, Rockaware was 99. Yeah, you think
99?
You think that from 96 to say 98, that between them they didn't make more than $60 million?
They must have, but obviously, who made $60 million? Not he did, didn't it? But Tuesday, Jay-Z said I was broke,
According to MTV,
Jay-Z said himself, I was broke when I made that song.
So, brother, 10 million. Rockefeller making 10 million, brother, is nowhere near 60, brother.
Why are you saying 10?
I just Googled it.
Jay-Z said himself, I was broke when I made that song, Big Pimpin' It. Now that he's got kids, he said, yo, it's one of my worst songs now that I got daughters. And he even said, yo, I was broke, bro.
You believe what anything
Jay-Z
says?
He needed C Murder. What's his name? C Murder or something. He goes, I needed my man on the tune.
Right, but I'm telling you that Rockefeller made more than $60 million by 98. Say even 99. I'm telling you.
But anyway, like if we look at
the point of the matter is this though. The point of the matter is that the argument is that a $60 million deal for Biggie, and the power that Biggie had in the industry at the time was apparently somehow frightening for Diddy. No, it's nonsense. That's not frightening. Yeah.
No,
whether he's alive, because whether he's alive,
but
this is what Schiffer's saying. Schiffer's saying. Yeah, is that my man killed him because he was afraid of the power that Biggie might have, and that he
was afraid of losing the money.
Biggie and Tupac
afraid of losing the money that Biggie was producing for him.
Bro, he wasn't going to sign with him anyway, whether he stayed alive or dead. Well, okay, when he died, did he sign another contract?
Wait, Emma, do you understand who P. Diddy is? P. Diddy is a man that will take his sons. Wait. I know you have to understand the psyche of this person and say, right, could this person possibly do this shit? Look at this guy, yeah. He will take the girlfriend of his son. Like, do you know how fucked up you have to be? Do you understand his background? His dad was a real gangster. Like, the way Diddy moves, even in the industry, slapping what's his name, Drake. Like, he does some things behind.
Bro, you're missing the point, and I did say this already. Yeah,
is really about this life. Like, he will die for you. You don't want to sign to me, you're dead.
No,
like,
but bro, you're missing the point.
I don't know if you've been in that life, but there's certain man like that. They will smile for other people.
Bro, listen, because I said it already. I said I used to think Diddy murdered my man. Yeah, I used to think he had something to do with it. Yeah, I said whether he did or didn't, it's not because of money, like in the sense of the argument that Schiffer is making. Yeah, he could have had something to do with it for whatever other reason. Yeah, I don't know, but I'm saying the argument to say that because my man was leaving the label and was going to start his own label, that my man decided to kill him because for the reasons that Schiffer is saying, which is he got 60 million, he was getting 60 million, and he was going to No, that don't make no sense because whether he stays, whether he's alive or dead, Diddy don't see none of that money because he's going to sign with somebody else, or he's dead and he can't sign with nobody. Yeah, it don't make no sense. That's the point I'm making.
I tend to understand your point. I tend to understand your point, but I think, like I said, maybe it's my savantism. Because you see me, I've always seen myself as some kind of detective. I've always said, don't make me work for the police because everyone's going to jail today. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. And I'm telling you, brother, yeah, when a man is offered a deal for 60 million by the main record company, yeah, not by P. Diddy's label, who have basically subjected him to some form of slave labor because they paid the man £20,000, yeah, and then give him some fancy jewelry and fancy car and this and that.
Yeah,
and that's
we know.
To weigh up the balance of the millions of pounds they've made off of his music.
We know.
Using the money they made off of his back to promote other artists. Then all of a sudden, the man gets the deal from the main label. They say, listen, leave Puff Daddy alone, start your own label, and you will be the one running these rappers. You can bring up all the next up and coming rappers under you. As far as I'm concerned, that is an incentive for P. Diddy to
More time, yeah. What do we know Diddy for? Really, it's Biggie. Imagine Biggie was to leave him. You know, everyone's going with Biggie. Like my man, his whole come up was being attached to Biggie. Real talk. I only know him because of Biggie. Like Biggie was the biggest thing we ever had.
Wait a second. We, you know, it's quite clear that Biggie was his biggest artist, but my man was around before that, you know, with what you call it, Uptown Records. Like these guys got a
Andre Harrell and that, innit? Heavy D,
Mary J, yeah, all of them lot, Mary J, Heavy D, all of them lot, man. All of them lot, man.
Well, he was, yeah. But I'm telling you, everyone would have left with Biggie.
Bro, here's the point. What happened? Here's the point. What happened when, bro? What happened when Biggie died? What happened to Bad Boy when he died? So let's assume that he did kill him. Yeah. What happened to Bad Boy?
He made songs about Biggie dying.
Yeah. Forget that. What happened?
I'm trying to tell you. That's what happened. He made everything.
I'm inclined to agree with MA a bit, though. I'll be honest with you, brother. Because, like I said, this is something I believe in it. Because it's something I believe, I'm not presenting it as a fact. So for that reason, I'm inclined to say MA's version of events is just as credible. I'm inclined to say that, but I'm not going to say that I agree with it. I'm just going to say that.
That's why we're having a debate, because we don't.
I got to go in a second, yeah. But how many rappers did Diddy sign after Biggie died?
How many rappers did Diddy sign after Biggie?
Sorry, how many did he? I said,
I don't know, but all I know is all of them, he fucked all of them.
He signed a few. He signed Black Rob. He signed Shine. He signed Gorilla Black. He signed who else did he sign? I'm trying to think now. He already had Mace and the Locks and all of that, so he didn't really sign them again, did he?
He had Mace.
You've got Trade the Truth. You got Trade the Truth. Who else is there? There's not really a lot of rappers, to be fair. It's more singers.
No, I'm saying not one of them has got a good thing to say about him compared to Drake.
Yeah, but we know he's a fucking dickhead, innit? We know that, innit? Like, it's quite
So
clear
what
that's
makes
not
you
in
think
that's
that he
not under
wouldn't kill
debate.
a man then?
Did I say, bro? You're not
No,
following the
I'm
argument, are
asking
you?
that.
I
MA,
didn't say. Hold
we
on,
don't know the truth, innit? We don't know the truth. We're just
brother.
speculating.
But
You know what I'm saying?
I'm saying, but you have to listen to what I say if I'm gonna say it. Otherwise, there's no point in me saying it.
All right,
I already
go on,
said,
bro.
yeah, I already said, and it's the third time I said I used to believe that he had something to do with it, and I'm saying whether he did or didn't. Yeah, that means I'm still open to the possibility that he did.
Yeah,
yeah.
agreed.
So don't go and ask me whether, why I don't think. I don't know, innit? I'm saying the logic of the argument that's being presented, it doesn't make sense. Yeah,
it doesn't make logical sense. You're right. In saying it doesn't make logical sense, I totally agree with MA, because this is based on my feelings towards this situation and my belief of what is the potential to happen. But belief is not a fact. It's not affirmative. It's not affirming any information. So to that degree, I have to agree with MA. But in the sense of it being plausible, I would say it's very plausible that that is a possibility that could have happened, not that it did happen.
My man's basically like P Diddy is more like a fucking Dutch Valley, bruv. You don't know if actually there's evidence and it looks like that way, but you don't know if he actually did it. It's them kind of vibes.
Yeah, I hear that, man. I hear that, bro. I hear that. But yeah, Schiff
Anyway.
is even Schiffer had a non-deal, yeah, with Banana Clan and them, man. Yeah. And that's really, a lot of rappers don't really benefit hugely from having a deal that is not really a deal. It's just like a tune by tune agreement. You know what I'm saying? And so there's no figures are being established, or sorry, no money is being paid based on the number of sales necessarily. I don't know if that was your deal, Shiv, but if it's just like a one-away thing, yeah, it's very hard to kind of, unless you're going to sell it yourself, it's very hard to make significant money without. That's the trap, innit? That's the distribution trap that these men find themselves in. How do I get my shit out to multiple? And because you're using their platforms all times, innit? At all times, you're using their platforms, you're using their distribution streams, you're using their network of contacts, you're using their venues to perform at, you're using all of their shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why rappers keep signing these deals.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
MA though, do you believe, yeah, like artists, like if we're talking about the UK ones, yeah, because it's a bit easier, innit? Like let's say for example, you're an artist that just come out. Is it not in your best interest? Not in your best interest, I don't know, but like to use these link ups and these grime dailies, yeah, and then at the same time transition to your own channel, you know, like in the process. Do you get what I'm saying?
Of course. But again, your own channel is still on someone else's behest.
Platform. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
The YouTube platform is the overhead thing. I get that.
So how do you break free of that? How do you break free of that? It's like look, when you go Africa, yeah, and all these men that are supremely talented, yeah, they don't stay in Africa, innit? They got to go elsewhere, or a record label will come and scoop them up from. Do you know what I mean? It's difficult, bro.
Yeah.
And but then the question comes: was it supposed to be an industry in the first place? We assume that our music is meant to be for sale in the way that it is today. Yeah, just because we were born into that. In that industry being present. Yeah, we've never been alive at a time where we didn't have an industry.
Like this is just my personal opinion, yeah, MA. Yeah, I feel like we focus too much on the creative side, which we're usually kind of good at. You know what I'm saying? Coming from the place that we come from, seeing type of things that it's just kind of comes natural, innit? But we never really focus on owning platforms or owning labels, and I feel like that's where the J people, I don't want to say their name, I don't want to get my man's channel, you know what I'm saying, but the J people, they kind of, other communities basically, they focus on the business side of things, like owning a platform and only labels. They will transition from a label to a platform. You know what I'm saying? We don't really focus on them things. We focus on producing stuff, from the light bulb to the like all these inventions. You know what I'm saying? And then we never really benefit from it because we never really took the business side. I think now it's changing though. I think a lot of people are onto the business thing more than ever. Like I feel like I don't know what it was like in the past, because in America I heard that we had like a Black Wall Street or whatever. But in terms of now, I feel like people are about their business, not to the extent that they should be, but yeah, man, people are trying to get their bag now. Like they're not just trying to come with content, you know what I'm saying? But the other thing that fucks us up here is keeping up with the Joneses. So someone might get a deal, and instead of holding out because they want to floss as well, they'll take the quickest deal to say, yo, I'm doing stuff as well, like, you know what I'm saying? So there's that pressure of like, yeah, my man's rapping, but I don't know, like, is he getting money? Is he, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, I think we're kind of behind in America, like compared to America, we're kind of behind in terms of like the business side of things.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about this country, every movement, every genre movement that has come along has had a chance to develop its own industry in it, like whether it's drum and bass or garage or UK hip hop, so-called UK hip hop, or flipping lovers rock or reggae, whatever it is. And you know what? I'd say reggae did fairly. Should I say fairly well? I can hear the reggae tune in the background. It did fairly well to a certain extent. But again, most of the distribution was being owned and run by non-black people. But there was definitely a strong network in terms of reggae distribution across the country, and pressing plants and all that kind of shit. You know what I mean? There was a good, healthy environment to kind of flourish from. But I didn't go beyond that. Obviously we had our record outlets, all that kind of stuff. Hip hop just flopped, man. Like it just flopped. Like there was opportunities. You had record stores were there. You had what's it called? Deal Real on Carnaby Street. You had Mr. Bongos in North. I think it was like Holloway Road or something.
No, I remember Deal Real. Yo, you're old school. I remember Deal Real still. My brother was trying to invite me to them places. I remember Deal Real.
Yeah, Deal Real was wicked.
Yeah, everyone remembers Deal Real, man. You don't remember Deal Real. You're from a different generation, isn't it? Like, come on, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, no, I remember. I was young. I was fairly young, but yeah, no, I remember a man telling me, "Yo, Deal Real, Central London, like that's where it's." Come there one time, and you know what I'm saying. And I wasn't even. I know I was young because
there were labels that would have invested money in you as long as you was good at what you was doing. Like you had Ninja Tune. You obviously had places like Deal Real. You had what's the other one there? Dark and Cold. You had all of these different like independent labels that were like. There's a place in North London in Camden, Map Music. I used to go there. Do you know like that? And a lot of these people are coming from rich families, rich backgrounds.
Bro, basically, I tried to do. I was supposed to do work for them, man. There, Map Music. The man tried to give me a bike for payment, bro.
Yeah, come on, man. Brother,
yeah, you know
what? Brother, it's cutthroat business. It's cutthroat. Brother, you remember the SBTV guy? When I first saw SBTV, I met SBTV at Map Music, and then around the corner they had this thing. There's a pub around the corner from there. Yeah, they had the battle thing, the rap battle, the UK battle. Yeah. I met him there, like that. So a lot of these people were all kind of integrated. They had their own little community, and it was working for them. It was buzzing for a minute.
Nah, I mean, SB's from the ends. SB's been cool. SB's like man, the minute it's from the ends and that. But I think SB was like, we always try to give the most. You know what I'm saying? Like people, I think SB was like the kind of guy who would just give you a chance, man, whether you're known or not. Yeah. You spoke to him, you were on a level kind of, like I grew up with the brother, innit?
Brother, my man up here, he done a cameo in my video for free. The first video I ever done, I had SBTV in my video, and it wasn't even shot with a good camera, none of that. He was just a cool dude. He was, you know what, from your man them, I'll support you, innit? As long as the tune's not shit. Yeah? Bro, he was a good-hearted brother still.
He was. He'll come up to you randomly, yeah, like and be like, yeah, man, you used to rap in it. Like, come man, I'll put you on. Like, if you're from the ends, yeah, he would like go out of his way. I remember when the guy who used to work at Top Man. You get what I'm saying? So like, he was a proper.
You mentioned Chef. You see, you mentioned Ninja. I used to work for Ninja, yeah, when I was young. Yeah, see that setup, yeah. Did you ever go there?
Once, yeah.
Did you ever go to the building? Yeah.
On one occasion, yeah.
For those who don't know, Ninja Tunes, an independent label, they used to have a building on, I think, Kennington Park Road. So the road that leads like just off of when you're coming from the Oval Station, and then there's that junction. It's that the road that, anyway, whatever road that is, Kennington Park Road or whatever it is. They had like a 3 or 4 story house, yeah, standalone yard, just a yard, yeah. You could have just rented that yard out, yeah, and set yourself up. They had a recording studio, yeah, on the first floor. They had a distribution warehouse in the on the ground floor, yeah, and they had offices on the first floor as well. And man, that's the entire operation is in that one building, yeah. They used to have about 10 people working in the office. Yeah, you have your marketing person, you have your promotions people, you have your manager and this, that, and the other, and whatever, like all in the same office, like within arm's length of each other. Yeah, it's not a massive building, really tall. Yeah, but they were smart. Yeah, and these guys have been doing it since I think like the mid-80s. Yeah, these 2 white guys, I forgot their names.
Yeah, mid to late 80s. You're right.
Right.
You're right.
Yeah, what's it called? Cold Cut. I think the name was Cold Cut. Yeah. They were like some dance kind of electro something. Yeah. And so they set that up. Yeah. And if you look at another example, yeah, Low Life Records. Yeah. Low Life Records was in Bush. Yeah. It was set up by my man Brain Tax. Brain Tax is a thief. Yeah. But he was smart. He put all of these rappers on, all the Jests and Kashmir and Harry Love and all these guys. Yeah, on whatever deal, yeah, and that was a Shegri deal as well that he was giving them, Kalashnikov, all of them, yeah, and run away with people them's money.
Yeah, Kalashnikov was hard.
Yeah, it's a setup. Like the setup is there. You have a yard, yeah, you find a yard, you have 1 or 2 rooms or 3 rooms. One of them's a studio, one of them's for administration, and one of them's for whatever. You set up and you go on with your thing. Yeah, it's not that hard. Even my uncle had a record label back in the late 70s. Yeah, it's not hard. People don't want to do this kind of work, yeah, or gain the skills to be able to manufacture and do all and work round the clock, yeah, so that you even just lock down the building and just stay in there for 2 or 3 months and bash out. Sorry, pause. And
I
agree
with you. Yeah? No, I agree with you, Emma. Yeah, but don't you think, yeah, like I don't know if it's just me, yeah, bro, yeah, but within the black community, like we don't, like, compared to like the J people or other communities, we don't tend to like share information. Like we kind of like, you know how you're saying there's studios.
Yeah.
I was around there. I never do. You know what I'm saying? Man won't even let you know. Like there's, so you know what I'm saying? Like I don't know if it's crabs in a bucket kind of thing. You know what I'm saying?
It is. Yeah, it is. And you got certain men will be blessed, but then others will. That's the nature of the beast, isn't it? Like at one point, it was let me do my thing and get seen so I can get signed, isn't it? And then people were like, yeah, let me do my thing and just, I'm not on a signing thing. But even people that say they're not on a signing thing, they really are. They'll tell you they're not, but if they get an opportunity, they're gonna sign. You know, it might be different now, but that was what it was.
I don't believe that. There's you're right. You're right. If they're passionate about this music, there are certain hustlers though. Like I can say, they got money, and some of the money that they're offering, the man already got that. Like I know a couple man that's like that. They got offered deals, yeah, but they already got the money that they got offered. Man's offering 150 bags. Man's already got that.
See, I agree, brother. I agree with what MA said, but I think it's about how much of a master of your destiny you are. And that's why what I said about Nipsey Hussle, because this guy was too powerful for the industry to handle at the level he had got himself to. And now he's at that level where he's so powerful and he wants to separate himself and do his own thing. And he's got his audience. He's got his people behind him. Like, that guy's going to make too much money. He's going to pave the way for other people to say, you know what, we don't want the label no more. In fact, you know what, we might even write YouTube off and make our own one. Do Do you know what I'm trying to say? But I think without people like that getting to the next level, you know, we're always going to be trapped in their game, and that's what this is. It's all a game. Let's be honest, man.
No, but I think the main part is like sharing information, though, like because there could be people that could, you know what I'm saying? Like if we were to share information more, yeah, people will get to the destinations that they want quicker. You help someone, they help you. You know what I'm saying? Just makes sense, but other communities share information. You know what I'm saying? They'll be like, yeah, the reloads there. The Indian man's got the chicken shop. He lets his Indian man know where how to get the chicken shop, what the lead. You know what I'm saying? Like, or if he see, you know what I'm saying? But us man, it will be like, yeah, like my man will have
it's
it.
Bad, bro. It's bad because there's no excuse, and we've been doing it for decades. The jazz pioneers did it. Yeah, all of their music. Motown is an exception, isn't it? A black man. Who's put me on the screen like that? A black man starts a label. Yeah, obviously he's probably got ties to such and such and that, but starts a label and signs up all the black artists. And I've never really heard of too much sheggery regarding Motown, but I'm sure there is. But still, the concept of a black man owning a label and doing for and you know signing up his own people and keeping it close like that, like it's
Whitney Houston on Motown.
I don't think so. She's like Clive Davis and all them, man, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
She's probably like Arista or one of them labels.
I don't know why I thought she was on there, but yeah, God.
Yeah, Motown's still around now, you know, but I don't know who owns it. Yeah.
Are you, man? You know who I rate? Yeah, I rate from the English side. Yeah, I rate Gigs in it because you know what I clocked about Gigs. Yeah, he will see interview. I saw an interview of Quang Face. They asked him about Gigs in it, and he was like, he didn't really want to answer the question because he didn't want to disrespect. He didn't want to say, right, like that man don't want to jump on man's tune. He didn't want to go on like that. He was like, yeah, like that man are older, like they're doing their thing, but you know we're young and like we're from Peckham, but you know like that we don't get to see each other that much. Yeah, I see Gigs, but it shows man. Like, the next minute I see Gigs featuring Quang Face, and I thought, yo, Gigs is such a real nigga. He probably saw that video of the young guy saying that and thought, yeah, we're making a tune now. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
but he probably understands the youngers in a way that they don't understand themselves. Because, brother, I'll be honest, you see the way I understand this industry, most people think I'm crazy when I say certain things. Like, I'll tell you this. I'd say, whoever you think is the biggest is not got the most money. Check that one out. And people say to me, I'm crazy when I say it. Like, some of these youngsters, they'll be like, no, D-Block Europe's got the most money. Have you seen the car the guy's got in the video? Have you seen this? Have you seen that? Then I have to remind them, brother, like, that's your perception. But that doesn't mean it's his.
What's his name? What's that guy from Lava Grove? Something Tracy. AJ Tracy. I think like AJ Tracy's got more money than that man. Yeah, I feel like he's got more money than that man. Shifa, is that true or false? I'm only saying that because I feel
say that again. I didn't hear what you said.
No, I'm saying that I feel like AJ Tracy's got more money than that man because he said he's independent.
He's also got a slightly different fan base, though, isn't it?
He's not necessarily got more money than them, but what I will say is, whoever's getting the biggest promotion, that's not their money promoting it. Money's owed back
if they're signed, innit?
And this is what we have to start understanding.
Because when you promote, when they spend that money on you, you have to bring that money back. That's why I said AJ Tracy, because I feel like he spent his own money, and the most of the real the profit is coming. Like, I'm just thinking of it in a shotting way, innit?
You know what? I'd say that's more true about
my man never got ticked. That man never got signed. They're getting ticked here. They're getting ticked food. I'm not getting ticked food. AJ Tracy is not getting ticked food. He's getting food.
No, but he is getting ticked food. No, he is. Listen, just because you're on an independent label doesn't mean you're being marketed by the independent label. Labels pay for marketing through the teeth. A lot of people don't know this. So even NASA,
even when you're independent.
Even when you're independent, you see. Yeah, you see someone like Gigs. Remember when Gigs came out, there weren't no big video talk for Walk in the Park and Talking the Hardest, and them. The album didn't have loads of videos, like big budget videos and stuff. It wasn't like that, bro. So I'd say that's more true about Gigs.
That was
anything, whatever whatever money him and his independent label made, majority of it was retained by them. And obviously maybe all of it didn't go to gigs, but a large number of that money went to him also. So I'd say it's more true about gigs, if anyone. But that's why the industry blocked him, let's be honest.
No, but he's not blocked now, though.
No, he's still blocked. Trust me.
He ain't got the same impact. Yeah, I would say.
This is the thing. You have to understand. You see the impact that someone like Giggs has. Yeah, he's supposed to be selling out arenas. They're supposed to be booking him at O2, but they're not going to give it to Giggs. They're going to give it to Captain Conan because the people within the industry still got to make money. So they're not going to give you those opportunities.
But to be honest with you, like it's only what is it, 3% or something, or 7% black people in the UK. Yeah, so like the majority of the consumers are going to be white people or whatever, innit? So like up north and that, I like that's what I was trying to say to you. Like we're kind of behind in it. You know, when you go to America, when I went America and when I went Canada, I swear to my mom's life, I said, yo, this is a black country, bro. Like it's like, bro, I went to a Jamaican restaurant, the most pizzazz, best Jamaican restaurant I've ever been in my life. Like different, there was black cooks but white people with suits, and it's in central London. Like they call it downtown, innit? So downtown is their central. I was like, rah, it's in central London. It looks so sick, and it's not just one, it's like bare of them. Like and then the people that you see, it's just Latinos, Eritreans, Somalians, Jamaicans, bare Caribbeans, like all over, all of the Caribbeans in Toronto. Yeah, with that,
I'm going to Toronto this year. I got their family.
If you go there, go from the first year because they have the Caravana on the 4th in it, and it's like 4 days long, 24 hours. People come from America, big cars, everything.
Sounds amazing.
Downtown, I was like in College Park. If you lot can check that,
I'm coming as well, man. Oh
yeah, bro. It's so lit. It's so
I didn't
lit,
invite you, bro.
I thought America when I went America, when I went Canada, I thought that was black countries. You come to England, it don't, unless you go London, it don't feel like a black country. Like they're kind of behind in that sense.
Yo, I hear you. Depending on where you are.
Sell out arenas. That's what I mean. Like to sell out arenas, people have to be interested, and the content that Giggs gives out is so potent. You have to be kind of from a certain cloth to digest that.
Yeah, but brother, hear what I'm gonna say. If you look at an artist like who's that white woman that was big in the last like 5 years? Adele. Look at Adele then, yeah. Adele comes out, all of a sudden she's the biggest thing out. Yeah.
Yeah, because she's white.
It's not just that.
I don't think it's just a race.
Like
her music appeals to the whole fucking family.
No, bro. If a black girl sing like
black girls who were singing just as good, who probably had better albums. Yeah, remember we have to understand this. Her album done better than someone like Alicia Keys, someone who's actually not just singing talent, a musical talent. And it's like when you look at things like that, you have to understand the power of promotion. Look at someone like 6ix9ine. 6ix9ine has made millions of pounds out of rap, out of being fake. Let's be real. So it's all about the promotion.
Promotion, though, shit. For this exactly, you're spot on with what you're saying. You know.
Nah, promotion. Listen, promotion is definitely. Listen, bro. No, he's spot on with the promotion. Yes, the more I see you, yeah, because if you've got a product, yeah, and I haven't seen it, then I'm not gonna buy it because I haven't seen it for me to like it or not like it. You know what I'm saying? So yes, of course it's promotion, but I'm giving you 100%. If you put Alicia Keys on the same promotion as Adele's gonna win because she's a white girl. Beyonce will beat her because Beyonce is Beyonce plus Jay-Z and some other shit. Yeah, but I'm trying to let you know if it's a white woman and a black woman and they both sing the same, the white woman's gonna win, bro. Yeah, the people that buy it. Tupac even said all of my fans are white, bro. He said Tupac even said that. He said, bro, all of my fans are white.
But you're not applying that same logic to Alicia
as well.
Keys,
all of the people who he sees when he looks out at the crowd might be.
Yeah, exactly. The people that are buying shit, the people that are buying it, because buying it is what matters.
Yeah, Okay, that's fair enough. But just going back to what you were saying before, like even Adele and Alicia Keys, like they're very kind of similar in terms of they're both singing sort of slow songs, etc. Vocalist, artist, but they're different because Alicia Keys has been around for longer. She's American. It's like it's difficult to compare a lot of these people. Like, and I do agree with what you're saying. Like Adele would probably still do better just purely from being white and being appealable to
100. Because you know why, Meg? You know why, Meg? Yeah, I've seen country. Listen to that. I've seen some country white guys, yeah, and they got a billion views. They got more views than Drake. Like there's country singers, yeah, that I've never heard of. They got a billion views.
The biggest artists buy views to be able to have the traction to continue to grow whatever they're doing, like YouTube and shit like that. So it's a sticky game when you think about it.
Hey Mac, how come you ain't got no breaks on your sentences?
What do you mean?
Like, man was just talking like the whole way through the sentence. It's like you just didn't even notice.
No, because I was talking and you copy, but anyway, yeah.
You're like, yeah, I refuse to stop. I don't care if no one knows what I just said. You come at the other end of a full sentence. I'm not just gonna get caught like every single time. Yeah, I know. You just could keep going, like, yeah. But then sometimes it's about. Sometimes it's like you're speaking to communicate, though, right? So it's like if no one can't hear what you said, why are you carrying on? You might as well stop. I know it's a bitch to get cut, but yeah, that technique you got is mud.
To be honest, I'm glad that you did do that.
I'm just going to keep talking. I don't care.
Works though. That's
You don't work
though, man. You don't work because I want to hear what Mag is saying. Yeah, no, I want to hear what Mag is saying, and then it's just like,
but you can
I didn't hear. And Mag is like got this satisfied sound at the end of his sentence, like, yeah, I said it all.
But that's only half the technique. Right? Once you get the mic, then you start repeating yourself, and then everyone hears everything.
Yeah, I don't want to go down the repeating.
I'm glad I got that off my chest.
He does do that sometimes.
Then I'm gonna kill him.
What one judge though, man? That was kind of mad.
Sometimes you're not listening and you're like drawing or something, and you're just talking or something. Sometimes, do you know?
That's the case. Still can't.
Have you got headphones on?
No, I listen intently.
No. Megs, you was all right to me, man. So what was you saying, bro?
Yeah, big up Megs, man. You was all right, man.
It was all right
to me. Oh, Mag, why is your name Mag? I wanted to ask you.
It's an abbreviation for magic.
Oh, magic like Magic Johnson.
No,
magic like Coldplay.
Nah. Why did man go to the wickedest magic? Man said
now called magic like Alistair Crowley.
Man said magic like Magic Johnson. That's cold.
Yes, it's just a word that I've been using for ages, isn't it? So it's stuck.
Jeds.
Yeah, that's cultural appropriation here, Mag.
Yo, Jeds.
I don't mind anyone going fucking suck themselves if that's what they want to deal with.
Hey, Jeds, can you hear me?
He's gone. Jedi's gone.
Wait, Turk, I'm gonna ask you, who do you think will, like, with the same promotion, who do you think will sell out more, Alicia Keys or Adele, like with the same promotion, same everything?
To be honest, I just find it a stupid question. No offense.
I'm just asking.
Obviously, being white in a predominantly white industry is going to be your automatic advantage. But then again, like you said, when Tupac said most of his audience, like most of the people that buy his records are white. So
yeah,
you know, at the end of the day, like if you want to compare Adele to someone, you shouldn't be comparing her to Alicia. You should be comparing her to some obscure African artist that nobody's heard of, and then compare them.
That's even worse still, can't.
You know what? No. Do you know what we should compare? We should compare. We should compare the actual. We should compare the actual amount of money the person has amassed in comparison to their net worth. And if the net worth and the actual amount of money they got don't add up, then we know that someone like Adele was promoted through the teeth by a company to make money, and a lot of that money didn't actually go to her.
Right,
so if
yes,
we look at
you're
Alicia
right,
Keys in
Shifa,
totality,
because
Alicia
Adele-
Keys, not only has she stood the test of time, she's probably amassed more money
But
within
hear
her
what I'm
actual
saying,
bank account.
Shifa, let me disagree with you, because that Adele, she
that.
came out of that talent school. What is it called? The Brit School, yeah. And a lot of them
Brit School,
artists
yeah.
that come out of there got madly promoted to boost up the British kind of like, you know, section of the money drain out of the entire music industry as a whole.
And where is she now? Where is she now? Because the true talent, is not the singer. Hear me out. The true talent is not the singer. The true talent is the person who writes the music. That's the true talent. Now, if we look at an Alicia Keys, she writes her own music. She's a true talent. So she retains most of the money and the power involved in her music, more than someone like Adele who don't write her own tune.
But let me just say something, Shifa. You're never gonna get the ability to set up your own shop in someone else's shop. Like white people's music industry, they might incorporate black people and black culture and black talent, but they're never gonna let you own your own section of it. That's like the equivalent of the United States of America giving 3 states away to black people. Going, have Miami and have Florida. That will never happen.
What about Master P?
Why would they though? Why would they? Why would anyone?
Why would they? Innit? Go and do your own thing, innit?
Yeah,
no, they would.
That's the point I'm trying to make. Why would they?
No, they would. They would
if there's money
if
in
they
it
got
for
a good
them,
enough
they would.
deal. If
No,
they got
but
a good
why
enough
would
deal,
you?
yeah,
Why would
they
you
would,
want them
yeah.
to? Why would you want a next man to like give you handouts? They like if you look at on a deeper.
No, but
thing,
they're not seeing it as handouts, D-Block. They're seeing it as it's their right. They own. It's their right. They have a right to that.
Nah, but you know what the point that they'll get? Like you created it and then you gave it to me and you said, can you do something with it? I did something with it, gave you 10 mil, made 100 mil. Like, why are you mad at me? And I own this shit now. Like, you know, if I outsmarted you,
why was Dave Chappelle mad when they said, you know what, we're going to pay you 50% of whatever this production makes? And then when he made too much money, they said, no, we can only give you X amount.
Yeah, no, they took the with Dave Chappelle, different though. Dave Chappelle, they took the piss because they offered him something and they didn't pay him. You know what I'm saying? If they paid him, he wouldn't have chatted shit. That's the point I'm trying to make. If they did pay him, but they offered
ain't that
him.
What happened with Biggie though? Because when Biggie signed for Bad Boy, Biggie signed for £20,000. He had no idea that he was going to have platinum albums. Now he's a platinum artist, and the label made millions of pounds off of him. It's no wonder he wanted to leave.
Yeah, but okay, Shifa. If you want to leave is one thing, yeah. But if you complain about you getting 20 bags and I made hundreds of millions, you can't complain about that because you was in the hood. You asked me, could I do things? I said, on these terms, on these terms, I could do a little thing, bro. I could bring you in, you get me? Now it's for you to use what I gave you and turn it into, you know what I'm saying? You know, some people, you can give them a reload and they'll turn that reload into boxes, and there's some man, they'll just go round and round in circles. If anything, they get themselves in more and more debt. And then now you just got them here, just coming back like some cat. And I think that's what happens to most artists. Like they're not.
You see what you're saying? It's absolutely true, yeah? But what we have to understand is this. When Biggie signed for Puff Daddy's label was not the Bad Boy label that we know today. It wasn't one of the biggest record labels in the world. It wasn't as prominent until he came along and made it prominent. Now, once he is the key in making this platform prominent,
but who found him?
One second. Hear me out. Once he's key in making that platform prominent, he becomes just as important as when a football team like Chelsea signs a Reece James. Then a Reece James is just doing too good. The team can't win without him, it seems. We've got to pay him the money. He's got to be one of the highest paid now. And the fact that Puff Daddy didn't renegotiate with Biggie and offer him what he was worth, and then all of a sudden he dies. That's why I think that looks real shady.
Right, he dies, but everything that happened to him goes on to the next generation, innit? So if it weren't for Biggie, you wouldn't have 50 Cent. You wouldn't have these people where you're claiming they are today. Like, they couldn't have just walked into that position.
Exactly. And you know what, Ted, I asked myself, how much of a legend would Tupac actually be? You know, like, I like people to be a myth, yeah? Imagine Tupac alive. Sometimes I think nah, that's not nice, you know. I kind of like, I'm just saying, innit? I'm just saying. Some people, yeah, when they die and that, and they left on a cliffhanger, their story is told more. Like, it looks more. Imagine Tupac now and there's drill going on, and Tupac's talking about, yeah, man, we need to change our ways. Like, bruv, like, I think 50 Cent would have dissed him if he was around. You know, 50 was going at anyone, so he would say, Tupac, you little pussy, or like, I reckon that would have happened. Do you get what I'm saying?
No. Tupac started the drilling. He started the drilling. Let's be honest. When he started talking about first off, and the clique you claim, and talking about murdering everyone, I'm gonna kill all of you. Make sure all your kids don't grow. He started that drilling.
No, he did. Started it, but are you telling me if Tupac was still alive, yeah? That 50 Cent, when 50 Cent first came out, 50 wouldn't have dissed him. Like, you know, this is a rap game, you know. If Tupac was around, 50 would have dissed him as well.
Not necessarily. Not
Yeah,
necessarily, because if Tupac was still around, it's like someone pointing this out to me. You look at Tupac and you look at Eminem, they're polar opposites, but they come from similar backgrounds. Yeah. And it would be unlikely if Tupac and Biggie had survived that someone like Eminem is able to creep into the industry at the level he got to, because there's so much to compete with. Now, at the time Eminem gets so big, there's less to compete with than a Biggie Smalls and a flipping a Tupac. What he's got to compete with and contend with is a lesser form of a Tupac in say a DMX, a lesser form of a Biggie in, let's say, the form of a Jay-Z. So it gives him the edge, because remember, Eminem is the master biter, you know. Let's be honest. Eminem
it's true.
Everyone's rap style from beginning to end, but he was able to make your rap style seem like he was better at doing it.
And the other thing, Schiffer, yeah, is everyone might have signed to Tupac. Like 50 might have signed to Eminem might have signed. You know what I'm saying? That we could have went that way as well. Everyone would have probably said, "Yeah, I want to be with Tupac."
Can I just say something? Like, you lot gonna think I'm mad, yeah, but I'm just gonna say it anyway. Like, for me, yeah, entertainers, whether they want to profile like gangsters or not, yeah, are so irrelevant that to me it's just shocking that people invest this much time and energy into, like, even dreaming up hypothetical scenarios if they would have lived and whatever. It's like me arguing over who's a better news presenter or TV presenter, Angela Rippon or fucking Julian Clary. Like, these are the levels that these people are on for me. Like, they offer no significance at all, but like, it's just a shame that no one's got actual real role models.
I disagree.
Let me just say that. Let me just say one thing.
Not only does music, not only do entertainers inspire, not only do they inspire people and inspire whole generations of people, what we have to understand is also that entertainment is life itself. You know, it gives us listen, entertainment is life itself. And artisticness is life. It's an expression of life. So it gives us the ability to learn a new expression. So they are influential.
I'm not saying they're not influential. I'm just saying, like, if people had real role models and real aspirations and a real ability to grow in whatever direction they wanted to grow in, they would not be idolizing.
What's real for you is not real for us, though. Like, respectfully, but listen to this, Kanye. The other thing is ultimately.
When you say us, what do you mean?
What I mean by us
Let's
is,
be honest, like, when you're saying us, who do you mean?
No, what I mean by us is people that think like me or believe in the same beliefs or talk about the stuff. The community. No, it's true though. Because your question. No, listen, Pep. No, the reason why I'm saying that, because you're questioning people that concern themselves with these type of topics, and the people that concern themselves with this type of topics don't have a sort of, they have different religions, they have different colors, they have different, you know what I'm saying? So I can say people that think like me. That's why I said that. because it's only people that think you don't think like me in terms of this. That's why you're not interested in this thing. But there's certain
I'm not
people,
saying I'm not
Chinese
interested.
guy, Indian guy,
I am interested, but I just don't give it that level of significance.
But ultimately, as human beings, we're waiting for death, yeah. And what we like to do is amuse ourselves with other things that might not be relevant or be relevant, but really we are trying to forget about death. That's ultimately what human beings do. We're born and we die, and in between is like a story, in it, wherever you want to believe, type of thing.
Yeah,
so that's what we're doing as human beings. So allow us to forget about death, innit? Unless you want to talk about death.
Let me ask you a question. One question, brother. Yeah,
go on.
Do you think that a music artist, regardless of denomination, can have an impact on generations of people and their ways of thinking and their ways of dealing with particular life issues?
To me, that's like that's a bolt on part of materialism, capitalism, Western liberalism. All this like idolizing musicians and artists is part of that.
I asked D Block. I didn't ask.
Sorry,
brother. Yeah, D Block. I'd like to hear your
No, I'm gonna answer it. I'm gonna answer it in the way I can answer it. Yeah. So there's like I spoke about, Immortal Technique did something for me when I was like 16. I'm saying they talk about Freemasons, stuff like that. Then you've got some artists as well, Low Key. You could say Low Key, you know, Low Key from Lava Grove talks about Syria and talks about Palestine and things like that. So it's like there's educational type of rap. There's entertainment type of rap. You know, like I might be with a gal, we might play some. So like there's I don't know. There's so many type of
talking about the detrimental effects his mother had on his life.
Exactly. Now, like sometimes some stories resonate with me deeply. Like I feel like
and some with others, right?
Talking my actual life, about my
and some with others. So the point we're making is these people, yes, they are influential, and the words they say and the things they say could dictate how someone else might react to a situation. Because there may be people who've been through Eminem's situation and they've contemplated suicide and all the things that he's said he's gone through. Yeah, but because of Eminem's influence on them, now they're saying, you know what? Let me try another way. Because maybe I'm a bit crazier than I think. Maybe there's some of this is on me. It's not all on the other person. And I think even Eminem kind of portrays that in his craziness. You know what I'm trying to say? Because he got all these songs dissing his mum, then years later on, he's apologizing. So he's showing you a different side of himself and trying to influence a generation. So I think even someone like as abhorrent as Eminem, I don't really rate him as far as, you know, the type of inspiration he gives to people in most of his tunes. But I do respect the fact that he does inspire people and he has inspired generations to think differently about certain issues that he highlights. Just like a Nas, just like a Tupac, just like a Wu-Tang, whoever. You know, and if you look at certain other artists like a Michael Jackson made a song called Man in the Mirror. How many people do you think that influenced to be a bit more charitable when they heard that song? That's a lot more selfish before that song.
That's a fact. I was gonna say, Schiffer, what do you think of 50's analysis on Eminem and Tupac? Innit? He said something along the lines of like they're kind of like the same person in terms of like talking about their mums, innit? But then they talk about their mums in two different perspectives. So let's say even though both of their mums were like kind of fucked up or this or that, like Tupac, like Eminem was like, "I'm sorry, mama. I don't want to hurt you, but tonight I'm cleaning out my closet." But Tupac was like, and even though you was a crack fee, mama, you always was a black queen. Like you,
they're both right.
Kind of see the maturity in.
Brother, I'd say they're both right. You've got to tell your story the way you see it. Now, Tupac, what he's done is, you know, he's highlighted the issues, but he's also highlighted what he sees as the good side or what good he took from the situation. Eminem doesn't tend to highlight the good he took from the situation, but he does highlight an issue that a lot of men have with their mothers. For example, a mother's emotional influence can destroy her son. it might not have the same effect on daughters. But a mother's emotional stances and influences can destroy her son and destroy his mentality and tear him from shred to shred until he's a shell of the person he's supposed to be.
Why
so
do you
he's
think,
telling the truth.
Shifa, sorry to cut you. Why do you think they call really bad people son of a bitch?
I'd never really thought about it like that, but it could be why. It could be. It could be. And I'd
That's
say
part of it, isn't it?
I'd say ultimately, you know, you see in black communities with black people, when the men get to a certain age within black communities, what us men are supposed to do if we're remaining as our indigenous selves is we're supposed to take our sons away from the mums, away from the females, and we're supposed to show them how to be a man.
Why are you picking on women?
We're not picking on women. When that's not done, unfortunately, what happens is that man becomes less of a man, and I'm not saying it will definitely happen, because some mothers, they know how to balance out the energy within their son. It's true. But not all mothers do. And unfortunately, there's times when those mothers' influences are going to destroy that child and make them into a shell of a person they should have been.
A problem with the ones that can't do what Shifa just said is they think they can get another man to replace the father. They say, oh, I'm going to show my son a good role model as a man. I'm going to show him the man that really should have been his father, the upgraded version, and they bring in the next man. But they don't realize that it's like ducks, innit? When the duck's born, the first duck that he sees, he thinks that's his mum, right? And it's like men are like that as well. Like, you can show me the best man in the world, right? But if he's not my dad, I don't want to learn from him.
Yeah, but can't forget about that, because if that man was able to separate you from your mother and teach you how to be a man, you'd still be a man. But the problem is that the mother wants too much influence. The problem is the mother relinquishing control and understanding that this man you're raising is going to have more control than you. And you can't force him to be the person you want him to be. The more you try to force that situation and get your son to adhere to the person you as a mum want him to be, you're damaging that child. Now, as a man, I can enforce that on my son and show him what a man's supposed to be and set expectations as to what a man's supposed to be. A woman can do that with a girl child, but a woman doing that with a boy child, in most cases, I believe it will be detrimental to his growth.
So all children should be encouraged to be independent?
No,
we're just talking about boy child.
The rights of the child should be independently protected from what the parents want. So according to the law of this country, the child has the right, it's his right to have a relationship with his father, even if his mum and dad split up, that's his right to do that. And the mother can't stop that from happening because it's detrimental to the child, regardless of what she wants. Not with a court order, she can't.
Yeah, well, let me tell you.
I actually agree with that, though.
I know plenty of women that even with a court order have managed to get in the way and stop the father seeing the kid. They're not supposed to, but they will do it. All they've got to do is...
Why do women do that, though? Why do women do that, though, man? Why do women stop?
It's power.
Like, why, though? Like, I don't get it. Like, don't you understand like, what's going to happen to the child?
Power. Listen, this is the thing with overcompensating.
I agree with you.
When people believe they're under, they will do anything, go above and beyond to get back to where they believe will make them equal, right? But a lot of the times, these women that are like, oh, men used to do this and men used to do that, so we're doing it now. Yeah, a lot of it is like just basically justifying their own bad behavior. A lot of it is that, to be honest. But anyway, I'm gonna go shop. I'll be back in a bit.
No, I don't think it's that. I think what happens is parents get into a war. Where's Khan gone? Parents get into a war with each other.
He went shop, he's come back.
Yeah, they get into so what happens is it becomes tit for tat and they forget about the kid. It's all about themselves. Very immature people who do that.
No, but you know some of these people that do these things, they must have both parents. Like they must do, because I can't imagine someone that didn't have both parents act like that.
What normally happens, right? I'll tell you what normally happens. You have a miscommunication between the parents. So when they first separate, a lot of parents, I've seen this happen loads of times actually. It becomes really annoying when you see it happening all the time over and over again. What happens is they separate, and because both parties are upset with the separation, one's always going to feel more aggrieved. Yeah? So usually the one that leaves gets all the cussing off, even though they might be leaving for good reasons, but they will get all the cussing off. And the one that's left behind usually gets to look like the angel, even though it might have been the angel that was cheating or caused the relationship breakup. Because in most cases, the person that leaves is the man. So that's where it first falls down. Secondly, the two adults are both raw with emotion at that time, because they might walk away, but they don't know if they want to separate or not, really, truthfully. Some do it to sort of like put their foot down and then go back again, and put their foot down, then go back again. And if they get into that kind of habit, the woman's so used to the man coming back every time he says he's going to leave, that when he finally does leave, it takes longer for her to accept it.
Can I ask a question?
And then, if it's the woman that's thrown the man out, okay, and the man's really aggrieved, he will get angry at being thrown out because he doesn't want the relationship to be over, but she does. And so then you've got grievances that way.
Why did she have a choice, first and foremost? But I've got a better question that I actually wanted to ask you. My actual question is this. As far as a woman, a mother, trying to explain, dictate, or tell a young man what he's supposed to be as a man, do you see that as toxic?
Do I see it as toxic? No, but I think there needs to be a father or at least a male model telling them from a man's perspective.
Now, the reason I would believe it's toxic, is because me as a man, I don't believe me as a man can tell my daughter what a woman is supposed to be. I can tell my daughter what my expectations of her are. I can tell my daughter what things I am against and what things I am for. But as far as what a woman is, what a woman should be, the type of things a woman should live up to, and the type of behaviors she should exhibit, I think it would be toxic of me as a man to try and tell that to a woman. I think that needs to come from another woman. And I think the fact that women will do that to their young men, to their boy children, that's a toxic trait that a lot of women display, in my opinion.
So I don't agree with you, Shifa, because I think a father can tell his daughter what he expects from a woman. What he
No, I said I said that. You're repeating what I said. I said I can tell them what I expect, but I can't tell my daughter how to be a woman. I can't tell my daughter what it is like to be a woman, no more than I can tell her what.
Well, you can't tell her what it's like to be a woman.
No more than I can tell her what she's supposed to do as a woman to be accepted by other women as part of the conglomerate of women.
Yeah, but that's something. Yeah, but that's something different from what you start with your premise.
No, my premise is this. I'm going to say it again. If a mother is telling her son how to be a man, and what the expectations are of a man in society, not what her personal expectations are of him, just what a man's supposed to be in society, and telling him you're supposed to be like this, you're supposed to treat a woman like this, you're supposed to do this, that, the other. To me, that's a toxic behavior that too many mothers display. I'm not going to say who does it, I'm going to say who the catfits wear it. I think if I did that as a man to a daughter, it would never be acceptable, and I'd also see it as toxic.
Wait, Shifa, like, let me ask you a question. Don't you think, like, women with women that are like single mothers, not all of them, but some of them, tell her son, what they want to see in a man, but it's not really what they choose though. In reality,
and that's right, brother. I remember they're not men. It may be what they want to see in a man, but that's not what the actual creature does. Only a man can dictate what a man is and what a man does, and what a man should be doing, and how a man should feel, and how a man should be able to operate. Only a man can dictate that. No woman can dictate that. And the same for a woman. No man can dictate to a woman what a woman should be, shouldn't be, how she's supposed to interact in society. Only a woman can dictate that. Now, if we're going to go biblical, then maybe we could say, you know what, there's a point where the men are in more control.
And I'm going to tell you why I disagree with you, okay? Because it's more complicated than that. At the end of the day, I can't tell you what it feels like to be a man. You can't tell me what it feels like to be a woman. I agree on that part. But when it comes to dictating what a man and a woman should be, well, different cultures have got different standards. So it would first of all depend on where you're born relatively, and then it would depend on what culture you're practicing. And at the same time, it would be every member of that culture that would dictate. To say that men can't dictate on how a woman should be, or women can't dictate on how men should be, is a fallacy. They've got you believing that that's the truth, but actually the whole society contributes to what is dictated. For that
I actually agree with you. When you say it's a fallacy in the sense of saying that is the be all and end all. But when I say it's the way things are supposed to be, I'm talking from the black community's perspective. Because black communities, from days of old till days now, yeah, if they're still within their original, if they're still trying to practice their indigenous lifestyles, there's a point in the man's life where, you know, he's gone from a boy, he's now coming into the stage of being a man. This is the point where dads are supposed to take you away and show you how to be a man. We're supposed to take you away from mum and away from mum's emotional influence, because otherwise you're going to garnish too much of that into your character. And I need you to be a man. You know, it's like I said to my son yesterday, son, you see me? I get out of my bed every day regardless. I wake up every morning, 6 o'clock regardless. Even if I ain't got nothing to do with my day, I don't sit down in my bed all day. I find things to do. You know why, son? Because you see that sun in the sky? That's a sun. And if the sun don't rise, life would cease to exist on this planet. You're a son. You're my son. So if you don't rise, then there's going to be consequences. I'm also a son. Yeah, but if I don't rise, there's going to be consequences. Now, what I'm going to say is, that's me speaking to my son. I don't have the same conversation with my daughter.
Why?
No, but Shiva, honestly,
because he's not a son.
I would ask why as well, yeah. But I mean, I understand where you're coming from, though, at the same time, yeah. But Shifa, you know your son, yeah. Like, obviously, I guess you're working hard, as we all are, yeah. So I'm working hard as well. But that doesn't mean that our children are gonna be working as hard, because you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think they're starting from the bottom like we did, if that makes sense.
Brother, I totally get where you're going with this, and I would say to you, you're correct in one sense, but in another sense, my son still needs to know what it means to be a man. A man is not the same as a woman, yeah? So, you see what, son? You see, if you see your brethren's baby mother lie down in her bed in the morning with the baby, maybe that's because she's tired. She got babies to look after. She's got mothering duties. Maybe that's something women can do, but you as a man, I don't expect to see that from you. And if I see that behavior in you, I got a problem. We've got a problem. Yeah? Because you as a man, guess what? You can do anything I can do. The moment you became a man, the moment you was over 21, guess what? When I was over 21, I used to go away from home and work for the whole week and come back. And you know what? We don't take breaks. We just want maximum money. Because guess what? As a man, you want to look the part. As a man, you want to have your own vehicle and
so
be able to pick up your girl.
So you're trying to determine
as a man,
your life onto his.
Yeah,
no, I'm not
exactly.
trying to determine my life onto his.
Trying to say.
I'm not trying to determine my life onto his, because he might not be me. He might not want to work away from home. He might want to join the army. He might want to do many different things that I didn't want to do. But as a man, you still got to do something, and you still got to get out of your bed.
Yeah, but Shifa, the point we're trying to make is the way you're coming across as a child. Maybe that child don't want to tell you, because the way you're coming across, like as a child, yeah, when you're big, yeah, you look big, innit? You know what I mean? And I think as a child, when you was a child, like that, when I think about my own child, I think like, right, when I was young, what would I wanted? Like, there's so many things I wanted to do. I was on, but man didn't ask me. Do you know what I'm saying? And I felt like I had to go with man, because it's peak if you don't.
See, I'm different. You see what you're saying, yeah? I'm a different kettle of fish, yeah? Because you see what? I was growing up in a household, like I said, I was seen as a bit of a child prodigy. So I was forced into academia. I was forced into doing certain things. You know, I got qualifications and things I'll never use. Just because I was not necessarily forced, but that was the only path that was set out in front of me with a easy enough, obtainable
Okay, so what did you train to be?
Yeah? To be totally honest with you, yeah, when I went to college, I learned to be a mechanical engineer. Then after I finished that, I said, I don't want to be an engineer. It was too boring, the job for me. I actually went to the job. It was working in the underground. It was decent money. I said, this ain't the life for me. I'm not doing this. So do you know what the next thing do you know what? My mum paid for a course for me. I'm not going to lie.
tell it how. My mum paid for me to do a course. It was in surveying, yeah? So I done a whole surveying course. Then I realized the type of lifestyle I'll be living. Working. It's hard work, brother, but you know what? The type of lifestyle...
I've done it. It's nice. I actually like it.
Brother, the type of lifestyle you can command financially as a surveyor is a good lifestyle, but it just wasn't the job for me. I've never...
No, I don't like doing it as a job, but I just like the way that...
I've never been that type of person. I've never been a paperwork type of person, yeah? Years down the line, do you know what? I've got other qualifications. I'm not going to go through all of the qualifications I got online with everyone, but I will tell you this. I've now come into my own and I found that, do you know what? There were things within this industry, the same industry I was being pushed into, that I actually do enjoy doing. But it's not the things I was being pushed to do. And it's not necessarily taking on all the responsibility. Because even if you academically have the ability, that doesn't necessarily mean you want the responsibility. When someone else could have an easier job than you, have less of a title, but also earn more money than you. When you start looking at the logistics of all of these things, that's when I realized some of these things that were being promoted to me were emotional attachments that I didn't have. It was my parent. And we have to start understanding this as parents. Like you said, I'm not going to force my son into doing something he doesn't want to do. If my son says he wants to work in the bar, all right, son, go work in the bar. I wouldn't. I don't think that's a great job. But if that's what you want to do, you're entitled to do that. You know you've got my support as well, so maybe that's why you feel more free to have a job that don't pay that great.
You're arguing that you don't believe that children should be pushed into academia?
I argue that children shouldn't be pushed anywhere. I argue that everyone's an individual and each of us have individual impeccable skills that we can demonstrate and utilize to make fortunes out of the life that we live. But if we're misguided or pushed in a particular direction that is not necessarily for us, it can do more damage than good. Even if that direction is, all right, you pushed your child to be, you know, to study law, and they've studied law, they got all the qualifications, now they're a barrister. But guess what? They're just unhappy in general. They're not really living life the way they're supposed to. Their
That's common sense.
of life is now deteriorating.
That's common sense, but let's be honest about it. Everybody knows that the quickest way out of poverty is education.
Not necessarily, no. Not necessarily,
but in the majority of cases.
I disagree. I'd say in the majority of cases, it's not education.
No, I don't think.
Unless you've got a particular personal talent.
No, I mean, you do need to know a concept of education. Like, I feel like the concepts of what education is, maybe, yeah, but education in general, nah. Because education in general basically is who can memorize shit, who can memorize the thing, who can memorize when Henry VIII was born.
Some of the richest people I know are the least educated.
When was Henry VIII born? Bitch, I don't fucking know. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, the guy that made a plane, he didn't go to school to make a plane. The guy that made a phone, he didn't go to school to make a phone.
Brother, hear me out.
Every guy that ever made anything in life never went to school for that shit.
I know a guy who does taping and jointing.
They got all type of shit.
No, but hear me out, brother. I know a guy that does taping and jointing. One of the most basic trades you can have on the building site. Yeah. But this guy took taping and jointing to the next level. He's got a whole company based on just taping and jointing. They're just the best at what they do. They're just the best at throwing up plasterboards. So when a company like is building a whole load of houses and they say, well, who can we get to do our tape and jointing and our plasterboards? That company will get selected. Now he's got a whole team of guys that just do taping and jointing. And he's a multi-millionaire. From something so simple. He didn't go to college and get an extensive education. He done a fast track course that took months at most. And bam, from there, he's taken that crop. I know someone else that is a tiler. I got a friend, I went to school with him. Yeah, we went to primary school together. This guy just does tiling. He's been doing tiling since he left school. He turned 16, he went and studied tiling. It was a 1-year course. After that 1 year, since then, he's been a tiler. Now he owns 20 vans and sends 20 people out on a daily basis to go and do tiling for people. He's also a multimillionaire with a limited education. But I know people who are barristers. I know people who are doctors that don't earn the money that these guys earn.
Shafa, listen to this, yeah. If we go through the statistic or go through the maths of it, yeah. boom, yeah, like you finish school when you're like 16 in it, yeah. Let's say a guy became an electrician. One guy, two friends, yeah. One wanted to be an electrician and one wanted to be a doctor, yeah. So boom, so the doctor guy went college in it. And my man, boom, he went college as well, but he's doing electrician. He was there for like after 2 years, he can start working and get paid while he's learning. You get what I'm saying? So obviously the doctor guy is still doing his A levels after 2 years, done A levels now, gone uni. I don't know how many years it is. I think doctor's like 7 years or something, innit? But you're forever learning or some bullshit.
It depends on how fast you learn, but yeah, I'd say between 5 and 7.
So anyway, the electrician now he's getting paid for like on the second year he's getting paid while he's learning, boom boom, getting nice money as well, like for young you. Cool. Third year finishes, now he's an electrician, fully qualified. He can either do private jobs, his own jobs on the weekends, where he's getting thousands on the weekends. He can make a bag something on the weekend, just doing someone's something, like a couple lights. I remember one guy, yeah, I was with, yeah, I was like, yo, so what do you do, bro? He goes, yeah, I'm an electrician. I said, yeah, so like what? So what are you doing today? He goes, yeah, I have to do like 300 lights. I said, 300 lights, what are you charging? He goes, like 150 for each light. 300 lights, 150. I said, what? Why is someone paying you 150 to change a fucking light, bro? He goes, oh, bro, they make so much money, yeah. They don't want to waste time changing a light. They're losing money. So they'd rather pay me 150. To them, 150 is like £15. That's how much 150 is to them, innit? They got so much peas. 150 is like £15, innit? So they don't mind, innit? Because they're losing money just changing a light and wasting time. So they rather pay me. I was like, rah. So people go uni, yeah, and do the mad thing. And some people even go uni, yeah, and don't even do the job that they fucking went uni for. I feel like education is just like memorizing and punctual. And have you realized like schools, they only care about like being punctual, and you get in trouble for being punctual or for attendance and shit like that. But they want to know like when you're a fucking worker, yeah, you're gonna fucking attend, innit? They even give you examples like, well, you know when you start working, your manager's not gonna have this. They want you to be a fucking worker, bro. Anyway, go ahead.
Do you know who I think will be a relevant reference in this conversation? You know the guy from The Apprentice? Do you know what I'm talking about?
What, Alan Sugar?
All right, that's his name, Alan Sugar. You know this guy never graduated.
No, none of them did though. If you read all of their stories, like none of them went to school, bro.
But he's one of the richest men in the country, and this is what I'm saying. Education is not necessarily paramount to you being successful in life.
Education to me is like the people. Have you realized? Yeah, the people that are good at education, like school and that, yeah, memorizing information. Basically, that's all it is, isn't it? Yeah, memorizing information, and boom, on the day, do you remember what the answer was and all that bullshit? Yeah, I feel like they're just workers, isn't it? You know, the guys that can't concentrate, they're always getting in trouble. Them guys are actually smart brothers, because they can't function in a place where you're trying to tell them what to do. Like the fact that you're that young and you figured out that you can't have someone tell you what to do, but the majority of your classroom are just listening to the teacher and just believe in everything she says. Even though this woman gets 30 bags, I don't want to get 30 bags a year. What does she get max? 40. You get what I'm saying? She's there for the dough.
Exactly.
She might have went out on the weekend or got the beating. She's not really interested in what you're on.
And she at least had to have A-level education or degree-level education to be able to be in that position to teach you. But the guy who's got less of an education than you is going to amass critical amounts of wealth more than you. And then once we can understand that, this is why I say, in my opinion, I'm not saying it's a definite, it's just my opinion. I don't believe education is paramount. I believe application of what you know and your understanding is paramount. But yeah, that's just me, man. That's what I think. And I'll live by that. Like, you know what? You can hold me to that. Because like I said, there's so many examples, like Alan Sugar. You know, you got this guy called another example, Henry Ford, another one. And they thought this guy was retarded. They used to take the piss out of him.
Yeah, no, I read the book still, man.
Come on, and this is what I mean. Some of the
you know what? When my man
people
saw
on planet Earth.
When my man saw Thomas Ford, yeah, he said, right, I couldn't believe this is the brother. He said, yo, I pulled up. I was like, yo, I was pointing at other people like, yo, Thomas Ford. They were like, nah, this it's not me, it's my man. And then he goes, I saw one scruffy looking brother. You get me? And I had to go check him out because I heard he's going to be a millionaire one day.
Oh, you're talking about Tom Ford. I'm not talking about Tom Ford. I'm talking about Henry Ford. And Henry Ford is the guy, when you talk about Ford Motor Bills. Yeah, when you talk about Ford Motor Bills and you're talking about American Steel and certain steel companies within America, this is Henry Ford. And this guy, they thought he was a retard. This guy apparently couldn't even read. But you see how he dealt with the establishment when they tried to slander his name and call him a retard and say he's stupid. The way he dealt with them showed him that education is not paramount. All he had to do was say to them, look, at any time, if you ask me any question, I've got so much money, I can push a button on my desk and summon any number of advisors to my desk who can answer your questions. So I don't need to know the answer to your question. That's not intelligent. What's intelligent is knowing how to obtain the right answer. What's intelligent is having the power and the ability to use my mind to manipulate the world so that even if I don't know something, I can still get the job done. Now that's real power, brother. Let's think about this for a second. You know, the power of delegation, how powerful is that?
Now you're right. So many times I've been in court, I'm just gonna expose myself a little bit, So many times I've been in court and I thought, right, like for the right peas, all of this will go away. Like, you know, I'm praying and I'm like, yo, God, man, it's a mad thing. I hope my fingerprints ain't on that. You know, but I was thinking, right, like this is such a big game, like, right, like for the right price, like all of this can just go away. But I ain't got the price. I ain't got the
You know what, brother? Sorry, you just drawed us back to the conversation earlier, Now, Maku mentioned something earlier. He mentioned maritime law. He wasn't going by maritime law. He was talking about going by common law. But if you want to go by maritime law, then, brother, what you said is so perfect. There isn't a better sentence to say. Because, brother, let's be honest. People go to jail for crimes that really they should just be paying a fee. Even crimes like murder. Murder has a price on it. That's why they can charge you for it. That's the whole point in calling it a charge sheet. Because they're charging you, brother. And charge means money. Yeah, big up everyone who's been listening as well, man. I think this has been a wicked stream today. I've enjoyed myself. I've got to put some petrol in. So I'm going to put some petrol in quickly. Hopefully someone can keep the narrative going for a minute while I do that. In fact, no, he's jumped off, innit? He's gone. Do you know what? I'm just going to put the phone on top of the car and we'll just carry on like normal. But yeah, man. Like, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Everything ain't about what you know. Sometimes it's about who you know too. Say that again, brother.
Shifa, can you hear me? Shifa.
I can, but if you could give me like 2 minutes to put my petrol in, then I'll hear you better.
All right, cool. I was just gonna say this. Alan Sugar and Richard Branson and all these guys. I don't know if you know, but they were involved in criminality to a certain degree. So, although they may have left with a lower education, they still bent the fucking rules left, right, and center. I mean, if you remember back in the day, Alan Sugar was selling like knockoff Amstrad computers and piece of shit hi-fis. Yeah, they were turning people over left, right, and center, man.
Yeah, I remember that. That was his first company, was the Amstrad company, something like that.
That's right. Yeah. He was little more than a market salesman. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, 100% from that to where he is now. You know, even like Richard Branson back in the day, he was in the nightclub scene. Yeah, don't want to like be defamatory towards the guy, but you know, there's certain criminal elements he was hanging around, and yeah.
Yeah, but Buddha, don't you think all the old school guys did that anyway? Like, do you think everyone's? I don't think like right. You get rich, yeah, by being all the way clean and all that.
100%, yeah. I think like in those days it was easier because the police were more corrupt than they are now.
No, I mean in general, it's hard. It's hard to play clean in a place where like no one's playing clean. You know what I mean? Like it's easy to figure you out and to be like, yeah, nah, this guy can't be part of the circle. You don't get it.
So 100%. Like, look. So back in the day when the police were really corrupt, they're corrupt now, but they were even more so back then. So you had firms like the Richardsons and all of these types of guys who had people on the payroll within the Metropolitan Police Force. But guess what? They're all white. You never had a black or an Asian or anything like that criminal element that could manipulate the police the way in which the white crews did. Now it's a different game altogether.
Yeah, but that's why we're not supposed to use their system, and they know this too. And they know if we use our own systems, it outweighs theirs. So what they had to do was build strategies within their system to keep us reliant upon them and to bamboozle us into thinking that we have to rely on them. Just like when you go to court, they're going to say, well, you can't stand trial without a solicitor. You can't stand trial without a barrister. You can't do this. You can't do that. And all of these things are things you can do. So why did they tell you you can't? Do you feel where I'm coming from? It's all a game. And then once we understand that, it's like what I was trying to get at with Khan in the sense of culture is borrowed, isn't it? Language is borrowed. All of these things are borrowed. So all we have to do is go back to it in its indigenous form to really undo what's being done to us now. Because in its indigenous form, it overrides everything they're trying to do now. Because everything they're trying to do now is controversial, contrived, it's been changed, altered. It's not its original state. It's not real. It's fake. Just like that emblem when they show you in court with the lion and the unicorn. I'm not going to go any deeper than that, like I said from earlier, but I think you can get the gist of it, you know, because like I said, the crown is the lion. You're the unicorn. You don't exist. You don't exist in the court. You as a person with your name does not exist. But you accepting that a person exists gives them power.
Well, look, you know what? I didn't catch all of the conversation. I've only kind of really just dropped on. But what I will say is this: looking forward, to me, I may be wrong, but to me, I feel like there's going to be a time where the legalization of cannabis in the UK will happen. So for me, it's an inevitability. Now, as a people, I feel like that should be our game. Really and truly, on paper, that should be our game. And if we go by the system, it will never be our game. So like you're saying, I feel like strategies need to be in place to ensure that we benefit because we've suffered under it. We've been demonized and suffered under it for so long. I feel like we should be the primary beneficiaries if that legalization comes along. And so, you know, strategies need to be put in place.
You know, I'm inclined to agree with you on that. Unfortunately, being under somebody else's government, you know they're always going to be the main beneficiary. That's always going to happen. But I do agree with you on that, you know, especially people who've been incarcerated and had their lives ruined over something that, you know, then becomes legal. I think there should be, the system should be reprimanded for that.
Yeah, I agree. I know there's a few people around me poised as we speak. I mean, they're already doing edibles and shit like that, but the CBD thing. So I feel like they've already got their foot in the door to a certain degree, but we'll see.
Well, legally, by the Most High's law, by God's law, you can do whatever you want to your person, and no one can tell you what you can and can't consume. Legally, by the Most High's law. And this is what I'm saying, like, once we start to understand the legalities of law and, you know, God's law versus man's law, the Most High's law overrides. Do you know, like that? Man's law becomes irrelevant.
So
it's like,
yeah, I would agree, but look at this now, Shifa.
with some writing on it that we could just burn that. It doesn't mean nothing.
What is man's God at this moment in time in society? What is man and woman's God? Money. Now, unfortunately, God's law don't pay as much money as man's law. So you'll find that wherever possible where money's involved, laws will be made and broken. That's the bottom.
Under God's law, what do you have to pay for though, brother? And depends what God you're talking about, because I'm not talking about Allah. I'm talking about the Most High. I'm talking about Yah. And under Yah's law, you can't make me pay for certain things. Under Yah's law, everything's free. Under Yah's law, no one don't own nothing. So, in truth, I ain't got to give it back.
Yeah, when I talk about God, I suppose it's a generic God. I'm not really specifying which God, because that would just be messy. But yeah, whichever God.
But this is the thing, when we get into certain older laws, like for instance maritime law, they're dictated by the Most High's law, which is why certain people are doing illegal jobs right now, because they've gone against that law.
You know, it's funny we're having this conversation now. I was having a similar conversation the other day. And, you know, it takes people for laws to be thrown upon. If you didn't have people, you couldn't invent laws, because you need people to enforce law, right? You enforce law upon them. So when it comes to these things about transgenders reading books to children and shit like that, it's us as human beings that allow them to do that, you know? If we turn around and say,
right.
we're not sending our kids to school them days there. We're not going to have none of that. We are the people. We speak. You understand? So, for the life of me, I can't understand why people are so fucking resolute in their complaining about these issues. Do something about it. Stop talking about it. Do something about it. Instead of protesting out the school, take your child out of school. Go on holiday. Fuck it. What? What are they gonna do? There's not enough prisons to put the families in.
Under God's law, you can't even imprison someone. Under God's law, you have to banish that person at worst case scenario. You've got to banish them. You can't even imprison someone. So this whole prison system's a lie. It's all a fallacy, a fantasy that they created and they've got us to adhere to.
Didn't Jesus spend time in jail at one point?
But not under the Most High's law. If he did.
Okay. Well, we're gonna get into a conversation I'm not equipped to have, to be honest with you, because I'm not that knowledgeable about religions and stuff like that. So.
Well, think about it like this: when Cain killed Abel, did the Most High lock him up in a prison?
Did the Most High have a prison?
Well, I would say, imagine the Most High has the concept of everything. So if he wanted to put him in a prison, he could have made a prison and put him in it.
Yeah, I hear you.
But he didn't, did he? He banished him and he marked him. But this whole prison thing, this is what I'm saying, there's certain aspects of the law which are actually falsified and they are actually breaking the law, technically.
I would agree, 100%. There's some mad laws like, I don't know. I can speak of a guy that I know he took a wrong turning on a moped delivering food. Imagine this guy was delivering during the lockdowns and shit like that. And the police trying to send him to court for fucking bad driving or whatever it is. It's ridiculous.
So what happened with that case?
It's up in March. He's in court in March, magistrates.
Has he got a solicitor?
No, he's got me. Imagine he's on such poor wages he can't even afford, because it's a civil matter, he can't even afford a solicitor. So he's gonna.
Okay. Now, obviously, like I said earlier, we can't really have the conversation online. But if you want to take my email, shippadon@gmail.com. It's not hard to remember. Send me an email, and I can tell you exactly how that case is getting thrown out.
Yeah. I mean, it's weak to begin with anyway, but yeah, definitely.
Well, any case is getting thrown out. It don't matter what it is. But I'm telling you, people are going to walk on murders. People are going to walk on all sorts of charges. You're going to say, how on earth is this possible? And that's why I wouldn't share this information with everyone. But for the man them, for the brothers them, you know, from an ain't no flipping child case, I'll happily help you. You're walking today, brother. You know, like that. Yeah, it's mad how things have got in this world. It's mad how, you know, like you see when I was growing up, yeah, my mum used to always say to me, don't use words that you don't know the full meaning of. You don't fully understand it. And I didn't understand. Is it just me or is everyone cut out?
No, I feel like it's you cutting out, cuz. But
yeah, no, I was saying, yeah, when I was younger, my mum used to say to me, don't use words that you don't fully understand. And as an older man now, I realize now the benefits that I've, you know, been able to take from that sentence that she told me all those years ago. But without her saying that to me, I might be a different person. And I might see words as more subjective than what they are. Words are power. Literally, words are power. There is no power more than your mind and more than your wording. There's no power more than that. That's a fact. It is why some people will go to court and they're just going to walk out, and other people are going to go to court and you'd think, nah, they shouldn't have went to jail for that, but they'll go to jail anyway because they realize that the power that they have, the court has no power more than you. But for those who know it, know it. Those who don't know it, they don't know it. And that's the truth.
Right, so the only thing is, Shifa, I don't want to go in there and start doing the whole free man thing and all that kind of stuff and then not getting sectioned. Because, like, that's going to be a mad thing still. But,
well, brother, this is the thing. When you say the whole free man thing, you don't have to do that. All you have to do is know the articles of law which you're using. And once you know the articles of law which you're using and you understand the jurisdiction that you are under, that's it, case done. But you need to know the jurisdiction you're under. You can't be going in there under one jurisdiction and then accepting jurisdiction from someone else. That don't make sense.
yeah, I hear that. But you know what it is? I feel like the thing's so weak. At the most, if he's found guilty, he'll get a fine. So I don't really want to blow it up into something you don't want to be. You understand? So just keep it low, just go through the motions and done. You know what I mean?
So is that what you do? You practice law?
No, I don't, man. No, listen, bro, I avoid fucking courts and police like the plague, you understand? But true, my man's in a problem. I thought, you know what, let me try to help him, because he asked me to help him, because I wrote a couple of emails for him and whatnot. And I think he must have got impressed, and he was like, because his English ain't the greatest, so I suppose, you know, he just wanted someone to talk for him still.
Well, I, obviously, you've got my email. Send me your email. I guarantee you, what I'm going to say to you, if you utilize it, brother, like this stuff is it's so crazy. I'm surprised that I've only known this in the last year or so. I should have known this 10 years ago. Because no one I know would be in the situation they're in right now. We'd all be in such better situations. I've seen so many people go to jail for ridiculous things. And people go to jail for even things that maybe there was no way out of it without knowing this information. Maybe this is the only way out for some people as well.
You know what you're talking about is going to come to a very relevant importance. You know they're talking about this whole 15-minute cities and 30-minute cities and all them fuckery there. So imagine that, yeah? You know it's under the UN human rights, like, to be free and express yourself and all these types of things, yeah? Like, keep a man inside a confined area for 15 minutes outside of his home. That's not freedom, bro. Like, I feel like, you know what I mean? And people are so shook at this. And I'm like, why are you shook? Like, what are they going to do? Put you in jail? there's not enough fucking jails in the country, let alone the world, for them to put you in. So long as everybody comes together and does the same thing and say, listen, I don't give a fuck about your cameras or your fines or whatever it is. I'm gonna walk where I want to walk, innit?
That's right, brother. Because you can park your car wherever you want. They can't take your car. They're going to have to give it back. They can't give you a parking ticket because you ain't going to have to pay it. No matter what they do, they have no power. But it's for people to really understand that. It's the fear. You're right. When you said the fear that hit the nail on the head, it's the fear that encompasses you that's keeping you imprisoned. And once you eliminate that fear and you're no longer imprisoned, now you become a force to be reckoned with. Yeah? Because imagine this. Imagine you're a ship at sea, yeah?
That's when the real rats are gonna come out. You know them rat bastard snitches. You know them ones that they're gonna take the job as a uniformed officer to enforce these. Can you imagine someone coming up to you saying, "Excuse me, sir, you're outside of your 15-minute permitted fucking"? I'll be like, "Yo, you mad? What?"
Yeah, that's all not. But they'll never be able to enforce it once people start learning about these things. Because, brother, what I'm saying is, let's imagine, yeah, you was a ship at sea, yeah? And let's imagine that the police or the prosecutor and the judges and the courts, they're two ships that have come to attack your ship on either side, yeah? Now, on the side of each ship that's facing you, they've got 3 guns. But on your ship, you got 9 guns on both sides. They don't want this beef, bro. They don't want this smoke. I'm telling you. But the moment you give them any kind of rise or give them any kind of power or accept anything they're saying, now they've got you, bro. Now your guns are pointing down at the floor.
That's the bottom line. People need to understand that is unacceptable, and therefore they should not accept it. The minute 20 people start doing it, 30 people start doing it, then you're fucking it up for everyone else, really.
That's right. It's like, brother, it's like I said to Baku earlier. When people go to court, yeah, and they prosecute you, they don't prosecute people on facts. They prosecute them on presumptions. They prosecute them on witnesses' statements, and a witness is now presuming that what they saw you do is what they think you did. And if they're prosecuting you based on a presumption, they're prosecuting you based on something that's not the truth. I remember in the court, you have to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, right?
Yeah.
Case over. Argument done.
The presumption in reality should be a presumption of innocent until found guilty. So
either way, it's all based on presumptions. Even that, like you said, the presumption that you're innocent until proven guilty. There is no presumption because the presumption is not the truth. And in the courtroom, we have to bring the truth. So any presumptions you're basing your case on is null and void. Case done. But you can't just say that, obviously. There's more to it, obviously, and you need to know what laws and what regulations you're going by. And once you know that, that's it. Like, they can't touch me again, brother. I'm telling you, give me a court case. I'm waiting. They know. All the other day when a policeman stopped me, that man's telling me about where's your license, where's this. I don't have to show you nothing. If I choose to out of the goodness of my own heart, you'd be lucky. You know, like that, take me to court. Furthermore, take me to jail because you're going to have to release me. It's going to be a waste of everyone's time. So in the pretense that I don't want my time wasted because I think my time is too valuable at this moment in time, I might even produce the license. I might produce the insurance. I might produce some documents for you just to get you off of my back because I got things to do. But if I got time to wait,
sure,
I got time to spare.
If they stop you in a car, you're legally obligated to show ownership and insurance.
I hear you, but you're not. That's what they tell you. That's what they want you to believe. But brother, you're not. But you need to know what you're saying, and you need to know how you're operating. You need to know why you're able to drive that vehicle without their say so. You need to know all of these things. And from you know them, then yeah, they can arrest you, but they're going to have to let you go. And it's going to end up just being more of an inconvenience to them. And then it's going to make more people aware of this information that they don't want people to know.
Big up, everyone. Shifa, I just wanted to ask you a question.
Blessings, everyone.
Are you aware of the hierarchy of evidences?
Am I aware of the what?
In other words, just because something is admissible as evidence doesn't mean the evidences hold the equal amount of weight, right? So if 10 people are reporting an incident and they've all seen it from their own point of view, that will be taken into consideration when the evidence is being evaluated by someone who's been trained to understand that not all evidences are what we would call gold standard. So they won't have you bang to rights, yeah? But everyone is allowed to have their own version of reality and their own point of view. So somebody saying, yeah, I don't know if you've seen my favorite film, My Cousin Vinny. Have you seen it? When they explain
I have seen My Cousin Vinny, and he talks about the car tracks on the road and the tires don't match up. And
yeah, and then my
come on,
man's
bro, I
seen it
remember that
through the screen. My man's got mud in his eye. The next man's got wonky glasses. Do you get me? So that's how evidences are. Yeah, just because you're able to submit the evidence doesn't mean it's going to hold any sway or any weight when someone who's trained to look at evidences can evaluate it.
So, Khan, you're agreeing then? Because evidence is based on presumption.
You're making it sound like people's point of view shouldn't be evidences, right?
Oh, they can't be. This is the thing. Not that they shouldn't be. Now, brother, listen. That's illegal. The court knows it's illegal. But they want prosecutions. They want money from you, innit? They know what they're doing is illegal. They know it's illegal. And let me explain something to you, brother. Listen, let me explain something to you. When you go into court, they're going to make people swear on a Bible or on a Quran or on a religious book. And they're going to make you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Now, one question, Khan. One question. Is a presumption the truth?
No.
Argument done then, innit? No one shouldn't be in these courtrooms.
If we're stepping into some virtual world where everyone has to tell the truth, then I'll put you on the stand and I'll ask you, did you steal the big bag of Kit Kats out of QuickSave? If you have to tell the truth, then there's no need for evidence, is there?
Well, this is the thing. No truth can be prosecuted. Hear the joke now. Hear the next joke. No truth can be prosecuted in a court. It can't be. No truth can be in court. Yeah, that's the fact of the matter, because every case is tried on presumption. So like you said, if I went to hear me out, you said bang to rights. If I went into the shop and I'm on camera and I take the packet of crisps and I leave the shop with it, they're going to say, well, you're bang to rights, you stole it. I'm going to say, no, I didn't steal it, I consumed it. They're going to say to me, well, you can't consume it because it belongs to someone else. And I'm going to say, no, it doesn't belong to someone else. Then they're going to say, well, do you know what? Well, we think you're guilty of doing this. And I'm going to say, under whose authority? And then when you can't tell me whose authority, the case is over. Argument done.
Yeah, the fact that you don't recognize their authority is irrelevant to the fact that they can
No, not me not recognizing their authority. I'm asking them who's their authority. So if they can't recognize their authority, case
look.
Closed.
Let's say I park my car. Let's say I park my car somewhere and they come and slap a parking ticket. One sec. If they slap a parking ticket on my car and I turn up with the Quran in one hand and the Bible in the other, and I'm telling them I do not recognize your authority, and furthermore, it doesn't write in the Bible or the Quran that you're allowed to give me parking tickets. Do you think anyone gives a shit? They're not enforcing their law with right and wrong. They're not enforcing their law with truth. They're enforcing it with
under what you
police that will come and throw you in jail.
By what you said, you would have fucked up, because what you're not supposed to say is, I don't recognize your authority. What you're supposed to say is, by whose authority? Whose authority are you under? You're asking the court, whose authority are they going by? What authorizes them to make these decisions? What authorizes them to even try this case? That's what you're asking them. And now it's for them to explain to you what authorizes them. If they can't, case closed, goodbye. What are we doing?
Yeah, you're more likely to get sectioned than imprisoned, but trust me, you're not walking out of there
you think that, but brother, I'm telling you, people walk out every day.
Madness, mad.
Khan, have you ever stolen anything?
Yeah.
All right, so what did you steal?
What are you about?
What did you steal?
What have I stolen?
Yes.
What, you want me to incriminate myself?
No, it could be. Listen, 50 years ago. I stole something 2 days ago. What do you want me to tell you?
How is it relevant to the conversation, first of all?
Well, because
yo, big up, brother, but I'm gonna jump off for a minute. But thanks for the intelligent conversation, brother. Appreciate you.
Big up. No, I want to demonstrate some points of human behaviour.
The last thing I stole, I can't even remember. I stole a few things when I was a kid, like sweets out of sweet shops and that. Why? What's it got to do with anything?
No, what I'm saying is people steal. Kids do it, adults do it, people do it. Sometimes it's a good reason, sometimes when it's a kid, it's for a laugh. Is it a big thing? If I'm stealing a bag of crisps from my corner shop when I was a kid, what the fuck?
That's the thing. It's not measured by, is it a big deal? It's measured on, have I got the right to open a shop and sell things without people coming and just taking it and walking out? Is it my right not to do that? Am I not paying taxes to this country for protection against theft? Am I not insured against theft? If you walk into my store, like what I used to do, and pilfer or take stuff, then that person's got the right to prosecute me based on the law of the land, right? It's not nothing to do with, is it a big deal?
No, of course. But when I was 14, I was walking home with my mates. It was just a game. We didn't really think about the consequences. It was just like, all right, you distract him. Right, well, I'll put this crisp in my bag and make sure you distract him and run out. And that's it. It wasn't anything harmful. It was just...
It is harmful. Stealing is harmful.
Well, no, but people are thinking stealing is harmful. It depends on what level we're doing it at.
Stealing is infringing upon someone else's rights. Yeah? Someone's got the right to own property, right, without you stealing it. When you steal it, you've infringed upon that person, right? Whether or not it's the government enforcing the legislation that makes you accountable or whether it's them personally, the fact is you've infringed upon their rights. So when you say it's not a big deal, are we drawing a line between right and wrong on who's got rights or not rights? It doesn't matter if you're stealing an apple or if you're stealing a gold bar. It's still the same principle.
All right. Fair enough. Second scenario. I'm starving. I've got no food. How am I going to survive? I might have to steal.
All right, let me explain to you how stealing comes into that. All right. So as a taxpayer, all right, I'm paying taxes to the government. They have a responsibility or duty of care to provide us with a society where we're not starving. So if I go out and steal something and then the same government's trying to arrest me and throw me in prison, when I go up in front of the judge who's weighing up right from wrong, and I said to him, listen, my wife hasn't eaten for 3 days, she's pregnant, I need to feed her. I've come out on the road and whatever I'm collapsing or grabbing or whatever, or trapping, whatever I'm doing to raise funds to feed her and the unborn baby, I'm happy to take the rap for anything that I've done. The judge is going to look and he's going to say, you know what, like that is your right to live. That is your human right to enforce your ability to stay alive. If you've stolen something, and that person's insured against that theft, really no harm's been done, right? So what's he going to do? It's like one hand washes the other. He's responsible for you being prosecuted based on the fact that the shopkeeper pays his taxes, and you got the right to basically not be prosecuted because it would cost the government more money to actually enforce that law. So you might get away with it.
So now you're saying theft is okay?
I'm saying, right, in a victimless crime, it will go to the fact that there's a social contract. The government has to provide you, with other avenues so you don't have to steal. They can't trap you in a life where you can't feed yourself, because then you got the right to overthrow their authority.
All right. So if we went to an Islamic country, a Muslim country, how would that scenario play out?
Exactly the same.
No, it wouldn't.
Well, you're asking me a question, I'm answering it. If you want to say something other than that, you're free to say that.
All right. So under Sharia law, if you thieve, you get your hand chopped off.
Yeah, but under Sharia law, if I'm the judge that's enforcing that and having your hand cut off, I'm basically subjecting all your children to a life of poverty, and your wife is going to have a husband with one hand. Now, if I've done that to you, then as your superior in that society, I'm responsible for that. So that never happens.
What do you mean it never happens?
It never happens.
Of course it happens. It happens in Saudi Arabia.
When? What year?
They don't chop the hand off. Now they surgically remove it. I can look up the...
When? You're talking about... You're saying that this is an Islamic law. Islam's been around for 2,000 years, and you're going to show me one incident in Saudi Arabia where this happened.
Incidents.
How many?
Many.
Do you know what you're talking about, Randy? Like, you English people are really kind of like obsessed with Sharia law and having to face the consequences of anything you do, because you're happy with this nanny state that's got no power to actually do anything. You're happy for anything to happen in the name of liberalism. If that's your value, you can't measure that against... You can't measure that against the conversation that we're having when we're talking about right from wrong or who's got rights. Like, you're not... You don't really care about rights, that means.
Of course I care about rights.
No, you don't. You don't care about what's right and wrong. You just care about, you know, everyone deserves to have two hands. Yeah, but like, for example, if somebody raped, God forbid, if somebody raped my sister, right? Have I got the right then to execute them and kill them?
No.
Well, why?
Because I don't believe in capital punishment.
It's not that. It's because the punishment has to fit the crime.
No, but I don't believe in killing...
For it to be justice. No, I'm saying for it to be justice, for justice to be served, the punishment has to fit the crime, yeah? That's the premise we're talking about, right?
Yes, but...
Right, so for the punishment to fit the crime, yeah, if we look at Sharia law and we look at the UK law of today, right, where the prisons are full and basically people just like doing whatever the fuck they want and nothing really bad happens to them, like, who would you say, what justice system do you think's like serving out justice?
You have to remember, we used to hang people in this country.
Oh, don't you turn now.
Why do we not
I haven't even pressed you that
anymore?
hard, and you're turning already.
No, I'm asking you a question. Why do we not hang people in the UK anymore?
Because the people of this country don't want to see it. They don't want the blood on their hands. They don't want to see it. It's too much for them.
Is that the thing? You think that's the reason?
Yeah. I think what it is, people, they're very compassionate and artificially so, because in Britain, there's never been starvation. There's never been famine. There's never really been any economic strife. Like, if you think back to even to the time of the Romans, right? Yeah, there's been mismanagement by governments, right? But what's gone on in other countries, you haven't seen it here. So people's standard of living or people's expectation is different.
So if we go to Saudi, where they do execute people, what's that about then?
What do you mean? You're saying to me that in this country people used to... 1 minute. You're saying to me that in this country people used to get executed, and then you're asking me about another country where people are still getting executed. And you're asking me to draw the differentiation when really you equally could make that decision yourself. What's the difference? You tell me.
I'm asking you, why is it okay?
I've told you. I said to people in this country, due to artificial like lifestyles being so like, due to the standard of living being so high and life being so comfortable and people becoming so soft, they can't bear to see things like that happening.
So hang on, that doesn't bear fruit, because in Saudi, a lot of the population has a high standard of living.
No, that's not true. There's more millionaires there. There's more millionaires in India, but the standard of living isn't the same for the average person. You're lying. They got poor people there too.
Yeah, I know they have.
Right, but we've got a better standard of living across the board here, and the gap between the rich and the poor, not counting the elites, but like, yeah, and there's more social mobility here. Life's different here. You can't compare it. I don't know. Like you're thinking you're talking to someone that's going to go by the Metro news headlines. I think I know a little bit about what I'm talking about.
That's not true, Con. You know me better.
Yeah, but you're putting these bullshit facts in front of me. Oh, the average person in Saudi Arabia is living just as good as the average person in England. That's bullshit.
All right,
you go and be a crackhead in Saudi Arabia and see how long you're going to last on the streets of Saudi Arabia.
Let's pick another Muslim country. Which one do you want to choose?
That's stupid. That's stupid. I'm not playing this game with you. Like, you have to bring something to the table for me to talk about. I can't ask the question and answer it. You can laugh, Randy, but it's obvious to me that as a white British male, you have a white privilege that you're basically looking down on other countries and their cultures and how they choose to live. Because you're going around the world with this ideology of our way is the best way and what's good for us is good for everyone else. But really, if you think about it, before the Crusades, when you lot didn't know nothing about Islam, like you didn't have all these rights that you have in this country now that you're enjoying. There was no legislation. The best thing that happened to your country was the Romans.
I do not go around the world saying everybody should adopt the UK system. It's the last thing I do.
It is the average British person's underlying bias that their way is the right way.
I'm not the average British person, for fuck's sake.
But you are, though.
I'm
by
not.
what's coming out your mouth.
Not.
But you are, because you're talking about Sharia law like as if it's an automatic death sentence if you run a red light. It's just the Islamophobic point of view. It's like, oh, Sharia law, oh, communism, oh, anything that's not our system. Let's be fair.
Let's go to Qatar, yeah? We'll discuss Qatar.
I don't know these countries. I'm not like you, English. I don't really care about everything that's going on in everyone's country because you've got a finger in every pie. I'm not really that bothered about what goes on in Qatar. Like, people who are happy to live in Qatar live in there. They're happy to like govern themselves and they're happy to have their own autonomy. They're doing their own thing. Like that. I don't really care whether it's Islam, communism, capitalism, whatever system they want to live under. They're doing that, right?
No.
But when you try to compare systems, it seems a little bit biased to me, Randy.
No, you're adopting a religion, and you're not able to discuss where this religion is in the 20 Muslim countries around the world. I don't get it.
I'm a Muslim because of the fact that I believe that there is only one God and that no other deity is worthy of being worshipped by me. That makes me a Muslim automatically. Anyone who believes that is automatically a Muslim. I don't need to know every chapter, verse, ayah, surah, and ruling that's ever taken precedent in Sharia law to be a Muslim. Do you understand?
So why can't you?
So you can't personify Islam as a human being, put it in front of you, and then think, right, I'm going to argue with Islam today, and Khan's going to beat Islam for me. Like, I'm not playing that game with you.
So why can't you support your ummah around the world?
That doesn't make sense. What do you mean, support my ummah?
You've got ummah in Saudi, you've got ummah in Qatar, and all the
What do you mean? Support my ummah. I've got love for all I've got love for everyone who shares my same belief that there is only one God.
But they all live under different rules. Which country?
Doesn't make sense what you're saying. You're Anglo-Saxon. How many Anglo-Saxon countries is there around the world? There's Australia, America, Canada, England, Ireland. Yeah, like you lot all Anglo-Saxon, with the exception of maybe Ireland, who might be getting away with saying that they're the Gaels or the Celts or whatever they are. But anyway, cut a long story short, there's all different countries with different administrations and different forms of government. And the democracy in America ain't the same as the democracy in England. But yet you seem to all have one ummah kind of mentality where you're all the same and it's all good. But it's not true. British justice is different from the law system in America. But you want to believe that it's the same so you can give some sort of consistency amongst your brethren. But that's actually not there. That's not true.
No, but the point is, why are all these Muslim countries not adopting Sharia to the full extent?
That's their business. Even the Prophet Muhammad didn't instantly implement Sharia law. The people have to want it. So this is the fallacy about, oh, the Muslims are going to bring Sharia here. And once the numbers get to...
So we have Bhutan, yeah? Which probably said it was going to adopt Sharia law to the most fullest of its levels. Oh, where's he gone? He's run off. All right, family, jump on. I was just trying to provide a conversation. Jed's big up. I'm just trying to keep the stream going, but nobody wants to jump on. All right, MJ's here. I'm going to hand you over to MJ because she's a much better host than I am. Big up, MJ. MJ? Are you there? What's going on? Hello, hello. MJ, you here? Can't run away. I don't know what's wrong with him. Doesn't usually run away.
She obviously can't talk right this second, bro. But yeah, big ups. Just talk to them. Talk to them.
I'm going to pass it over to MJ because she's a much better host than I am.
You can't pass over to MJ because she's not talking.
All right, man. All right, man. I'm sorry. All right. I'm trying to get people on, but nobody's wanting to talk.
Yeah, whoever wants to jump on, man. Anyone's trying to jump on,
Yeah,
jump on right now.
Oh, Axel, come on, jump on. Jump on. Esther's gone to sleep, he's just left his logging on. Ezo, jump on.
Who got D?
Hello, hello.
Big up.
Big up, everyone.
Yeah, salute.
First time.
How you
I'm
doing?
good. Hi, I'm good, King. How are you? How are you? You going to a podcast or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just waiting for the co-host right now. Just picking her up.
Okay. What's the show about?
That's for me to know, you to find out.
I will do. You know I will. You know I will. I wanted to catch Shifa, but he was involved in a deep conversation, so I didn't want to be rude. I wanted to pick his brain about something. So next time he jumps back on.
Who?
That's
Shifa.
fair enough. That's fair enough.
Oh, Shifa.
Be polite.
Hello, Randy. Sorry, I wasn't being rude.
Shifa will be back, man. Halsey, big up.
Hey, big up, everybody. I wanted to jump in to, to question Khan, in a way, I'm more in Randy's camp between the discussion between them than in Khan, So, but Khan is there, so yeah, I hope he comes back,
What did you want to ask him?
Yeah, it's about his. He said Islam is 2,000 years old. I want to know what data he's using. Maybe he knows something secret or hidden which I'm not aware of. So I want to learn from him. And the second thing he said is, I only have to believe in one God, and there's no other God to worship. If there is only one God, there is no other God. So why should God be jealous? It seems like the Abrahamic God is very jealous of other gods. And the third thing is, it's not you don't only have to do the Shahada to be Muslim. To be you have to practice. It's not an optional. You have to do the 5 pillars. That's common sense in Islam. So I want to know, maybe Khan has a different view, which I don't know. I would appreciate him to explain on which data within Islam, within the scripture or hadith, he's basing his views on. Because I haven't heard of it ever before. Ever.
Okay, I'm sure he's listening and he will return. So
he's listening. That's why I'm explaining. He will still listen, I hope. Thank you. And the third thing is, he said about the Ummah, that I don't know anything about Qatar. I'm done. I don't care. That's not. It's the Ummah is worldwide. You're supposed to care. You're supposed to consider yourself part of the whole world, which is Muslim, and don't isolate at all. You should be aware. You can't just say, I don't care. It's a British thing, like he said to Randy, to be involved in everything, and we don't care. I mean, why is there international terrorism? Why did Osama bin Laden go all over the world or others? If he did it, at least, if it wasn't the CIA and Tim Osman. I'm just saying, it's a worldwide movement. Like Christianity is a worldwide movement, and Judaism is a worldwide movement, and Buddhism. All these systems are worldwide. They're transnational. They don't stop at the border of England or any nation.
That's true. That is
I think
true.
So I want to know where Khan is coming from. I'm not saying anything about it, but I'm just curious to figure out more. It's interesting.
Khan, if you're listening, there's a question for you. I can't speak much on this topic. That's why I love to jump on and hear all the different views. On this show, you can jump on and get a perspective from so many different backgrounds, from different countries. So it's good because then you can collectively hear from different points and then come up with your own understanding and learn. So
and also about Sharia, excuse me for interrupting. Before I forget it, he said about Sharia that the hand isn't cut off because you have to then deal with somebody's hand cut off and providing for the family. This is the same argument.
I did hear him say that.
Yeah, this is the same argument I used against Sharia and against Islam a few years ago in a discussion with Islam. That's a funny thing. I agree with him, in a way. But but Sharia is obligatory in a country like Saudi Arabia, which has like a state religion of Islam. And it's weird. Some religions, some states don't choose Sharia or not as severe, and others use a lighter form. So that's wishy-washy to me. If there is one God who knows everything and dictates everything, it's just black and white like Shiva thinks. It should be more like that. That's why I respect Shiva's views more, Shiva Don, because he's strict with it. According to the principles in the religion. And how the hell can you then say, no, you shouldn't cut the hand off, or you should? Why is the rule in there in the first place if it's not done? And there have been hands cut off and people's heads cut off in Saudi Arabia, even now, every year. So I want to know where Khan is basing his whole idea about. It seems it's complete garbage or nonsense.
Hey, sister. Hey, sister.
Yeah. That's all. That's my last thing.
Long time no see, sis. You good? Yeah.
Long time no see. Long time no hear. I'm blessed. How are you?
Oh, I'm blessed, sis. I'm good. I'm good.
I can see MJ there as well.
Yeah. Hey, Sasashi.
Hey, hello. How are you doing?
I got another name for you, Eric. Eric. I used to call you Eric, though.
Yeah, you can call me anything you want. I don't mind. Your energy won't affect me negatively. It's if whatever you say or mean, it will be reflected back as a mirror, like life is, and you will get it back. So
it's only positive energy from me, man.
No, you can be negative too, but maybe sometimes people need to be negative, to figure out things. So it's okay too. But what you say, I might consider negative towards me or positive. That's up to me. So don't have any limitations or restrictions. Say whatever you feel you need to say.
Yeah, it's all good. That's all good. That's all good.
Yeah.
Your questions are actually for Khan most. I think.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But anybody can jump in, please do. Yeah.
Yeah. So he needs to jump back on and respond with some delails or substantiate his claims that he's been making. I missed them though, but he needs to prove his.
He was talking with Randy.
Randy.
Him and Randy were speaking. Initially, it started with stealing, and Randy was saying about stealing as a young kid, and is it really a big issue? Is it a problem? And then one conversation leads to the next, as it does, and it got to that.
So they got into Islam suddenly.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to say Islam isn't a boogeyman to me. It isn't, It's just one system, and there are other systems, and they have positives and negatives. That's where I'm coming from.
True. Yeah. That's true. They all have a bit of knowledge in it. They all have truth in it, and they all have some not nice things in it.
Yeah, it's they need improvement, and that's why I say all these religions are not
Would you
from
say
any
the books
board.
need improvement on the people who's actually trying to interpret this book?
I feel the original scripts were created by humans who were not perfect. And that's why we have so many issues, even in places which are strictly religious. There are still social issues going on. And
yeah, but wouldn't you blame that on the people themselves because we are humans and do fucked up things, or do you blame it on the religions?
Both, because if people can't follow a strict religion, like Jainism in India, the Buddha used to be Jain, which is dharmic religion, very strict. In that religion, the priest or the followers, they have to wipe the floor from insects gently when they walk, because they can't afford to kill an insect, even. And not many people are still Jain. Buddha was brought up as Jain, and he started his own religion. So there are a lot of religions which seem good, which sound nice, but practically are very difficult for most people or to keep up with.
Would you blame that also on the cultural things from each and every country, that they're mixing up the religion with the cultures, and then it becomes a issue?
Yeah, it's easier to follow your religion if everybody around you is the same. I agree. Yeah,
psychologically, right? So you will involve this society around you and try to.
If you look at it like to Islam, strictly speaking, I feel if you don't follow the 5 pillars, if you don't do every prayer every day, and if you miss a prayer, if you don't do another one to make up for it, you're not strictly trying your best to be a Muslim. Follow your own religion. You claim whoever this is, you claim you have the best religion. A lot of Muslims say we have the best religion, like Christians, anyone. And then I look at their own scripture, at their own rules, and I see that most don't follow it. And during Ramadan each year, they become very strict because subconsciously there's a guilt trip going on with most Muslims I know from here in Amsterdam growing up. And the rest of the year, it seems they don't give a fuck about the rules, alcohol, everything. And then during Ramadan, suddenly they don't smoke or drink suddenly during the day, but in the evening again. And it's such a guilt trip and a psychological backbreaking and mind breaking. And bending back over going on, every year.
Sorry to interrupt you, but the Christians' version to that is, or Roman Catholic is confession. They spend in all their time with their wickedness, maybe, or doing wrong, and then come to confession. They've confessed all their sins. Now they feel good. Everything they've done is forgotten about.
Yeah, it's everywhere. The hypocrisy. I call it hypocrisy. It's nothing else to me logically but hypocrisy. Either you're A or you're B, you can't be both.
Can you just call it like being a human though? Because you will always make wrong stuff. You will always sin in a way, right?
Yeah.
As
we're learning, we make mistakes, right?
Mistakes all the time.
Exactly. We make mistakes, but how long do you need if you're a logical thinking adult with let's say a clear mind, more or less, a relative average IQ, and everything in place as a human machine.
Okay, so good question.
How long do you need? Do you need 10 years to follow your rules of your religion? 20 years? How long do you need?
What age do you? I think everyone. For me, in this country, they say you're an adult at 18. My child may seem like that in society, but I feel in my home, you have a lot more learning to do before you can officially say you're grown and an adult. So maybe the another question to your question is, at what age do you become an adult where you've gone past your learning experiences and you can no longer make excuses about your upbringing or because you're young? When does it become you have to be accountable for your actions? Not that you shouldn't as a child, if you understand what I mean, but that line between
You mean what age used to be like? Okay, now you're done. Now you're supposed to know the right from wrong, right?
Yeah. So of his question, exactly. What age is that? I think is that based on age? Is that based on maturity? Is that?
We could go two routes. One route is a legal route. You know, every country has a law in which, at age 18, you know, in most countries you're supposed to be an adult legally on your own. You're responsible for the consequences of your actions. And beyond the legal thing, there's a religious law in which, you know, like in Judaism, at age 12, you get the bar mitzvah. And then you're an adult, you're a male, you know. And like in many traditions, boys were considered adult at age 12 or 11 or 10 in those initiation ceremonies, you know.
Very early, yeah.
Yeah, very early. So it depends on the cultural context and how the culture is right now, you know, and how we look at things, which is subjective. Culture is moving always. It's not as strict, you know, as people like to believe. Even in many religions, there have been additions, like in Christianity, reincarnation was considered normal at the beginning. And later, a few centuries later, it was taken out of the doctrine. And many things have been added and removed in Christianity, but also in Islam, according to certain hadiths, in and out, which contradict the Quran itself. So people like to believe their religion is set in stone, but I haven't seen it, you know. So coming back to that, how old? It depends on the child, you know, on your mind. Not everybody is the
all
same.
about maturity, yeah, right?
Yeah, you can have a child which is 8, which might understand exactly what you're explaining and understand it and even accept any consequences or guilt.
Yeah, you
associated
also
with
have like people around the 20s, they still don't get it. So
that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, how long do you need to? Do you need 10 or 20 years to know you shouldn't steal, for example, or hit somebody or kill, like the 10 Commandments, or don't do adultery? Is it a question of learning? Is it difficult to learn, like rocket science, or is it more of a question of morals that people don't want to do it? But if you don't want to do it, you don't want to live according to your own religious rules. Then let the religion go, I would say. Make up your own rules, and there's no problem.
Yeah, but some people will come to their realizations later on in life. Yeah, most people become more religious when they get older, and you know, start to read up more, or yeah.
Is that really a realization, or is it a guilt trip? Because life, you know, when you get older, you come closer to death, and people might be very worried deep down. Subconsciously again,
I mean, you might be right on that one. I think it's 50-50, to be honest. The realization,
experience of life.
And exactly, the experience of life will make you like become more closer to the Most High or whatever. Yeah,
it's fear. I feel it's fear of going to hell for many, for the Abraham, more than because when you're young, you already know this. That's not
you
allowed.
know that, but you don't give up. Yeah, that's true. You know that you don't care so much about it. You live in life, right?
Yeah, because you're young, you're not close to old age and death. You haven't seen a lot of people die yet, going away. So you think you can get away with it, and I will say, when most religious people who break the rules do it because they want to do it, and they're just bullshitting themselves. That's my contention.
Or they just found the true meaning, though. I mean, we cannot blank everyone with that brush, right?
No, but it's very simple. The 10 Commandments are simple. It's not difficult to understand. It's not rocket science or quantum mechanics or whatever. It's so simple. A lot of religions are made simple for people to understand so they can follow the rules. So it's been tailored to make it easy for children to understand even. I as a Muslim, was taught Islam since age 4. My mother and father was teaching me. So I've been brainwashed thoroughly since age 4. So I'm prepared to take responsibility. At age 6, 7, 8, I already knew the rules. And I knew deep down, you shouldn't do this or that, or not steal or this. So it's all bullshit. If I later at age 14 steal something, then I'm bullshitting myself and others. That's at least my. That's why I let the religion go completely. Because I will create my own rules. You know.
And then going back to what you said, it's also not only is it down to religion, it's down to your. It's down to your. If you have so you may have a religion, but also your environment. You know, the people you have around you.
But that's an excuse. If somebody jumps in a canal over in Amsterdam, if I jump in it, it's my own responsibility, nobody else's. That's if somebody teaches me to drink alcohol, I'm not going to blame them.
But if you have a group of individuals and say they've only been amongst themselves and they have particular behavioral patterns, say they get into fights, that's what they like to do, and they think that's normal, and then they are amongst other groups of people and they act in that way, but the other group of people are like, what's going on here? The first group may not feel like they are wrong for what they're doing because they're only doing what they know, what they've been taught, what's been in their environment.
An excuse. That's bullshit. We're conscious beings. In every second we have the chance to think and reassess what we're doing if we choose to. We have all the tool and the thinking capacity in our brain given, God-given, some would say. So there's no excuse to it at all.
I do agree on some level, but in this world we live in, we have many books that will tell us one thing and tell us another. So, you know, in the Bible we'll say an eye for an eye. That's a complicated statement. How can, one individual might interpret that as, I'm going to take your eye out, and the other individual might see it as a metaphor.
That's a problem with old scriptures, thousands of years of old, translated 3, 4, 5 times, and some are not translated. They're in the same script, but then you have the interpretations, and you have scholars who go against each other. Then you get the subsects. Like all these religions have like subsects which came later, which fight each other. Like in Islam, Sunni versus Shia and others. In Christianity,
sorry, can I just break you up a little bit?
What I mean is eventually it ends up in chaos.
One sec.
Yeah.
Mary, are you there? Yeah? People in the green room. Yeah, sorry, I just needed to tell.
Okay.
Yeah.
It always ends up in fighting. And any ideology any human creates, I could create a religion today based on myself, like Vanksyism, the great Vanker in the sky is my God. And I could make a book, and after I'm dead in a few hundred years, there will be like 2, 3, 5, 6 versions of my religion fighting each other. That's just how it goes.
Yeah, greetings from Georgia. Greetings.
Hey, Eunice.
Hey, what's up, Eunice? How you doing?
I'm doing good. All jokes aside. Yeah. So, how's everyone?
Wonderful, man.
Blessed.
Yeah.
And yourself?
Big up, family. Let me just see who this is trying to come in. Fulfills.
Sister MJ, blessings.
Yo. How's it?
Yo, new panelist. Who's this? Hello?
It's Full Fizz, man. It's Full Fizz.
Is the real Full Fizz, yeah?
The real Full Fizz in the house.
Wagwan, man. How you been?
I've been good. How you been, man?
Not bad, man. What you been up to?
Just life, man. Life gets busy at times.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you've been on YouTube recently?
No, not really, man. I just happened to, randomly, just see your show live. So I thought, why not? Catch up with
nice
old
one.
friends.
All right, man. Yourself. Welcome,
cool,
man. Yeah, welcome. Yeah, he's cool, fam. He's cool.
Right.
Cool, MJ. Yeah.
Big up, Jeds. Big up, family.
Big up.
Big up.
Yeah, with regards to going back to the point with regards to Ramadan and all that, it's not like, what do you call it? It's not like the 30 days, okay. It's seen as quite messed up, to be honest, because Muslims shouldn't be drinking or having sex outside marriage or, smoking.
Unless your name is Maldini. Unless you're Modine,
Well,
you
for
can do
some
anything.
reason, yeah, they make an exception because of Ramadan. They refrain from those things, but as soon as it becomes Eid and onwards, you know, they start doing the stuff they've done before Ramadan. You know what I mean? So it's a bit messed up.
I'll tell you something funny. I've had, because I look like a Moroccan to most Moroccans in Amsterdam, and I left the religion at age 13 already. I didn't like it. But even now, for years, every year during Ramadan, you know what happens? When I eat outside in my own area where I live, certain Moroccan youths become like extra hardcore Muslim and they walk around like Sharia police. And some of them each year look at me with funny looks, but some even try to tell me
They were shaming me. They were shaming me.
that I shouldn't eat and shaming me on the street. And I always react aggressive back, you know. I'm ready to stab a motherfucker over this, you know. It's none
Do
of
they
their
say
business.
to you, Balek?
It's just funny because they act like they're the most pious Muslims, and the rest of the year they're doing their own shit. It's just the hypocrisy I hate, you know. And I get aggressive when hypocrite people try
But
to
I
tell
think
me.
we get
you know?
hypocrites in every religion, to be honest.
Yeah.
Not to say that all of them, but there's a lot of hypocrisy that goes on.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Do you know what?
But
Yeah, it reminds me of, you know when you're young, okay, and you start off fasting, innit? Like, you make sure that no one knows that you're not fasting, right? You know, I was in that phase in my life, right? You know, when I was young, like 12, 13 and all that, you know, I just ate secretly in it because I didn't want people to know that I wasn't fasting in it, like, because if I wasn't fasting, I would be shamed in it. You know what I mean? So
I had Moroccan friends, you know, during Ramadan eating bacon, and they didn't give a fuck. They ate bacon all year long. During Ramadan, we always ate outside, and we all lied, you know. So
yeah, I
at
wouldn't
age
eat bacon.
12, 13, 14. No, but that's what later on they became. You know, they didn't eat it anymore. But it's
I've
just
seen
weird.
I've seen some people during Ramadan that will like smoke cigarettes all day but not eat food. Then I've seen other people that are like on the other end of the extreme where they will barely take a sip of water during the day.
Well, basically,
necessary.
as I don't know if I'm the only Muslim on the panel, but basically, you're not supposed to eat or drink anything.
Yeah,
that's the rule. So anybody smoking,
and you can't smoke as well.
They're not really fulfilling, what Ramadan is about. And Ramadan, the way I explain it is, it's not just about food or water intake. It's not just about filling your belly up or refraining from eating or drinking. That's part of it. That builds patience. That kind of you can, in a way, you can empathize with the.
You can't have sex on Ramadan as well.
Big up.
All your body's fasting, literally.
It's other things as well. It
Even
builds,
mine is fasting. Like.
it builds patience. It builds
discipline, isn't it?
Steadfastness.
Wait, MJ, I got a question.
Go on, bro.
Were you telling me that someone was breaking their fast with B&H Blue, or were they just smoking it throughout the whole day? And saying that they are fasting, but it's just the smoking.
Yeah,
doesn't
like
count.
they're fasting in terms of food, but they're still chugging away on cigarettes.
Yeah, there's some blem stars. Yeah, they're fucked.
For real.
I remember when I used to go to nightly prayers for Ramadan, there were individuals that had a cheeky cigarette in after Tarawih, and I was thinking to myself, hold on a minute, that month could be an opportunity for you to quit smoking.
Nah. You see, if you smoke after you break your fast, man, I don't really care in it. I'm not judging that, innit?
Right.
I don't really care about that.
But if you're smoking like during the day and that, yeah.
If you're smoking during the day and then you go break your fast, like you just done something, that's mad.
Well, if you think it's haram, innit, to smoke because you're damaging your body.
Yeah, man, yeah.
Some things are makruh. I believe smoking is a haram. Weed is a haram. It's makruh. It means it's less bad.
It's frowned upon, no?
Yeah, it's frowned upon. Yeah, there are different
basically,
levels.
it's frowned upon, and the reason being is because obviously a lot of people, or maybe the majority of people, would consider that harming your body. So basically, in Islam, you're not really allowed anything that could potentially harm your body. So That's why
And
we
even
would
boxing,
refrain from things like that.
even boxing K1 isn't allowed, strictly speaking.
No, I mean they
No,
say it
yeah.
isn't allowed. Look, for self-defense purposes, it's
Yeah,
allowed.
but not for entertainment
But
and making
obviously,
money.
but the thing is, it's quite strange. People say Islam is like a violent religion, and we're not even allowed to, punch each other in the face. We're not even allowed to hit people in the face and cause harm, because that's a creation of God. Only when it gets, real and wartime or anything like that. That's
But
when
it's
it's on.
self-defense, But you're not allowed to do it for entertainment, and I agree with it on
It's
some
so
level.
crazy.
I
We're not allowed to
understand
do
it.
it for entertainment, but we got the whole Muslim world doing UFC and boxing now. Like they're
I mean, that's the thing.
like MMA and all that is haram, yeah?
boxing. You could have heritage.
Yeah, it is like all Chechenians.
Wow.
Like, everywhere.
Yeah, that's true. But then the thing is, like, wrestling is halal.
Wrestling
is
halal.
Yeah,
How
because
is that halal if the rest
because you don't damage the body, you don't mutilate.
Because
you
really
I've said that it's a halal
right?
for a woman and a man to be wrestling.
Who said that man and a woman, bro?
I'm just saying. Is it...
No, you don't have to say it, bro, because no one's doing that. No one's doing that, bro.
I believe wrestling is allowed if you don't mutilate or
Now
break
we
a
know what
bone.
kind of porn he's been watching the last few days.
No, I don't watch that.
First, he added the sex thing in, which is all right, whatever, it's calm anyway. Maybe some people don't know. And then he had to add the...
So is Turkish all wrestling halal, you feel?
That's
or
haram,
legal?
100%.
That's
The
haram.
way he shoved it down
Whoa. You guys are gonna get it Khan triggered now, yeah?
We need Khan in here, man. Khan needs to big up his Ottoman culture, man, and not allow it to be violated, by men.
I'm just saying, you can't wrestle with that oil in it.
You can.
But what about all this?
Have you tried?
Touchy? Too much touchy going on. Yeah.
I've wrestled with the devil every day, man. The devil
So you
inside.
wake up in the morning just shaking on the floor or something. What's going on?
Rolling around with the devil, man. Look at
Yeah, the big jihad, go to Islam is inside you, with your nafs, in Sufism, which is your bad things you have inside you, You have to purify that. Look at yourself, clean yourself up every day, continuously. That's the real jihad, in a way. You're your biggest enemy on you, in life.
Are you hearing this, Eunice? You need to clean yourself from hummus. You seen this? The eternal struggle.
I don't have a hummus addiction. I can stop eating hummus anytime I want.
Mm-hmm.
So
I was gonna say, see, Ramadan, I think in some ways it's kind of similar to Lent, isn't it?
To what?
Not necessarily. Lent is basically giving up your favorite food, right? 40 days.
Well, I mean, that's what it's now become, but I think it was supposed to be like back in the days, it was supposed to be like a fasting thing, because that's supposed to be like the time that Jesus went into the desert for 40 days and nights, isn't it? And he was
you have to fast. You have to fast 40 days.
I guess that's the in a way that's the argument that people make for Islam, being the last and final a message or religion. I don't really like to use that word, but it's a continuation. What a lot of Muslims say of the old, religions. So, like you say, I mean that makes a lot of sense. Obviously, the old traditions, the old religions, a lot of the rulings are very similar. But the difference is that Muslims continue to carry out those rulings, to the letter, to the word, whereas others, as you know, is kind of diluted.
Yeah, it's become more of like a cultural thing now of like, oh yeah, give up some chocolate for Lent, whereas I know years ago my grandparents.
Is that the same one as when people like only eat fish, or am I getting a mistaken?
That's pescatarianism, isn't it?
No. They can't.
No, so you're thinking of Good Friday, right? And all of it, it's all part and parcel of the same thing because let me try and remember. So Lent starts on, is it Shrove Tuesday or Ash Wednesday? I can't remember, which is usually Shrove Tuesday is Pancake Day. Yeah. So when you have Pancake Day, I think that's the beginning or the day before the beginning of Lent.
The day
I can't
after,
remember.
I think you're eating all the fatness, and then you guys start.
No, because I think Pancake Day would have been the last day where you can eat like the the rich foods and that, innit? So then I think it starts on Ash Wednesday, and then 40 days after that will be Easter Sunday. So Easter Sunday is always
You actually do that. They do Lent in the UK.
Wait, did you say it's 40 days before Easter?
Yeah.
Yeah, 4 days before Easter.
Yeah, my Filipino friend does that, but they only eat fish.
On Friday, yeah? Or do you mean all the Catholic?
The whole of Lent.
If I'm not too sure, I can't.
The thing is, like in different cultures and that, I'm sure it'd be different, because I know, like, what I've heard about Irish people and that was that they didn't eat stuff like eggs, certain rich foods that they would give up during Lent. And this is how we got the whole thing of like Easter eggs and that, because where they weren't cooking the eggs, they used to decorate them instead. So that's how we got this whole concept of Easter eggs. And then when it got taken over by Cadbury's, they made it into chocolate instead of just, pretty little eggs kind of thing.
Yeah, you know what, Mary?
But Cadbury had to take advantage, just like how Coca-Cola
some color, some leaf, I don't know what.
Yes.
We're doing all of that.
Yeah, and then that would be the Easter would then be basically the end of Lent. So you're celebrating the end of those 40 days. But obviously nowadays it's become a whole different thing.
Right. The thing about Easter is
you're not wrong, when it comes to the fish thing, because I have my second mom, Mama Maria. She's Catholic.
Yeah.
Every Friday she fasts with only eating fish.
Okay.
Yeah, and Good Friday especially, you are not allowed to eat. Like back home, they won't even serve red meat on Good Friday.
Yeah, no chicken.
Any restaurant, whatever, there's nothing. It's literally just fish.
Only fish, yeah. You see?
Yeah, but Easter is from Ishtar. It's all pagan. Everything. All these Abrahamic faiths have is pagan rituals.
Pagan roots, yeah.
Everything. Even Judaism had multiple gods. They had Baal too, the Jews. Not just Jehovah. There was a competition between gods they worshipped, the different tribes back then. That's why they say that Jehovah is jealous of other gods. You can't worship any other god but me.
Jealous God, I've heard
and
about
Elohim is multiple gods, so yeah.
Even New Year's is a pagan festival. That's crazy. I thought New Year's was just New Year's.
That's for the Druids. It's for the pagan Druids, New Year, with the tree and everything, Vikings.
Yeah, apparently February the 8th is Chinese New Year, right?
I think so, yeah. That was recently, wasn't it?
So every culture has their own New Year.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say every culture, because obviously a lot of us share the traditional calendar and stuff that we have now, but I suppose where people have their own calendars, like the Chinese, Ethiopians, etc., then they're going to have their own day, which is New Year's.
True.
Depends what calendar you follow, innit?
September is the month for us. We celebrate.
Is it like an easier condition?
For me, my New Year starts on my birthday because that's my New Year, innit?
Good one.
That's
good
true.
one. Yeah.
I'm gonna have a self-declared New Year. Yeah. I'm gonna
Every day is a new year, man. Every day is a new day, man. You're alive, and it's different. So
every second is a new year.
Yeah, man. Every moment, it's new, man. It's fresh.
Every second, every minute, we're getting older and older.
Oh my gosh, where are we going?
No,
with this?
Oh shit, go with depression, dog.
Every second,
let it all out, dudes. Let it all out, man.
I feel older than I was 20 seconds ago, thanks to you.
I appreciate the panel sometimes, because when you guys start talking about your music and stuff, I realize, man's young, you know. So I
but you young Stops. That's why. It's like, my God.
Listen, Stops. Let me tell you, you're just gonna blink a few times, bro, and you're gonna be 40. Trust, and you're gonna be thinking, but I swear it was only yesterday. I was 21.
Nah, I'm already having that conversation with my mates. Oh, remember we used to? Oh shit, I'm getting old.
Remember, yeah.
Like
when we was young,
remember back in the 2010s.
When we was young, we did this. We didn't we didn't have no.
You know what it is for me, Axel, is when you start to realize that it's 20 odd years since you've been in school. It's like, oh shit. I've been out of school for longer than I was in there. Shit, I'm old.
Yeah, I know. You know what, man? Every time I listen to my youngest, when they be talking, I'm like, shit. That was a long time ago. Shit.
You know,
You know
our
what? I
brain
remember
chemistry.
the 2000s was yesterday, though.
You know,
It was
our
literally
brain chemistry changes. You know, all the time. And when we're younger, we have a different brain chemistry. The summers seem endless. You know, when you were young, it seems all the time. And when you get older,
I remember seeing. Do you know, like in December 2003, when Saddam Hussein, what do you call it, a statue collapsed in Baghdad? I remember
when
that
they
day.
pulled that
Literally,
shit
I
with
remember
ropes and
watching the
started stomping
TV,
on the statue head. Yeah, I remember that.
and it was hiding under the ground, innit, in order to avoid any in order to avoid captivity.
Yeah, we'll talk about like things you remember as a childhood, not the TV, man. Forget the TV. Everyone remembers that, bro. Everyone.
What's the biggest major events you can remember from childhood?
Oh, 9/11.
7/7.
Nah, you know what it was, Mary, for me, yeah?
Mm.
When internet came, and it was supposed to, in 2000, yeah? In 99.
Oh, millennium,
Remember
and
that
we
one,
thought
millennium.
everyone was gonna crash.
Yeah, everything was
Yo, that was joke.
Oh, the Y2J thingy.
Y2K.
Y2K.
Well,
Why did I say
yeah,
Y2K?
yeah. And I remember that
2012,
night was
this
so
was men.
weird. It was like we were all thinking, like, what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen to all the computers? What's gonna happen to
Every
technology?
computer's gonna die. Oh my God.
Doctors, the hospitals, machines, everything's gonna shut down. And it got to midnight, and it was just like, oh. And then the next day, there was this whole sense of like, what now? Where did we go? It's 2000 and nothing's happened.
You
We're
low-key
still
wanted
alive.
it to happen.
I blame Prince. You know, with that song 1999. You know, 2000. He made people better. You know.
You know
It's
what?
gonna
I
end.
remember the Olympics, 2012 Olympics, was just yesterday, literally. But time goes fast, very quick.
Do you know how many
I remember
conspiracy
when they
theories
made
was on
the
that 2012? Oh
yeah,
my
but
God.
remember, Stops, because they made the announcement that it was going to be over here, and then the next day we had, was it the 7/7 or some kind of bombings or London Bridge or some madness happened the day after that was announced.
My friend was telling me, do not travel on the day of the Olympics. He's like, please do not travel. I said, fuck off, man.
Do you know
Need
what?
to
I had
travel.
the same kind of feelings, you know. I avoided that whole area around that time because there was something in the air that was telling, I don't know, maybe it's just the fear that they instill in us, you know what I mean? That I was getting kind of shook in it, but I don't know, man.
Or
I think these
Y2J
things happen when they
Jericho.
least expect it.
Remember the days of BlackBerry?
Yeah, I never had
EDM.
one. Mate. Never ever had one. Didn't want to have one.
Only us can
used to
remember,
be,
man. Only you and me.
Remember Michael Jackson, but remember the time, you know, back in Egypt.
Michael Jackson.
Remember the time.
You know what I remember about Michael Jackson? Him dying.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was like in
That's the
June
only thing I can remember.
2009, right?
I remember him doing a concert in Dublin and everyone being so gassed, like, bro, Michael Jackson's in Dublin, yeah, we're all going to see him. It's just like, whatever.
Damn.
I'm happy I watched James Brown before he died, you know, during a live concert a few years.
No way.
40
James Brown.
Yeah, Amsterdam.
You know, them ones have to
Awesome.
Google who James Brown is.
Get on the good foot. Oh, yeah. Ooh. Get up.
Is your name Sahashi? Sorry, am I pronouncing that right? Is it Sahasi? Your name Sahasi?
Yeah, it's Sahasi, yeah.
Sorry.
But you can call me Vanksy too. You can call me Vanksy too, you know. I like Vanksy. Eric, anything, you know. But if you want to make time go slow again, it's very easy. Go outdoors, sit in the nature somewhere alone, turn your phone off, and just do nothing and see how long you last. You know, time will move slow again. Trust me. You get bored out of your mind without
What are you
any
saying?
distraction.
Like meditate, yeah?
But yeah, you know, we're distracted by so much things outside us all day long. So time moves fast.
So what if
But
I
if you-
meditate and I, blink my eye and then it's been 2 days?
It's like walking through a park, right? That was like large parks, like Gunsbury Park or, or Hyde Park or, one of those big parks, like the one in Richmond, right?
Oh, I like Richmond Park.
Yeah. So what I was gonna say is Sasi, or sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. I see
no
some
problem.
Sanskrit. I see some Sanskrit writing in your name. Are you What does that imply? Sorry.
It doesn't imply anything. JEDI gave me this name, and I accept it. Basically, that's it.
Well, how did he give you the name?
Because I am from Punjab, and Sanskrit used to be a big thing in over there in the region.
Okay.
Punjab
Are
used to be a big.
Are you really from Punjab? Are you Punjabi?
Yeah, I'm Punjab from Pakistan, but Punjab used to be a big Tantra, Shivaism, and Buddhism area for many centuries, before Islam came. So there's very deep roots into those dharmic faiths, and there are many stories of saints or sadhus from the past, who did like crazy things there, and even the Sufis, the Sufi saints are big over there, like Bulleh Shah and many others.
You're basically trying to reconnect with your past, basically.
No, I don't give a fuck about that. I see everything as technology and tools. Everything, every religion, everything. Fasting is awesome. I fasted for a week without solid food. For myself to see what it does.
Hold on a minute. You say you're fast for 1 week, right? So you don't have any food. You can have liquid food, right?
I had like Himalayan salt, coffee, water, and nothing else. No liquid food either. No fruit.
So you weren't fasting.
Well, the way I see fasting, I mean, even when I'm, obviously when I go to work, and during Ramadan, and we've got it coming up in, I think it's just less than 2 months away now, when it's going to be nice and hot, which is lovely. But yeah, my colleagues ask, they're always baffled that they're asking me, not even a sip of water, and obviously, we do it for God, for Allah, that's something that we do to strengthen our faith. And also, it's got a lot of benefits in it. I believe it. The way I describe it to them is that, you should try it, because 11, 12 months of the year, you're doing the same routine over and over and over again. It's just lovely. It's just beautiful to have 1 month that's different to all the other months, where you detox your body, where you go through a bit of a struggle.
Yeah, it's good. It builds discipline. It's awesome. Yeah, it's great, man. Everybody should try it once.
How do you cope when it came to Ramadan at university, or when you were studying?
Well, wait, what do you mean?
When it comes to studying, do you guys fast? Like on this exam day?
Listen. Studying is minor. I fast and I'll do everything. I'll spar in fasting. I'll play football in fasting, and believe it or not, you can do it. We're talking 2-3 years ago when Ramadan was or 5 years ago when it was at the peak of summer. I think this year is not going to be as hot as it was then, because that was the peak. That was July. We're playing football. We're sweating.
Literally, yeah.
It's just basically when you do something for God, and you ready your mind for it, and you know the purpose that you're doing it for, and you're going to be rewarded for it, it's a commandment, you have to follow it, then you just go ahead and do it. It becomes easy for you. God makes it easy for you.
The Navy SEALs, they fast too. They have to survive certain circumstances that train their mind and body to handle stress.
They have to.
So they fast.
Because
no, they do quite a lot of things. I mean, I just recently watched a video where they were actually depriving themselves of sleep, for a whole week. I think they call it like the Hell Week or something.
It's awesome.
Yeah, the Hell Week. They deprive themselves of sleep for a whole week. I mean, I don't know if I could do that.
Well, apparently,
I stayed awake for 13 days, but without all the exercise.
They say that if you go without sleep for 3 days, that it can bring on symptoms of psychosis.
You get hallucinations. Your mind starts getting loopy.
And you can become psychotic. Imagine if you're like in a Navy SEALs and you are and you're assigned to an area of the world that is quite volatile, right? If you don't have enough food supply, you have to learn how to cope, right?
It builds mental fortitude to handle these situations, to prepare for them. It makes you stronger, I feel. So it's good.
It's physical and mental as well.
Yeah, it is mental at the end because the mental controls your physical. If your mind cannot handle something, your physical doesn't matter. You will get fucked up. You will make a mistake. You will shoot your own soldier perhaps by accident when you hallucinate. And you can't handle it. You have a lot of friendly fire. Most people get shot by friendly fire.
I don't believe that they go out into the whatever real world and then they're not eating for days, they're not sleeping for days, and they can still give out headshots. I think these lot are being filled with drugs.
They get drugs.
They must be giving them certain stops. You're right.
They get drugs to stay awake, but even with the drugs, people can get paranoid and make a mistake. So even with the drugs, you need to handle the drugs also.
But of course, they must test out these drugs before they get deployed. Okay, this guy acts normal on drugs. This guy's okay on drugs.
Yeah, help them build up a resistance or resilience or something like that, I suppose. Yeah.
Just remember,
I see.
in Germany.
Obviously, I'm just reading through the chats as well, and and I see somebody writing. I think his name's Gurdeep. I don't know if he's aiming it at myself of what I said, or Muslims in general, but he said something to the effect of it's not a real fast if you eat at certain times. But yeah, I don't know, maybe you might want to clarify, but what I'll say to that is, listen, God doesn't want us to kill ourselves. We're not doing no 40-day fast with no food and no water and absolutely becoming skeletons at the end of it. That's not the purpose of it. Yes, we do eat at the end of it. After going through that struggle and after putting ourselves through that hardship and learning patience and learning becoming closer to God and our religion and empathizing with the poor people around the world. At the end of it, yes, we do eat, we do reward ourselves for the struggle, for the striving that we've done. So, I mean, like I said, I don't know if that was aimed at me, but yeah, I'll happily answer all your questions.
I mean, this year,
everything is subjective. Every religious system, spiritual system, or soldiers, I consider it all one thing. It's a tool, and it depends on what you want to accomplish, which kind of tool you need. So there's no wrong or right for me in there. You can customize a tool according to what you need. So it's not a competition, I feel, at all. I would like to say to go deep and you.
Someone's saying that you eat twice as much, but maybe on the first couple of days, but then you do know when you continue, you can't really eat as much as you used to, like last week.
Right. And the thing is, fasting itself isn't a rule. You have to put rules around fasting. So you've got to remember, we fast every night when we sleep. That's why you break fast in the morning, breakfast. Yeah. You can fast for 12 hours. You can fast for 24 hours, 6 hours. Like, you make the rules around it, just like in Islam, like obviously there's set rules for it, but fasting in itself doesn't mean that you're not eating 24 hours a day or 40 days and 40 nights.
But then the one thing we need to the Muslim people, hopefully the ones that when you fasting all day and then we'll go back to eating oily food for the next 30 days, is it really helping us, or are we just fucking up our body in the long run?
I mean, I can't stand kebab or fish.
Are you actually talking about? Yeah. I mean, I eat all that as well. I eat the good stuff. I'm not gonna lie. I reward myself. Whatever the missus has cooked. Yeah, that lovely food, that lovely smell. There's nothing like
that lovely
food. Yeah,
everything
smells. Everything smells amazing when you're fasting and you're starving. But let me tell you this one,
isn't there a traditional way to break fast?
I'm responding to the comments as well. Obviously, they're saying it's not the right way to do it, to fast or whatever. But let me tell you this much, I don't think there's ever been a Ramadan where I haven't lost any weight. So basically, regardless of what you're saying, stuff in your face or you eat this much, first of all, when you fast for 30 days, by the end of it, the last 5-10 days, your stomach you eat less, exactly. So it works on your body. Like I said, it's a detox of the body, and your body can't take that much food, so your stomach has I don't know what the word is, gotten smaller, for lack of a better word.
Right.
Your appetite gets smaller in the long run ish.
Yeah, because you're not eating during the day.
Your stomach shrinks.
Yeah, and your stomach is shrinking. Yeah.
if you want to really test yourself, your discipline, or improve it, I devised a fast in which I didn't eat for a day or three, and then have the meal I really like, I really would love to eat, in front of me, or even watch pictures of nice meals, and then resist it for another day. Don't eat it. You know?
That sounds
Make
like
it as difficult as possible. Torture yourself and then resist it. That's my way of doing things, you know.
I tell you, when I feel sorry for you guys is when Ramadan is like in summertime. So the length of time you have to fast is like really long. Yeah, that must be, and obviously when it's hot as well, and you know what I mean? Yeah, that must be difficult.
Well, I'll tell you something, Mary. Like I said, like I mentioned to you, I mean, just recently, I mean, just what, 3-4 years ago, when it was in the peak of summer, you're talking almost 10 o'clock, or maybe, you know, just past 10, where, you know, the sun goes down, and that's when we can break our fast. And then you're talking only about 4 or 5 hours maximum, where you've got, you know,
time to actually eat.
3 o'clock, 2:30, 3 o'clock, where you actually have to restart the fast again. So you've only got like 4.5, 5 hours, and that's all you've got. And like you say, you know, it's boiling hot, and it's, you know, it's I mean, I thrive off it. I love it. Like I said, I used to play football during that time, and but just before the fast, mind you, you know, so you know, if I did feel a bit thirsty, at least it was near to the fast, you know, breaking fast.
And you play
time.
in a cage with, like, you know, 20 other men, you know, so you can rotate the team around.
Yeah.
I heard it's easy to fast.
You can't be playing 11 aside.
Because the days are shorter.
Say that again.
Or Finland.
One more time.
I think Axel could actually, you know, answer that, you know, question, because she's, you know, she's from that part of the world, isn't it? Scandinavia.
Oh, fasting in Scandinavia. I have 2 friends that, you know, you know, never mind. Axel. I guess she's not here.
Does anyone think cannibalism is bad? Why?
Cannibalism? You mean eating
human flesh? Yeah. Is it
like
bad or why? Is it good? You know, I want to know what everybody thinks.
I don't know.
Well, personally, I go by what my faith tells me and nothing else. So my faith tells me that cannibalism, I don't know, you know, I'm not going to say bad because whatever, yeah, but according to my faith, it's not permissible, it's not allowed, and, you know, I wouldn't do it, and each to their own.
So I want to ask a quick question regarding that one. I know, of course, it's haram, you can't eat a human. What if that's the only thing around you? Let's just say in a scenario, you know, with a plane crash around and stuff, and the dead body.
Hold on, stop. Oh, it's a dead body. Okay.
Yeah, my brother. Listen, my brother. Look. This is look. I'm not the most knowledgeable. Let me just preface whatever I'm gonna say. Yeah. By that, you know, I'm sure you guys have heard it a million times. Every Muslim that comes on, I'm not the most knowledgeable or whatever. But it's the truth. You know, I mean, Islam's an ocean of knowledge. You know, you'll never be able to acquire all of it, but basically in that scenario, and we know Islam is very easy. Islam, you know, people might think it's very difficult, but there's a lot of convenience and a lot of ease in it, especially in in certain situations and certain hard scenarios where, like you mentioned, you're in a plane crash, you crash, you know, there's dead bodies around you, you're literally starving. In that case, you know what you do to survive, and Islam would allow it. Islam would give you, it would be permissible. You know, you can, let's say there's a dead pig lying. Let's say listen, we don't eat pigs, yeah? We don't eat pork. There's a dead pig there, yeah? You know, and you're starving, and your kids are starving.
Yeah.
In that situation, Islam allows you to even, you know, cook that pig and eat it.
Trilluminati. What?
What
yeah, I believe he's right. Even I believe so.
You know, I had to make sure that comment stayed there forever.
Wow. The name is now Trilluminati.
Hey, stop Zilla. You've seen the movie there, yeah? That's why you're talking about this eating human flesh. The plane crash, and they were like in snow and ice, and they had to eat some human flesh.
I haven't seen the movie, but I just thought about the scenario.
Mad.
But their movie like that.
Yourself, yeah?
Yeah, I need to watch that. What's the name of it?
What's it called? I think I might have seen it like years
Oh,
ago.
it's
It's an old one.
Old, though. It's really old, like from the early 90s, maybe or something.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie though, it looks like to me, yeah, that you know that it's not even that bad, to be honest, is it? Like in the island by yourself, stuff like
What's
that.
wrong with you, Eunice?
Why do you want to be in an island? Why are you an island boy?
I'm just saying that, you know.
Eating human
He just wants to
flesh,
eat
you know?
dead bodies.
No. Having, you know, coconuts and fruit and all that.
I would imagine
yeah.
it would taste like pig. And the only reason I say that is because we kind of look similar, like anatomy-wise, to a pig, and we can have heart transplant from a pig and stuff like that. So,
But isn't it a waste of meat, you know? If you have a society in which meat is very difficult to get, you know, like in Papua New Guinea on the island, eating your family members or the warriors you fought
No, sorry, Sahas.
after dying was normal.
Because we don't have
Because-
meat, just because we don't have meat or animals to consume doesn't mean that there's no food there. There's plenty of plants and
no, but I mean in Papua New
fruits,
Guinea,
vegetables, meats, all kinds of
there was
stuff
a
that we
shortage.
can live on.
No, but what I mean is over there was a shortage. It was just the way that island is, and they developed a spiritual system in which they did eat the family members, and they considered it as an act of love, of taking your family member into you by eating it, and being connected to your family still by
Quick
eating
question.
them. Yeah.
What do you mean by eating their family members? Like family members that just died, natural, whatever, they just died? Or...
Yeah, natural death, natural death.
So
they
people
cut
are
it
just
off
in the
and eat
house
them.
waiting for their grandma, granddad, brother, sister, uncle just to die. Like,
Yeah, they considered it being close to them even by eating them and becoming one with them after that, you know, keeping them close. So it depends on the cultural indoctrination, I feel. But
how do they eat them? What happens to them when they're eating it? Nah, this is some demonic shit. Like, I don't understand.
Papua New Guinea are melanated folks, so they probably season up the humans before they, you know.
We are there. Stopzilla.
Ain't that where Shug's from?
Huh?
Shug, Sham.
No.
No wonder he was always so angry.
Guinea-Bissau.
No, I think it's from Guinea-Bissau or Guinea, not the Papua Guinea.
Okay.
Yeah. That's Africa, Mary.
I'm not gonna lie though, but pork
Sorry,
here
sis,
sounds
you know my
grim.
geography is
I'll
like
tell
that,
you what does the pig eat? You know what I mean? Like, what does he consume, the pig?
A pig will eat anything, literally anything.
Well, he mostly eats his own excrement, right?
Eats
is there
anything,
any
eats
food?
dead body, eats another, it just eats anything, man.
They eat
I saw a video about Thailand. They sell poop soup in Thailand.
Yes, Trillo.
And in India, they had.
Sorry.
poop
Wait. What kind of poop? I don't understand. What,
I
human poop?
didn't watch the video because I was eating and I was disgusted, so I didn't look into what kind of poop.
Weakling. I expected better from you. You know the amount
My
of the things that
apologies
we
for
hear
my
you
lack of
say that you're
research.
talking about. You got a weak stomach. What kind of man are you? Come on, Sahasi.
Well, you telling me,
I have
MJ,
my
you
limitations.
say you'll be eating food while watching
No,
it.
that's not gonna put me off. I'm not gonna lie though. If I'm eating,
Yeah,
that's
there's not a lot that can put me off my food. To be fair.
It is efficient though. If you could eat your poop, you know, you would be more efficient. I would say.
What?
Was there any
Which is-
research?
Yeah, you would be more efficient. You would waste less resources. You know, maybe on the moon or the Mars. You know, when we will land there, we'll have to eat
You're
our own
gonna
poop.
eat a lot of bacteria, yeah?
You said 2 balls
What?
because
And
number
wait.
2.
I'm telling you, pregnancy's done something to this girl.
Nah. Yo, как to say, I don't know what's going on with you, but you need help now. Like, no.
Facts.
What have you guys been talking about all day? What's like the latest headline news? What's been happening?
I've not been around.
Eh?
I've not been here. I'm not sure what the topic's been today.
Well, what's it been in the past few days? Tell me what you guys have been talking about.
Well, yesterday we were talking about the viral video that's been going around of the young girl who got jumped after school. I don't know if you've
Oh
seen
yeah,
that.
I just saw that today. I just saw that like
Right.
a
And then
couple of hours ago.
we were following some of the live streams where people were going down there pardon me, to like protest or demonstrate whatever they were doing in support of the young girl.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes to deal with these schools, yeah, that's the only way. You've got to just, you know, get a group together and forcefully make them accept their mistake, because, you know, obviously as a father of kids, I've dealt with schools, and I know how much authority they possess, and how much, you know, how you know how much like they're not made to be accountable for anything, it seems. You know, these teachers, especially if they make a mistake, there's not really any way to hold them accountable. You know, you can raise your voice, you can scream and shout, you can raise your objections, take it as far as, you know, wherever the board of governors or blah blah blah. Nothing comes of it. So, you know, they at times I feel like they must feel they're indestructible. They must feel like, you know, they can abuse their powers, and that's what they do a lot of the times. So yeah, I mean, sometimes you got to take matters into your own hands and do things, get things done.
I mean, you could complain to a local council, right?
What's that gonna do?
No, what I've found, yeah, what I've found is
they're probably going to take the complaint on board, right?
council, school, governors, anybody. Nobody's really willing to take them any matter seriously, especially, you know, nobody's willing to give it the you know, the focus and the attention that it requires. Nobody's willing to, you know, investigate until pressure's applied. And like I said, I think that's what's happening here. Pressure's being applied, and now people have been arrested. Do you think people would have been arrested if this pressure hadn't been applied? No way.
No, I agree with you. I don't think those arrests would have been made if that video hadn't gone viral and there wasn't so much pressure.
I'll tell you one thing, though. I'll tell you one thing. You know what? They say the girl is in hospital and she's struggling. I'm sure that, you know what? Hopefully the best for her. But, you know,
wait. Who's in hospital?
No, that's what I heard. Yeah, hopefully she's doing well. I don't think she's. From what I saw, I don't think
she went to hospital and got checked out, and they said
I know,
fine.
But what they're saying is, obviously, look. They, you know what? They're gonna say what they're gonna say. You know, they're gonna say, oh, she's. Maybe they might make it a bit worse than it is. Yeah, but from what I saw, yeah, that girl more than held her own. You know, she was doing judo slams and everything.
No, 100% she did, but it was still an unfair fight, and I still can't, you know, agree with the mum getting involved in the way that she done. Like, playing it back last night and discussing it with some other people, I was like, yeah, I kind of seen the wrong in it more than what I did when I looked at it initially. But yeah, that mum's fucked up.
I mean, what's the backstory like? Like, what's the backstory? Does anybody know, like, what?
Apparently,
I mean, is this girl a bully? I mean, who's the bully here? Because obviously, you look at a video and yeah.
What happened was she was protecting her friend, but we don't know. I don't know what happened to her friend, but the result of that, she got called the N-word, and then it kicked off from there. Hopefully I'm recalling it right.
Yeah,
that's the story. That's the story I've heard as well. That's the story I've heard. But you never know. I mean, all I'll say is you never know. I mean, that might be the story. That might not be the story. All we do know is what we've seen in the video, and apart from that, none of us really know what the story is. I mean, me personally, until I hear like both sides and actually hear things for myself and see things, the way the world is, especially nowadays, you don't want to trust any narrative. And you don't want to blindly follow anybody as well, like a sheep, or everybody's just siding on one side. That's not me. That's not the way I roll,
But do those two girls deserve to be arrested, though?
But listen, being arrested don't mean shit. It's if they get charged and there's any sort of convictions, then it's a whole different thing. But getting arrested just means police is going to chat to them, and the police might just say, you know what, this isn't. I don't know. It's not in the public interest.
No,
but you know what I mean?
Should we be perfectly honest here? Like, as much as I was disgusted by that video, and and like I said, I give that girl a lot of credit. She held her own against, 2, 3, it was 3-on-1, at one point, and you could even say even the mother was verbally egging them
She
on.
was
Yeah,
coaching.
She was coaching them. Give her a lot of credit. But let's be honest here. I mean, we've all had fights, you know, in the schoolyard. Like, does it really warrant an arrest? I mean, as far as I was concerned, it's like a schoolyard fight, isn't it?
Yeah, it was outside school. Firstly, secondly, if it's gonna be a schoolyard fight, I don't mind getting rushed by the whole year. But if your parents are involved, if your parents are saying kicking my head, nah, man, that's a different story.
Yeah,
That's
that's where it's different. 100%.
Yeah, because that's an adult telling a kid what to do.
If it was just a kids fight, like I was saying yesterday, I've seen fights. I've been in fights that have resulted in worse than that. I've pulled out a girl's hair, and her hair was real. And this fight lasted 30 minutes. You know what I mean? So, and it was, trust me, it was more hair than what came out of that girl's hair yesterday. But it's the involvement of the mom, the encouragement from the mom, the people just standing by, not really doing nothing. There's a lot of other things that followed afterwards that just don't seem right. I don't really care about what's happened before, because as far as I'm concerned, like, you know, kids are going to bully each other in school and have fights after school. Whereas when your parents are getting involved and encouraging that, that's where it went left for me.
Yeah. So that means the parent waited outside school for this fight to occur.
Yeah, but Mary J, I don't know if you've got kids or not, but would you ever get involved? I mean, let's say there's a big bully attack, and I'm not saying this is the case here, yeah, obviously. Let's say there's a big bully, you know, constantly, continuously abusing, attacking, beating up your child, you know, and she or he is bigger than your child. At that point, I mean, would you go with your child to school and bring your siblings, you know, your other children along, and by any means necessary take that child out? Like I said, I'm not saying that's what's happened here. I'm actually, you know, I've just seen the video, and I'm on the side of, you know, of the girl who's in hospital now. You know, big up to her. She defended herself. But like I said, we still don't know the full facts. But would there ever be any scenario where you would do the same thing?
No. I mean, if one of my children was in a fight like that, like, fair enough, you know what I mean, scrap it out. But there's obviously going to be a point. Like, if I was the parent in that situation, I've rocked up after school, I see my child's in a fight. Like, ultimately, we all know that any fight, even a playground fight, whatever, can result in serious injury or death. I'm not going to want that from my child or the other child, because obviously anything happens to the other child, there's going to be consequences from me and my child as well. Do you know what I mean? So, okay, fair enough. You lot have scrapped it out. You've done your little thing, whatever. Let's break it up now. Let's try and have some resolution here. You know what I mean? Because these things can continue, and these things can have a bigger and wider impact than we actually realize. Because, like I mean,
the mother seemed very immature. I mean, you know,
she's a traveler.
Because the thing is,
you have to.
I mean,
like, I'm not.
I personally wouldn't make that statement, Mary. You know that. Like I said, I'm not generalizing against anybody. I know there's stereotypes against that community, the stereotypes against my community, your community, against every community. Like I wouldn't say that. Like, there's good and bad in every community, and yeah, there may be. But one thing I'm saying is, when you get to a certain age, apparently, you know, the newspaper said she was 39 years old, 40, you know, going on to 40 now. When you get to that age, and you're a mother, there's a certain level of maturity that you must possess. Like, you should be the calming influence. You should be the one, that the peacemaker in a situation like that.
Yeah,
you know what? You know what's so sad? The people around her, or the people even driving past, the people walking past, didn't do nothing. The fight wasn't scary. The mother shouting wasn't scary. It was the lack of action that was scary.
I'm glad you pointed that out, because we live in a world of such sick people now, man.
The guy was bibbing his car, and then he drives past a bit, and now he's watching the fight like it's UFC.
But that's what people do. They'd rather honk their horn for people to get out of their way rather than intervene and try and stop and save someone's life.
Yeah, because people are so, you know, they're so callous now. All they care about really is them and theirs. And that's the problem with people nowadays in general. It's like people in general, they just become evil, man. Because you're supposed to stand up for righteousness. This is a characteristic you're supposed to possess. You know, one thing that angered me, one thing that angered me more than the actual fight was that man in the car. Yeah, like, I put myself in that situation.
Yeah, he bibbed the
car. And you know, even when I'm working and I've got a transport job, yeah, you know, when I'm driving past a certain area and two kids are getting it on, yeah, you know, I stop the car and I break it up, like, and especially if I feel like especially if I see two on one, or if I feel like
Asian though.
Sorry,
what is he Asian? I thought he was white.
I thought the guy in the car was Asian though.
I mean, regardless,
I don't know.
white, black, blue, or brown, whoever it was, yeah, you know, should have really got out. I mean, I don't know who was behind the camera. Maybe their dad or the other travelers were behind the camera for him to be scared. But regardless, you know, and the way, and one thing I do agree with, I don't know how long the principal was standing there for, but the way he just walked in and kind of just, all right, okay, break it up, and then he didn't really do anything. You know, you grab them.
Yeah, because that seems to be one of the issues here. So people were saying, now it's not clear in the video, but obviously you can't see like a 360 view in the video. But people are saying that the head teacher was there, sort of watching, not doing anything.
The head teacher was there, Mary.
Yeah, and that
What
he
the
basically, you know, slowly then went up to kind of intervene. But yeah, he's
It's
seen it all
enough now,
happening.
guys. Oh,
And that's why people were kicking up a stink. Like, yeah, we need to speak to this guy because
Maybe he didn't want to get involved because they were girls.
Is that
doesn't matter? He's got a
doesn't
duty
matter.
of care to them, Shifa.
He didn't want to get involved though.
Wait.
He has
They're
a
wearing they're wearing his uniform now. They're fine on the road. It could have spilled out on the road. Both of them could have got hit by a car. He has to stop it.
I get you.
So what are you saying,
man,
Shifa? You wouldn't break it up?
Don't really want to be touching no one.
You're breaking up, Shifa.
You're breaking. Yeah. You need to rejoin or something.
Yeah.
Check your connections. Something.
He's probably driving through a
Country lane.
Yeah.
I'm on my way. Those old country lanes. Shifa's driving down the road to Ed Sheeran.
What, all the way in Ipswich? Fucking up.
Daddy motherfucker.
I think so.
Where is it?
But yeah, do you know what? For me, what was strange yesterday was hearing people say, "Oh, she should have her kids taken away."
Yo,
And
brother, mute your mic.
You know what I was hearing in the...
Shifa, hold on. Shifa, mute your mic, brother. Yeah.
he's on it. But you know what's so funny? While I was watching on TikTok, because they was on TikTok live yesterday at the school, they were screaming for attempted murder.
What?
Yeah. But obviously the crowd's angry, innit? They'll say anything. Oh, come on now. That wasn't a...
Yeah, I heard people saying that. People saying manslaughter, conspiracy to incite violence, all kinds of things.
You know what my opinion is. Look, if we're gonna grow as humanity, yeah, look, we got to keep this same energy, regardless of what race, you know, is the perpetrator.
Mhm.
You know, we got to keep the same energy. If it was 3 black guys on one white or one white guy, you know, you got to keep these same people have to keep that same energy then as well. Or if it's 3 Asians on one white or one black guy, or vice versa, you understand? Or if it's whoever it is, if we're gonna progress, you can't just be hypocritical and come out in full force, or you can't just, you know, you can't. I mean, everybody speaks for their own. I understand that, but like I said, I mean, I'm just one of those people who, like, we really got to do better. You know, we really got to be fair in every situation. We got to strive to be as fair as possible, and that's the only way, like, we're gonna better ourselves and better the situation around us. You guys agree?
Yeah.
Obviously, but what do you mean in this situation? Just because we're saying what we're saying, that she's racist, the mom and the girls that jumped her? Well, why do you bring that up? Full face.
He's probably gonna unmute and answer. Give him a minute.
Go on.
Did it happen in Ashford, yeah?
Yeah.
I don't know if you heard me, you know.
So it's
Yeah,
just
sorry, can you hear me now? Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, Axel, repeat what you said to my man. One more
Yeah, I
time.
was saying before, yeah, like obviously, man,
Axel,
them don't really want to touch no one else's daughters like that, you know, like that. So, because it's a bunch of girls fighting, I
Shifa,
think
did
maybe
you...
the guy didn't want to touch no one's daughters, innit?
All right, but Shifa, let's say then you're that person that's driving by in the car and you decide, all right, I don't want to get involved because I don't want to touch nobody's daughter. I understand that. But imagine now one of that resulted in a serious life-changing injury and you could have been the person to stop it.
See, the thing is now, yeah. You see, the thing is now, this is the issue now, yeah. Now, I don't know who else is standing there, innit? Like you said, we don't know who's holding the camera. We don't know who's who and what's going on. All I know is, like, since I've heard about this, I did go and watch some of the Respect videos. And I heard one particular video where, you know, he was talking about people not being scared. And it's like, well, what would they have to fear? Because if there's something, if there's an element to the video that we're not seeing, then, you know, maybe that's more the reason. Or it could be just, like I said, they didn't want to touch no one's daughters. I don't know.
The girl was by herself, so they could have done anything with her, and no one would have done anything or approached it.
This is the thing, we can't let fear always get in the way of us intervening when things happen. Like, what are we scared of? Like, I've seen people being stopped and searched in the street. I will stop and I will ask that person if they're okay. And what do you think happens when I do that? Same police officers who are stopping them people will look at me and be like, oh, don't try and get involved. That's a risk that I am taking, but I know how to manage that risk. I know how to keep my distance, you know, not interfere too much, not do anything that's illegal that they can say anything to me. But I have the right to ask that person if they're okay. I have the right to ask that person, do you want me to record this? I have the right to ask that person, do you wish me to contact someone on your behalf? Like, you can't, the police can't stop me, but we can take risks. And we can't always be in fear of like, oh yeah, but what's going to happen to me? Because you have to think, what's going to happen to that person if I just walk away?
There's that, but can I ask this question, yeah? What if the person in question who is guiding the kids, the adults who's there, yeah? What if these are known people? And what if, you know, they're known to, one of them's a known whoever? I'm not even going to put words to it. Just like, you know, what I'm going with it.
What do you care about that?
Known like that, hear me out. Once they're known like that, and these people walking by, they're normal civilians. They know this person could be dangerous. Maybe there's an element of that.
No, actually, it's right what you said, because I
hear him, but I would, man, that's not the first thing I was thinking of if I drive by.
I hear you, but you can't put your life at risk. Listen,
and I'm just separated. Immediately,
if you listen, if you jump in, if you do whatever you do, yeah, and you escalate the situation, then what are you gonna do?
So you would just let them beat each other up? Like,
no, I didn't ask you that. Listen to the question. Listen, I asked you this, Axum. If you say, for instance, you stop your car and you do whatever it is you think Axum can do to stop this little girl from getting beaten up, yeah? And then it escalates the situation and other people, other adults now start jumping in. What is Axum gonna do?
What can I do? I cannot control that happening.
You see my point now. Thank you.
I know
Thank
that,
you.
but I'm not even gonna go that far in my head yet. If that happens, I'm gonna break this up.
But if Axum was to get involved, let's just say Axum was the one driving past. The worst that will happen, let's just say the mother would attack you for getting involved. I don't see any other man attacking you. Now, if that guy got involved, who knows? Maybe the mother could have backed away.
I'm surprised, you know, that the big men around there and not doing shit. If that is the case.
Not that they don't care. That's
no, but Axum, hear what? This is you know what? Men, women, I don't care, but it does disgust me that people in society just don't want to stand up for what is right. Like, do you remember a few years ago I told you guys I was stuck on the train for 3 hours, right? Train was stuck between stations, between Shepherd's Bush and Willesden, right? And we literally couldn't go nowhere, couldn't get off the train. Yeah, overground. And there was like a freight train that was stuck ahead of us and that couldn't move. So yeah, we was there for 3 hours and there was this drunk guy and he kept walking up and down the train, just chatting shit to everyone, right? And then there was a pregnant lady who was sitting down and he kept going over to the pregnant lady and trying to touch her stomach, right? And she was very pregnant, like 8-9 months or something, yeah? And you could see she just felt mad uncomfortable. So I'm sitting there and I'm looking around, I'm thinking, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's a bunch of men on this train.
Too many men.
And none of them are saying nothing to this this little idiot man, like he's only 5'5" or something. He's drunk. I think he's Italian or something. Probably about 50 years old. Like he ain't nothing to be scared of. Do you know what I mean? So
Was it Mary? It wasn't Al Pacino, was it?
No. So I've stood up and I'm like, yo,
I
like,
just said
leave the
5'5"
woman alone.
Italian. I thought it might be Al Pacino.
He looked a bit like him, to be fair, but an older version. But yeah, I've gone over and I'm like, yo, leave the woman alone. And at the same time, I've just looked around at the carriage and been like, what? None of you men are gonna stand up and say nothing, no? You're all a little.
You know what it was? You're probably doing than all the men there, innit? That's
was in the weekend.
Hey, they're shook, man. What the fuck?
What you asked me, Eunice?
Mary, was in a week on weekdays?
It was a weekday, I think. Yeah, it was mad. It was mad. And then, like, yeah, it carried on from there. He started troubling other people. Then eventually 2 men stepped up to kind of get involved and keep him under control. Yeah, eventually after I had to run off my mouth, do you know what I mean? And tell people about themselves. Like, what kind of men are you just sitting there watching a pregnant woman getting violated? Like, you don't need to do better, man.
You know what it is? This is London transport. You could be down on the chair and they'll walk past you, man.
I'm telling you, it's facts. That is facts.
Man.
You know what? Yeah, everyone is in their own world when you're on a bus or on the train.
People will probably fight you for even starting a conversation. You know,
right?
They won't.
It's not normal, is it? Like, I don't expect someone beating me when I'm on the tube. You know what I mean? I'll probably give them a side eye or something.
Pause. I don't know what kind of train ride that beating you.
No, it's just
you're gonna have to reword that one.
You know, greeting me and it's saying hi, like when I'm on the train whilst I have my headphones on. No, it's just a bit bizarre to be honest.
Hold on a second, Mezzo. You best jump on the panel about all the strong, independent woman. I never claimed to be no strong, independent woman. Yeah, I would prefer. We are in a traditional culture where men play their role. Men stop being little pussy bitches and watching women getting violated and doing nothing about it. Men need to stand up and be men. And maybe when men do that, women will find their place in society.
That's man.
Strong, independent women.
That's right.
So me saying it's red pilled.
Nah, Mezzo's not red pilled. Come on.
Mezzo's trying it.
That's what he's doing actually.
Is this turning into a red pill v feminist debate? Yeah.
No, man.
Nah, there's no feminists around here.
Well, yeah, that was going to be my next question. So you're not a feminist then, no?
Nah, man.
No.
Good. Obviously, like I said, I follow what my deen says, yeah, and it says follow the middle path. The Prophet said follow the middle path. Don't be on the extreme left, extreme right, always be in the center. Don't be a feminist, don't be a red pill guy. Be balanced, be in the middle. And that's the way you're going to have peace of mind, and that's the way you're going to have the best possible life. And that's the way you can operate best in this society, in this crazy world that we live in.
Do you know what? Yeah, I'm not gonna lie though. What if I intervene in a situation and that person, ends up having a weapon or something like that? You know what I mean? Like, you don't know who you're dealing with.
That's the risk that you take, innit? You might have to lose your life to save what? At least you interact with. It's not like you're gonna have kids or get married. You may as well go save a woman's life, innit?
Nah.
I'm just saying, like, I'm not doing that simpy move, innit? I'm just saying, like, all I'm saying is, if there's like immediate danger, then I would, right?
Yeah.
If MJ was the general, she'll put you, Eunice, in the front line straight away, bro.
You ain't got shit to lose, soldier.
What family? Get to the front. Nah, man.
But yeah, if it's like a threat to life situation or risk of safety and all that, I would jump in. Yeah.
No, let's be real. Yeah, let's be. Remember the last year when some old woman was getting stabbed up in a kebab shop, and the Somali kid intervened.
When was that? Like, was it London? Yeah?
Last year. The kid died, but the woman survived.
Aww.
But the woman was old anyway. She was maybe in her 70s.
Yeah.
Well, the kid died, Amata. That's the risk you're willing to take. That's the risk.
Yeah.
the reward is equal, if not, I mean, far greater than the risk that you take. You know, you're a martyr. You know, we believe he's heaven bound.
You'll be
one-way
rewarded in
ticket.
heaven.
One-way ticket straight to heaven.
I mean, it's not like God would have sent him to hell for stabbing up an old woman if he ran away. You know what I mean? If he feared for his life.
Was it like a kebab knife, yeah?
It was like a kebab shop or something. It was somewhere up north, so it has to be a kebab shop.
Yeah, but I think within our religion in Islam, yeah, and I'm sure it's other religions as well, but obviously just speaking about from our perspective, if you do see some sort of injustice, we are commanded to speak out against it. You know, speak out with your tongue. You know, first of all,
inside the heart, right?
First of all, yeah, you know, deal with it physically if you can. Intervene and stop it from happening. You know, even if it's a threat to your life, you put your own life at risk. You know, we're commanded to do that. If you can't do that, you know, then verbally, you know, speak out against it, and then if not, you know, just hate it with your heart, the action. And obviously, like I said, that's the but in a situation like that where like an old woman or a woman or anybody, even a man or a kid is getting abused or getting attacked, an innocent person, you know, we're commanded to intervene. There's no ifs and buts about it. Our religion tells us you've got to get involved.
Let me ask you a question. Let me give you a scenario. So you're walking to, let's say, petrol station, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night. Yeah, your local petrol station. You're taking a walk there to, I don't know, get some milk for the babies in the morning or something, right? And on your way there, you can see from the distance that there's an armed robbery happening. When I say armed, I mean man's got a gun, right? Now, are you going to carry on walking and try to intervene? Or what are you going to do in that situation where you can see?
I would be the best witness.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Listen, I'm not here trying to portray and paint myself as some sort of a one-man army or Rambo type character. Yeah, but like I said, I'm going by what my religion commands me. My religion tells me, it compels me that if I can do something, so I have to ask myself now. Listen, can you do something about this now? And if the answer is yes, then I've got to go in there. If there's a real way that I can stop the situation, you know, go, sneak up behind them or maybe overpower them somehow or whatever, I've got to go ahead and do it. Even if I have to take a bullet, you understand? I have to do that. That's what the commandment is. And obviously, if I can't do it, like I said, or if I don't have the heart to do it,
with your
then
heart.
I don't know, maybe just call the police or something.
I mean, that's the lowest. No, that's the lowest.
I think, to be honest, like in that kind of situation, right, you see a robbery happening. Remember, I've said that you're seeing this robbery in action. So that means no one yet has been injured, shot, stabbed, or anything. Do you know what I mean? So you got to think to yourself, like, all right, by you intervening now, you could end up getting injured, the shopkeeper, whatever, they could end up getting injured as well. Whereas, and then what's going to happen to your family and your children when you're not around because you intervened in a robbery that you then made
Mary, let me tell you one thing. I would be a sinner. I would be a sinner. Listen, this is how deep it is. This is how deep it is. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. But listen to this, and this is how deep it is in my faith. I would be a sinner in the eyes of God if I can stop something and I don't intervene. Or maybe I can't stop it, but I just watch injustice happening. Listen, you lose your life. I'm not trying to be a hero here. Listen, most likely a regular average man might not intervene. You know, who knows? If that situation comes, you don't know how you will react. I don't know how I will react until that situation actually comes upon you. But I'm just telling you from the perspective of my religion and what God wants of me is, if I can and if I have the capability, and even if I get injured in the process, like, I would be a sinner if I don't like try to do something there. I can't let injustice happen.
Wait, brother, wait. MJ specifically said armed robberies, so these guys have guns.
Yeah, and they're just holding them up, but they haven't shot anyone at this point. So this is what I'm saying. Are you going to intervene in a robbery? Are you going to stop a robbery from happening and put yourself at risk? just because you.
All right, okay.
do.
Listen. No. If I know for a fact that it's just gonna be a robbery, and these guys are gonna get the loot, and then they're gonna flee, then maybe not. Maybe I just I don't know, call the authorities or something, or just I don't know, do what I can. But if I know that somebody,
do you think someone should actually follow it? They should follow the card.
Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. So if it's just a robbery and they're just here for the money and they're gonna go, then obviously I might not put my life at risk. But if I know somebody's gonna get seriously hurt, that these guys are gonna put some bullets into a guy, into this innocent, cashier. Like I said, I'm commanded to intervene. I'm not trying to be no hero here. That's the commandment. I'm compelled.
But how are you going
I have to do something to save a life. The Quran says to save one life is like you save the whole of humanity, and to take one life is like you've killed the whole of humanity.
Right.
So wait. Let's just say now the cashier gets shot. You come in, try to be a hero. You get shot too. What did you save?
Brother, it's not about being a hero. I'm not trying to be a hero here. Listen, what I'm saying is I'm going in regardless. I mean, obviously, I'm saying that's what my faith requires of me. Who knows what will happen if the time comes, yeah. I'm hoping, I'm praying to God, yeah, when the time comes that does happen, that I do have, the faith, the courage, and the will, and the heart, to actually act upon. Yeah, and the courage to act upon it. But, we don't know. But this is what Islam and God requires of me, like to save a life. Like if I know that they're going to kill somebody, listen, bro, you can't just stand back and allow somebody to die. Some innocent kid or some innocent woman or some innocent man to die. You got to put your life in the line to save that person. That's how it has to be. Yeah, you don't go home to your kids. Listen, they'll meet you in the next life. That's just how it's got to be. I'm not going to be selfish here because that's what my faith, it doesn't allow me to be selfish.
If you don't have the necessity to save that person or yourself, why put yourself in that predicament?
Yeah, but you don't know until you put yourself in that position. You don't know
until
you're
know
actually in that
person's
position.
Life is at risk either. You just know that they're being threatened with arms, but you don't actually know that person is going to do anything or like shoot them around. You know what I mean? It might be just that's their weapon of choice to be able to rob the shop, rob the garage, whatever, or get the money and then dust.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Obviously, if it's just a robbery, I mean, obviously, where am I standing, Mary? Obviously, this is your scenario. You're painting the picture here. So, am I standing far away? Am I still in my car? Am I still filling up? Where am I? Am I actually in the store when this is happening?
I don't know, maybe you're 20 meters away. You're approaching the store. You can see what's happening from where you are, but you're not close enough to, sort of run in there. But you're, I don't know, maybe 20 seconds away.
I mean, I don't know. You just painted you just painted the right scenario here. I mean, I don't know what to say in that case. I mean, obviously, listen. If I feel in my heart that somebody's gonna die, I'm intervening, or I'm hoping that I'm gonna intervene. Simple as, end of story. If I feel like and if it's a robbery, they'll probably be in and out before I even get there. You understand what I'm saying? By the time I get close, they'll be out. The alarm will be going off, and they'll be running away, fleeing, or whatever. I might just freeze there. I'm not, like I said, I'm not trying to paint myself as some brave guy.
I've actually had this situation happen twice to me in life. I've happened to stumble upon a flipping armed robbery. Right, one is the exact scenario that I gave you. I was much younger. I was back home. It's probably about 10, 11 years old or something at the time. And literally, as I was like walking across the field, I could see what was happening in the petrol station, right? And I was just like, oh shit. And I knew there's only one way for them to come back, which was the direction that I was heading from. So I was like, you know what? Let me go and hide because I don't want these people to see that I've been witnesses. So I went and hid. And as the people ran past, I actually knew who one of them was in it. So just like, let me just go home and pretend that I didn't see nothing. And another one was in Hanger Lane post office. And I had my son with me.
It's a circular, they call it Circular Road, right?
Yeah, literally just across from Hanger Lane Station. Yeah. Flipping, I've walked into this little post office shop with my son, and literally as we stepped in the shop, I realized, oh my god, there's an armed robbery happening here right now. And I literally stepped back so quick. I didn't know if the person had seen me, not seen me. I got my son with me. I'm like, oh shit. So there was like parked cars, whatever outside. So I've gone and hidden behind the van with my son, just waiting for this whole episode to be over. Because I'm just thinking of my son, innit? Like, man's in there with a gun. There's me, there's my little boy. Like, none of us are coming out of this situation dead today. So yeah, I think the guy came out about 10 seconds later. There was another person outside in a car who'd seen what happened as well, and he happened to follow the car. And what I heard from the police afterwards was the person with the so-called gun had been stopped and caught, but it was a fake gun that they had anyways.
Okay, so it's a replica. So
yeah, replica, whatever, right? Yeah. But yeah, that was mad. Twice. To walk into that situation twice in my life, like, that's crazy.
I mean, that guy who followed is probably brave.
Brave and stupid, because if that gun was real, they could have shot him. That's what I was thinking at the time. I think it's a lot of the time.
I mean, obviously, it's
that we didn't intervene, but it's not always the best idea.
Yeah, I mean, you hope you would. I mean, obviously, especially if it's within your capability, especially if you can, like you say, if they've got machine guns and that, you know, obviously, what can you do? You probably, you know, they probably got you before you even get within 20 feet of them. But, you know, I just reading the comment, somebody says you can't be the hero all the time. It's not about being a hero, man. You know, I'm the farthest thing from being a hero, or wanting to be a hero. You know, that is a scenario that, you know, Mary just brought up, and it's a scenario that I wouldn't ever want to be in my life. I wouldn't ever want to see. That's something that I, you know, that I dread. I'm just telling you from a perspective of a Muslim, and from the perspective of what my faith and my God wants of me. Like, I'm compelled, you know. The thing, obviously, there is forgiveness. You know, I will be a coward in the eyes of God. You know, I will maybe be a sinner, especially if I could really have prevented it. If there was a real chance I could have prevented it, and I knew I could have prevented it, I could have overpowered this person, or I could have done something, and I still didn't. That's pure cowardice. Cowardice is frowned upon. Now, in that case, again, you can seek forgiveness, you know, for cowardice. You know, it's a sin, but what can you do? You know, sometimes, like you say, you can't always be brave. But like I said, you know, ideally, and if the situation ever arises, you know, I'd like to be, I'd like to do the right thing in that situation.
No, 100%. And I think that's what we all should be striving to do. But I think you have to take calculated risks in that situation. Like, you being a man, you might be able to handle a situation differently from how me as a woman would handle it. He's gone, big up, Khan. Khan, can you hear us? Don't know what's going on. So, Eunice, what would you do in that situation?
Well, if I witness a robbery?
Yep.
I don't know what I would do, to be honest. Like, it depends, you know, my adrenaline and all that, right?
Probably depends on how much hummus you had to eat.
A situation like that, to be honest. It's very rare in this day and age, but I heard, like, you know, 30 years ago or 40 years ago in London, it was quite common, like, when it comes to the post offices and the bookies and all that. But no, I doubt I'll probably see that in my lifetime and all that. I hope to God I don't see that.
Boy, I've seen it twice, Eunice.
I would, as a concerned member of the public, I would relay the relevant information to relevant authorities.
Oh, you're gonna snitch?
No, I'm just a concerned member of the public.
You're gonna snitch? Yeah, Khan, sorry, I don't know what's going on with StreamYard today. Just try again, bro. So, Eunice, what's going on? Got any good news for us?
To be honest. Nothing much really. I'm kind of under the weather.
Kind
I got
of
man
under the
flu.
weather. Oh gosh. Oh. You got man flu, yeah?
Yeah, I got man flu.
Big up, Randy.
Big up, MJ.
Big up, Randy.
Big up. So Eunice has got man flu apparently.
Okay. We've been taking the vitamins, Eunice.
I'm just saying that as a man, when you have flu and all that, it's a bit, it's quite crippling. My back's hurting me, my head's hurting me, and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like,
You do know there isn't such a thing as man flu. It's just flu, really. It's a
that's not normal flu, is it? Like, that's a man's flu, isn't it?
fallacy.
Sounds like period symptoms.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a fallacy. But it's interesting, this when to intervene, yeah? So when I was working in Coram's Fields, like, there was teenagers who come into the children's playground, but then we had a report of I don't know, 14, 15-year-old with a knife. And I was just like, I'm not getting paid enough for that. So I literally barricaded myself in my office, called the police, I'm out, It's not worth 17 grand to be, trying to sort some knife fight out in Coram's Fields.
So you robbed for £17,000?
Sorry?
Were you robbed or something like that?
No. It's a children's playground.
Right.
And there's something going on between two schools in the local area. So
Right.
somebody brought a knife into the children's playground. I heard about it from the groundsman, and I was like, yeah, I'm not going to go out and tackle some 14-year-old with a knife. I'm just going to barricade myself in my office and just call the police. It's not worth it for 17 grand.
All right, but you know what, Randy, in that situation, right, 'cause you're saying, okay, you're not going to go and tackle a 14-year-old with a knife, but as an adult, do you not feel like you've got the skills to maybe be able to speak to that person and try to intervene without needing to physically tackle them?
Yeah, but there was a group of, I didn't explain, there was a group of them, so I don't know how many knives are in the playground. So there was perhaps, I don't know, eight. When I say youth, they were 14-year-olds, so I don't know. That's the appropriate language.
So you stayed in the office. What, did you call the feds or something?
Yeah, I called the police.
Okay. How long did they take to arrive?
They're pretty quick because they're around the corner. It's like less than 10 minutes.
Yeah,
Was anyone injured?
No. It all got dispersed, but it's just like as soon as, because we have, I don't know, 6 or 7 groundsmen in the playground, and they said, yeah, there's somebody with a knife, and it's just like, I mean, this is when I'm 28 or something. I'm just like, I'm not paid enough to go out.
What's it, like 30 years ago?
This is, what year was this? This was 28. Yeah, 1997.
Right.
So I'm not paid enough. I'm not gonna, it's just, so I barricaded myself in, phoned the police, let them handle it.
I think the only time I've needed to barricade myself in any situation was when we had a shooting in Witherspoons in Edmonton. No, it was actually the pub's 10th anniversary that day, so we'd been given permission to play music.
Right.
And it was all like hype, everyone's, having a great time, and there's music playing and drinks flowing and all of this, and it's great. And then all of a sudden you hear like bang, bang, bang. We were like, whoa, someone got fireworks, or like, what was that? And then it's like, gunshot, gunshot, gunshot. And I was just like, every member of staff, get to the back, get to the back. I was just thinking about my staff at the time and keeping them safe. And it's just like, everyone, back a house now. Made sure they was all safe, secured the perimeters and that. Obviously, someone would call feds by then anyways. Yeah, that whole night was a madness.
Yeah, so I'm not. It's not. I'm not trying to be a hero, and I don't know if any. I was monitoring it from the window. I didn't see anybody getting stabbed up, and so I was just like, I just escalated to the police. I'm not. You know, I'm not. I'm not. I don't have the skills to deal with somebody with a knife. I don't have those skills. I mean, surely I can try and talk to them and de-escalate, but I don't know how many people in the park had knives. All I got a report was one 14-year-old had a knife in the park, and that was all the information I had.
I don't know. I think, like, as members of the public, even in situations like this, because we live in society where knife crime is prevalent, we maybe need to find ways of being more confident in being able to deal with these situations. Because you got to think, like, a lot of the times, do these, like, people that are carrying knives and using them really want to use them?
I don't
Or is
know,
it just out of
Mary.
fear and frustration?
I don't know, Mary, because I'm not of that mindset. I don't understand why these teenagers are carrying knives, so I can't really understand it. So I'm just protecting myself in that situation and escalating to somebody else. It's like,
Yeah, but then, Randy, I'd say the same thing to you that I said to Eunice. What have you got to lose? Like, why not try and save a life? Take a risk, save a couple of youths' lives, maybe put them on a better direction. And if you lose your life, then it is what it is. You know what I mean? You die a hero, and like,
no, but
people might miss you, like Goddess and that. But you know,
no,
you're all right.
I never saw them. I was watching them, and I never saw it escalating. So I just, barricaded myself in, watched them, and waited for the police.
Yeah, kept yourself safe. Who cares if they die, so long as Randy's safe?
That sounds reasonable, to be honest. Yeah, barricading yourself, viewing situation, all that, and relaying the relevant information to relevant authorities.
Snitching.
I knew you were going to say.
Yo, someone help me out. I'm on the panel with 2 snitches, man.
All right, I'll go.
No. You just need to balance it out with the snitches and non-snitches.
I'm telling you a story of what happened when I had a teenager with a knife in Currams Fields. It was 1997. I'm just saying, and that was my chosen. The manager wasn't in, so I had to take action. So we barricaded the office and called the police. I mean, it all passed off. The police came, and I think some of the teenagers left. I can't really remember what happened, but there's no big drama. There wasn't like loads of kids getting arrested. I think they actually just passed through. I can't really remember.
So how do you come to the conclusion that they have a knife or something like that?
What? Sorry?
It makes it sound like as if they didn't have a knife.
No, they had a knife. One of the ground staff had seen the knife, and they phoned through to me and said, yeah, there's a 14-year-old with a knife in the playground. So that's why I had to take a response. I had to make a response. It was definitely a knife because it'd been seen.
So, Randy, now that you're here, tell us about this German daughter.
Oh, no, that was last weekend.
Yeah, but you still not told us the story. You kept typing it in the chat, but
all right, so,
you need to fill in a few blanks.
All right, let me tell you the story. So I've had over 100 guests now, in my Airbnb situation, and the worst guests are always parents with children. Okay, so because they always come in, and the parents always want a certain expectation of a property because they've not done Airbnb before. They're not millennials, so this is all new to them. They're used to going to hotels, so it's always difficult. But it turned out really well because the German daughter I know I was going to car boot in. I don't. Do you know Princess May in on the High Street? Princess May School.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that the car boot. I was in a car. Well, I was doing my car boot with my neighbour, and I was just setting up on Saturday night. I said, "Oh, you should come down to car boot." And she bought a nice skirt, and she was very happy. So it all worked out very well. But yeah, I had a German mum and a daughter on last weekend. And now I've got a young Kiwi couple in for 5 days.
So, Randy, didn't we have a discussion last time when one of your guests arrived with a child? Did we not have a conversation about being more specific about not accepting guests with children or something like that?
No, there was a German father with a. You know what it's like when you get. Well, I will say I know what it's like when I get older. It's hard for me to determine how old teenagers, young 20-somethings are. Yeah, because I'm older now, and. Yeah, so I had a father and a lot younger daughter, and I didn't know what was going on, so I was just trying to do my child protection duties, I suppose what you call it. But that all worked out fine. He was cool and everything worked out. But it's just a bit weird having a 40-year-old father and a teenage daughter sleeping in a double bed. It was just a bit weird. I didn't really like it.
Father and a teenage daughter, but you said you got an airbed, right? So, or an extra mattress,
right? Extra mattress, but it just seemed to be normal for them to just come in and do that. And I monitored it, but it seemed to be all right. But I will offer the extra mattress if that situation arises to again. You see, I can't. The only thing I can do is say no children. Yeah, I can't put a minimum age on it because there's no facility to put a minimum age on it because then you'd be ageist. So, why don't you like teenagers? No, I don't want.
But you can. But there's many like holiday places and stuff like that that actually do have rules when it comes to things like that. Like they'll say you're not allowed to have groups of under 25s, stuff like that. I've seen it in many holiday places.
That's true, but in the Airbnb, you know what it's like. It's California.
Yeah, but you could say no under 18s. And request ID for all of the guests that are arriving, right? So then they have to verify that they're over 18.
I could, but then I'd be down marked and I won't get as many guests. So it's like, oh, he's a bit discriminatory. What's wrong with under 18? He said no children, and now he's saying no teenagers. So it's like...
but it could just be that your household isn't suitable because there's a lot of people that might act... Well, I don't know. For me personally, I wouldn't be booking a room. No offense to you or any other Airbnb person. I wouldn't be booking a room in someone else's home for me and my child to stay in. Like I just rent out an entire place rather than renting a room. Do you know what I mean?
No, I'd rather you do that. I don't want parents and teenagers coming in, but I don't...
Yeah, because to be honest, Randy, you got to think about it. It's a safeguarding risk to you in all of this. Because that child is there in the house. It's, I don't know, they pop to the bathroom or something in the middle of the night and you happen to be there in the corridor. Any kind of accusations could be made. This is what I'm saying. You've got to protect yourself. Like, it can't always be about the money and the ratings. I know that essentially is what you're doing the business to achieve, but it also has to be an element of protecting and safeguarding yourself and those young people.
No, I totally agree because we had an inquiry, yeah, because we've got a couple of properties, so me and my business partner, and we had an inquiry from two 15-year-old Spanish women, yeah, and I was just like, no way, we're not having two, and it's like, the parents had authorised and everything, and then I went to the Airbnb community and said, why are people pushing 15-year-old Spanish women on me? And the response was, what is it? Is it because the women, or is it because they're Spanish? It's like, no, it's because they're 15.
It's because they're bloody 15, exactly.
Yeah, I don't want to be taking that risk. It's an insurance risk. It's crazy. But nobody understood that. It's like, yeah, no, I don't want 2 15-year-old women in one of their properties. It's just crazy.
With no adult supervision. What parents are even allowing their 15-year-olds to travel to another country?
Talk to the Spanish. I don't know what's going on because I was like shocked. But I just brutally refused. I said, no way.
That's madness, to be honest.
Yeah, so I was just like, I said no. And it's also, if you refuse stuff, you get damn marked as well. So it's like, I was like, I don't care. I'm not taking this risk of 2 15-year-olds coming from Spain to London, and whatever they do, I'm going to be responsible for. If anything goes wrong, it's me who's going to take the, take the responsibility.
I mean, they're too young to fly as well by themselves.
Yeah, well, no, but teenagers do fly under 16. You'd be surprised.
Yeah, 100%. I've flown when I was under 16.
By yourself?
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, just from Ireland to over here.
Yeah, no, but it's like, as you say, it's safeguarding. I don't want 2 15-year-olds in my house that I'm now sort of having to be like adult parent to, because that's not what I'm doing. I'm just offering a room for guests to come in, enjoy themselves. I don't want to be thinking, where are those 2 if they don't turn up at 10 or 11 o'clock at night, I've got to then be worrying, where the fuck are they? So, no way. But it's like California rules, and it's like you have to just play the game. So that's what it is. So Eunice, how's the job hunting going?
It's going good, actually. It's going good. It's going good.
Have you got any interviews coming up?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm getting interviews in by next week.
Great, that's great news.
Yeah. 1 second, fine.
Yo, it's me.
Oh, it's you, Kanye. All right.
Yeah, it's me.
Popcorn. Popcorn.
Popcorn.
It's tea though, like it's tea, not popcorn.
What's going on with your phone today, Con?
What, the other phone? It's dead, man. I'm not
Yeah.
going to use it no more. I don't know what's going on with the StreamYards, but this one's all right. Good old Androids.
Innit?
Mad.
They're dependable, innit?
What's going on? Did you miss me, MJ?
Yeah, I did indeed. Of
course.
Yeah,
but I
Mary
was shocked to hear that you've been involved in two armed robberies, MJ.
I
Mad.
know, it's mad. The fact that it happened.
Imagine you walk round the
twice.
corner and you're seeing an armed robbery happening. It's like, is this a film?
I'm
Mad.
telling you that, when I was younger, that's what it felt like. The second time, though, when it happened with my son, that was more real, because I
Horrifying.
literally went to step into the shop, seen what was happening, and then thought, oh my god, protect my child, and hid behind the van.
Yeah.
It's mad.
Yeah, God forbid anything should happen to your kid, man, in that situation. That's when you realise you would actually take a bullet.
Who had enough courage to follow the car of the robbers, right? And ended up getting.
When you realise that you would take a bullet for your child, that makes you see your own parents in a completely different way.
In fact,
you start realising what it means to even be a parent. It's mad, especially when you're like a selfish fucker like me. It's a realisation, I tell you. It's like,
so what
mad.
would you do in that scenario that I described, Khan? You can see an armed robbery happening as you're approaching. Are you going to try and intervene? Are you just going to kick back? What are you going to do?
The only reason I'm intervening is if I see some money dropping on the floor. Then it's going to be like, can I get this money without getting shot? Like, why am I involving myself in the next man's mission? Like, he's on a mission, he's doing something, let him get on with it.
To be fair, I think, in that situation, if nobody, if no one's been shot or injured, then I don't see a reason for you to necessarily intervene. Obviously, if you do see someone get injured or shot, then, you're going to go and try and help them or
No, if
find
I
an
see man
ambulance,
acting
whatever.
reckless like he's gonna hurt somebody, then that's different. But the bank's money is the bank's money, innit? Like it's not like they're robbing individuals. Like the bank has to pay everyone back. So really, as long as everyone behaves themselves, no one's gonna get hurt, innit?
Right.
There's no motivation for man to start killing civilians. It's mad.
Yeah, that's the thing,
So
because
bank
I've always
robbery.
been told, like in any job or whatever that I've been in, they always say, if anyone comes in and tries to rob the place, don't act the hero, just give them the money, innit?
Exactly. Like there's no point. But like if I was like in my house and then I hear neighbours screaming, he's got a gun. I'm coming out in the street looking, thinking, what's going on? If someone said there's a geezer running around like some crackhead's got a gun, he's running around like a maniac, then we got to deal, like the neighbourhood's got to deal with it. And I know that every man, woman and child, maybe not child, but on my street, everyone's coming out. You might not survive, like you might think you're brave with your gun, but I'm telling you, there's even old women on the street that will take you out like them 300 Spartans that have got nothing to live for. You get slide tackled by a granny. That's how my neighbours are, man. It's different round here. Like, you can't be putting people at risk. I remember one time there was a rabbit running loose. The whole street came out. Someone's pet rabbit's got out, and the thing kept running in the road, and like they're chasing it. It's going under the cars. Bob, it was mad. I was like, these humans are really risking their lives for a rabbit.
Did they catch a rabbit?
Yeah, they got it in the end. It was mad. Yeah, it was funny, man. Like a fluffy white rabbit as well, like proper like hopping along.
Rampant
And it's like,
rabbit
to the
running
rabbit,
down
it's
the
like,
street.
it was funny, MJ. It's
Wait,
like
so
the rabbit's
that
not
rabbit
putting
they
no
eat, it's
effort
like
in
a
at all.
poultry rabbit.
To the rabbit, it's just like boing, 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 boing. He's like, just like bouncing along, and everyone's like slide tackling, diving, trying to grab the rabbit, missing it. It was funny. I was just laughing. I was like, right, these middle class people, like these whites are mad. Just throwing themselves on the floor, mushing up their gums just for a rabbit. I was like watching, like, no, you lot are crazy.
I mean, it's like cats, isn't it?
Middle class people got funny ways about them. Cats, well, cats is different, isn't it? But a rabbit, do you know what I mean?
I don't
Fluffy,
know.
and you know it's someone's pet as well. That's got out some little girl on the side of the road crying, my rabbit!
Oh, my little bunny.
My little
No, but to
bunny!
be fair, right, my sister had a rabbit and she was younger. It was this big fluffy thing, right? And
Yeah.
it was, like I had its own little hutch, whatever, out in the back garden, and I don't know, one of the cats or something must have got to it one night because we just woke up one morning. There was fluff all over the garden.
It was
There
probably
was
a
no
fox,
rabbit.
isn't it?
Could have been.
Cats
could have
don't eat.
been. Yeah.
Cats don't eat rabbits. Yeah.
Well, do you know what? Where I lived, we didn't see many foxes, to be honest, because there was like dogs are out in the street, cats are out. That's how it is back home, and it like people don't really keep dogs in the house and that. Could have been anything. My budgie was also eating once as well. Woke up to fucking feathers and blood all over the kitchen floor one morning because the cat had managed
Animals
to get in.
are ruthless, isn't it? What is it with
telling
animals, man?
It's
They
nature,
don't
though, isn't it?
care. It's mad. I don't know if they're even aware that that's actually a living thing that you're killing.
No,
Like, it's
but
not a
it's
fluffy
nature
toy or
because
something.
cats usually go after like budgies and little birds and stuff, innit? So like dogs will dogs chase cats.
Yeah, but
cats
they
chase
kill them,
mice.
but they don't eat them, innit? Like, have you noticed? Cats, like, they'll come and bring you the little rat. They'll be like, look, mummy, look what I found. And I'll be sitting there, babe, what the fuck's he
As I
bringing in
said,
the house?
There was feathers and blood all over the floor, but one thing there wasn't was the carcass. The carcass was gone. So obviously the cat must have taken that home with it, brought it home to its parents, being like, look what I found.
Yeah, that's what they do. And they just deliver it, or they just leave it on the doorstep, and they're like, you hold this, I'm going to go and get another one. And they disappear again.
Do you know, it's crazy
Mad.
how smart they are, because I remember my neighbour's dog, when my sister was younger, my neighbour's dog came down the road with a dummy in its mouth and dropped it off at the front door. We were like, what? But it was like, as if the dog's like, here's a gift for the baby. We were just like, nah, these dogs are too clever.
I remember my ex, when I got with her, I was like, oh, babe, I can't come round. I'm sorry, I've got my dog, and like no one's here to, like, I can't leave the dog because it'll just like, you know, stuff. They'll rip up all the furniture, they'll tear up your shoes, they'll piss on your bed. Like they're gonna hate you for leaving them. So I was like, I can't really leave him. She's like, it's all right, bring him, it's all right, we'll stick him in the garden. I'm like, all right, cool. So I drive all the way there, yeah, get to the garden. Just about to put him out in the garden. I'm like, wait a minute. You've got a rabbit hutch out there. Like, is there actually a rabbit in the rabbit hutch? So, yeah, it'll be fine. It's got a door on it, whatever. Like, yeah. I'm like, all right, cool. It's your responsibility, innit? Whatever happens. So I left the dog out in the garden. As soon as I closed the door, boom, man's head's gone straight through the fucking side of the hutch. Grabbed this rabbit, shook the fucking life out of it, and then he's tossing it up in the air and just grabbing it, tossing it up in the air like fucking Maradona doing kick-ups. So I run out there, I start punching him in his head. My fucking ring come flying off my finger when about 3 gardens up. And in the end, I was like, she was like, leave it, babe, leave it. It's not worth it. He's dead. He's dead. And I was like, nah, you motherfucking bastard. You just killed the innocent rabbit. A rabbit's just chilling in its hutch. Next thing you know, that's it. The angel of death. The angel of death just come down on him, boy.
Oh, shit.
And like with my dog, I was punching. Like, you know, them staffs have got them 3-inch thick skulls. So I was punching him in his head, and my hand was hurting. It's like punching a brick wall, and I'm like, well, man's not even phased, bro.
God, I don't understand
He's
why
not even phased.
He was doing what's natural to him. What are you doing?
Like, man's doing me out of pussy, innit? I'm bringing you something, you're embarrassing me in front of the fucking pom-pom. Now I got to put you in the car and fucking take you home because you're a fucking mad murdering fucking staff.
The dog was
embarrassing the shit out of me. Yeah, like, they didn't know. Like, you can't blame them. They weren't. So I'll put him in the garden. It'll be fine. I should have known better, man.
Are you allowed to say things like that over here? Like, that's cruelty to animals, man. Shit.
What, punching the staff in the head?
Oh, come on,
bro. I'm telling you, he was not
phased.
phased. He was not phased at all.
All right,
like, he
relax,
wasn't bothered.
bro. Relax, bro. Just relax. All right, we heard you, man.
Well, where's our RSPC when you need them and that?
In it. I take you don't have that dog.
Yeah,
in
go
your car?
I had to go and knock on the neighbour's door, man. I was like, excuse me, like my ring's in your garden. And they were like, what? What the fuck's your ring doing in my garden? I was like, can I just go in your garden, please?
Mad things. Big up, MA.
You know what? Yeah, I'm not gonna lie though. If I was allowed to own a dog, it would be a German Shepherd, a Husky, or a Retriever.
That's all right for you because you do like 10-hour walks. You can do that.
I could see you one of them Shiba dogs, man. You wouldn't like the Husky. The Husky is too boisterous for you. You probably like the Shiba or something like that.
Yep. Gotta be careful with dogs, man.
My favourite dog's an Alsatian.
They're dangerous as well. They're boisterous as well.
Yeah, no, but you got to train them. That's the thing with those dogs. They have to be trained. Like my Alsatian I had when I was young, he was trained by a guy that used to train police dogs. So he was properly trained to protect. So anyone came close to me, he just growled in it. Like he was basically trained to protect me.
Was he like a retired dog?
No, he wasn't retired. He was young. He wasn't a police dog to begin with. He was just trained by the guy that used to train. Like he was an ex-police dog trainer or whatever in it. So obviously he had the skills required to train dogs.
Them dogs can definitely be dangerous in the wrong hands, though. I think like certain dogs should never be in the wrong hands. And
any dog is dangerous in the wrong hands, Shifa. Like this is the thing. There isn't necessarily dangerous dogs. It's dangerous owners.
Yeah. I can't sound like the wrong hands right now. When you're talking about beating up the dog, like you shouldn't do stuff like that because now, you know, when the dog maybe one day, you know, he's had enough, then what's gonna happen? I don't know, man.
He's gonna bite the hand that feeds him. That's what he's gonna do.
Yeah, you have to be careful with that.
Dogs aren't ungrateful like that, man. Dogs aren't like that.
Dogs are very loyal. But obviously, if you mistreat them, then anything can happen. You know what I mean? You could be psychologically damaging them, and then they're going to act out.
They know, like MJ, even a dog knows when he's wrong, innit? If you're telling him off, he's going to feel guilty. He's not going to hold it against you. You told him off for killing someone's rabbit. He knows he's not allowed to do it, innit? But he's just being a bad boy.
He don't know he's not allowed to do it, though, by the sound of things.
Of course he does.
If you're
he's a dog. It's nature.
You're supposed
to. It's nature, but he knows, though, innit? He still knows that I don't want him to do it, and he went and done it still. So he knows I'm going to tell him.
I hear you should have listened.
He knows that already.
I hear you, man. It's a rabbit though, man. When dogs see rabbits, they go for them, man. Like at the dog tracks. When they see that rabbit, they off.
I swear it's just the smell of it even. How did he even know it was in there? Like, could you hear the heart beating? I don't know what.
All of that, bro.
I was like, boom, straight through. Headbutt the fucking side of the hutch, straight in there.
Killer instinct, bro.
Man.
Eunice, are you afraid of dogs?
No.
And you know what? It was the staff, innit? You said it was a staffy. Staffies do have a tendency to go one way or the other. Either they like other animals and other dogs, or they really don't. So
what I didn't know, what I didn't know, which is probably the case, that my dog, my dog actually had a taste for blood, because where I used to let him run free, he probably killed, like, I don't know, some rats or some cats or like some squirrels. He must have killed a few things in it before, but I didn't know, in it. I didn't see in it. He must have had a taste for blood, didn't it? He must
How
have.
did you not see? This is what I mean. You're saying you train the dog.
I let him run loose, bruv. I let him run in the forest and that.
You can't just let him run loose. You got to at least maintain a safe distance with him.
If I'm riding my bike and my dog's running alongside me, yeah, and then he darts off into the forest and then comes back again, I'm thinking my man just needs to do some extra laps, innit? He's just like, you know, he's doing a little bit extra, running around the trees and whatnot.
I hear you, but at the same time, I think it's for you to know your dog, innit? Like, I had a staffy who didn't like other dogs, innit? So I would tell people, I warned them, I said, listen, if you got dogs, don't bring your dog to my house, innit? Yeah? In fact, if you got animals in general, no other animals don't cross my threshold, innit? So keep your animals well away, because my dog is not going to be like that. And
yeah,
unfortunately, not everyone listens, innit? The ones who listened, they got off scot-free. The ones who didn't listen, like, there was animal attacks, animals attacking animals and stuff. It's gonna happen, bro. So you gotta be the one. You're the one in control, innit? You're the owner, not the dog. The dog's not its owner. Is it?
What, you think I don't know how to own a dog?
I'm not saying. I'm just saying you are the dog's owner. So when you was beating the dog, you should have really been beating yourself, because at the end of the day, regardless, your dog should either be under a certain amount of restraint and control, or you can't just be bringing it places. Like that.
You obviously didn't hear the whole story. People telling me, leave your dog in the garden. Yeah. And then after they're telling me the rabbit's in the rabbit hutch, it's fine. By the time I can go out there to get the fucking rabbit out and save the rabbit, he's already gone through half the hutch, mash up the hutch and gone and got the rabbit.
But none of you thought to either. No one thought to convey the information, and you didn't ascertain it. So you're still wrong. It's still your fault. It's not the dog's fault.
If someone's like, come around my house, you can leave your dog in my garden, and I'll do that. That's anything that's in the garden that gets mashed up. Your fault, isn't it?
Why did you beat the dog then?
What do you mean? What do you mean? He's got a rabbit. I'm trying to save the rabbit's life. I'm trying to get the rabbit off him, innit? And just in case it can survive. But the rabbit's already dead, so, you know, what can I do? I don't know why you're questioning me over something what happened. Like,
there was no necessity to beat the dog then. Look, the rabbit's already
dead. Was
there.
you even there? Why are you questioning man for? That's not me asking you, why did you beat your child?
Brother, listen.
Brother, if you're beating your child, is it for me to ask you why you beat your child?
Anyway, the rabbit's already dead, yeah? You have brought your dog to these people's house. They have failed to let you know there was a rabbit in the garden.
No, the person told him to put his dog in the garden, Shafar.
Yeah, and they didn't tell him there's a rabbit there.
Yeah, but they knew there was a rabbit.
Who cares?
Exactly, that's the whole point I'm saying. So how is it the dog's fault?
What do you mean? It's not the dog's fault. I'm trying to get the rabbit off him, innit?
Okay, so
no one said it's his fault. I'm trying to get him to put the rabbit down.
It's too late.
Man's holding on to it. Man's holding on to it like it's his life.
Man was trying to save the bunny, okay?
It's too late for that, man. He's got lockjaw. He's got lockjaw. What are you doing?
I'm trying to do everything to save the poor rabbit, man.
He's got lockjaw.
There's no such thing as lockjaw, bro.
What are you talking about? He's got lockjaw, brother.
There's no such thing as lockjaw. There's no such.
My dog never had no lockjaw.
Trust me, I put my finger in my dog's mouth.
Ain't Pitbull's got lockjaw?
Yeah, Pitbull got lockjaw. No. You got lockjaw.
That's not a lockjaw. What are they trying to say?
Game over.
Brother, there's no lockjaw. If he wants to let go, he'll let go.
No. You've got lockjaw.
There's no lockjaw involved in this story.
The chat wants to know if you had the rabbit for dinner, Khan.
Well, but because it wasn't a halal slaughter, obviously we couldn't eat it.
Oh man.
Oh no.
Could have made some rabbit soup. Especially if your missus was Irish, you should know how to make that.
So if it
Well,
had
she's
been
only
halal
my missus is only
slaughter-
quarter Irish.
If it had been halal slaughter, it'd have been okay to eat it. Is that what we're saying, Carl?
Yeah, Khan.
Logic dictates that. Yes, that is the truth. Yes.
Are rabbits halal to eat? I thought they was haram.
I think with some Muslims it is and some it isn't. It depends. There's
Okay,
different
Khan.
denominations.
Which Muslim are you? Which one are you? The one that eats rabbit? Clearly.
Obviously,
I've never eaten rabbit. I've never eaten rabbit in my life, but you know, I obviously didn't even get the opportunity thanks to the dog.
You sound like you'll just make any excuse to be able to try some different food, man. Shit.
I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Don't need to do
I
that.
don't think rabbit's probably not that nice, to be honest. Like
rabbit,
it's probably very gamey. It's probably very gamey.
No, rabbit,
you know that
rabbit
red.
is very nice, actually.
Apparently it's halal.
I once went
there you
to
go.
a French restaurant, and unfortunately, I had my mate's friend and his children with me.
Yeah.
And then they noticed that rabbit was on the menu, and she had a rabbit as a pet. I was like, oh shit. And I was like, oh, that's rabbit, that'd be nice. I was like, oh, I didn't really think about it. And the daughter started crying. So I made a big faux pas, as usual.
What do you not think about people that have rabbits inside their house and they shit on the floor?
No, I'm sorry. Certain animals need to be outdoors. Why are they in the house and why are they shitting on the floor? What are we doing? But I think rabbits will shit anywhere, so if you're going to let them run around.
What was going on there?
What kind of floor? What kind of floor is getting shut on?
I said, what kind of floor? Huh?
I don't care. It's in the house, mate.
Hey, whose house was it in?
I used to know this guy, and he used to have rabbits in the yard, bro.
Yeah.
No, that house must
Obviously, it was a white family, innit? Obviously.
Well, goes without saying, innit?
Yeah, now they had like little, I swear for ages, I was like, what are them little like round things I keep seeing around the house, man?
Pellets, they call it.
No.
Yeah,
no,
man.
MA, no way. Stop it.
Yeah, what do you mean?
Man, we're seeing little raisins everywhere.
Yeah, I was confused, man.
Yeah.
Wait, no, I'm sorry. So
They're not cleaning it.
Clean it up.
Yeah, they're not cleaning it. That's the problem.
Oh.
At some stage they cleaned it because it's not like it piled up and that, but you would see it scattered across like different parts of the house, man.
Well, do you mean the rabbit's just running free?
Yeah. What was it called?
Full time.
Yeah, I can't remember the name of the rabbit, but yeah, just walking around, man.
Nah, I'm not involved.
That's not. I don't think that's halal. You can't do that. That's not. You can't do that, bro. Shifa, you ever had rabbit to eat? Oh yeah, MA, I was going to ask you. See this person Mdon in the chat. Is that you as well?
No, man. Is that why you
didn't used to be?
Is that why you
didn't used to be M? Yeah, and there was M. Didn't used to be on G Block as well, MA.
Yeah, I used to, but not as Mdon.
Not as Mdon.
Nah, man.
Oh, that's where I got mixed up then.
Mdon's been in the chat for years, and he's been on panel, Khan. I don't know why you're getting so confused. I've been watching you.
I've never seen him on panel. I've never seen him on panel.
He's been on panel.
Okay. All right, my mistake.
He actually had an argument one day on the panel.
With me and him?
No, not with you. He had an argument about hitting the like button. It was funny.
Yeah.
He's been on panel a few times.
Well, rabbit stew is nice, yeah. I don't know. I don't understand why everybody's got an objection to rabbit, because in the wartime era, we ate rabbit a lot, yeah.
Yeah.
And all these things. Rabbits are all over England and Ireland or wherever you want to say. And it was
yeah. People go rabbit hunting all the time back home.
Yeah, no, MJ knows about this stuff more than me.
Yeah.
But apparently rabbits
like
can have diseases though. They can have illnesses like myxomatosis and all that.
Yo, what's that myxomatosis? I remember that from school. What is that?
I don't know. It's some rabbit illness.
Myxomatosis.
Something that happens in animals, like wild animals get it. Do you know everyone's under this impression that you just catch the wild animal and then it's fresher than normal and you can just cook it and eat it as long as you know how to butcher it? Technically, that's not true because wild animals do have a lot of illnesses. I think myxomatosis is one of them. Then obviously there's rabies. There's loads of things. Even they have worms.
Myxomatosis is an important disease of rabbits caused by a pox virus called the myxoma virus.
Yeah, see, it's a rabbit thing.
Mm.
Yeah, but even when I was watching,
would you eat a badger?
Yeah.
No,
halal.
No one's eating badgers, man. No one's.
That's not kosher. You can't eat that.
Why not?
It's a predator. It's a predator, and it eats other animals.
But no. But he becomes the prey once I hunt it, no?
I think he's already got the other animals in his belly, innit? So you can't really eat him then after that.
I would never ever eat a badger. That don't even look nice.
Hang on.
I'm sorry, why are you going to eat them? Apparently, the government induced viruses to control the population of rabbits.
Yeah, all of the animals.
Hang on, I'm confused. So, if an animal eats another animal, it's not halal. Is that what you're saying?
Say that again?
Yeah, obviously.
No, you're saying badgers eat other animals, so it's not halal.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Is shark halal?
No.
Okay.
But you can't say that to the Japanese people, though.
Lord have mercy.
Arigato.
Lord have mercy.
Arigato. Oi, thing. Stops. What did you think about Schiffer's thing that he read about your birthday?
It's not my thing, man. It's just a book,
it's right. He was right still.
Did you see this book that Schiffer's got when he reads out your birthday and he tells you your character, like your personality?
No.
I think what in the big
He done about 4 people. Bang on.
So basically, hold on. Schiffer's managed to get people to dox themselves today. Big up, Schiffer.
Big up, Schiffer.
You know what? Yeah. You know when I jumped on the panel earlier on? Yeah, I was gonna say that, bro. I was like, why? Like, this astrology thing. I've been doing this for a long time. Sorry. Yeah, this astrology.
You really think that was my birthday?
I've been doing that shit for a long time, man. I've been doing that shit for.
Do you think I gave up my real birthday? Be honest. Come on.
Really, I like Hunt because I.
That were my real. Come on, man. Don't be silly, man.
What did you say, Con?
I said that weren't my real birthday that I gave out. I said the 10th of July.
What birthday did you give up?
I gave him the 10th of July. I gave him.
I know what you are anyway, man. I know what you are anyway.
All right, cool.
You saying what's your real birthday then? If that was
it's for you to know, then, isn't it?
Yeah. What was I gonna say?
It's in June.
The book that Schiffer's got
is in June, isn't it?
Oh my days! Hey, Eunice, what's your birthday? No homo.
I couldn't actually hear you there, mate. I could hear something else. I heard some screeching.
I was saying the book that Schiffer's got, is like low-hanging fruit business. Pause. It's
You tell me he's got some novice book.
I agree. It is low-hanging fruit, 100%. And we didn't even get into the depths of that book. All we done, just skimmed the surface. We ain't even touched a fragment of what that book really is trying to say. Do you feel what I'm trying to say? But obviously, he's right. It is definitely low-hanging fruit. And you can accept those fruits as if you choose to, but you can also choose to be who you choose to be. That's my personal take on it.
What I don't understand is why nobody can answer the question, on a full moon, why does the crime rate go up?
Because you're a werewolf.
Because everyone's a werewolf, isn't it?
No, Randy's a werewolf. That's why the crime rate goes up.
You know what? Randy's been asking.
When there's a full moon, anywhere Randy goes, listen, anywhere Randy goes, if there's a full moon, the crime rate goes up.
MJ. Mary Jane. And I need to ask her because she's a woman, isn't it? Yeah, no, they say women's cycles are affected by the moon and that.
Nobody's accusing women of committing the crime. It's men committing the crime.
Last time women's cycles are affected by the full moon. MA.
So what happens to them when it's a full moon, MA?
Yeah,
that's what I'm trying to ask MJ. Isn't it?
The floodgates.
How it, man?
Blood moon.
A blood.
I don't know the answer. I'm just asking the question, by the way.
Red moon.
Is that a fact? Randy, is that a fact though? Is that like a consistent?
Yeah. You can Google it if you want. Crime rate goes up on full moon. Google it.
Someone Googled that.
When was the last time you checked that fact?
I haven't checked it recently.
Randy checks it everywhere he goes. You know he's a travelled man. Every time he travels to a new country, you have to check to see if the crime rate went up. But
Randy has been saying this since like 2 weeks. I've seen Randy type this 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken.
Now, do you know what though? I think full moons, like our brains. I feel like there's parts of our brains that we don't tap into, and part of it is like radar, like receptor, like receiver. And I think that part of that is something to do with full moon. That's my personal take on it, because I believe that as much as we can transmit signals through radio signals, those signals also carry a certain amount of light. And I think light carries signals. Does anyone like my argument? Is a good one this time?
What's that? You saying light carries information? So
yeah, signals. Yeah.
Yeah, I can reason with that.
I honestly believe that as well. That's something I don't know it, but it's something I believe. It's just something that I don't know. I plucked out of the ether. Like even things like rainbows and things like that, I think they set off a certain energy in a person.
I think the conversation is really about energy, because if people believe that in energy and frequencies and these types of things, then it's very hard to not believe that the moon. Well, if you're a flat earther, it might be a different story because you might not know what the moon is, right? You might think it's something that's been placed deliberately, or I don't know what flat earthers think. It's a variety of stuff, right? But if you believe in what we understand of energy and then type of things, then it's very hard to dismiss the idea that something the size of the moon, that's accepted to be the size of the moon, can't have an effect on us. You know? Like the tidal thing is probably the most evident. Yeah, exactly. That thing there would be the primary way that you would kind of establish any truth in the moon having an effect on the energies on the earth, innit?
Yeah, lunar activity, they call it, innit?
Yeah.
Well, I definitely think these things make a difference. Like if a star appears in the sky, like a really bright one, I think even that might have an effect on us. Like things like that, like depending on what part of the planet you're on, sometimes you can't see the stars. But when you can see the stars, I think it has an effect on your night as well. Just like, you know, if you're in a hot country in comparison to a cold country, it has an effect on the environment, on the vibe of the people, of everything. Like, because remember, when you're in the heat now, people are driving around on their moped, bare chest, no top on, and all sorts. Girls are in skimpy outfit. Even girls that ain't supposed to wear skimpy outfits got bikini on and it's like, wow, you even want to see that, but it's happening. You know,
that's energy, man. That's energy. Yeah. People think that energy has abstract kind of effects on humans, but like you can actually fucking see what it does to humans, man.
Yeah.
But you don't attribute that to the energy, the vibration, the frequencies. You just attribute that to that's the sun and it's hot, so a man's taking off his shirt and that. Like, this is literally what's happening. Energy is making people do stuff, isn't it?
That's right. That's right. And it's like even certain things, like I noticed this from being younger. When we were younger, growing up, me and the lads, we'd always say when the summertime comes around, that's for some reason the girls look better in the sun. I don't know, man. And that's when you start getting excited and you want to talk to a little honey or whatever and, you know, get a number and all of that. It's when it's summertime, when it's all dreary outside and it's all rain and stuff. No one doesn't even want to be out there to even have a conversation, say nothing. It's like, it's just a different vibe, a different energy. And I think you're right in the sense of we don't pay enough attention to that. Definitely, 100%.
Do you know why that is, Shifa? Because vitamin D, I know it's called vitamin D, but it's a hormone as well. So it activates certain things in your body. Like, you know, everyone feels a lot more sexy and like up for it in the summer. So obviously, like, even if you keep an eye on just girls' tits, just seem to get firmer, bigger, more juicy. You know what I mean? It's just like the fruit of the, you get me, becomes more plumper, isn't it? It's like fruit in general.
Yeah, I hear you.
Pardon, what do you say, Con?
So girls like
Yo,
girls get more juicy.
Before you say that, just know that Randy's just all done it. Just
allow it. Pause. Anyway, so basically, yeah, like what I would say is this: even things like like when you go to McDonald's, yeah, at McDonald's we've got that big yellow M. So when you're driving towards the big yellow M, I think that creates the energy. I think that creates the feeling. That's why they picked a yellow M. That's why they don't have a blue one. It's always yellow, and they picked that for a reason. I think everything's energy in it. So if I show you certain energy, it's just attractive to you. Like if you see something shiny, something golden, it's attractive. It's the laws of attraction, then, if you want to call it that. Do you feel where I'm coming from? So even like
I agree with you to the point where I would say, something that's yellow, when you say what color is this thing, and you say yellow, it's not actually yellow because it's absorbing all the other colors and it's reflecting yellow at you. So really, it's not yellow, it's every color except for yellow. When you look at it, you feel like it's yellow, but it's not.
So
it's not actually yellow.
Hang on.
So the light that's absorbed, and the light that's reflected based on frequency of light, when you see a light being reflected from something, is because that frequency is not contained in that object. It reflects it.
But what's the
so
yellow?
When you say, oh, that's red, it's not actually red. It's everything but red.
But it's funny you said red, because what's the yellow contrasted with? The yellow is actually contrasted with red, especially when talking about
This is what I'm saying to you. An object, let's say it absorbs like for like. So when all the colors hit it, absorbs all of them. But the one that it doesn't contain, it reflects it at you. It flicks it back at you. Do you get me? So when you say something's yellow, it's not really yellow. It's every color apart from yellow. Because if yellow was inside it, it would absorb the thing as well, the yellow light. But it doesn't. It reflects the yellow light.
I don't think that's what I was talking about, but I get where you're going with it.
Yeah.
Randy, what were you trying to say?
I'm just imagining Schiffer driving to the Golden Arches and getting
Pause.
excited. I don't really want to do that, but that's what came into mind just now.
Pause.
Little bugger.
The Golden Arches, yeah. But obviously, like the point I was making is that when you start looking at these things, you start looking at signage, you start looking at symbolism and certain things, like you start to notice trends with the colors and certain things are being used. And that's where I believe the energy comes in. Because you get used to certain things. Certain things, they look more, I don't know, they might even look
appealing.
They might look more appealing, more dangerous. They might look like for instance, when you see blue lights, enough blue lights flash past you and you have to pull over your car enough times. After a while, it's almost like anytime blue lights are around, you now have to take caution. Yeah? So it's like the blue lights are teaching you something. They're sending you signals, and we're training ourselves on those signals, so we know that one's happening, and that's why I thought I'd highlight it. But when these other signals are hitting you, we're not really training ourselves for those ones. And what do they mean? What are they really doing to you? Do you know what I'm trying to say? Because everyone knows McDonald's food's whack. Everyone knows it's whack, but how much people ended up in there?
Hang on. You're the man who's going to Sainsbury's for his chicken.
Exactly. And why did I go to Sainsbury's? The same reason. This is what I'm trying to say. It's all about the energy. It's all about the signage. I felt safe going into Sainsbury's. It just felt like a safe option. Just like back in the day with Safeways. And it was just a safe option. Do you understand? So they went from Sainsbury's to Sainsbury's to there was J Sainsbury's at one point. You get used to these brands and you get used to these options and you get used to these symbolisms and used to these energies and colors and things that they're throwing at you. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I understand what you're trying to say.
I always thought Sainsbury's was quite ugly though, because to me, orange is an ugly colour.
Yeah, orange is the worst colour.
Work day, and then suddenly you think, oh yeah, I want that chicken from Sainsbury's. I don't get it.
Yeah. I'm with Randy on this one.
Yeah, especially when it comes to the pre-cooked chicken from them places, and then it sits there for hours. It's just like, ugh.
I hear you still. I'll be honest with you, yeah. I'd
rather get a bread roll and a piece of cheese.
I'll be honest. I used to go to Morrison's, yeah, and Morrison's do cooked chicken in there. And the Morrison's chicken, I actually enjoyed it. So I ain't even going to hate. I'm going to say the Morrison's one was good. I thought Sainsbury's, you know what? It's not far off of Morrison's, is it? Give them a chance. Like, I eat the Chinese chicken wings out of Marks and Spencer or wherever, do you know, like that? Like, I know what ones I like in it. So I thought, let me try this one. I didn't like it, so I won't be having it again. Innit? Like, but how do you know unless you try it?
Yeah, he's got a point.
Is that your first time, Schiffer? I didn't realise that.
Schiffer, that's why you're so mager, you know. You can't be eating like that, man.
Why is that?
Do better, bro.
Nah, but you can't do better.
Morrison's chicken.
You can't do better than what I eat. I eat non-stop all day, every day, man. That's all I do is eat, man. Eating becomes for me. I've got a fast metabolism, so everything.
There's no such thing. There's no such thing. That's a lie.
No, there actually is such a thing.
Everyone metabolizes food at the same rate. It's a lie.
Before I jumped on the stream,
how many times a day do you? 1 minute. If you got a fast metabolism, how many times a day do you poo?
Brother, listen. I will poo certain times. I'm not even going to tell you. But listen, the point I'm going to say is this year, like, I will eat all day, brother, and it don't do nothing. Literally,
it's not that, Shifa. It's not that. It's not that. The rate at which you can turn food into substrate is the same as everyone else's. It's like if I gave you 2 paracetamols to kill the pain. Yeah, if you read the packet, it says it takes 20 minutes because everyone's intestine is roughly the same length. No matter how tall or short you are, it's roughly the same length. It will take 20 minutes for the paracetamol to get into your bloodstream. It's the same with food. By the time you break it down, turn it into acetyl-CoA, put it through the Krebs cycle, turn it into ATP, it takes roughly the same time as everyone else. There's no such thing as a fast metabolism. That's bullshit.
I hear you. I hear when you're saying this, yeah, but I think that what you're saying doesn't make sense because I know myself and I know that I'm not like you. I don't eat what you eat. The things that you eat don't go through you in the way that you describe.
It don't matter what you eat. It don't matter. The body breaks it all down to the same element.
If you relax for a second, then I'll be able to finish my statement too. All right, cool.
Oh, right.
What I'm saying is, yeah,
I thought I was the expert in this subject.
The thing is, yeah, I'm the type of person like this. I eat chicken or I eat fish. Outside of that, I don't really even eat flesh or no type of meat. For full stop. I'm not really into this red meat stuff. I don't eat scallop. I don't eat prawn. I'm a very fussy eater. You know, I do eat things like porridge and, you know, breakfast or whatever, you know, like that stuff like that. I'll eat eggs, which is a strange one because I never used to like eggs, but for some reason I like them now. But I do eat a lot. I do eat a lot. I'm not gonna lie. I do eat a lot, and it goes right through me, bro. It goes right through me, bro. I'm not even gonna front. It just goes right through me.
What goes through you?
Everything I eat.
Really? Maybe you got irritable bowel syndrome or something. Like, that's not right, bro.
Active. Do you know what? I am quite active though. So when I say that, I'm a person who's very active. I'm very active. Like I run up and down all day, doing different things. You know, like that. I'll be up and down from the West Country to London all week. You know, like that, doing all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, so, but Shifa, to be fair, when you say active, most of the time you're behind the wheel driving.
And there's that. And driving is it takes a lot out of you as well. People will be surprised. Driving is it's not easy, especially when you got to drive hundreds of miles.
It's not easy, but it's not actual like physical activity or exercise, is it?
That's true, but when you get out of the car, it is. Do you know what I'm trying to say? When you're running up and down stairs, because you see me, I'm the type of person, I can't use lifts. And a lot of people I know, they live in like blocks and stuff, innit? Especially when I go down to the ends. And then it's like, I have to run upstairs. I can't walk upstairs. I don't know. I'm one of those people. And I'm not using your lift if I don't have to. And if it's absolute have to, I got one brethren who lives in a block where there's no stairs. So now I'm trapped and I have to use the lift. And maybe that's a little bit of claustrophobia, but it is what it is, man. I'm just one of those people, man.
Have you been stuck in a lift as a child or something?
I've been stuck in a lift before, and that was terrifying to me, man. I'm not gonna lie, that was absolutely terrifying.
Oh shit, for real? How long were you stuck in there?
Amazing.
No, stop it, because I got stuck in a lift as well. It's not even funny.
I think I was stuck in a lift for about 20 minutes, maybe a half hour. It wasn't even that long, to be fair, when I think about it now. But to me, it seemed like forever. It wasn't nice.
I got my hand stuck in the lift door. You know?
Oh, you're mad.
Oh shit! What, on your way out?
No, basically, I was in the lift with this girl called Susanna. Yeah, it was about 9, and she started like trying to hump me, try to hump me in the lift. Yeah, we was 9 years old.
Whoa!
What?
I thought, yeah, standing up, like just like rubbing and that, innit? And then like,
there were the days, man.
I was like, let me show how strong I am. So I pretended to open up the lift door with my hands in it, but the door went the other way. So my hand went in the gap. I started screaming, boy. Ah! She ran away, man. She didn't even fucking stay, bro.
Is that why you're making them tunes now, man? Like, why you doing me like Susanna? So that? No, I'm playing.
Joanna, blood. Anyway.
I thought it was Joanna.
I had you for a second though.
Big difference between Susanna and Joanna, trust me. If you've had any experience with Joanna's, you'll know that.
For real?
Go on, tell us.
Joanna's are different, man.
Fair.
Susanna's, I think, they're more feminine. Susanna's are nicer than Joanna's. I've found, anyway.
No Susanna's or Joanna's were hurt in the making of this movie. Just a short disclaimer.
It would have been alright if it was a Susanna.
Yeah, I got stuck in the lift for a few minutes. Actually, about a year ago, it was the day I was moving to the house that I'm in now, and I was moving my stuff. I had a cab outside waiting to take like the last of my bags, and I got stuck in the lift. Right, the doors wouldn't open when we got to the ground floor, and then I was thinking, shit, I need to like call the cab guy and let him know that I'm stuck in the lift, but I had no reception.
Oh,
I couldn't phone no one, so I start pressing the alarm and just pressing all the buttons and nothing's happening. I'm panicking, thinking, yo, I need to go and collect the keys, sign the contract, and I'm not going to make it because I'm stuck in a lift. I was panicking. But eventually, I just like pressed the floor that I'd come down from, and then it opened the doors when I went up there, and then I was like, all right, you know what? If I could take the bags out, we're going to have to take the stairs today.
God damn.
It's just one of them panic moments because you know when you got to do something important, like I'm moving house, which is stressful enough. You don't need to get stuck in the lift when you're trying to move house.
For real.
That's not nice. It's not nice being stuck in the lift. I remember it like it was yesterday. It's not an experience I'd want to have again. And yeah, I think that it will be worse if you're trapped in there long, especially if like there's a kid in there, you know, they want to go toilet. Now you're in trouble, and it's like, no. You're just thinking, I need out. I need out.
You might end up having to drink your own piss with that, man.
Nah, listen, you've gone too far already. It's gone too far already, please.
Yeah. Stop it.
I'm still trying to understand Schiffer's constitution, So he gets up, he has his porridge, but then lunchtime he wants to have loads of chicken.
I never said I have porridge. I said I have cereal. You know, like crunchy cornflakes.
Muesli.
Nah, you did say porridge, though, Schiffer.
I do have porridge sometimes, not all the time, though. I might have porridge in between meals, though. I might have porridge in between meals.
What kind of porridge?
I like muesli, you know.
Right.
Muesli's not porridge.
Yeah, it is.
I thought it's got porridge in it.
Not.
Yeah, it's the same
it's
thing.
got oats.
No, but muesli, you don't cook muesli, do you?
Yeah, it's not porridge.
Can do.
That's not porridge, Schiffer. Porridge is porridge.
That's not porridge. That's oats.
Isn't it?
Oats.
That's muesli. It's not porridge.
I get you, man. I get you. I do like things that have I don't like the one that's just plain in it. I want it to have other stuff in it. I'm not going to go too much into detail.
No, I know what you mean. I like granola and them type of things.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff in it, like fruits and other stuff, but we won't mention what the other stuff is, Schiffer. I hear you.
Nah, it's too nice. It's too nice. You can't have that in the house.
So he has his muesli or whatever he's having, and then it comes to lunchtime. He wants chicken, So he goes out and has his chicken.
The way Randy said chicken.
I might have a jacket potato for lunch.
He'll have his chicken.
I might have a jacket potato for lunch with a bit of salad and some cheese and beans and that. Little fried egg on the side.
A fried egg on the side?
Yeah, a couple of fried eggs on the side. Yeah, come on, man. And some toast. Dip them in the eggs. No, we do.
What, for breakfast?
That's lunch. That's lunch.
He said lunch. He said jacket potato, cheese and beans, bit of salad, and a few eggs on the side.
That's weird. That is weird.
Like, I'm down with the jacket potato, cheese and beans. That bang.
Fully,
right?
I love
salad,
a jacket potato.
Slice of garlic bread, right? That's cool. Some coleslaw as well. Beautiful. But yeah, a lot of fried eggs. I want chicken period.
Wait, why are you having? garlic
a
bread
woman, you're
and
supposed to say
coleslaw
that.
with
But
a jacket
I don't
potato.
know, man. You see, men, we just like what we like. I'm
mad.
one of those people, yeah. I just like
How are
the
you having
things I like.
potato and bread together?
Do you know what it is, kind of like different textures when I'm eating, right?
Yeah.
So obviously a jack of potato, cheese and beans, that's kind of mushy, right? So you got
Yeah,
a crispy garlic bread or a crunchy
Yeah,
garlic bread, and
that's
that
why I
adds
like
a
the
different
toast.
kind of texture.
That's,
Yeah,
in a way,
that's
it's
why
just
I
like
he's
carb
right.
overkill,
He's
though,
right.
isn't it? Like,
He is right.
I don't know.
Yeah, but you set it off with a bit of salad, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's a bit
Okay.
carby, but you know.
Would you eat a chip sandwich then, like bread with potato inside?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm in the mood for it, I'll have it.
So
But
you
that'd
don't
be
mind
more like
mixing up?
it's not going to be a
Oh, you
whole
don't mind
meal.
it.
Do you know what I mean? It's like, oh, I
So
feel
you don't mind
hungry.
mixing up the carbs like with each other?
Can't
No.
look. You don't know the techniques, brother. This is what man will be doing, yeah? I'll be down the calf, yeah? Like the halal calf, obviously, you know, like that, where I can eat everything in this safe. So
Yeah.
now I've had my jacket potato, you know, I've got my little egg sandwich on the side, really. It's the eggs and toast, innit? So all I'm gonna do is wrap that up, and I probably ate half of it there, sip my tea with that when I was finishing my meal, and I walked out with the other half and walked out the road eating my little half an egg sandwich.
I hear you. That sounds disgusting to me, but let me ask you one more question.
Yeah.
Why do Jamaicans get a patty and put it in bread and then eat the patty inside the bread
It's
like a
not
sandwich?
any
What's
bread.
that about?
It's not any bread. It's cocoa
Brother,
bread. And if
yes,
you
that's
tried
right.
cocoa bread with patty, you
But
make
why are you
live
putting a
nut.
patty inside it? What can't you put something
'Cause it
else in the
tastes
bread?
nice.
Brother,
Yes,
we
you
do put
can.
other things inside.
What is
Brother,
a patty though?
Brother,
The
listen,
best sandwich I ever had in my
Listen.
life was made with cocoa bread.
Brother, listen, I'm
What,
gonna
and the
tell you
patty
what I used to
inside it?
do. Brother, I'm
No,
gonna
it's
tell
just
you
a
what I
sandwich.
do. This is what I do, yeah? I get the patty, yeah? I get a cocoa bread. I get 3 slices of plantain, yeah?
No, Shifa, you need coleslaw.
Wow, that's
You need
like 4 or
coleslaw.
5
No,
different types of
Patty,
carbs.
cocoa bread,
that's
and
MJ. That's MJ.
coleslaw.
Now that's you, MJ. Listen,
Mad.
here how we do it. We get 3 slices of plantain, yeah? I buy 1 piece of chicken, yeah? Just one, even a leg, I don't care. I shred that down, that's going in there too, yeah? And then by the time I've got this cocoa bread and patty with chicken and plantain, like, listen, it's done. Cut that in half. I don't even need to eat the whole thing. I'm going to
Oh,
say
do you
But
know
that's
why
like
it's
a
amazing?
sandwich
Because
made
it's
out of a
filling.
roast dinner and the patty on the side of it as well. That's mad. That's like 5 different types of carbs mixed together.
Brother, I cut that
The
in
bread,
half. I'm eating half
the
now.
pasty,
And later
what's
on,
inside
when
the
I'm hungry
pasty?
again,
Mad. Crazy.
No, listen,
You might
Khan,
as well,
the way
it
it
throw a
feels,
Cornish pasty in
honestly,
there
the
as
way
well.
it fills your stomach is just like, yeah, you're not going to be hungry for the rest of the day once you've eaten that.
Don't make this is carb overkill, man.
I don't care. It tastes nice.
it does taste nice. It's absolutely
Maybe it's time to
beautiful.
try it, innit? Maybe you got to try it first.
Brother, if you do it the way I told you to do it, you're a fat cunt like me. I'm a fat cunt, really. Brother, it's absolutely beautiful. I've seen people do weird stuff with these patties and cocoa breads. They
It
put
don't
in
make
cheese
sense,
in it.
man. To me, it
and
don't
all
make
sorts
sense.
of
It's like
stuff.
me putting a sandwich inside of a sandwich and calling it
But Khan, it
a
never made
sandwich.
sense to me until I tried it, bro. You
It's
have
like
to try
bagels,
it.
bro. It's like bagels. When you go Bagel King and they're doing all these weird bagels, at first I was like, well, really? I just put like some butter and jam or something on a bagel. I don't know about all of this. And then when I tried
What?
it,
No,
it was
man.
like,
Tuna mayo bagel, man.
exactly. Do you get it, bro?
No, why are you putting jam on a bagel?
That's what I did when I was a kid. We used to put jam on bagels, man.
Obviously, you didn't know. Why are you putting jam on a bagel, man? That's not toast, bro. That's a bagel.
Yeah, we used to eat them
Supposed
like
to have
they were
like
toast
tuna
when we was kids, man.
mayo, salt beef, corned beef.
Brother,
Them
I
things
No, but
there.
sometimes you got to change it up from normal bread, didn't it? You might want something different in the morning, so a bit of
Yeah.
bagel and jam, bagel and cheese or
Yeah.
something. That's right.
I switch it up
Bagel
like
and
bagels.
cheese.
Bagels
Yeah.
become like egg McMuffins, bro, in the mornings and stuff like that. You know, like that. I don't go McDonald's for their McMuffin. I make my own one with the bagel, and it's good
But
to
you
go.
don't like McDonald's.
I don't go McDonald's because I make my own one. Yeah, with the
Oh,
bagel.
you buy the muffin and that.
I buy the bagels and I just make egg bagels.
Oh, okay. Like you're having like a breakfast roll type thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. I don't know, man.
I do weird stuff with bagels, man. Bagels, like, it's just bread to me. I don't know. I haven't got an emotional attachment.
Mm-hmm. Eating habits, isn't it? Interesting. It's like cultural.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
suppose.
man.
I suppose. You know, like certain things I don't really eat. You're right, because it's cultural. Like, if you start talking to me about salami and stuff, it's like,
Brother, I see a man, yeah. I was working with this Rasta guy, I see Rasta putting a patty inside the bread. I was like, bro, are you poor or something? Like, if you're poor, like, man will lend you money in it. Like, it's like, no, what do you mean? Because how are you putting a patty inside the bread and eating it? Like, bro, you must be hungry. He's going, no, this is how we eat it. He's going, ask anyone. This is normal. And I was like, okay. So I thought I'd ask you, Shifa, but it seems like you know about it as well. The patty inside the bread.
But that used to be my lunch. Like most days at school. In fact, some days I'd have Chinese. On the days that I didn't have Chinese, I'd have like patty and cocoa bread. And on the days I didn't have patty and cocoa bread, we had a wicked fish and chip shop where it was all halal and all of that. So we know there's no pork in there. And yeah, we go there and alternate, you know, like that. I was like,
Hang on.
I want a cool dinner, kid.
Hang on, when you go
I
to
did have fish and chips last week, man. You can't beat fish and chips. It's
When you
banging.
go to Chinese, what are you ordering when you go to Chinese?
When I go to the Chinese, yeah, what we be getting is the what's the thing? The sweet and sour chicken with the noodles or with egg fried rice.
Interesting.
What, the chicken bowls?
No, not chicken balls, sweet and sour chicken.
Oh, Hong Kong style.
Yeah, them Hong Kong, whatever you call it, and it's just the sauce and the chicken and sauce. There was no balls involved in the making of my chicken.
That's what you think.
Just a few cats. Just a few cat Shifa.
Pause.
No balls involved.
No, but Khan, as I was saying, if it was any bread, I'd understand your disgust with the patties and bread. But honestly, it's not just any bread, bro. It's cocoa bread, and you have to try it.
What's special about the cocoa bread? Explain it.
It tastes beautiful. It's got like a sweet kind of taste to it, and it's just so nice.
You don't deserve it, man. You don't deserve it.
I just can't
I'll
believe
tell you
you've
what I
never
did
tried
see.
it,
I'll tell you what I did see in real life. I see this thing called hard dough bread, and it looks like a brick.
You've seen it, but you've never tried it.
I've seen it. I don't know. Was someone holding it and walking with it, or was it in the shop? I can't remember. But I remember it was like a brick, and it looked like it weighed a ton.
It was like 5% back.
Look at where they ton. You're funny. Man.
No, hard dough bread's actually quite nice, especially when it's toasted.
Hard dough bread.
Okay. What do you cut it with? A chainsaw?
No.
It's not actually
looks hard
like that. No, but it's not.
No, but it looks like it weighs a ton.
It's more solid than
it's actually quite soft. It's actually quite soft.
Why is it so heavy like that?
Starting to sound racist.
It's not heavy, man. It's not heavy.
Carl, you're sounding racist again.
Why is the bread hard?
It's a trap.
Why is it racist?
What time is it? Is it 7 a.m. yet?
Broken, man. He's broken. Like, he's still broken from yesterday. I told you, man. Like, you got to stop this card, man. You got to stop these
Who broke Carl?
rants.
Who broke Carl?
Never happened yet.
Pause on the breaking of Khan.
He's broken, man. He's broken.
Maybe thanks to look forward to it by old age.
Fix yourself, man. Fix yourself. You know what you're doing, man. Come on, man.
I got a question for you, though. When you're old and decrepit, where do you want to be?
On holiday.
When I'm old,
I want to be in Club Tropicana. Drinks are free.
Do you know what, MA, to be honest, I don't really mind where I am in terms of location, so long. The most important thing for me when I'm old and decrepit is I'm close to my family, so they can take care of me if needs be. I need to be wherever my kids and my grandkids are going to be.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, if I could pick my ideal future, I think I'll have like some sort of Tony Stark bachelor pad. Highly technological. You know the ones where you see in China where man drives his car and it goes underground and then he drives the car into his living room? Have you seen that? Yeah. I love them things. Yeah, that, like, if I could pick my ideal future, it would be something like highly technological like that.
It sounds like sort of my dad would wish for. Oh, I just want to drive the car.
Yeah, like, you know what? I really love like creature comforts, like, you know, like heated flooring, gold taps, all that sort of thing. Like I like that.
Gold
yeah.
What's the gold tap for?
Like,
Yeah, what is the
so
gold
they
tap
don't get
for?
all like thingy. They don't look dirty. You know, like normal taps, metal taps, they get cloudy on them. The gold taps just look fresh all the time.
You just use descaler and then it brightens them up again.
It
Long.
sounds like Donald Trump, to be honest.
Get one of his exotic slaves to do it. Don't worry.
Yeah, like some robotic slaves, like you know, some future.
Exotic, not
Future.
robot. I said
What,
exotic.
human slave?
I said
Exotic.
Yeah.
What's the slave though? Nah, can't do that. Nah. That's too much, man. What you're saying that goes with the futuristic pads?
Yeah, well, if you're not gonna, who's gonna be doing the cleaning? Not you, right?
No, but like Romanians, Mexicans, like these people can work. Like, there's no problem with that. There's no problem. No, they don't have to be.
Why?
What I'm saying, they don't have to be slaves.
Why Romanian? Why Romanian?
Mexican and Romanians. Did you hear that?
Why Romanians? Why?
There's extra allowances for them, isn't it?
What is it about the Romanians that interests?
Well, they just go above and beyond, don't they? They just give you the extra things, isn't it? But extras, they do extras.
Whoa! What extra things?
Extras like what? Asking for Randy.
Above and beyond.
They go above and beyond.
What?
How do you know this, Khan?
Above and beyond what?
What do you mean? I'm Turkish. I told you.
Above and beyond your legs. What?
What the fuck happened there? God, explain, please.
About what? What do you want to know about?
You said like you mentioned Mexicans and you mentioned Romanians. I asked you about the Romanians so far. So can you explain what you mean? What do you mean by above and beyond? I'm confused.
Yeah, Romanians. I don't get it. What he took? How many Romanians do you know?
Quite a few.
Okay.
How many have been willing to give extras?
Most of them.
Okay. What kind of extras?
Did you ask for the extras? Offer?
Oh, it's just sort of a given, isn't it? It's like, you know, it's what they do, isn't it? Just saying. Brazilians as well. Brazilians work hard for their money. You know, you don't need slaves, bruv. There's always willing. This is the thing about capitalism, isn't it? Like there is people
we
that want to work.
let you get away with this. You need to explain what these extras are. So the lady arrives. She's there with her little cleaning kit, her lemon pledge, and all of that. You know, and few clothes and whatnot, right? And then you're like, a couple of hours. You know, bedroom. Yeah, don't mind about the kitchen. I've done that already, babes. But, you know, so how do these added extras get into it, and what exactly are they?
Like next time, I'm saying like, here's your money for today. Next time you come, could you like do the cleaning wearing a thong, please? And if she's like, no, I'm just like, well, do you know anyone that would be willing to do that? And then she'll be like, yeah, my cousin Margaret, she does that. And I'm like, all right, well, give me her number then.
Jesus, you're not even pretending. That's cool.
I'm quite confused how Khan knows about Mexicans and Romanians from his travels.
Travels? You don't travel, bro. I don't travel, bro. They come to me, bro.
Randy's
Brazilians.
The expert. Randy's the expert. That's what he's saying.
Randy, this year I've noticed a lot of Brazilians about. Have you noticed that, Randy? I don't know.
Randy's just wondering why he spent all this money traveling around the globe when Khan's been getting all these women right here in London.
That's true. That is true.
How is Khan getting Brazilians and Romanians coming round to his yard?
I don't know how you're not getting it though.
Because Khan's got game. Don't you know this?
Apparently, also Khan actually likes to buy pussy in it.
Oh, shoot, is that true? Oh yeah, it was real, wasn't it? It was. I remember you saying that actually.
It's a lifestyle choice, man. It's a lifestyle choice.
How many of you had Khan?
What?
Khan, can you let me know?
Who's counting? That's not me asking you how many jam donuts have you eaten?
The calculation was 3 per week times 5 years. So altogether, I think it was 780.
That's a conservative estimate, MJ. That's a conservative estimate.
No, wait.
Killer Khan.
Over 1,000.
Hang on, Khan, can you tell me the cleaning services website?
Lad, forget that conversation.
Adultworks.com.
Adultworks.com.
All right, thanks, Khan. I'm going to Google that.
Yes, Trilluminati Live does not endorse this advertisements right now. But yes, MA, what was your question?
Nothing, man. I'm out, bro.
See, you're giving everyone the website, and now they want to disappear. Fuck's sake.
Eunice, you there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
I'm busy. I'll be back later. Yeah.
Keep your hand off the keyboard and the phone, please.
I'm not that low. I don't do that. More like Khan, innit? Like scraping a barrel, innit?
Scraping.
Whatever you say. Whatever you say.
You recommend it to like younger, like nephews and that? Would you recommend it?
Obviously, when I was younger, I was initiated by my elders, innit? They took me down to the spot and just basically pushed me through the door. I was like, no! Shit myself.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Isn't it haram doing? It's haram.
Well, what spot are we talking about? We're talking about
Amsterdam red light.
or something nearer to home.
Amsterdam, bruv, the red light strip.
Oh, Amsterdam.
I was like, no. They're like, don't be a puff star. Don't be a Yunus. Get in there.
That's a bit low, though, isn't it?
Shit, man.
Hold
Manden's
on.
outside. Manden's outside waiting.
Hold on. Did they like suspect that maybe you went into women or something?
No, I was about fucking 16.
That's illegal.
Hang on.
I was my knees, bruv, MJ, my knees were knocking. I was just so shitting myself. But you know, like when the man's waiting outside, and you know they're getting a full report from the girl, like, how was he? Like you got to man up, bruv. You can't let the side down.
You have to prove you ain't gay.
Well, not really, but you know, you got to kind of like.
If they hadn't have put you through that, would you reckon you would have had a problem with women?
Hang on, I have to clarify something here. So the first time you went to Amsterdam was when you were 16?
Yeah, I went with my uncle.
Is this a Turkish Cypriot thing? Or what?
MA, did a man just say his knees was knocking? Please, pause.
Yeah, he did, yeah.
Fuck's sake, what is going on? Was your boots knocking too, brother? What's going on? Pause.
Everything was knocking.
Yo, God. Oh, I just died. I think I died and came back to life, you know, because my heart must have stopped, brother. That was nuts.
I'm asking, like, what would your kind of approach to sex have been like without that experience? Are you grateful for it? Do you think that you could have done without it? Would you have been fine with girls? Would you have had problems?
No, I was fine. Obviously, I was fine with girls. Obviously, like, you know, I had girlfriends before that.
But Khan, you know, like a lot of the time you said that, oh, I like slutty girls, or you've liked slutty girls in the past. You think because of the fact that you've been, been around prostitutes a lot.
Nah, trust me, prostitutes are not slutty. They're not like romantic. They're not nothing. They just get on with the job. They just bang it out, and that's it. It's like there's no feelings involved. Like slutty girls are basically doing things to excite you, innit? Like they actually care, innit? Like prostitutes don't give a fuck. Like, they'll lie. Like if you can't manage to kind of like, you know, enjoy it, once your time's up, that's it. They're like, right, next, out the door, see you later.
Did you ever go bareback? Did you ever go bareback?
No.
Never.
No.
It's just a job. There's no feelings.
Did you ever go down on any of them?
Oh
no! Are you mad, bro?
Oh,
you can get head. You can get head without. You can get head without.
Okay.
I don't even know about that. That's crazy.
What? Head without. Whoa, yeah.
But you don't know, like, where her mouth has been an hour beforehand.
True, but I'm saying, like, they do offer it up quite, like, easily.
Yeah, because they probably want to give their vagina a break.
Probably, yeah.
I'm still trying to imagine this situation. So your uncle says,
"Oh, don't, man!
Your uncle
don't imagine it. Please do me a favor. Don't think about."
You're trying to save it in the wank bank.
Do you know what I mean? It's like he wants details now.
Yeah, but what if the rubber break?
Creeping me out a little bit.
What if the rubber break?
Randy, I know you've got your own experiences, bro. Like, you don't need to like get me to talk about it.
I don't think I will be getting turned on if the girl was sat there on the bed. She's opened her legs and there's a smell of rubber in the air and Durex and stuff. It's like, oh no, what's going on here?
Oh
Yeah,
man.
they use Febreze in between clients, I'm sure.
Lot of rubber. Lot of rubber man.
A few of those, what you call them, Randy? Yankee candles and that, yeah?
Yeah, put the Yankee candles in there, yeah. So, but I still don't get
Can I go off? Can I just ask a common question? Like,
Yeah,
I'm thinking to myself here, like, you know, if you're into, you know, like slutty women and all that, you know, and you get married in the future and all that, you know that you can't make her into a housewife.
Oh,
what the fuck
who's
was
that
you?
in that? Who's that in that?
You know.
Oh, Khan. Wow, Khan. Don't have that, fam.
I think moving into the
That was a
future,
bar unit.
you know, I think marriage is becoming redundant. I think if you're hoping to get married, like you're going to be in for a rude awakening. Society's just not going that way. I don't think marriage is like for everyone. Marriage is like sort of like a more of a financial contract, I think.
So what are you saying about women in that statement then?
Just saying, it's just society in general is just going that way. I think there's no point to marriage. I think a marriage is a legal contract between two people, and it's based on finances, really.
I'm still trying to understand this situation, yeah? So you're 16 years old, and your uncle says, let's go to Amsterdam for the weekend. Do your parents not say, why the fuck are you taking my son to Amsterdam for the weekend?
Who do you
I
think
was
paid for his
16,
flight?
love. I was already out of the house for a couple of years still. Like I was like running loose at 16. Pause.
Running loose? I'm not
Running
sure.
I was like at the house doing my thing, man. 16, no one could tell me nothing, man. Are you joking me?
No, I don't know that because that wasn't my lifestyle.
I know. I'm just saying, like, and parents, like, I didn't even have two parents. It was just my poor mum, and she was more distracted with my brother and my sister. Like, I was the older one. She's thinking I'm like sensible, but really, I was kind of like doing things like on a low key thing where I'm not really bothering my mum with my bullshit. So she's letting me get on with it. Like, mum weren't really worried about me, to be honest. But saying that, looking back on it, I've done more than the other two put together. But I never got caught. I never done anything like bait in it. Like I was just like sensible with it.
So your mum has trusted your uncle with him taking you to Amsterdam for a weekend, and that's okay, is what you're saying.
I said I was out already. No one could tell me nothing. In other words, my mum don't know my comings and goings. Pause. I don't have to ask my mum permission to go down with my uncle. Are you joking me? I'm a big man at 16. Like, I'm doing my thing, innit? You mad?
No, I wasn't doing that. I didn't go to Amsterdam.
Well, but when you were 16, it was like 1942, though. It was like it was a different world.
It wasn't
a different world, mate.
It was 19.
But I'm just like, why does me getting permission off my mum have anything to do with it? I don't understand.
No, because you're 16 and suddenly you're in Amsterdam getting your rent away.
I'm rolling with my uncle. My uncle's a bad man, isn't it? Like, if my uncle's pulling up outside the yard and he's like, yo, I'm going on a drive to Newcastle. Do you want to come? And I'm like, yeah, I'm rolling. I'm at the door, innit? I'm gone.
Yeah, he's not just
and my mum probably won't know I'm missing for about 3 days. And she'll be like, where are you? Back then, there weren't no mobile phones either. Like, no one knew where anyone was anyway.
Listen to this
was
story.
Just gone, innit? I'm gone, innit?
Take this one down because his uncle, his uncle wasn't just a bad man. He was a bad influence. And don't be caught up by these bad influences, man.
Why was his uncle a bad influence for encouraging him to?
I don't understand.
He's a bad man.
Why?
Khan said he was a bad man.
Do you know what, Kanye? Your uncle sounds like a waste man, innit? I'm not gonna lie, I have to.
One minute. Hold on. Who's more of a waste man, my uncle or your dad? Because you're like 24 years old and you're a virgin. So your dad's not really doing right by you. You're at home wanking on tissues, and your mum and dad know this. They can't not know this. Like you're not a eunuch. They know what you're doing when you're having your 3-hour shower. Yeah. So your dad's a waste man. Your dad's a waste man. Your dad's a waste man.
I think you do it, mate.
Your dad's a waste man.
What's that, MA?
Sure.
Who's more of a waste man? Khan's uncle or Eunice's
dad? I can't do polls. All right, so we're saying who's more of a waste man, Khan's uncle or Eunice's dad? Right, press 1 for Khan's uncle and 2 for Eunice's dad. Who's more for this?
Nah.
Hey, that's fucking how you do.
The thing is, it's not even in question. How can Eunice's dad not be a waste man when he's got a waste youth for a child?
Bro,
you can't not be a waste man, innit?
I mean, that's
You're living under the same roof as your dad. Your dad don't care that you got to stroke one out every night just to go sleep. He don't care, bro. Your dad don't care about you. Your dad don't care about you, bro. Tell your dad to stop smoking 20 Rothmans a day and put that money towards your enjoyment. Take it down the bush.
That's desperation, man. At least I don't buy it.
It was
not a big
one,
man. It's a child still. What are
1
you
for Khan's
talking
uncle,
about?
2 for Eunice's dad.
Therefore,
what you say?
the uncle is a waste man, isn't it? Like, because he taught you how to pay pussy. That's a bit mad.
Why is that mad, though? I don't understand. Why is that mad?
Well, you're saying it's mad.
You're saying it's mad, but why is it mad? I don't understand. Why?
He's taking the prostitutes and giving you a distorted view of women from a very young age. Like, that is mad. That's crazy, bro.
Why is that a distorted view of women? Why?
16 to a prostitute is child abuse. Don't care what anyone says.
It is, man. It's this distorted view of women, bro. Because your initiation into manhood and, women, as an object is not a healthy thing. You need to meet
But one minute, Shifra, hold on. Are women objects?
No.
So what are they?
But
like
you know what,
vapor?
Carl? There are people that agree with
Are
you.
they vapor? Are they vapor? What are they made out of?
That Colleen Nolan done that to her son, you know. You know the Nolan singers?
Yeah, Colleen off of Loose Women, that one.
You know
Ain't that Colleen off? The one that went out with Alfie Moon, that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know her. Yeah, go on.
Come of age, she paid for him to go abroad and have a prostitute. I think it's disgusting.
Maybe that's what celebrities do, that though, isn't it?
I hear you. Certain people got a certain lifestyle. I'd agree with that. Like you said, it's cultural.
You know.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. There's no.
And she fucking told everyone on Loose Women.
That's it.
No wonder she sits on Loose Women.
Yeah, no wonder she's a loose woman.
That's loose, exactly. Loose lips.
Yeah.
Loose.
Oh, fucking hell.
Exposing the sun as well. That's a bit bait.
I know, it's awful, isn't it?
It's no one's business, though. It shouldn't be like...
That's
a bit too much, though.
I don't even know why you told us this story, man. Like, bro, I don't know, man. Like, you need help?
I told you a story because I'm shocked at Khan's family, but I want to make it clear he's not the only one. There are other fucking nutters out there as well.
He might actually genuinely need help, though. Is that a cry for help? I don't know, man.
But then, Jupiter, you see, what we're saying is that if Khan's family hadn't have done that, he may have been a Eunice, 24 and still a virgin and not interested in women whatsoever.
I mean, I'm sure back then he was.
No, I think Eunice is a product of our universities and schools, unfortunately.
I mean, Khan's a Gen X.
Parents don't care about him, Jupiter. They're happy for him to be a eunuch. I mean, a Eunice.
Yeah, but Khan, if you hadn't had this initiation, you might have cared about someone other than yourself in any relationship that you've ever had. And then that might have made a massive difference to your life. I'm telling you, bro. Like, unfortunately, when you see if you're initiated into a woman as an object, now, you're not, she doesn't matter. She's just an object. As long as the money's good.
Do your family believe in arranged marriage? Is that why you're not engaged?
Well, obviously they're religious, people and all that.
So you're probably going to have an arranged marriage.
Arranged marriage is traditional.
It's all bollocks, man. It's all bollocks. If they were religious, if they were that religious, they wouldn't have come to England to live, would they? They'd be living in Saudi Arabia or somewhere.
I mean, they probably do. They probably do.
Listen. Don't let your parents lie to you. Don't let your parents lie to you. They came here for the money, bro. Same as everyone else. They've come here for money.
Let Eunice speak for himself. Let him be a man. Come on.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm sure like most cultures, they have some type of arranged marriages and all that.
All right, are you the oldest in your family?
Yes.
So if you're 24 and you're the oldest, who's the next one down? What age? How many years difference?
Do I have to tell you?
No, you don't have to. I'm saying that.
I'm not going to tell
is there
you.
1 year? Is there 1 year difference
Sisters
between
are not
you and the next one?
available. Can't just behave.
Oh shit!
No one's. matchmaker. I'm just saying, yeah, if he's 24, his sister's got to be at least 22, right? So now we've got 22-year-old grown Muslim women running around without any intention of getting married. Now, what makes you think that their parents come here, right, with the intention of marrying them off? They come here for money. They're telling their daughters, go to uni, marry a doctor, marry a professor. But when Michael from around the corner wants to marry them, they're like, no, my daughter's not old enough to get married yet. She's got to study. She's got to make her first million.
Do you like to stereotype ethnic people, Khan?
Yeah, it sounds
This
like
is
you've
the
got a
truth.
problem with people who
But it's the truth. But it's the truth, though, because out of all the people that we know that could be a matchmake for your sister, Yunus, how many of them have actually even got enough money to pay for the wedding, let alone the dowry? We're talking about what M-Stacks he's driving about in the money that he's made, which is about a $3,000 car. You ain't worth a pot to piss in.
How do you know that?
Stopzilla, because he's eating hummus.
Whoa.
Jukes, he's eating.
Yeah, what did you say? Stop what?
He's eating.
How
He's
do you
eating
know
hummus
his family
sandwiches.
never done a trust fund for him or did an insurance policy?
Now continue.
He's eating hummus sandwiches. He's skin.
Yeah, but
It's
that's
nice,
because
I like
that's uni life.
I like
He's at
hummus
uni.
Wait. You was
You've got
getting to the
used to
good
being
part. He said
poor.
Stopzilla.
Yeah,
like to have
Stopzilla.
things.
Come on, man. Don't do me bad, man.
Stopzilla.
Come on, don't do.
No, I'm just saying that you're on here every day. I don't think you're even working. So
every day.
Yeah, I think like even if you was working, you'd be working somewhere like Superdrug, earning like minimum pay, like probably not really earning that much.
Superdrug.
Like, I don't think
Superdrug in my life.
To be honest, if you was even earning 40 grand, right,
40,
for you to then, all right, for you to turn around and say, I'm going to marry a Somali girl, like giving an example, my man's sister, if you think about how much that's actually going to cost you, like in terms of cash, like
Well,
the
maybe
dowry.
that's why he's saving up, isn't it?
Yeah, but he'll be saving up till he's fucking 40.
Yeah, but how do you know his mum and dad are not going to help him buy a place?
Because they've come here skint, same as everyone else.
Whoa. How do you know that?
Who told you that?
Yeah.
Who told you
Apparently,
that?
he likes to make his own conclusion. Apparently,
Are
Khan
you
thinks
on your
that-
EDL shit?
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Because everyone
Like, why are
comes
we
in, don't mean their
fronting?
skin. I get
Why
it,
are we
I get it.
fronting? I don't understand. Why is man fronting?
I'm not saying I got money or not. I'm not saying that, but you shouldn't judge everyone just coming into the country.
I'm not judging. I'm just saying the way the system's set up, yeah, the Muslim ideals of marriage being brought into the UK doesn't work because everyone wants their daughter to marry doctors and professors.
All right, cool. But then was that the same case for your family then?
Yeah, of course. What do you mean?
So why didn't you marry a doctor?
No, dupes. Everyone wants their daughters to marry doctors. Everyone wants
you're
their
getting
sons.
bitter because no one
That's
wanted
cap.
you because you didn't have fuck all. You had.
Everyone wants their sons to become doctors.
So
I'm
is that why
pretty
you
sure they
kept
just
getting
want their daughter to
rejected
get
because
married
you
to
didn't have
someone
a
that
pot
can
to
actually
piss
hold
in?
it down.
So basically, Khan's upset that he's not a doctor, apparently.
Yes.
They're taking the piss.
I'm just saying, it's not just Yunus that's not married.
Now we
1
understand.
minute.
It's all right, Khan. It's okay. Calm down, Khan.
You're not
We
getting
understand
it. You're not getting it. The
It's
man's
terrible.
24 years old,
You felt
right?
rejected.
Let's say his
You know.
sister's over 20. Why ain't she married?
Yeah, don't worry about his sister. How
Bro,
old
you're
are you?
only 50 years
No,
old.
we're
Why
having a
not?
conversation, Jupiter.
Bro,
Why are
you're
you trying to
50,
cape
you're
for
not
him?
married,
Am I
man.
gonna
That's
start calling you? Why are you capping for the guy? Like, am I gonna start calling you Leonardo DiCaprio? Like, you're
That's
capping hard, like for him. Like, what's the point?
I'm not, but he's only 24. How
Yeah,
old
but we're
are
having
you?
a conversation. He's calling my
but
uncle
you
a
should've
waste
got married
man.
in the 90s,
I'm showing him
innit?
that his dad's a waste man. He can't marry his oldest son
Oh,
off, and no
shit.
one wants to marry his daughter. So who's the fucking waste man?
Oh,
Bro,
Your
it's you're the
uncle,
waste
he
man.
took
You're the
you
one
when you
that's
were
not even married,
16
ain't it?
abroad to have sex with a prostitute. Let's be fair.
Exactly.
It was my
you
choice.
You like to buy stuff,
wasted
innit?
your
You
dowry.
buy
One minute.
things. There's more to
Was
that
it
than
my
buying
choice or
things.
not? Was it my choice or not?
Was it?
Not really. Not
All
at
right, it
16.
was
sound
my
like
choice.
it.
It was my choice. It was my choice. And secondly, we didn't go there for the prostitutes. We
And
were
I'm
there
also
already.
assuming, yeah, dating back then wasn't even that hard. So why do you
Are you
need
not
to
listening?
actually...
Are you not listening?
He does
Are you
have a
not
point.
listening?
Back in
Are you not
1994, it was
listening?
easier
Are you
to
not
date.
listening?
Oh, Eunice got you there, Khan.
I can't even hear what he's saying. What's he saying? I thought he said.
I'm assuming you weren't adequate, and it's obviously you were chubby. You know, you had low self-esteem. You know, no chick was looking for you and all that. So you decided, you know, perhaps I should get a prostitute. That's your story, isn't it?
I don't understand how is someone who's a virgin.
Wait, can't.
How is someone who's a virgin criticizing any form of sex whatsoever? The only person you have sex with is your left hand, my brother, and you're talking to people about their sexual choices.
Sorry, you lot. Wait. One more poll.
Yeah, but as long as he don't let the
wait.
it's all right.
Put a 1 in the chat. All the men on the chat. Yeah. Put a 1 if you prefer to wait until you are 24 times or whatever it is to have sex, or put a 2 if you prefer to lose your virginity to a prostitute at 16.
Oh yeah, I'm pressing.
I never lost my virginity to. That's not fair. You're not being fair, bro.
What did you say?
I didn't lose my virginity in Amsterdam.
He said he gained experience on the prostitutes.
Oh
if I'm not
my
mistaken.
god!
No, wallahi, that's what he said.
He just made it even worse. So you were underage.
Why are you involved in this, you old granny? It's weird even talking to you about this. I'm not talking about sex around Jupiter, man. It's weird. It's like talking about sex in front of my mum. You're old enough to be my mum, man.
5 years younger than her, man.
Get out, man.
It's not that deep.
Come out, man. Why are we talking about sex in front of pensioners?
Oh, so it's weird talking in front of pensioners, yeah, about sex, but it's not weird. Your creepy uncle taking you to have it away with a prostitute.
He never took me away for that. We were already away together, doing stuff, earning money, working. And while we were out,
what were you doing?
None of your business.
Why are you talking to your
You guys are only 4 years apart. If you guys went to the same high school, it's not.
Yeah, exactly. Could have been, you know, you could have saved him, Jeeps.
No, I'm not.
You could have been there 4 years ago.
You're making yourself sound like idiots with like literally no life experience, living on a fucking council estate. You don't know nothing. You don't know nothing. You slept with 2 men in your whole life. You're talking about sex to us.
And I wear it with a badge of honor, mate.
That's an honor still.
Mate, I
Yeah,
allow
you
it,
can't
man.
diss
With
you for
your
only slept with
geezer
2 men.
bird
Stop
voice.
it.
Sound like a geezer bird with your sore throat, man. Take your smoker's cough elsewhere, man.
What you're
Please.
saying, Don, is that you were out in Amsterdam.
Another pensioner. Why am I talking to pensioners? I'm surrounded by pervy pensioners. Allow it.
You're like 3 years away from
Mary, this is your fault, Mary. Mary, this is your fault. You've groomed me into this.
What?
Setting me up into this conversation with
Yo, big up Jeeps.
If you're
How come
dirty,
you weren't
dirty.
grooming, but your uncles took you to the fucking prostitute, and that's not grooming?
Whether or not that's grooming doesn't save Mary from what she's done.
What's Mary done?
What have I done? I just let you.
You started this whole conversation and you brought in 2 old fogies to talk to me about sex. And a virgin. Sorry. 2 old listen, we've got 2 virgins and 2 fucking pensioners that are fucking should be past it.
I'm not a pensioner yet, I'll have you know.
Wait. You're like 4 years away from Jupiter. What are you on about?
Oh, is it?
No, I'm not.
Exactly.
I'm not.
He is.
Yeah, you are.
I'm
You're
not.
my age mate.
A lot can happen in 4
You
years.
were in the same high school.
Listen, a lot can happen. 1 minute. A lot can happen in 4 years. Put it that way.
It's a bit strange for no geezers not married.
You're built like a pensioner anyway.
Built like a pensioner.
Nice try. Yeah, this is getting creepy, man.
That's funny.
It was creepy when your fucking uncle took you to Amsterdam, mate. That's when it got. In fact, it was creepy that when you went to Amsterdam to sleep with a prostitute, you weren't a virgin.
Oh, it's over.
Brother,
Oh,
trying to goad me into a conversation about sex is creepy. I'm not talking to you. Think what you like. Think what you like, mate.
Oh, it's creepy, is it? But it weren't creepy the other day.
Making my skin crawl.
Yo,
it was creepy when you asked me that question the other day and I had to put you in your place, was it?
Was it I asked you, sorry, darling? What? What was it I asked you?
Don't make me go and get Hector.
What? I'm missing something.
When did you do
Ask her. Ask her.
Hey, she's getting a man on you. What the fuck?
Yeah, don't make
I
me
think
go
you might have
mad.
said something inappropriate to a married woman.
Yeah, he did the other day. And if I grass you
What are
up,
you
you
gonna
won't
do?
like it.
So what's gonna happen?
Well, you're probably going to go crying to the same uncle that took you to Amsterdam, and this time he's probably going
Why
to
is she
give you
stuck on
money to go and fly to fucking Turkey and hide.
I don't see what your problem is with where I put my dick. Like, you seem to have some invested side to it. Like, what's it got to do with you?
But you paid for it. Try that angle. No one's interested.
What, you invested in it? Like, why do you care? Like, why do you want to have a conversation about it?
No one's invested in it. You brought it up.
No, MJ brought it up.
There's no way that MJ.
No, I didn't. You just did.
You were dragged off to fucking Holland.
Dragged off? I don't know what you're talking about, mate. It's just weird.
Well, the only way she would have known that is if you told her.
Yeah, I didn't bring it up. Eunice was the one that said you pay for prostitutes, and then it went from there.
No, Carl, you were reluctant to go into the room, though, innit? That's how you describe it.
Who cares what any of you lot think, man? Like, are you joking me or what?
All right, but we're just saying. That's what you said, isn't it?
I mean,
I'm just
that's
saying, like, no
aspirational,
one really
innit?
gives a flying fuck what any of you lot think about sex, my sex life, my sexual history, how many people I've had sex with, how many times I had to pay for it or not pay for it. It's irrelevant to mine and yours interactions. So for you to actually bring it up with me, I find it creepy and weird.
Did you pay for? Did you
brought
pay
it
for
up.
ex girlfriend?
What was the
Even
most
with your
expensive
little
project?
pathetic little Michael Jackson voice, like, why are you even speaking to me, a
Carl,
big
did you
man,
pay for
about things that you haven't experienced yet?
Carl,
Like, for
did
all I
you
know,
pay
you're
the
sitting there with your trousers around your ankles
That's a
right
bit
now.
fucking low, isn't it?
Allow
Calling him
it,
Michael
allow it,
Jackson.
allow
Your
it,
uncle's
please.
Michael Jackson, not him.
Allow it, allow it, allow it, allow it.
Yo, Eunice, when are you gonna pay for it?
How's it ever gonna like raise the testosterone living on hummus? Calling a fucking vegan.
It's a nice,
Actually,
you know,
that was
it's
a
a
good
nice
one.
food, isn't it? It's something I prefer. Everyone's different, you know. I do
Hey,
respect the fact,
Khan, you need to film
everyone's
the places
different,
you've been
like,
to, bro.
just
This
like
guy
you,
needs
innit?
it, man.
You know, you
Let's be
like to
real.
pay for things, innit?
Yo, Eunice, you need to pay for it, man. Let's stop.
But Eunice, let's be fair. Your hummus obsession is a bit like Khan's, you know, prostitute obsession.
Oh shit.
Well, I like
So I'm obsessed, MJ. Yeah, is that what you're saying?
Well, you were previously, obviously, in your past life, you know.
Bro, if you say you've had over 1,000, that's an addiction, isn't it?
That's
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
conservative
Well, yeah.
estimate, bro.
No, but
Probably
Khan
more than
did.
1,000.
Actually, Khan, you were the one that said you had a
But who's
prostitute.
counting? Yeah, but who's counting though?
Well, I done the maths.
Yeah, but that's just conservative estimate. Like, who's counting?
All right, so
Who
if my
cares?
conservative estimate was 780, then we can probably round it off to about 1,000 then, yeah?
Well, yeah, well, probably.
All right, so it was an addiction, just like Eunice has a hummus
No,
addiction.
but the addiction, no, the number of things that you've done and addiction don't go correlate to each other.
No, but Khan, you were the one that specifically said, I had a prostitute addiction. I remember you saying that.
Yeah, but that's nothing to do with the number.
Yeah, but that's not
That's
easy.
nothing to do with
That's
the
not
number.
useful. And do you know why, MJ, right? And this is a known fact, an actual known fact. When young men are going through the age of puberty between the ages of 13 and 18, that is when they form their fetishes. And it's usually based on their first sexual experiences. So his uncle gave him a fucking fetish for prostitution.
Why is she stuck on the uncle?
Big up Khan's uncle. Big up Khan for killing and destroying them. Big up, man.
What?
You're right.
Thank
yeah,
you.
man.
1,000.
Mashallah, man.
1000 1000.
Yeah, man. What the fuck is wrong with Jupiter? What the fuck is wrong with working girls and them? What the fuck is wrong with it?
Listen, don't talk to me in your creepy voice, otherwise I'll know you.
Jupiter, the only voice he's got.
You say
what's
that to your
wrong?
fucking naked
Jupiter.
fucking sauners. Yeah?
Jupiter, how are
You say
you
that for the
today?
naked sauners, don't you? Be
Jupiter.
Whoa, what did he do?
Do you want me to tickle you, Jupiter? Do you want a little tickle?
Yo, she's married. Stop for love.
Bring Hector. I'll tickle him too. I don't discriminate.
Oh my God, see, I told you, Kinky.
Fuck. Yeah, that's awesome.
So Hasi, what are you on today?
Anyway, I thought you were into meditation these days. What's
I am, but I'm a degenerate Buddha, you know. So I'm degenerate and a Buddha at the same time.
Did you ever meditate and start thinking about pussy?
He just defended his ends.
You know, my Vanksy side is coming back tonight, I think, right now.
Yeah,
that's what's going on, Mary. Yeah. It's just, you know, I'm complicated.
I'm going to have to pop you back over into the sort of arm's length zone again.
It's okay, Jupiter. I know you did. It's okay. It's okay. But I want to know what's wrong with him going at 16 years to a prostitute with his uncle under supervision. What? You know, it's safe.
What do you mean under supervision? Did he give him instructions as well?
His uncle is there. It's safe. The prostitute has a condom. It's safe for him. No transmittable disease. What's the problem? What's wrong with it?
You know what it sounds
It's not normal.
I'll tell you what it sounds like.
Why not?
It sounds like wait. It sounds like a demon brought a young child to another demon. That's what it sounds like.
Oh shit.
I don't know. It's biological education in person. What's wrong with it? It's better than a puppet, you know, in school with the teacher explaining.
It's a healthy hobby. Very healthy.
Yeah, I mean, you can sexually train yourself there, you know. Those are professionals. And you will get the best service. And you can train yourself becoming better. So what's wrong with it?
He's speaking like this because he's from Holland. I get it.
I know. He's defending his ends. That's it, man.
No, it's because they're very open with their sort of sexuality.
He was
yeah. We're less hypocrites because everybody fucks in the world. Everybody fucks.
Wellies on and stuff, you know.
Everybody has prostitutes. We're less hypocritical. That's all.
Shouldn't it be the parents' role to take their kids to the brothel? Let's just say instead of the uncles or the aunties.
Well, but uncle is halal, and you know, as long as he's older and the supervision is safe, there's no problem. You know, it's okay. You know?
So, Hasi, what do you think's worse, that or maybe at the age of 16, one of your elders giving you cigarettes to smoke? What would you think is more harmful? Sex or cigarettes?
Cigarettes, of course. Cigarettes, of course. Definitely.
Okay. What about weed? What about 16? What about 16-year-olds smoking weed?
I think
What's
sex
more
is
harmful
healthier.
to them, sex or cigarettes?
Because of the psychological psychoactivation of it. With process, your energy body gets activated like in tantra, so it's more healthier and it's in general good for you.
Come on, there's still a psychological effect.
It's in yogic culture. Sex isn't evil. In Taoism, sex is considered sexual energy is life force. In with acupuncture, with all the Chinese believe in it. Yin and yang. Baby.
All right, but so
And he went with his young. Hold on,
He was giving his energy away.
He went with his young to a yin, and that's all happened. Balance. Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
How can it be a balance when she's yinging and yanging with the next punter in half an hour?
Why not? She's professional. She can handle that shit. You can't. Jupiter, you can't handle it. She can. Why are you jealous?
Yeah, it's horses for courses.
I can assure you, I'm fucking not jealous.
Why are you not jealous? I mean,
why aren't you jealous?
Why would I want to be having sex with fucking you or being worried about a prostitute having sex with you?
I mean,
see what's on their mind. See what's on their mind.
I just
see what's on their mind.
I just think that you were taken advantage of. Yes.
Wait,
he's 16 already. He's a boy. He's 16 already. He's not a puppet. He's not a pussy hole.
Okay, let's do it a different way.
Yes,
what did you gain from it, Ron? How did it make you feel? What did you gain
like a real man. I felt like a man, like a legend.
Did you?
What was the woman like? Was she like excited?
She was tall and blonde.
Wait, was she excited about it? Was she like worn out? What was she? What was her like? What did you sense from her?
Then I was focusing on different body parts. I weren't really looking at her face too much.
You got the demon in you, bro.
No. He was doing it according to Tantra, in which there's no emotional connection with your sexual partner, but it's all technical for yourself to get a higher energy level. in your energy body and become
Yeah, but how
enlightened.
does he get a higher energy level, right, if he's not making any emotional connection?
Because you don't need emotions for a higher energy level. That's tantra. It's not emotional. It's not
Exactly. Why are
romantic.
you judging it, Jupiter?
Yeah.
Have you ever been a man? Do you know how men feel when they're having sex? No.
Yeah, but you're discounting completely the woman. Like you're talking about man,
It takes two to tango.
man, and the intention behind the man's
That's
engagement.
wrong.
But what about the
Mate,
woman?
I didn't realize you were such a prude at your age. Can you not accept that
Nah, I'm
sometimes
just
sex is just...
greaseful, bro.
Hold on.
About
For the
me.
sake of the conversation, can you not just accept that sometimes sex is just a physical act? It doesn't have to be spiritual. It doesn't have to be loving. It doesn't have to be a reflection of your status within your community. It's just a physical act.
I think the problem is your interpretation of spiritual is not the same as mine.
Exactly.
Like you think it's you seem to think it's some abstract thing, and I'm saying it has material properties, isn't it? And that material and those material aspects, like, can be seen, heard, felt, all those things, and you're just discounting the woman completely, man. In this story,
It's not discounting.
I'm not discounting her, bruv. I'm counting her fully when I'm counting the money into her palm.
Hold on, she's doing it at the
Yeah, but you and Wanksy should just use the end of the
hold on,
finger,
Jupes.
and
Hold
you'll
on,
get the
Jupes.
same
Hold on,
experience.
Jupes. You're projecting nonsense, basically, because she's doing it in free will, getting paid
It's
for
British
it. What's the
people,
issue?
Sahasi. This is the prudish British people, but yet they got the most amount of
illegal
pedos.
over there. It's legal.
They got the most amount of pedos, but they're fucking prudish.
But you
As
got
long
a
as
British
they pay
passport.
taxes.
Sorry,
As long as
Wanksy.
as long as they pay taxes, it's legal.
Sorry, Wanksy.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Sorry, Wanksy. How are you lot? I don't. Wait. How are you telling us how the woman was feeling? That's what I don't understand.
Because I have experience with them, and that's how it is. It's
Why is it
business.
irrelevant? Why is it irrelevant?
She's there. It's a business. Come on, people pay taxes over there.
Okay, say it's business then.
It's
Don't
legal.
tell me that.
It's legal.
Wait. Don't say it's business. Don't
It's
say
the oldest profession in the world.
Wait.
It's the oldest profession in the world.
Look,
I'm not going to be shushed by you, my buddy.
Hold on,
Yeah.
I'm talking to you, innit? So just wait and listen. What's wrong with you?
You're talking at me, man.
No, I'm
Calm
talking
down.
to you.
Calm your
I'm talking
tits,
to you.
buddy.
I'm talking
Calm
to
your
you.
tits.
To be honest,
Bruv,
Emma,
I'm
you
talking
are
to
sort of
you,
putting your own ethics and morals on other
No,
people.
I'm not. Bro, how
Well,
is it
for the
that
sake
I'm
of the
putting...
conversation,
Hold on,
you are.
wait. How am I putting my own ethics and morals on a situation when I'm simply saying...
Because you're being like judgy.
Hold on, listen. I'm simply saying you're discounting the woman and you're trying to put words in a woman's mouth that hasn't spoken, bro.
How the fuck you weren't there? How the fuck do you know?
Exactly. I wasn't there. I wasn't there.
Can I hear his point?
Exactly,
though?
I wasn't-
hear his point.
Exactly.
You already
I
said
wasn't
his point
there.
two times already,
wasn't-
so I know his point.
Bro, you just said, I don't know why you're defending the thing so hard, innit?
Listen, we know used to
Because it's a lifestyle choice.
No, but that's fine.
It's about logic. It's about logic. That's why.
That's
It's about
fine.
logic.
Yeah, there's
but
no
you know
logic
what?
behind that.
What's amazing is that we can have a conversation about energy and frequency and all these things, and suddenly this whole human being, who didn't tell you how she felt, you don't know where she went before, you don't know what she did after, you don't know if she's under duress, you don't know if she's sex trafficked, you don't fucking know nothing, but suddenly it was all like an even exchange or what. Or to be fair, Khan's not even saying that. Khan's saying he was looking at breasts and pum pum, and that was it. Yeah, Wanksy Wanksy wasn't even in the fucking room. Yeah, it's talking about an exchange.
I'm just saying, no, but you're misrepresenting me to get your point across. No, hold on, let me speak now. I said if it was under free will, it's legally under free will. They get checked by the police, and if
legal
they're
and free will
it's
are not
legally
in
under
the
free will.
same,
If it isn't free will, hold on.
Look.
If it isn't free will, it's not legal, so it shouldn't be there. So I never
feel
said
that-
it's okay without free will. That's what you're implying now.
Look,
why are you mixing will and legality?
Us going down this road, we're only going to make it harder for more difficult for Yunus in the future. If he wants to consider some sort of a plan B to the plan that his parents have got for him, we're sort of closing the door for him, and I think it's really heartbreaking that you lot are just.
You've done that.
Look,
you scared to fucking living daylights out of it.
Yunus, you ever been
I
to
don't
Holland
know.
before?
Don't.
It's time to go.
Brother, the man's living on hummus sandwiches and he walks everywhere.
Yeah,
He ain't
to
got
go-
bus fare to go to Hampstead. You want him to go to fucking Amsterdam?
Why are you jealous
He
of
has
him
to, man.
because he held on to his virginity?
Would you, right, Jessica, be serious. Would you want your son? Would you want your son to be a virgin at 24 years old?
I love
Would you be
hummus.
happy with that?
Well, what's the
Would you be happy
problem?
with your son
Yeah, what is the problem with that,
being a
though?
virgin at
Guys,
24?
one at a time,
Jessica?
please. One at a time.
What's the problem with being a virgin at 24? Just out of
I'm
curiosity,
asking
what are the
Jessica if
reasons?
she would be happy for that for her own son.
Yeah.
She's
In fact,
saying
is
yeah.
that the
She's
halal
saying
way
yeah.
of doing it?
Yeah, I'm saying yeah.
You're saying you're happy for your child to be a virgin at 24?
Wallahi.
Yeah, if
Wallahi,
they're happy
billahi.
with it, why wouldn't I be happy with it?
I'll be happy.
So if your child's happy with not having sex or not having sexual partners, and you're not going to get no grandkids out of that, you're just going to leave them.
No, who said
Why
that?
is
Who
that?
said that? He's only
24, bro. He's only 24.
But that is what's happening. But that is what's happening, though.
So that he can save up, so that he can have an house, so that when he has his arranged marriage, he's got everything in place.
Yeah, why not?
No one can afford to buy a
You
house
just said
these days.
sex. You didn't
Mad.
say anything about kids.
But Khan, why is it wrong to be a virgin? I don't agree with you. It's okay both ways. Do whatever you like.
I'm saying if your child was a virgin, would you be happy? If you
I
had
wouldn't
no
give a
interest
fuck.
in sex.
I wouldn't give a fuck. It's okay as long it's not. As long as the.
But then you're not going to get no grandkids. You're not getting
So
no grandkids.
what? So fucking what? Who cares? Let my bloodline die.
Right.
Who gives a
You
fuck?
don't care about that. That's
No, I
fine.
don't care about it.
But I'm
I
asking
don't give a fuck.
Jupiter. She's giving advice to but she's giving advice to Yunus on staying a virgin, and I'm saying, what if it's your child, and the end result of that is that you're not going to get no grandkids? Would you be happy with that?
Get
I'm
a
asking
cat.
a serious
Get a
question.
cat. Get a cat.
Sorry. How exactly is banging a prostitute gonna solve that? Fucking
Yeah, exactly. You're not going to give the prostitute, are you?
What? Are you not
Tell you
serious?
what, I'd rather
Someone
have
said,
a son
Yeah, of course.
he's
I'm
a
serious.
virgin than him turning up going, oh, I went to Amsterdam, got this prosy pregnant, here's the grandchild.
End up like Ashley P, man. Do you want to be like
Yeah,
Ashley
and
P, bro?
Ashley, innit?
Oh, you lot are mocking now.
Are we talking about the American Ashley P?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, come on, man. I wouldn't
Like,
wish
you lot
that
ain't
on
taking
my-
Eunice's. You're not taking Eunice's life seriously. Like, you're acting like his parents, basically. You just don't
You
care
know
about
what?
him.
You know what? In 2 years'
It's
time,
fine.
Eunice could
It's fine.
find a girl. In 2 years' time, Eunice could find a girl, and all of these hypotheticals you're throwing out
the window, literally.
just out the window, man. You know what I mean? I don't know why we're having to go to the extreme of convincing my man that he needs.
And it's not like Eunice is a female. That
Mm.
biological.
You lot are going on like this is Captain America, where you're digging man out of the ice and he's thin like a stick, and then all of a sudden he's going to turn into some sort of sex symbol, and he's going to be like on the market. It's not happening.
Who knows,
It's
man?
not happening.
That's why I'm.
There ain't no magic theorems, man. This is the real world,
Eunice, don't let anybody press you into fucking anything. Just kill them. Fuck him. Let him die in hell and eat shit forever.
Let's be Eunice
That's my
man.
way. Turn him into a unicorn.
Yunus,
Let him
don't
exist
listen to the
anymore.
kuffar. Yunus, don't listen to the kuffar. Come to Islam. Come to Islam.
I say come to
Yeah.
Islam.
Don't listen to these kuffar, man.
He's already in
Think
Islam.
about the
Why do
ummah.
you think he's saying
Yunus.
that?
You need to grow the
think about
ummah.
the
You need
ummah.
more
Think about
Muslims.
the ummah.
You need more Muslims, man. Make
We
10
need more
children,
Muslims,
man.
man.
20.
Come on, man.
Yeah, Eunice. Why
Come
would you
on,
marry a
Yunus.
Turkish?
Don't let the side down, bro. Don't let the side down.
You lot are hilarious, man.
Look,
This is a form of ethnic cleansing.
Wait.
This is a form of ethnic cleansing.
This is an energy cleanse conducted by me, man.
He'll be getting her pregnant every fucking year. Don't worry about that.
Oh, can you imagine if Eunice's baby mum's a prostitute? Fucking
Fuck me.
You mean baby mom or baby machine? Baby machine or baby mom? That's it. But
You know that woman will bad him up.
Hey, mate, I'm sure you've had your share in.
I'm working these streets, so what?
Oh no!
And I'm taking the baby. Man.
No, stop. No, that's cruel, man.
You know, there's this.
Eunice is
don't
the
wish that on
prostitute
you,
that takes payments in hummus, though.
Now, Eunice, you do have to stop eating hummus, though. It's like, Khan's right. You have to stop, man.
Honestly, it's you know, like it's a food I like, and you know what I mean, like. Anyways,
which flavor? Which flavor do you like most of the hummus?
Barbecue, like barbecue flavor.
I love hummus myself. I'm vegan most of the time, so yeah.
Don't do anything. Don't do anything that Wanksy does, and you'll be all right.
I don't know
Or
what
nuts.
he does, but don't do it.
Or nuts. I haven't told nothing yet, man. Fucking hell.
Oh man.
Oh.
Big up Raheem, big up Unique, big up Gertie, big up everyone in the chat and that.
But Eunice, even if you want to stay virgin till 50, it's okay. That's what I would say. Don't worry about anything, man.
Yeah, man, do your thing, bro.
Fuck it, do your thing, man. Be free, man.
And you know
we
what?
said, do your thing. That means not doing anything.
That's okay. That's his thing.
So don't do anything. Say less.
Let him do it. Let him see where it gets him. It's an experiment.
When
Eunice
gets a little
But
taste,
you still got your right hand.
go mad. You're gonna go mad.
You can do no fop, you know. Things are possible if you have your mind to it, you know. Yeah.
And you know what? What Khan's saying about Eunice, yeah? About being 24 and a virgin. Like it's only because of how he perceives Eunice to be that it's a problem. If it was just a regular, like if it was a Jedi at 24 and a virgin, and clearly he has no issue with women, then I don't think no one would be worrying, man. You know what I'm saying? No one would be. It would be a clear personal choice for whatever reason. And there are men out there like that. Do you know what I'm saying? So the blanket thing of being 24, a male and a virgin, or even 24 and a female and a virgin, like that's just that's not. There's no blanket kind of position that anyone should be taking on that. Like it depends on the case, isn't it?
I see how people always cry about it because around me people are
But
losing like
Eunice
14,
likes
15.
girls. I've had conversations with him before, and he's told
Well,
me what
I said that I like women, innit? Like I said I like women.
Yeah, no
the
problem.
kind
Yeah, we
of
believe
girls
it,
he
bro. We
fancied.
believe you.
I'm
We
not going to
believe you.
say but he did tell me.
Yeah, we know. He's told us as well, Duke. But the thing is, he's also told us that he's not interested in actually having a relationship, a wife, a family, or children.
Actually, fine. You know that woman from Good Morning Britain, innit?
Oh, Eunice, please don't start. Don't.
What's that?
You know,
that's the woman from Good Morning Britain. Who are you talking about?
There's a positive to this. When Eunice finally has sex one day, imagine the nut he's gonna bust. It's gonna be the biggest.
No, we're not imagining nothing, bro.
No, but he's gonna have the better. He's gonna have a better fuck than any one of you.
Yo,
Because
between
he
Eunice
made it.
and himself, boy. We don't have to.
He's gonna go balls deep, man. Fucking hell, he's gonna dive.
Wanksy, you're
So
imagining
deep,
too
man.
Wanksy.
Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah.
Max. So Eunice,
Okay.
you had a crush on a girl in uni, yeah? What happened there?
Well, I didn't have a crush, on a woman or that. But what I'm trying to say is
Yeah,
that
you did. You told me that there was one girl you liked.
That's all. That's all.
Yeah.
Wait. Why did you say I didn't have a crush on that woman? Why couldn't you just say I didn't have a crush?
I didn't have any feelings for anything like that. I just found out her.
Eunice, have you ever like squeezed the girl's bottom like on a cheeky one at school?
Nah, that's
Come on,
that's
man.
that's
Everyone's
out of
done
order.
that, man.
What, you haven't, no?
That's out of order.
No.
Out of
way.
order? Well, not even at primary school and that, secondary school, nothing.
Never.
But wait, Eunice, like they grab your bum and you probably grab their bum or something, nah?
No, never, no.
With consent.
No.
With consent.
Oh, you're such a fibber. You're just lying on air now. I can tell by your voice.
You know, you people don't understand someone who is sensitive like Eunice. You know, it's
He is.
everybody's
No,
different.
you're right,
Just
you're right.
accept him as he is. You know, it's all love.
I mean,
man.
yeah.
What
He's
about
not hurting anybody. He's not hurting anybody, is he?
Eunice, what about like when you're on the train or on a bus and a woman with big breasts brushes past you? Has that ever happened?
He's smiling.
Yeah.
Well,
He's
it
thinking
happened.
about it.
Like, yeah, I do recall it happening. Yeah, but like
He does recall it
it's
happening.
uncomfortable,
Fucking
That's a
does.
bit worrying.
I think he's recorded it a few times.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
I remember Stacey when she brushed
I'm not
against
gonna lie,
me.
that's a bit, uncomfortable.
What?
innit? When I
Uncomfortable.
experience
But
those
did you?
situations.
What was you like? Disgusted by it? Would you kind of enjoy it a little bit?
Did
No,
you
it
walk
just was
past her
uncomfortable.
again?
innit, like,
Where did you feel uncomfortable, Eunice?
I'm just saying, it could be on the bus or it could be on the train.
No. She's saying where on your body? She's asking.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
where was the
shoulder
feeling of
area, or back
uncomfortability
area,
in your
something
body?
like
Huh?
The what area?
Nah,
The
this is
shoulder
groom-
area.
this is grooming, man.
Astaghfirullah. Shoulder to shoulder. Is she man marking you? Is she taking the piss?
The shoulder area. I'm done.
Shoulder area. So like, if I'm walking
The
past
wrist,
you, like,
more like the wrist area.
you know, it happens. It happens.
You know, watch out. You know, she can get carpal tunnel syndrome.
He felt pain in the shoulder area because he couldn't stop looking when he was walking off.
Ah, shit.
No, I didn't feel any pain in the shoulder area. I'm just saying that, you know, it's quite, you know, uncomfortable with it, especially if a woman, you know, brushes against me or something like that.
Was you blushing?
No, I was just uncomfortable with it. Like,
Do you ever look at women in that, like, in the face, like when you're out, like straight in the face?
I don't actually. I don't. I might look at them for like a couple of seconds, then I just, you know, glance somewhere else. You know what I mean? Like,
lower your gaze.
I just.
Now, what do you do when you're looking at a girl and she quickly turns around and
To be
looks at
fair,
you?
yeah, like, you know, I'm a fast walker, innit, so I don't have time looking at
Yeah,
people's
Eunice is socially awkward, aren't you?
Eunice is in fact the only real Muslim I've met. Eunice is the only real Muslim I've met.
I don't have that, you know, time to look at
Because
someone's face. Or, like, you know what I
until
mean?
he's married, he's not supposed to look at them. That's a
And
real
that's,
Muslim.
and that's fine, man.
Yeah.
That's fine, isn't it? That's fine,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah,
It's
he'd
not a
never
religious
make it
thing
as an
anyway.
Ottoman. He'd never make
It's
it.
not a religious thing whatsoever, to be honest. It's
No,
just,
but
you know,
it
I'm a
is
fast
in the
walker.
religion. You're not allowed to look at women either.
I would rather have
Yeah.
somebody like
Yeah.
Eunice sitting in my company than a creep like Khan who goes with prostitutes at 16.
With their who?
Can't you get yourself checked out?
Yeah, nah, can't. Hey, yo, Eunice, you're asking for it. Why are you doing this?
I'm just saying that, you know, I'm
You know,
concerned
if he
about the
comes
work
back
of
now,
Khan,
you're
innit?
pissed.
I'm just trying to make sure that he's okay, you know, health-wise.
Eunice, if you ever try and diss me, it's gonna be, yeah, I don't know, bro. I'll get upset. I'll actually get upset if Eunice disses me, man.
Go on, Eunice. Go on, Eunice.
She was going to say, let him have it. Let him
Yeah,
have
let
it.
him have it. Go on, Eunice. Tell him about it.
Pause.
I mean, there's no reason of me dissing MA, innit?
Give thanks, bro. I appreciate that. You know, I'm your big brother, man. We're just trying to, you know, but the you know, you're a Muslim, so you follow what you think is right, innit? But I think
Muslim, you ain't really my brother.
So whatever, man. Yeah, man. Eunice will flourish when he's ready, I'm sure, man.
Come on, man. Inshallah.
Someone said Tommy should make a documentary about Khan's uncle.
I want to
About
know what
Khan's
Khan's
uncle.
mother thought about all this. Did she ever find out?
That's a good question. Khan? Is that like a rites of passage thing that the women in the family don't know about? Oh no,
You're
really?
crazy.
No, that's a serious question. That's not even a joke question.
That's
not Jupiter saying she would want to know what her son gets up to.
So
My
no,
sons are quite open. They would fucking tell me, and I'd have to go. Too much information. Don't need to know. Thanks. Yeah.
So, Droops, would you sever
Like a
a bond? Let's just say,
virgin.
But they certainly wouldn't be telling me at
time.
16 that they've been taken to fucking Holland. And if they did, I'd have fucking something to say about it, I'll tell you.
Like, why didn't you go to Wolverhampton? Well,
What?
yeah, man. Yeah, not for my son, boy. Not for my son. Not for my cousins. Nah.
Nah, uncle, cousin, everyone getting beat up.
Nah, that's crazy.
You know, at
It's
least,
crazy and it's unnecessary, man.
I mean, some places where they don't have things like a dam, you know, they end up fucking goats or chickens
Oh,
or ducks. No, that's
No, they don't,
In a
Wanksy.
lot
What
of
they do
countries,
is they have
do.
sex with
Yeah.
women, but they're just not paying for it.
Yeah, the normal.
In a lot
or
of
you can
countries
just
on
have
the
your
village
uncle or
side
whatever
where there's
just teach
less
you game.
population, the young boys end up fucking animals. That's
Where is it?
fucking
Where is
common.
that? Where is that?
Yeah,
Where
In
is
the
where
that?
Middle East, I've heard from some people I know from the Middle East region that some did it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just
Yeah,
in
like,
case
wait,
you
yeah,
didn't
like,
grow
wait.
up there, Carl, because
Yeah.
your uncle might have took you to a goat.
Was it like near Turkey, Wanksy?
No, it was not Turkey. It was not Turkey. And I don't want to blame any nation or people with it. You know, I think it's more common than people believe.
So you're
I
telling
think
me in the Middle East they're backshotting camels, or what's going on?
I think a lot of lonely women in the West with all the dogs, they fuck Lassie at night. The lonely, the cuddling in
So
bed.
you're telling me the West,
The dogs
girls
sleep
are
in the bed
fucking
with them,
animals, and in the
and
East,
then they lick a little, and then before you know, things happen.
Oh my
God! That's my guess. My intuition telling me. Yeah, it's much more common than you think. People just don't talk about it, you know.
Where'd you find this information
I
out,
wonder
bro?
why.
It's deduction, it's logical reasoning, and observing and feeling
What?
energy
How do you
in
what,
this society.
logic reasoning to blow a camel's back out?
Yeah. Most people end up fucking when they eat, you know, some of the time.
What? Most people end up fucking what?
Fucking when they eat, you know, or they eat when they fuck, you know.
No, I don't understand nothing you're saying right now.
Like,
I don't understand nothing.
That could be true for some men, I suppose. They fuck what they eat.
Yeah, we don't need puns right now. We need truth, please.
I don't know if it's a camel or Jupiter.
right, well,
Might be a
that's a
bit of a
new
toss
low.
up,
That's a new low. I mean, it's disgusting.
Most people end up fucking what they eat. I really
Or,
don't, yeah.
and eat what they eat up when they fuck, you know. So.
No, I don't know what planet that's from, man. Seriously. That's crazy. That's crazy. Most people, now you made that up in it, Banksy.
I lie. Where did the stats come from?
It's based on reality, man. It's from my fucking deep
Did you meditate
mind.
and see this?
My deep ass mind came up with this. That's the stats.
Bro,
Boy, done some astral projection.
Yeah, man.
Into his own mind.
Into his own mind. His own perverted.
Yeah. I projected into my mind to figure some shit out. Yeah. Yeah,
He's
man.
man's trying to travel elsewhere and he ends up back in his own fucking cesspit of a mind.
Okay,
Hey, my
now,
my cesspit is beautiful. I love being me. I love being in my cesspit.
You
Thank you.
filthy little fucker.
No, I'm being honest. That's why I like Khan. He's being honest. He doesn't give a fuck. You know, big up Khan again for the second time. Yeah.
No.
I just don't agree with all this, like.
And big up Eunice. Big up Eunice. Ben
Yours is
Jupiter,
way below
Ben
that.
MA.
You're talking about animals.
It's just observation in this fucking world. It's what humans do. Humans are fucked.
Don't listen to these Judeo-Christian prudes. Allow it, bro. Can't have serious conversation with these man. You can't, bro. It's true.
You're living in a
It's
la la
true,
land,
bro. Their
Jupiter.
culture's different, bro. Like,
You're living in a fantasy.
Brother, these men, yeah, they're more likely to see their mum bringing a man home than they are to actually bring some gal home.
Don't you think cousin George from the Welsh?
I'm sure Jupiter wouldn't mind their daughter bringing a dude home for her to meet, but if it's her son now,
don't you think the Welsh fuck sheep? Don't you think the fuck sheep? The Welsh.
I'm just saying that in your parenting skills, like in your culture, you encourage the women more than the men.
Don't fucking judge me on fucking some imaginary culture.
You're judging me, mate.
No, I'm judging you on your uncle, not your whole culture, your uncle. You said your uncle took you to a prostitute.
I didn't. I said I was with my uncle in Amsterdam.
So there you go. Talk about my
I don't see the problem.
In there talking shit.
I don't see the problem. If I took your son to a brothel, what the fuck have you got to say about it?
Don't ever talk to my son again.
If the son is 18, if he's 18, she has nothing to say about him anymore. It's that simple. He's not. If he's under 18, she has everything to say about him. And then you're a criminal.
How's women telling men where to stick their dicks? It's mad.
You weren't a man. You were a dirty little whippersnapper.
You train up your daughters to be whores.
It's
train up your daughters to be whores and feminists, but your son can't fuck a prostitute.
Freud spoke about it. It's penis envy.
No.
Jupiter wants a strap on. She wants a huge dick,
your first
like all of them.
experience was before the prostitute, which means at some
stop
point
analysing.
you was abused by
Stop
somebody
analysing my case and let's look at your culture of how women are feminist whores who can fuck who they want, and they don't even get paid.
Pay for you to have a release, which is quite disgusting because you were a dirty little sod.
You're hilarious, stupid.
It's irrelevant, man. It's totally irrelevant. I don't know what you've got to say about it. You're a woman. What the fuck's it got to do with you? I said, even if your son was 18 and I took him to a brothel, what the fuck's it got to do with you, you old trout?
I'll come round and knock you out. No one takes my 18-year-old.
Talk to your son about it.
Who the fuck
Talk to your son about it.
Go
on, Juice.
How is the... All right, okay.
At 15 years of age, wanted to take my 18-year-old son to a brothel.
15?
All right.
18.
You want your son...
Oh.
He's 50.
You want your son... You want your son, yeah, to do a certain thing, but are you saying the same thing for your daughter? I don't think you lot are. As a culture, you're happy for your daughters to fuck around, get fucked in alleyways, give head in Notting Hill Carnival. You don't know that. You don't know that. You don't know that. You don't know that. But you don't know that. But you don't know that.
Hold on.
No, I do fucking know that, 100%. Not my daughters.
In all honesty, Droops is transracial, innit? So we don't know if he's really with the white culture.
Fucking try it on our youngest daughter. Hector fucking cut your kneecaps off, and then he'll fucking chop your ankles off. And then last he'll fucking chop the take the dick
It's a
off.
straw man, Jupiter.
you
You're fighting
worry
yourself.
about it.
You're fighting yourself. Just an observation. He didn't say that. So women have no logic, most of them. Only a handful. You know, that's just life. Observation.
Hey, is S here? Is S here or not?
Yeah, we might
He's
have
been
to take
AFK
Nancy
for time.
with us, because I imagine your thighs are covering your kneecaps, to be honest.
Jupiter, you need to develop your logic. Logical
Yeah, and no,
faculties
Sahasi,
more,
you
I
need
feel.
to stop this. Oh, women don't use logic bullshit.
No, most. I'm saying. I did say all.
Yeah, even most. No, I disagree with you.
Yeah,
Why? How come?
Frankly, we don't care because your head's fucked up. When
Yeah, that's a
since you
stupid
stuck
thing
it-
to say,
Since you stuck it in that chicken's anus, right? It's fucking red.
If I ever do, I will make a video and send it to you. No way.
What chicken's anus were you? What?
He got bird flu and it ain't fucking left his feet.
Vaccinated chicken to help you all prevent corona. You know? Fucking hell. You know, I took risks for your
Man,
humanity,
doggy, the
for
dog.
your. God damn it! You're also, you know.
Well, you're right, bro.
Let it go,
you,
man. Let it go. Let it go.
like you that
I
feel
tried
all
to
these
save the
weird
world, and then
diseases
you know
that
you
we
get
have to
hate.
put up with.
Fucking hell.
Why
You
a
know,
chicken's anus, man?
to vaccinate against corona, man. The next wave of corona. You know.
Is there anything? Sorry, what do you think?
I tried with a bet, but I failed, man.
Yeah, I reckon.
I'm
it was
anticipating the next
shagging a chicken,
pandemic, man.
shagging a chicken, then cooking it, eating it, and then after dinner he sat down, started, and spread COVID.
She just what?
Vomit me, man.
Let's just be careful with that.
KFC finger licking good.
Oh, this is disgusting.
Jupiter, don't hate chickens. You know, it's racist. Please, you know.
Okay.
Poor chickens. Come on. You know.
All right, then it wasn't the chicken; it was the goat.
What's
Could've
wrong
been
with
a cow.
goats? You know, they're beautiful animals. What's wrong with them?
Sahasi, let me ask you what. Sahasi, earlier
Why
on you
is
said
S
that you're.
already
Hold
exploring
on.
on this thing, man?
Who knows? But Sahasi, you know, you said that you're normally vegan, but what kind of if you do eat like animal products, what kind of animals do you like to eat?
Nothing anymore. I've even forced myself in some weeks ago, in end of December, to eat meat again, to see if I'm not missing out on some nutrients. You know,
Right.
after
So
years.
just a
And
quick
I
question:
didn't like it. I got sick
did
of
you
it.
have sex with the food before you ate it?
You did say
No,
the goat
but
looked nice.
I didn't say I will fuck everything I eat or eat everything I fuck. Some of it.
What, man?
Only some of it. See.
Yeah.
You mean some of it, like the thigh? What are you talking about, man? Drumstick.
Can't.
Have you never eaten seafood of your missus? You know, like.
Why you gonna eat fish on fish?
You know?
That don't make sense.
Oh no, Banksy, you weren't the bloke that got caught out in the sea with the fucking whale, was you?
I don't remember being with you in the sea, Jupiter.
Oh, that was good.
Maybe I was cold. You know, maybe I was so hard being with you, swimming in the sea.
I got you.
My
I got
apologies.
you.
You know, maybe I liked it so much I got knocked out.
Did you say something about Shifa, the sea?
Yeah, he's out there doing bits, man.
Yo, Shiffer, watch out, man.
I'll let him have that one. That was funny.
Yeah, man. Boy, yeah, people live different lives.
Let's go
innit?
back to Eunice. You know, Eunice is a great topic. You know, I appreciate.
No, we're not
Eunice,
going back
man.
to Eunice. Leave Eunice alone.
Why not?
Sorry, what do you want to talk
Because
He's
it does
interesting.
sound a bit creepy with your accent, and you want to talk about young 24-year-olds.
He's interesting. He's an outlier.
How is his accent
Compared to
creepy?
most
That's like
people,
so wrong for you to say that.
there are not many
No, it's
fridges
not wrong.
anymore. They're rare.
He views them like
Fridges
an
are
animal.
rare.
He talks like a creepy, sort of like German.
No, he's like a scientific interest.
creepy
Like a
You know what he
German.
reminds me of? He reminds me of Ralph, isn't it? I don't know why, but